After an eternity of idleness, I shall forge the mightiest family. World will, ye father, I wish to reinforce the world barrier. Could you spare me a little pocket money? I shall give you a foot massage in return. Heavenly will, ye deheo, recently there have been clandestine siphonings of the primordial essence. Might you lend me some funds? When people speak of Ye Suifeng, a singular phrase invariably comes to mind. Lavishly inhumane. Chapter 1. An Eternity of Idleness. Heavens, the Ye family has actually chosen a waste as their patriarch. The new patriarch of the Ye family collapsed from overwhelming emotions during the ceremony and remains in a coma to this day. The greatest joke in the history of Yunxiao City. The night was as dark as ink. Ye Suifeng awoke from the chaos, his mind clouded. Have I finally succeeded? With a faint breath, he sensed the vital energies of the real world. In that moment, Ye Suifeng felt tears welling up. He had once been a promising young man, striving for success on Blue Star. Suddenly, one fateful day, he was bound to an entity known as the strongest idol system, which heralded the beginning of his journey through dimensions. Yet, who could have foreseen that during his traversal, certain unknowable forces would interfere? They led him astray amidst the chaos, causing even his consciousness to begin to blur. It was unclear how long had passed before he finally inhaled the long-forgotten fresh air. Another memory, a different life, was tumultuously clashing within his soul. Eventually, he began to calm down, and Ye Suifeng came to understand his current predicament. His former self was the newly appointed patriarch of the Ye family in Yunxiao City, albeit a rather unfortunate one. Due to his lackluster abilities, he was subjected to mockery from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, his sworn enemy gifted him a large box of vitality pills as a present. Vitality pills, the most rudimentary of cultivation elixirs, were only suitable for those at the initial stages of qi refinement. This was a glaring mockery directed at Ye Suifeng. Moreover, his predecessor was not one to withstand tumultuous trials. Under such provocation, he succumbed to emotional turmoil and perished. Why must a worthless individual be appointed as the patriarch? Ye Suifeng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, he delved into the memories of his predecessor and discovered that the Ye family appeared to differ from traditional clans. This family was unprecedentedly united. They did not discriminate against him due to his low cultivation level, nor did they allow subordinates to overstep their bounds. Instead, because he was the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to the patriarchal position. Alas, this individual's psychological fortitude was profoundly lacking. How intriguing! Ye Suifeng mused as he organized the tangled memories and opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient, elegantly adorned dwelling. The soft bed exudes a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of herbal remedies intended for bodily rejuvenation. Beside it, a young girl sits engrossed in her reading. Sensing the commotion nearby, she turns her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng. Father, you are awake. She is none other than Ye Suifeng's only daughter, named Ye Huang, and she is 14 years of age. Ye Suifeng cannot help but smile wryly within. He has never been married, yet here he is with a daughter of such considerable age. Furthermore, the wife of his current life tragically perished during childbirth while bringing Ye Huang into the world. Am I destined to be alone? Ye Suifeng chuckles softly, indifferent, believing that living splendidly is what truly matters. However, his smile nearly leaves Ye Huang awestruck. Father, you actually smile, huh? Ye Suifeng is momentarily taken aback, then regains his composure. The previous incarnation of this man had worn a perpetual mask of deep sorrow since losing his wife, and the concept of a smile had vanished entirely from his lexicon. Ye Suifeng remains speechless. Life is full of challenges, and some endure far greater tribulations than oneself. To press on with a smile is the true path to survival. Ding! Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your rewards promptly. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonates within Ye Suifeng's mind. Is the idol system still operational? Ye Suifeng finds himself in a daze. This system is something he acquired before his transmigration. The system's functions are exceedingly straightforward, comprising merely 2 items. Idol mining. Extracting resources from a super vein daily yields considerable cultivation materials. Idol cultivation. Daily accrues 1 day's worth of cultivation progress. Upon his transmigration, he activated both functions. To his astonishment, an accident occurred during the process of transmigration, casting him into chaos. Within this chaos, time lost all meaning, and he has no inkling of how long he has been idling. Ye Suifeng opens the system panel, resolved to inspect his accumulated rewards. In an instant, he is left in utter shock. "Little Huang, please step outside for a moment." Yi Huang blinks in confusion. "Father, what is the matter?" "Leave." Ye Suifeng's tone sharpens. Although Yi Huang is bewildered, she obediently exits the room. After dismissing his daughter, Ye Suifeng takes a deep breath, his demeanor solemn. He then re-enters the system interface. 1, 2, 3. 13 digits? My math is poor. How much is this? He stares at the absurd figures, struggling to comprehend them. After a lengthy period, he finally tallies them all. Low-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 100,000 pieces, currently possessing 356 trillion. Mid-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 10,000 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 billion. High-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 1,000 pieces, currently possessing 3.65 billion. Spirit crystals. Daily extraction of 100 pieces, currently possessing 365 million. Celestial stones. Daily extraction of 10 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 trillion. Celestial crystals. Daily extraction of 1 piece, currently possessing 3.65 trillion. These are all the gains from idle mining. In truth, they are not whole numbers. Ye Suifeng has omitted the fractions to avoid criticism for excessive wordiness. By the heavens, such an immense fortune, it would not even fit in a wallet. Ye Suifeng's heart swells with joy. He need never again fret over financial matters. Next, he turns to the gains from idle cultivation. This aspect is quite straightforward. He has accumulated a total of 1 trillion years of cultivation, currently in a state awaiting extraction. Ye Suifeng contemplates briefly, then silently intones, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, a tremendous surge of power floods into his body. This power is remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, surging wildly within Ye Suifeng. Previously at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he breaks through 5 levels in a single surge, ascending directly to the 8th level of qi refinement. All from merely 1 year's worth of cultivation. Ye Suifeng, invigorated, continues to extract cultivation power. His strength escalates, as if he were aboard the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring through the skies. Qi refinement, transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, transformation of spirit, integration, tribulation. In the brief span of a single incense stick's burn, Ye Suifeng reaches the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. When he attempts to extract his cultivation once more, his immense spiritual energy instantly perceives the shifting clouds in the sky, a terrifying storm of lightning energy converging. He is about to undergo a tribulation. Performing the tribulation at home is hardly an ideal scenario. Ye Suifeng hastily halts the extraction process, and the brewing storm dissipates instantaneously. Oh, how intriguing! He tries extracting cultivation again, and the ominous clouds gather overhead, faint rumblings of thunder echoing. When he interrupts once more, the impending tribulation disperses again. Hith, hith. Ye Suifeng suddenly finds himself in a playful mood, alternating between extracting cultivation and interrupting numerous times. The tribulation is not solitary, it is merely a game. After toying with the lightning tribulation for a while, Ye Suifeng ceases to provoke it. Glancing at his stored cultivation, he realizes he has only consumed around 5,000 years, scarcely a fraction. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng resolves to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. This should suffice. After all, if memory serves correctly, the strongest individuals in Yanxiao City are merely at the golden core stage. This truly is a dimensional suppression. Having completed these tasks, Ye Suifeng chuckles softly. The Yi family extends a warm welcome to your new head. It is now late into the night. In the deep autumn, the nights in Yanxiao City have turned quite chilly. Yi Huang squats outside the door, her face etched with profound melancholy. Her mother died giving birth to her, leaving only her father as her sole kin to accompany her through childhood. Her father has been nominated by the family as the next head, which brings her genuine joy. Yet, who could have foreseen that this would become the final straw that burdens her father? If time could be reversed, she would surely counsel her father to relinquish the position of clan leader. The responsibilities associated with this role are far too overwhelming. Her father simply cannot bear it. It is all my fault. If only I were a little more exceptional, I could surely alleviate my father's worries. Ye Huang silently muses. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from behind, and the door swung open, revealing the towering figure of Ye Suifeng standing behind her. Father! Ye Huang hastily rose to her feet. Ye Suifeng, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be in bed?" "I merely harbor some concerns for your health," Ye Huang murmured softly. However, upon glancing at Ye Suifeng, who appeared radiant and exuding vigor, it was evident that he was far from unwell. In fact, he seemed to be in a condition far superior to before. What on earth had transpired? "Huh." Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. "There's no need to worry. I feel exceptionally well, and my appetite is splendid." Faced with such a demeanor from her father, Ye Huang was utterly astonished. Sensing her bewilderment, Ye Suifeng added, "This recent encounter has led me to some profound realizations. Rest assured, such an occurrence will never transpire again." With a smile, Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Ye Huang stood there in a daze, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Now off to bed you go. If my memory serves me correctly, you have alchemy classes tomorrow, so do not delay." It was already the latter part of the night. However, Ye Huang's expression darkened. "Father, you are unaware that today, the family's alchemists, craftsmen, and formation masters all departed." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an event. The Yi family was substantial, with hundreds of young members when considering both direct and collateral lines. Consequently, many esteemed masters from various fields have been invited to serve as instructors. Yet, it was astonishing that they had collectively chosen to leave. It was evident that they perceived Ye Suifeng's ascension to the head of the family as an indication of the Yi family's dwindling prospects for future development, prompting their departure. There are always some individuals who perfectly miss the express train of historical progress. "What do you mean, father?" Ye Suifeng chuckled. "I mean, their departure is a loss entirely of their own making. Now, you should return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall address this matter." Chapter 2. Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council chamber, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll of text on the wall. It contained an ancient set of edicts, the 3 iron laws of the Yi family. Betrayers of the family shall be executed. Those who disrupt family unity shall be executed. Those who deliberately oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 ironclad laws form the cornerstone of the Yi family's enduring solidarity and collective stance against external adversaries. Such a family evoked a sense of admiration in Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open. 4 imposing middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Ye Suifeng turned and took his seat, they followed suit, settling into their respective places. They were the family's key decision-makers, direct descendants of the Yi lineage, and Ye Suifeng's cousins. To his left were Ye Suiyun and Ye Suyu, the 2 representatives from his second uncle's household, primarily overseeing the family's internal and external enterprises, as well as managing finances and resource allocation. To his right sat Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, the 2 from his third uncle's family, entrusted with the family's martial prowess and the acquisition and protection of external resources. Ye Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still too young to be involved in family matters. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles had all retreated to the background, honored as family elders, emerging only for crucial decisions. Truly, it was a large family. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat. "Now that we are all present, let us commence today's meeting." Beside him, Ye Suiyun expressed his concern. "Brother, is your health in order?" "I am perfectly fine, and moreover, I have recently encountered some fortuitous opportunities." Ye Suifeng surveyed the group. "Our family shall not cower before anyone or any challenge. If you have any issues, please voice them, and we shall address them collectively." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Suihu and inquired, "I have heard that several of our esteemed instructors departed yesterday." Ye Suihu nodded, grumbling, "Indeed, those ingrates. We have never treated them poorly, yet they have all fled. From now on, I shall strike them on sight." Beside him, Ye Suiyun sighed, saying, "This matter is instigated by the Li family. They lured away our instructors with more generous compensation. The Li family is the Ye family's sworn enemy. The three prominent families of Yinxiao City are the Ye, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family is the most formidable, often remaining aloof from worldly affairs, while the Ye and Li families are embroiled in incessant conflicts, which have escalated to an almost mortal enmity. The abduction of our instructors is akin to kicking us while we are down. What are your plans? Ye Suifeng asked. Ye Suibao spoke up. At this juncture, it is imperative that we swiftly locate other instructors to fill the void, otherwise it will adversely affect the development of our younger generation. A strong youth ensures a strong family. The growth of the younger generation must not be delayed. It is quite difficult, Ye Suiyu replied. In light of your ascension, there has been much gossip in the city. I have attempted to reach out to some instructors of similar standing, but they remain non-committal. Even if we were to raise our compensation, it would not sway them. Once again, the council chamber fell into silence. The group furrowed their brows deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. If all else fails, we may need to lower our standards for instructors, Ye Suiyin suggested. Surely, someone will come forward. This is a desperate measure. However, Ye Suifeng was determined not to let such a scenario transpire. If I recall correctly, the three instructors who left were all of the 5th rank, correct? Alchemists are classified into 9 ranks from lowest to highest. A 5th rank master is already among the elite in Yinxiao City. What is their hiring fee? Ye Suifeng inquired. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, Ye Suiyin responded. This figure pertains specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Nonetheless, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones represent a considerable remuneration, sufficient to support their daily cultivation and allow for a comfortable lifestyle in Yinxiao City. Ye Suifeng glanced at his own purse, which contained a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. Well, that should suffice. Have you contacted any masters of the 6th rank or above? Ye Suifeng asked again. The others were taken aback. Brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yinxiao City. They are reclusive and would not accept any employment. Even if they were willing, the exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Ye Suiyin explained. Ye Suifeng chuckled. As long as there is a price, there is a possibility. Fear not. I will present them with an offer they cannot refuse. The cousins exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to place their trust in their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Ye Suifeng inquired. There is, Ye Suiyu spoke up, his expression betraying his concern as he primarily managed the family's resource allocation. Brother, regarding the cultivation resources for the younger generation, we may have to reduce them again. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is the reason for this? Ye Suiyu sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have been struggling, and the Li family has consistently meddled, leaving our financial situation insufficient to support internal expenditures. The Ye family's assets comprise 2 main sources: the resource sites outside the city and our commercial establishments. In recent years, the harvest from the resource sites has been poor, repeatedly subjected to harassment and sabotage by the Li family, resulting in a significant reduction in profits. Relying solely on our commercial revenue is far from adequate. What is the current distribution of resources for the younger generation, and how much do we spend monthly? Ye Suifeng asked. Ye Suiyu pondered before responding. Let us take the Qi refinement stage as an example. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 Qi refinement pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills each month. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 Qi refinement pills, and 5 bone strengthening pills, including various rewards. Their total monthly expenditure exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the resources required for alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talismans are even more substantial, not to mention the techniques, spiritual artifacts, and training facilities. In total, the monthly expenditure for cultivating the younger generation is around 1 million spirit stones. A staggering figure. This is the reality of a great family. Their formidable strength is underpinned by the accumulation of countless resources. However, for Ye Suifeng, financial concerns were the least of his worries. Very well then. The family head has spoken. The others immediately focused their attention. The younger generation is the future of our family. Only by nurturing their growth can we elevate our family to even greater heights. Therefore, starting today, the monthly fixed resources for everyone shall be doubled. Furthermore, we shall invest more in cultivation conditions, such as materials for alchemy and artifact forging, to ensure an unlimited supply. What do you think? As Ye Suifeng finished speaking, the other 4 were left dumbfounded. What had they just heard? They had all prepared to reduce family expenditures, yet he had decided to significantly increase their benefits. Was this digging their own grave? Brother, Ye Suiyu's expression was on the verge of tears. He felt that Ye Suifeng was merely jesting. If one were to adhere strictly to his standards, the monthly expenditures would surge by at least 5-fold. That amounts to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the height of our family's wealth, We have never spent so extravagantly. He wished to convey to his elder brother just how absurd this notion was. However, Ye Suifeng merely raised his hand, retrieving a storage bag from within his robes and tossing it to Ye Suiyun beside him. Do not fret, I possess 1,000,000 spirit stones here. Use them for now, and if they prove insufficient, simply ask me for more, he declared with a smile. Yet Ye Suiyun maintained a pained expression, saying, Elder brother, perhaps you did not hear me clearly. Even with 1,000,000 spirit stones, it is still inadequate. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his arm, trembling incessantly. It was Ye Suiyun. His face flushed as he shakily presented the storage bag to Ye Suiyun, then slowly opened it. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated their faces brilliantly. It was not merely 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. In conversion, that equates to a staggering 1,000,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. The two stood in stunned silence, even as stewards of the family's finances. They had never laid eyes on such a vast fortune at once. As I mentioned, I have come into some fortuitous circumstances, Ye Suifeng remarked nonchalantly, tapping the table lightly. Remember this, from today onward, the Ye family shall fear no one. Chapter 3. He gave too much as the meeting concluded. Ye Suiyun and the others stumbled out of the conference hall in a daze. They had anticipated that family resources would be curtailed following this meeting, expecting everyone to tighten their belts and endure a more austere lifestyle. Yet, who could have foreseen that not only would the resources not diminish, but they would be multiplied several times over? Ye Suifeng's generosity was truly astonishing, radiating an almost extravagant aura. Could it be that he had given too little? Ye Suifeng pondered as he stood by the window. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones were hardly even a fraction of what was possible. However, after some contemplation, he decided it was best to proceed as planned. Every endeavor has its process. Transition from frugality to luxury is no different. To bestow too much at once may not be wise. It would be prudent to allow them to acclimate to a more opulent lifestyle before gradually increasing their provisions. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng gazed at the information sheet in hand. These three individuals were among the few 6th-grade masters in Yunxiao City. Each possessed remarkable strength and held themselves aloof, appearing indifferent even to the three prominent families, displaying an air of haughtiness. I hope you do not prove ungrateful, he mused, crumpling the information sheet and discarding it. Today, he intended to pay each of them a visit. After a brief respite, Ye Suifeng departed from the Ye family estate. The Ye family was situated in the heart of Yunxiao City, and just a short distance away lay the bustling commercial district. Yunxiao City was a grand metropolis, home to nearly 1,000,000 residents, with streets teeming with life and vibrancy. Seated in an opulent carriage, Ye Suifeng traversed the streets at a leisurely pace. Gazing out the window, the rich atmosphere of the city evoked memories of his past life. If time permitted, he resolved to indulge in the culinary delights this world had to offer. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage halted before a magnificent pavilion. Ye Suifeng alighted from the carriage. Danfeng Pavilion. Why does it sound like the name of a brothel? He mused. This was the residence of Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Having resided in Yunxiao City for over a decade, he had remained aloof and unbothered. Various factions sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with this 6th-grade alchemist, hoping to acquire high-quality elixirs from him. No one dared to offend him lightly. Upon entering, Ye Suifeng found the ground floor bustling with patrons purchasing ordinary elixirs. The atmosphere was lively and crowded. He held little interest in the elixirs and directly approached the floor manager, stating, informed Zhang Ziming that Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family, has come to see him. He spoke with an air of nonchalance. After all, he was merely a 6th-grade alchemist and not worthy of pretense in his presence. However, this demeanor incited the manager's displeasure. Throughout the years at Danfeng Pavilion, anyone seeking an audience with the pavilion master had always approached with utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family displayed courtesy. What of the head of the Ye family? The manager cast a sidelong glance at Ye Suifeng and replied, our pavilion master is currently refining pills. You may kindly take your leave. Ye Suifeng was not surprised by such an attitude. A person who had remained in a high position for too long often developed certain peculiarities. Instantly, a vast mental force enveloped the entire pavilion. And Ye Suifeng quickly discerned an elderly man with flowing hair leisurely seated at the topmost level of the pavilion, savoring translucent grapes. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Take me to see Zhang Ziming, or do not blame me for my rudeness, Ye Suifeng warned. The manager's expression turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, a group of burly men at the Golden Body realm surrounded him. Humph, Ye Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are merely a waste in the qi refining stage. Let us see what you can do. His tone was brimming with arrogance. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly. Then watch closely. With that, he reached out seizing the manager by the collar. The nearby Golden Body Realm practitioners immediately sprang into action, aiming to subdue Ye Suifeng swiftly. "Get lost," Ye Suifeng exclaimed, unleashing a tremendous force. The Golden Body Realm cultivators felt as though they had been struck by an ancient rampaging bull, sent hurtling backward and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. The crowd in the hall erupted into chaos, their faces painted with shock and fear. Who dared cause a disturbance in Danfeng Pavilion? The individual's strength was formidable, overpowering even the Golden Body Realm experts with ease. "I remember now, that is Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The manager was equally dumbfounded. Was it not said that Ye Suifeng was a mere waste in the qi refining stage? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed. "Now do you see clearly? Let us proceed." Saying this, he hoisted the manager effortlessly and ascended to the upper level of the pavilion. Danfeng Pavilion had 5 stories, each offering different grades of elixirs for sale. As Ye Suifeng ascended, he encountered numerous attempts to block his path, but they were no match for him. The mere aura emanating from him sent them sprawling, blood spilling from their mouths. Soon, he reached the top floor. Upon pushing the door open, Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. However, as a 6th-grade alchemist and a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core, he felt no fear in Yunxiao City. "You are being rather presumptuous." Zhang Ziming's expression darkened. Ye Suifeng casually discarded the manager and stepped inside. "Your subordinates are excessively arrogant. I am merely here to educate them." "Arrogant indeed," Zhang Ziming retorted angrily. "Do you really believe I am so easily bullied?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing toward Ye Suifeng. The sound of a sword's cry filled the air as a flying sword, shimmering with golden light, pierced through the atmosphere, imbued with violent energy, and rushed toward Ye Suifeng. This was Zhang Ziming's lifebound treasure. He intended to crush Ye Suifeng in a single strike. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. As the short sword hurtled towards him, Ye Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from the center of his fingertip, rippling outward. The formidable innate magic treasure. A late-stage golden core artifact abruptly altered its trajectory upon encountering this wave, swiftly darting toward Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before the skin of his brow, suspended in midair. In an instant, everything in the room, save for the furniture by the window, disintegrated into dust and vanished. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened in terror. He dared not move. The might of the individual before him far surpassed his wildest imaginings. "Senior, let us speak amicably," he stammered, his voice trembling. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, stepping forward to take a seat opposite Zhang Ziming. The innate flying sword then gently descended, resting flat upon the table. For Ye Suifeng, a golden core artifact could be obliterated with but a thought, yet he refrained from doing so. His intention today was to recruit Zhang Ziming as an instructor for his family. Destroying the magic treasure would result in backlash against Zhang, necessitating a lengthy recovery period, an unnecessary complication. Observing the perspiration trickling down the anxious Zhang Ziming, Ye Suifeng remarked, "Now, will you speak properly?" Zhang Ziming nodded vigorously. "Senior, please do speak. I shall do my utmost." He was genuinely frightened. Ye Suifeng's earlier display was beyond anything he had ever heard of. Even his own master, at the out-of-body stage, would likely struggle to match such power. What manner of being was this? A sense of dread enveloped Zhang Ziming. Ye Suifeng plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth. Its refreshing flavor, a testament to the fruits of the cultivation world, was indeed extraordinary. "It is nothing grave. My family is currently in need of an alchemist to instruct the younger generation, and I wish for you to assume this role," Ye Suifeng stated. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, then felt a rush of sweat. He had anticipated something far more serious. It turned out he was being invited to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family. Was it necessary to make such a grand display? He thought, discreetly wiping away the sweat. "Of course. It is a privilege to work under you, senior. When shall I commence?" Ye Suifeng, a playful smile gracing his features, inquired. "So eager? Should we not first discuss remuneration?" Zhang Ziming laughed awkwardly. "Ah, senior, you flatter me. This opportunity is a fortune. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters?" Internally, he mused, "You just soundly thrashed me. How could I possibly ask for compensation?" Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "I am no bandit. I do not resort to oppression. This is a hiring arrangement for you as a guest elder of the Ye family. You may state your price." Zhang Ziming, puzzled, scrutinized Ye Suifeng for a considerable time, attempting to gauge his intentions, wondering if he was attempting to ensnare him. Unfortunately, Ye Suifeng remained inscrutable, offering no clues. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziming extended his trembling hand. "Senior, though my strength is lacking, I am nonetheless a 6th-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, My fee would be at least 500,000 spirit stones per month. However, before you, this price is negotiable. 50,000 spirit stones per month was not an insurmountable burden for the families of Yinxiao City, yet it was undeniably unnecessary, given their myriad financial obligations. Ye Suifeng nodded, saying, I shall offer you 1 million spirit stones per month, but you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the education of the Ye family's youth. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had expected Ye Suifeng to lower the price, yet he had instead doubled it. How wealthy are you, senior? Surely you jest? Zhang Ziming found it hard to believe. I do not jest, Ye Suifeng replied, placing a storage pouch upon the table before rising. This amounts to 3 years' worth of remuneration. After 3 years, should you wish to leave the Ye family, you may do so at any time. I will not retain you against your will. Remember, you must exert yourself diligently, otherwise, you understand the consequences. If there are no objections, let us proceed to the Ye family today. Seek out Ye Suihu. With that, Ye Suifeng tossed a note and turned to depart, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, staring in a daze at the vast amount of spirit stones within the storage pouch. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived to inquire about the situation. Upon learning of his master's intention to join the Ye family, he was immediately astonished. Master, did you not refuse family invitations? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a long moment. The offer was simply too generous. Chapter 4, All Resolved. Ye Suifeng employed Zhang Ziming for 3 years. In truth, he had similar plans for 2 others as well. With his presence, the Ye family would undoubtedly thrive over the next 3 years. Moreover, he would gain familiarity with the regional dynamics of this continent. Even if the 3 chose not to remain, he would be able to identify even more exceptional candidates. Master Artificer Hu Chuang and Master Arrayist Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng glanced at their locations, deciding to seek out Dong Tianji first as he was closer. Dong Tianji's residence lay on the outskirts of Yinxiao City. After about 15 minutes by carriage, Ye Suifeng arrived at his destination. Unlike the opulence of Danfeng Pavilion, this place resembled an ordinary residence, albeit on a larger scale. Ye Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Ye family is welcome. We do not receive visitors, came an ethereal voice from within. I have come today to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, Ye Suifeng replied. My price is beyond your means. Leave. The voice inside responded coldly. What do you desire? We can negotiate, Ye Suifeng offered. Begone. However, his politeness was met with an unyielding response. Ye Suifeng sighed. He had not intended to be forceful, but their arrogance was insufferable. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Beyond the door lay a desolate expanse, thick with malevolent energy. Sinister apparitions erupted from the bloodied earth, shrieking as they charged toward Ye Suifeng. This realm resembled a hellscape, eerily terrifying. An array? Ye Suifeng discerned it easily. This was a killing formation. Even a golden core cultivator would likely suffer dire consequences if they rashly entered. Had it been the former Ye Suifeng, he would have sustained permanent injuries within mere moments. A flicker of anger ignited within Ye Suifeng. Since you wish to treat me thus, do not blame me for my response. He stepped forward, an arcane aura erupting with a thunderous force, causing the blood-red world to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the sky shattered like glass, revealing a myriad of fissures. Then it exploded. As reality shifted, Ye Suifeng reappeared within the dwelling. Before him lay a broad passageway extending forward into the ruins. At the end of the passage, a middle-aged man lay on the ground, an expression of disbelief etched across his face, blood trickling from his mouth. Ye Suifeng advanced towards Dong Tianji. How could this be possible? Dong Tianji exclaimed, panic-stricken. Ye Suifeng's formidable presence extinguished any spark of resistance within him. I prefer to reason with people. Ye Suifeng casually pulled a chair and seated himself before Dong Tianji. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion regarding your remuneration? If it could be resolved with money, he truly wished to avoid any show of strength against the weak. After all, harmony among all parties is delightful. Yet, there was an air of pretentiousness about Dong Tianji at that moment. His mind was in disarray. How could Ye Suifeng possess such formidable strength? Hadn't the Li family labeled him a worthless individual? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever encountered a so-called waste who could effortlessly shatter his own infernal formation and breach multiple defensive arrays, injuring himself in the process? Damn the Li family for spreading falsehoods. Senior, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I hope, Dong Tianji began, but Ye Suifeng waved his hand to interrupt. He had no desire to engage in pleasantries with someone like him. I stated that I have come to invite you as a guest elder for the Ye family. Let us discuss your compensation. The corners of Dong Tianji's mouth twitched in disbelief. It took him a moment to respond tentatively. Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, consuming a considerable amount of formation materials, which is financially burdensome. Therefore, I require at least 500,000 spirit stones each month. Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng tossed a storage bag onto the table. You need not concern yourself with the materials. The family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones you mentioned encompass 3 years' worth of remuneration, during which I expect your undivided commitment to instructing the Ye family's youth. Pack your belongings, report to the Ye family today, and seek out Ye Suifeng. After delivering this ultimatum, Ye Suifeng also left a note behind before departing. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Dong Tianji absconding. In Yunxiao City, no one could slip away from his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. Once Ye Suifeng had left, Dong Tianji remained in a stupor for a considerable while before gradually regaining his composure. The encounter felt like a surreal dream. Sighing, he thought, well, 500,000 spirit stones a month, and without the need to procure materials himself, was still more lucrative than what many prominent families offered. Moreover, the strength of the Ye family's patriarch was truly terrifying. Working under such a figure hardly diminishes one's status. He began to organize his belongings. At that moment, Ye Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. Stepping down from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were undoubtedly arrogant beyond measure. Without imparting a lesson, even if they were recruited, there was no guarantee they would perform their duties diligently. He wondered if Hu Chuang would be similarly inclined. Entering the forge, he observed numerous young men laboring vigorously, bare-chested, hammering away at the glowing coals, the air thick with the scents of coal and sweat. Ye Suifeng found it perplexing that this so-called weapon refiner appeared more akin to a blacksmith. Greetings, how may I assist you? A young man approached and inquired. Oh, I am the head of the Ye family, seeking Hu Chuang, Ye Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands and said, please wait a moment. I shall inform the master. Ye Suifeng nodded, relieved to finally encounter someone relatively normal. After a brief interval, the young man returned. Ye family patriarch. The master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Ye Suifeng followed the young man to the rear courtyard of the forge. There, 3 colossal iron furnaces stood, with several older youths diligently adding materials. Behind them stood a modestly dressed middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. This, indeed, resembled a proper place for refining weapons. Master, the head of the Ye family has arrived, the young man announced to the elegantly attired middle-aged man. It was evident that this was Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang bowed slightly to Ye Suifeng, inviting him to follow. They proceeded to the parlor, where attendants had prepared fragrant tea for them. You are Hu Chuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. The man appeared quite unassuming and slender, hardly evoking the image of Yunxiao City's sole 6th-grade weapon refiner. Indeed, that is I, Hu Chuang replied, his voice cultured. You must be Ye Suifeng, the recently appointed head of the Ye family. What brings you here today? Ye Suifeng nodded. I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, to impart knowledge of weapon refinement to our young disciples. What are your thoughts on this? Given that Hu Chuang was a reasonable individual, Ye Suifeng naturally maintained a polite demeanor. However, upon hearing Ye Suifeng's proposition, Hu Chuang could only manage a rueful smile. I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot forsake these troublesome youngsters. The refusal was anticipated. Ye Suifeng inquired. What do you mean by that? Hu Chuang gestured toward the group of young men outside. As you likely observed upon your arrival, my forge is quite populated, primarily with apprentices. Their livelihoods depend on me. Should I leave, they would be left to fend for themselves. Haha. Ye Suifeng questioned, why is that so? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses? In this world, seeking education was an expensive endeavor, particularly as a disciple of a 6th-grade master like Hu Chuang. Without ample financial means, it was utterly unattainable. Hu Chuang chuckled, sipping his tea. These lads are orphans I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent, but lacked the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Hence, I provided them with this chance. Ye Suifeng understood, realizing why Hu Chuang felt such attachment to them. Weapon refinement was an expensive pursuit. Without Hu Chuang's guidance, these youths would likely revert to their previous existence, talented yet unaccomplished. Ye Suifeng clasped his hands, expressing, your virtue commands my sincere admiration. Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing of note. Therefore, I must decline your offer to become a guest elder, haha. Ye Suifeng shook his head with a smile. No, if that is the case, I believe you should accompany me instead. Hu Chuang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Ye Suifeng replied. I ask you, what are your monthly expenses for supporting such a large group of young apprentices? Hu Chuang had not anticipated Ye Suifeng would persist. After a moment of contemplation, he answered, considering all the costs of refining materials. Supporting this many individuals amounts to at least 2 million spirit stones each month. Indeed, weapon refinement was a costly affair. Ye Suifeng raised 5 fingers. If you were to become a guest elder for the Ye family, I could provide you with 5 million spirit stones each month. Furthermore, if you desire, I can arrange for the entire forge, along with all your apprentices, to be relocated to the Ye family estate. Rest assured, the apprentices will remain under your guidance, and you will retain full autonomy. Your only obligation will be to teach the Ye family's young disciples on the side. Additionally, all refining materials will be supplied by the Ye family. Simply tell me what you require. Ye Suifeng laid out his terms. Hu Chuang was utterly bewildered. He momentarily questioned whether he had misheard. 5 million spirit stones per month, alongside the provision of all refining materials. Was he truly planning to sustain such expenditures? Even the prominent families in the south could scarcely manage such a burden. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was the complete autonomy granted to him. Such generosity was beyond verbal description. Why are you doing this? Hu Chuang asked, his skepticism evident. With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more distinguished weapon refiner. Ye Suifeng chuckled. There are many craftsmen, but one like you is indeed a rarity. I admire your noble heart and shall support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunshao City, the 3 prominent families sought to invite him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that Hu Chuang intended to care for numerous impoverished apprentices, they all retreated, for family interests took precedence. Yet, Ye Suifeng was the first to express his intention to support him, offering an astonishing remuneration. Do you truly feel this way? Hu Chuang inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded, affirming his response. Very well, Hu Chuang replied. Then, as you suggest, I shall relocate my blacksmith shop to the Ye family. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those unruly boys. Furthermore, 500,000 is excessive. I only require 50,000 for daily necessities. That is more than sufficient. Ye Suifeng remarked. You must cultivate as well, and I hope you can also take in additional talented, impoverished youths. That is still far too much, Hu Chuang countered. Then let it be 499,000, Ye Suifeng stated. This, very well. Ye Suifeng rose. Money serves its greatest value when spent wisely. Prepare yourself. It would be best to head to the Ye residence today. I shall inform the family steward. With that, Ye Suifeng produced a letter and, with a respectful gesture, took his leave. Hu Chuang remained, his heart stirred, unable to find tranquility for a long while. Chapter 5. The disheveled Ye Suifeng. How on earth should I spend all these spirit stones? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, staring blankly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had bestowed upon him 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and subsequently, the family treasurer, Sui Yun, allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, designated as the monthly cultivation expenses. Good heavens, he had previously managed with only 1 million. Now, suddenly, his resources had multiplied 50-fold, leaving him at a loss on how to distribute them. First, let's consider the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the family's younger generation. As my brother suggested, let the spirit stones increase 2-fold, along with the Qi cultivation pills and blood vitality pills. But that would hardly exhaust the funds. Then let us purchase mid-grade Qi cultivation pills and mid-grade blood vitality pills. Those unruly boys are fortunate indeed. As for other resources consumed in cultivation, my brother mentioned unlimited supply. Let me see. In terms of alchemy, low-grade spiritual herbs have always been insufficient. I shall increase the purchase quantity 10-fold. That should suffice. As for materials for forging, formations, and talismans, let us likewise augment those by 10 times. Our meals should be elevated as well, incorporating higher-grade ingredients to foster everyone's cultivation advancement. After tallying for quite some time, Ye Suifeng had already expended 20 million spirit stones. Yet, 30 million remained. What to do? For the first time, he was troubled by having too much money to spend. Then I shall acquire higher-grade cultivation resources. He resolutely grasped his brush, writing fervently once more. Cleansing marrow pills, body refining liquids, yellow-grade cultivation techniques, yellow-grade spiritual weapons, Qi cleansing pills. He wrote for quite a while, feeling his head spin, until he finally exhausted the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Ye Suifeng slumped in his chair, exhaling a long sigh. At last, he had completed the financial planning for the month. Gazing at the lengthy list of purchases, Ye Suifeng felt somewhat dazed. With such a financial infusion, how could the Ye family not thrive? What of the Li family? What of the Tang family? They would inevitably be supplanted by the Ye family. While deep in thought, a sudden knock echoed at the study door. Enter. A middle-aged man clad in butler attire stepped inside. Butler Wu, what brings you here? Ye Suifeng inquired. Third master. Someone seeks an audience, Butler Wu replied. Ye Suifeng, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully addressed as third master within the clan. Who is it? Ye Suifeng asked. Butler Wu paused before responding. He claims to be Zhang Ziming, sent by the family head to assume the role of the clan's master alchemist. Who? Ye Suifeng nearly toppled from his chair. At the Ye family gate, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, loitered. After receiving the payment, he had not dared to delay, swiftly packing his belongings, leaving the Danfeng pavilion to his eldest disciple, and bringing along his favored 2 disciples to report to the Ye family. He moved quickly, fearing to displease Ye Suifeng. Zhang Ziming. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to see Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade formation master from Yunqiao City. They were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both queried almost in unison. Zhang Ziming, with a glint in his eye, replied, I was invited by the Ye family head for a visit, and you? Dong Tianji snorted. Don't feign innocence. You 2 have come to serve as a guest elder. Haven't you? They understood each other well, recognizing their respective situations. It seems, brother, you may have offended Elder Yi, Zhang Ziming remarked with a knowing smile. Having observed Dong Tianji's flush, evidently indicating he had recently suffered an internal injury. Given his knowledge of Dong Tianji's temperament, it was clear he had spoken out of turn before Ye Suifeng and was now facing repercussions. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ziming felt fortunate that Ye Suifeng had spared him. With a scowl, Dong Tianji retorted, Elder Yi was merely assessing my formation skills. He even offered me a few pointers, which you could only dream of. He would not concede verbally to Zhang Ziming. The 2, each harboring their thoughts, stood in a subtle standoff. At that moment, Ye Sui, who emerged from within. Master Zhang, my apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Ye Sui, who bowed repeatedly, suddenly noticing Dong Tianji beside him, and stammered, Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here as well. He felt slightly weak. 2 masters had come together. Was this orchestrated by his elder brother? Brother, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Ziming, with a smile, said, no need for formality. I am here at the behest of the Ye family head. Indeed, Dong Tianji added. To be invited to serve as a guest elder by such a venerable figure as the Ye family head is a stroke of fortune I could not have anticipated. Ye Sui, who gazed at the usually haughty masters, momentarily taken aback. What has caused you both to become so courteous all of a sudden? He was puzzled but still warmly invited them in. Seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a letter, presenting it to Ye Suifeng. These were tokens left by Ye Suifeng, and both were considerate enough not to open them. Ye Suifeng extended his spirit to read the contents. Suifeng, I have procured an instructor as requested. The remuneration has been provided, with a 3-year contract. Please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely dispensable resources, so do not feel overly formal. Ye Suifeng, who was taken aback, glancing up at the 2 commanding masters, unable to reconcile the term dispensable resources with their presence. He could not fathom why his elder brother would describe them thus. Masters, I will promptly arrange for your accommodations, as well as the information on the clan's younger disciples and the teaching schedule, which will be expedited to you soon. Naturally, Ye Suifeng, who did not genuinely regard them as mere dispensable resources, and spoke with courtesy. Agreed, agreed, Zhang Ziming responded with a grin. The Ye family's youth are clearly exceptional. Rest assured, I will impart all my knowledge generously. Indeed, I possess my own unique insights in the realm of teaching, which undoubtedly surpass those of certain individuals, remarked Dong Tianji. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. As Ye Suifeng scratched his head in confusion, he watched the 2 masters suddenly engage in a dispute. What has this world become? He pondered, utterly baffled. After a considerable amount of time, Ye Suifeng finally managed to arrange accommodations for both masters. The alchemist and the formation master were settled, but he wondered if his elder brother had made arrangements for the weapon master. Just as he was deep in thought, Butler Wu hurried over. 3rd master. A large group of people has arrived outside, claiming to come as per the head of the Family S agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Ye Suifeng barely had time to warm his seat before he sprang up again. Another 6th-rank master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunqiao City was incomparable to that of the previous 2. He hastily made his way to the entrance and was instantly dumbfounded. Indeed, it was a massive throng, numbering no less than 100. Have you brought an entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, 3rd Master Yi. Hu Chuang clasped his hands in respect. You flatter me. Ye Suifeng quickly returned the gesture and invited everyone inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang produced a letter. Suifeng, this is the master blacksmith I've invited. I have already paid 3 years' worth of wages. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop, ensuring that no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be prioritized. This letter was worlds apart from the previous 2. It was evident that his elder brother held this 6th-rank blacksmith in high regard. Master Hu, I will arrange accommodations for you and provide the teaching plan shortly. If you have any other requests, please feel free to voice them, Ye Suifeng said respectfully. Hu Chuang smiled. 3rd Master Yi, you are too courteous. I have no other demands. Simply placing those rascals together will suffice. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. It is my duty, Ye Suifeng quickly replied. Please follow me. Before long, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were properly accommodated, and resources and facilities for cultivation were being prepared with great urgency. The gaps left by the departure of the three masters of the Ye family had been fully addressed. Chapter 6. I Want It All. After leaving Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Ye Suifeng did not hurry home. He wandered through the bustling market of Yunxiao City, taking in the local customs and flavors of this world. Naturally, he made it a point to indulge in the local delicacies, from tofu dragon fish to green bamboo phoenix fluff. And a full northern feast, whether at street stalls or the city's premier tavern, Ye Suifeng sampled everything, astonishing even the carriage drivers with his prodigious appetite. After a lengthy exploration, he arrived at the towering establishment known as Wanbao Pavilion. As its name suggests, Wanbao Pavilion is a place where treasures of all kinds are sold. Rumor has it that this is an immensely powerful force, with shops scattered across the continent, boasting remarkable strength and vast scale. He decided to procure some cultivation techniques to discern the specifics of this world's cultivation system. Although Ye Suifeng had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, with a soul force that was formidable beyond measure, he still lacked a systematic understanding of the various techniques. However, this was not a significant issue. With his immeasurable spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. Contemplating briefly, Ye Suifeng stepped into Wanbao Pavilion. He perused the first floor and discovered a plethora of items, techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs and fruits, and cultivation materials. All were available. Yet, most items were below the yellow grade, which is the lowest of the 4 levels: heaven, earth, xian, and yellow. Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not regard them with any esteem. Approaching the counter, he found the manager of the first floor and opened a storage bag before him. "Inform your pavilion master that I have a significant business proposition," Ye Suifeng stated succinctly. The manager, upon seeing the overflowing storage of spirit stones, widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, this must be over 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It truly is a substantial business. Without hesitation, he invited Ye Suifeng to an internal private room, serving him fine water and tea, before quickly departing to find his pavilion master. A moment later, a stunning woman entered. She appeared youthful and voluptuous, with a smile that could enchant the world. "I apologize for not welcoming the head of the Ye family properly," she said with a melodious voice that evoked goodwill. "You are the master of Wanbao Pavilion?" Ye Suifeng inquired. The woman sat across from him and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the person in charge of Wanbao Pavilion in Yunxiao City. You may refer to me as Pavilion Master Gu." "Pavilion Master Gu," Ye Suifeng returned the greeting with a fist salute. "I have come today to procure some treasures, and I trust that Wanbao Pavilion's strength will not disappoint me." Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "The head of the Ye family is truly forthright," Gu Wanxin remarked, a playful smile on her lips as she produced a jade slip from her bosom and placed it on the table. "You likely have no interest in yellow-grade treasures. Here is a list of our xian-grade items. Please see if anything piques your interest." Xian-grade treasures, even the lowest-tier spiritual herbs, are valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Wanxin clearly perceived Ye Suifeng as a wealthy patron. However, she was correct. Indeed, he was a man of considerable means. Ye Suifeng took the jade slip and extended a thread of his soul. Instantly, a multitude of names and descriptions of treasures appeared before his eyes. Similar to the first floor of Wanbao Pavilion, it had a wide array of items, truly befitting its esteemed reputation. Ye Suifeng focused on browsing through the techniques, martial arts, and cultivation manuals, sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement skills, alchemy, blacksmithing, and formations, aside from certain specialized paths. Everything one could expect was present, making it perfectly suitable for Ye Suifeng to familiarize himself with this world. However, after a thorough review, Ye Suifeng discovered that there were only Xian-grade mid-tier techniques available. "Are there no higher-grade techniques?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. Xian-grade mid-tier already constituted high-end goods in Yunxiao City, yet he seemed dissatisfied. "Head of the Ye family, Xian-grade upper-tier items are exceedingly rare treasures. I do not intend to offend you. Their value is immense. Money is not an issue." Ye Suifeng waved his hand. "Bring out any high-grade items you have." Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Had it not been said that the Ye family was on the verge of decline? Why was this new head so extravagant? Nevertheless, since business had come knocking, she would not turn it away. She once again reached into her bosom, producing a radiant jade slip, and placed it before Ye Suifeng. "This is our inventory of Xian-grade upper-tier treasures. Please take a look and see if anything suits your needs," Gu Wanxin suggested. Ye Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual force once more. This time, the list was significantly shorter. After all, items of Xian-grade upper-tier status were hardly common. Quickly perusing the contents, he found several extraordinary items, including a top-tier Xian-grade spiritual sword, which was not only exquisitely crafted, but also possessed formidable power, making it quite suitable for his daughter, Ye Huang. Indeed, upon returning, I must inquire about my daughter's preferences. Over the years, due to the obstinacy of my previous self, this child has endured considerable hardship. Is there nothing of a superior caliber? Ye Suifeng set aside the jade slip. Is there an even more exquisite treasure? Gu Wanqing found herself in disarray. What on earth was wrong with Ye Suifeng, whose appetite seemed insatiable? Not even the pinnacle of Xian-grade treasures could satiate him. Beyond that lay the earth-grade treasures, the prized possessions of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunjiao City. Did he truly possess such financial capability? Gu Wanqing couldn't help but question whether this head of the Ye family was merely jesting with her. Yet, observing his composed demeanor, he hardly resembled a trivial individual. Gu Wanqing secretly shook her head. No one dared to offend the Wanbao Pavilion lightly, and showing him their treasures would not be a problem. Subsequently, Gu Wanqing retrieved a golden jade slip and handed it to Ye Suifeng. Esteemed head of the Ye family, this is indeed our prized possession. Should you find it unsatisfactory, I am at a loss as to what else to offer, she stated deliberately. Oh, very well. Is the highest caliber limited to earth-grade treasures? Then let us proceed with this, Ye Suifeng replied, his expression tinged with disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing was increasingly perplexed. Her keen perception of emotions allowed her to notice Ye Suifeng's discontent. Are you not even satisfied with earth-grade treasures? My heavens, what sort of affluent individual have I encountered? At that moment, Ye Suifeng had already probed within the treasure. Naturally, the prized possession would not be abundant. Inside, there were merely 5 items, 2 manuals, 2 spiritual tools, and a blue stone. Kanglan technique, earth-grade low-tier technique. God-slaying 9 swords, earth-grade mid-tier martial skill. An earth-grade low-tier jade talisman, capable of erecting a sturdy defensive barrier. An earth-grade mid-tier alchemy furnace, which can autonomously generate alchemical flames, enhancing the longevity of the alchemist. The most exceptional item was indeed that stone. Comstone, earth-grade high-tier treasure. Soothes the soul, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in comprehending techniques. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. These were indeed commendable items. Are there truly no treasures of a higher grade? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing, blushing with embarrassment, replied, Alas, there are none. Our branch pavilion is relatively small, and these 5 items are our esteemed treasures. Very well. Ye Suifeng ceased to press further and asked, Shall we now discuss the price? Gu Wanqing's eyes lit up. At long last, they were broaching the subject of pricing. It seemed this head of the Ye family was not here to cause trouble. Which item has caught your fancy? Gu Wanqing inquired. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss them all. As you wish. Gu Wanqing pondered briefly before stating, You see, earth-grade treasures of such high quality are rare even in Sioux City. The Kanglan technique requires 2 billion spirit stones. The God-slaying 9 swords, 100 billion. The Hongfu jade pendant, 10 billion. The Qian-gu medicine furnace, 50 billion. As for the Comstone, it demands 500 billion spirit stones. What a staggering price. In the past, the expenditures of the Ye family, including the sustenance, training resources, investments in businesses, and maintenance of resource lands, would accumulate to approximately 10 billion spirit stones annually. Their income was largely comparable. They could scarcely afford even the least expensive Hongfu jade pendant. Within the entirety of Yunjiao City, perhaps only the formidable Tang family could purchase a single prized possession from the Wanbao Pavilion. However, should the Tang family indeed acquire it, their clan members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which do you wish to purchase? Gu Wanqing's face brimmed with anticipation. These 5 treasured items had languished unsold since her arrival, and if she could sell even one, the commission would yield a significant income. More importantly, it would bestow upon her considerable honor in the main pavilion of Sioux City. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Bring them all to me. I shall take them all. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. She momentarily doubted her hearing. In her estimation, the most likely purchase would be the Kanglan technique, as it was relatively affordable and immensely beneficial to the family. Little did she expect that he desired all of them. Is this truly the case? Gu Wanqing felt compelled to confirm. Ye Suifeng smiled and replied, Indeed it is, but you must provide me with several larger storage bags. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate so many spirit stones. Ye Suifeng intended to spend some of the low-tier spirit stones. After all, having them piled up was hardly practical. They were quite bothersome to behold. Gu Wanqing, still in a state of confusion, realized that they had reached such a pivotal point, and her worries about Ye Suifeng's jesting dissipated. A moment later, Gu Wanqing returned with a collection of storage bags, then handed Ye Suifeng a beautiful ring. The 5 prized items were nestled within this storage ring. Rest assured, This ring is a gift for you, and from this moment forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunjiao City. Gu Wanqin expressed with deep respect. To her, Ye Suifeng was not merely a benefactor, but also the bodhisattva leading her to greater heights. She envisioned the expressions of those back in the main pavilion upon learning of her successful sales and felt a surge of exhilaration. Very well. Ye Suifeng accepted the ring and examined its contents, confirming the presence of the 5 items without issue. He then took the storage bags and began to fill them with spirit stones. The storage bags Gu Wanqin provided were quite spacious, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. After filling them, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. It still wasn't sufficient. Gu Wanqin's expression was one of confusion. Have you miscalculated? 14 storage bags can hold 700 billion spirit stones, while those items total 680 billion. A warm smile graced Ye Suifeng's face. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted them all, I did not merely refer to the prized possessions. I also desire the other 2 jade slips, which catalog the Xiangrade treasures. Gu Wanqin's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Chapter 7. The Thoughts of Yi Huang. No one in Yunjiao City was aware that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly become impoverished, left with naught but money. All treasures above Xiangrade had been swept away in a single sweep. They transformed into 10 storage rings, all adorning Ye Suifeng's fingers. As Ye Suifeng departed, Gu Wanqin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 gold core cultivators of the Wanbao Pavilion to safeguard his return to the family. Ye Suifeng graciously declined. No one could snatch anything from his grasp. He meandered leisurely, even stopping to indulge in 2 sumptuous meals before returning to his family at a relaxed pace. By now, the day was nearly dark. Ye Suifeng first visited Suiyun, leaving behind 9 storage rings with instructions to allocate them wisely, before leaving him alone in the study, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Before he could even step inside, he heard a series of thuds. Upon entering, he discovered his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Wrapped in layers of cloth, her hand struck a black measuring stone before her. This measuring stone possessed remarkable resilience. Even after being struck, it would quickly restore itself, making it ideal for practice. Yi Huang delivered punch after punch against the measuring stone, her focus intense. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. What a diligent and aspiring young woman she was. Ye Suifeng felt a sense of comfort in his heart. In his memories, his daughter had always been exceptionally sensible, never giving him cause for worry, and even shouldering many responsibilities on his behalf. Indeed, children from impoverished families mature early. Xiao Huang, Ye Suifeng called out. Father, you're back. Yi Huang lifted her head, her fists continuing their relentless motion. Have you eaten dinner? Ye Suifeng inquired. I've already had it. Just a moment. Let me finish 200 more punches to reach 1,000. This is my post-meal training routine. What a stubborn girl she is, Ye Suifeng thought, not pressing her further. He stood by, observing as she diligently pursued her goal. Each punch she delivered was infused with her full strength, striking against the measuring stone before her, evidently striving to surpass her own limits. However, from Ye Suifeng's perspective, her method of exertion was lacking. With a slight adjustment, she could achieve far superior results. He resolved to specifically guide his beloved daughter in the future. Once she completed her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang took a long breath and smiled at Ye Suifeng. Come in. The two entered the room. After settling down, Ye Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's cultivation, but suddenly realized he had no idea what level she had reached. Truly, he felt like an inadequate father. Xiao Huang, what stage have you reached in your cultivation? Ye Suifeng asked. Yi Huang's expression showed surprise. Her father had never taken the initiative to inquire about her cultivation level over the years. What was prompting this today? A few days ago, I just broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. With a total of 12 levels in Qi refinement. At 14 years of age, Yi Huang's achievement of the 7th level in Yuntian City was merely passing. However, within the Yi family, it was quite insignificant. If memory served correctly, several peers of Yi Huang's age had already surpassed the Qi refinement stage and reached the transformation realm. In comparison, Yi Huang's strength seemed rather feeble, especially as the daughter of the clan leader, undoubtedly under immense pressure. Well, do not be disheartened. Starting today, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up, Ye Suifeng reassured her. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed with joy. She held no high expectations for the guidance. But the most crucial aspect was that her father finally showed concern for her. This brought her genuine happiness. All right. Father went out today and brought back some gifts for you. Now, tell me, what do you like or what is your greatest wish? Ye Suifeng inquired. With so many items, it would be impractical to present them all at once. it was wiser to first hear her thoughts. Ye Huang paused for a moment. A wish? My wish is to train hard and become a strong warrior, so that I can. She trailed off, lowering her head. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had always resided deep within her heart, not easily articulated. So that you can do what? Ye Suifeng pressed gently. So that I can participate in the upcoming Yuntian city battle. Ye Huang fabricated a small lie. The Yuntian city battle? Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before recalling its existence. In Yuntian city, the three prominent families inevitably clashed in various aspects. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, the concept of the Yuntian city battle was proposed. This battle was held every 2 years, where each family sent 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would claim the shops of the defeated or resources located outside the city. Ye's family had lost significantly in recent battles, resulting in substantial losses of family assets. Thus, the financial strain on the family had intensified. The next Yuntian city battle was merely 6 months away. It was unexpected that his daughter harbored such intentions, wishing to contribute to the family. What a wonderful child. Ye Suifeng nodded. Cultivation was an inevitable path, and even if she did not mention it, he would assist her in advancing on her journey. Besides cultivation, is there anything else you enjoy? Ye Huang pondered before responding. Aside from cultivation, I suppose it's alchemy. Why do you like alchemy? Ye Suifeng inquired curiously. Because if one masters the art, alchemy can be the most lucrative endeavor, Ye Huang replied with a sheepish smile. Ye Suifeng realized that his daughter was evidently worried about finances. Before becoming the clan leader, although he enjoyed the family stipend, it was not substantial due to his lack of contributions, barely sufficing for daily sustenance. No wonder his daughter was so concerned about money. Very well, father supports you, Ye Suifeng declared. It is indeed a rare thing for young people to have dreams, and he would wholeheartedly support her. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng retrieved a newly purchased Earth-grade alchemy furnace from his storage ring. This is better than your current furnace. Take it, he said. Father, you are so kind. Ye Huang grinned as she accepted the furnace. She had no idea that it was a treasured artifact of the Wanbao Pavilion. However, as long as it was a gift from her father, she was exceedingly happy. By the way, there is a new alchemy instructor in the family, but you won't need to attend classes anymore. Starting today, I will personally instruct you in the art of alchemy, Ye Suifeng announced. Oh, all right. Ye Huang blinked in surprise. When had her father learned to practice alchemy? Ye Suifeng contemplated for a moment before asking, by the way, do you like swords? Yes, I quite like them. But our family excels in fist techniques, so I chose to practice boxing, Ye Huang replied. Now you have access to sword techniques, Ye Suifeng said, retrieving a top-grade mysterious sword from his storage ring and handing it to Ye Huang. Since you like it, let us start practicing swordsmanship. The elegant sword emitted a faint purple glow, instantly filling Ye Huang's eyes with wonder. It's simply beautiful, but I wonder what grade it is. I'll give you the techniques tomorrow. Oh, and there's this. Ye Suifeng then produced a tranquil stone of superior earth grade, which had significant benefits for cultivation and was highly coveted by all practitioners. Ye Huang was momentarily stunned as she accepted the tranquil stone, not yet understanding its true significance. All right, you should head back to your room and rest. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. It's not merely about relentless practice, Ye Suifeng advised. Ye Huang nodded, filled with excitement as she stood to leave. Ye Suifeng sighed, knowing that this daughter would likely practice late into the night. It was no great matter. Young people should indeed strive diligently. After freshening up, Ye Suifeng lay in bed, taking out the 2 earth-grade cultivation techniques he had purchased that day. Any one of these techniques would cause a sensation in Yuntian City due to their high grade. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unsatisfied. He intended to refine them further. Indeed, there is a clear issue here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed this way. The pathways are also incorrect. I should replace them with better ones. After billions of years of cultivation, Ye Suifeng's soul had grown to an immeasurable strength, capable of perceiving the very essence of existence. Such earth-level cultivation techniques, if examined casually, can easily reveal their flaws and allow for improvements. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent regarding his daughter's training. It was not until the late hours of the night that Ye Suifeng managed to revise both manuals entirely. Now, the Kanglan technique has transcended from a low-grade earth-level skill to a top-tier earth-level cultivation method. Meanwhile, the God-slaying 9 swords has ascended to a mid-tier heavenly level, once mastered. It possesses the potential to slay true deities. For now, let us make do with these 2 techniques for Xiao Huang and transition her training. I shall research some celestial arts or Taoist techniques in the future for her to learn. Chapter 8. The whole clan in uproar. Today marks the day when the Yi clan's youth receive their monthly allowances. Young boys and girls, in small groups or alone, make their way to the family's steward hall. A youth clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, strides down the path with a golden spear slung over his back. Longo, wait for me. Suddenly, a crisp voice calls out from behind. The youth turns to see two individuals, a boy and a girl of similar height, clad in blue garments, racing towards him. Yi Qian, Yi Long greets. The girl cheerfully approaches Yi Long and inquires, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago. Yi Long replies with a nod to both of them as they continue walking together. How was your experience in seclusion? Yi Qian asks. Not too bad, Yi Long responds. I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi transformation, and I have successfully cultivated the dragon-slaying spear technique to a minor completion. Yi Qian's eyes instantly sparkle with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City 6 months from now, we must teach those insufferable Li family members a lesson, she exclaims, shaking her small fists indignantly. Yi Long purses his lips. Among the younger generation of the Yi clan, his prowess is among the strongest. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly secure a spot in the battle at Yunxiao City. However, he harbors little confidence in defeating the Li family. According to reliable sources, the Li family's eldest son, Li Qi, has already achieved the 5th layer of Qi transformation, and his mastery of hidden weapons is nothing short of extraordinary. If he were to face him now, defeat would likely be inevitable. Yi Long cannot help but clench his fists. Rest assured, I will strive to do my best. Yes, I believe in you. Yi Qian encourages from the side. You both must also put in the effort. The Yi family cannot afford to decline in our generation. Yi Long states earnestly. The other two nod in agreement. Long Gu. I received news from my father a few days ago that our monthly allowances are to be reduced again, Yi Qian suddenly reveals, breaking the silence. The 3 of them are all children of Ye Suifeng, with Yi Long being the eldest at 15 years of age. Yi Qian and Yi Qian, the twins, are 14. Slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Ye Suifeng oversees the family resources, they have received this information early. I am aware, Yi Long sighs softly. The family is currently facing difficulties. Thus, we must intensify our training and unite our efforts to help the clan weather this storm. Yi Qian pouts, saying, though that may be true, with the allowance reduced, it will be even harder for us to cultivate. Moreover, now that uncle has become the head of the family, I fear our days ahead may not be pleasant, she adds. As she speaks, Yi Long abruptly halts. Slap. A resounding smack lands on Yi Qian's face, quickly leaving a red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Yi Long's expression darkens as he glares at Yi Qian, then casts an admonishing glance at Yi Qian. Yi Qian trembles at his intensity and hastily responds, brother, we were wrong. You know how my sister can be so outspoken. Outspoken? Such recklessness will lead to disaster. Yi Long snorts. Regardless of how our uncle may be, he is now our family head and the highest authority of the Yi clan. To speak ill of him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 iron laws of our clan? The 2 reprimanded siblings lower their heads, refraining from further comment. In this household, parents reign supreme. Followed by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong, Yi Qian murmurs, clutching her face. Yi Long glances at her before addressing Yi Qian, when I am not around. You must keep a close watch on her and prevent her from acting recklessly. Yi Qian promptly agrees. After receiving their reprimand, the trio speaks considerably less. Moments later, they arrive at the steward hall together. Young masters, here are your allowances and cultivation resources for this month. Take them and cultivate diligently, the steward says with a smile. The trio feels puzzled. Didn't they say the allowances would be reduced? Why do they appear so cheerful? However, they do not dwell on it and, after taking their storage bags, turn to leave. You all have classes today, right? Yi Long inquires. Yes, Yi Qian replies. The previous 3 instructors have left. I heard the family head summoned 3 new ones yesterday. This is a clear indication of the family head's capabilities, Yi Long asserts. So, let go of any unwarranted thoughts. Diligent cultivation is the way forward. As they walk, Yi Qian suddenly halts in her tracks, standing still. What's wrong? Yi Long asks. Yi Qian lifts her head, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. She cradles her storage bag in her hands, which is now open. My allowance, it seems to have been given incorrectly. Yi Long furrows his brow and replies, didn't they say the allowances would be reduced this month? What is there to be surprised about? No, that's not it. Yi Qian exclaims, opening her storage bag wider. My allowance hasn't decreased at all. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? Yi Long and Yi Qian rush over to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they were originally entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 Qi cultivation pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills each month for their daily cultivation. However, the quantity in their sister's storage bag was clearly amiss. After counting carefully, they discovered a total of 100 spirit stones, with both the Qi cultivation pills and bone strengthening pills doubled. Furthermore, There were 2 additional items inside. One vial contained a red pill, labeled body refining pill, while the other was a round porcelain ball, marked as a marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, especially the marrow cleansing pill, are high-grade elixirs. How could such treasures end up in their sister's hands? There must be some mistake, Ye Qian suggests. Such an abundance of resources does not appear to have been designated for us, Ye Long remarks. Let us check our own bags, he suddenly suggests. They both open their storage bags simultaneously and are left speechless. Identical. What is going on? Did they all get mixed up? The 3 of them exchange glances, each reflecting the same confusion. After a moment of silence, Ye Long closes his storage bag and states solemnly, "This must be a mistake. These items surely belong to someone else. We cannot accept them." The other 2 nod in agreement. They would never dishonorably take what did not rightfully belong to them. Subsequently, the trio returns to the steward hall to return the storage bags to the steward. "Steward Liao, it seems these items were not meant for us," Ye Long explains. "Oh, a mistake?" Steward Liao takes the storage bags, examines them closely, and then hands them back. "Esteemed young masters, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. The items within are indeed intended for you," Liao, the steward, remarked with a smile. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback. "But the quantity?" Liao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Did you not notice the head of the family's signal inside?" Ye Long exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. He then opened his storage pouch and discovered an unusual item within. It was a small signal, and upon opening it, a bold line of characters unfurled before them. "Resources are abundant. Cultivate diligently." Chapter 9, Guidance on Cultivation. The Ye family was abuzz with excitement. No one had anticipated such a significant increase in this month's allowance. Heavens, the qi-nourishing pills this time are of medium grade, as are the bone-strengthening pills. Upon consuming the pills, some were immediately overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy contained within. Compared to inferior qi-nourishing pills, the cultivation efficiency of medium-grade pills was at least 5-fold. Goodness, the newly appointed alchemical instructor is actually Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Some recognized him during the alchemy class. They could scarcely believe that their family had managed to invite him as an instructor. In the courses on weapon forging and formations, others also recognized 2 6th-grade masters. Leaving them in awe, the family had truly invested heavily this time. Moreover, recalling the head of the family's message, "Cultivate diligently, resources are abundant," signified the official commencement of the Ye family's first unified cultivation era. This news swiftly spread, reaching the ears of the other 2 great families. Doubling resources? 6th-grade masters? It seems the Ye family has staked everything on the battle in Yunxiao City 6 months hence. I told you. The new head of the Ye family is an utter fool. Such actions are merely undermining their own foundation. I can't fathom how the elders of the Ye family permit such reckless behavior. Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Ye family is truly headed for downfall, destined to be defeated by Ye Suifeng. Members of the Li family scoffed at Ye Suifeng's actions, mocking him for seemingly exhausting their resources and jeopardizing the family's foundation, effectively courting disaster. Does the Ye family truly possess such financial might? Have they drawn upon their ancestral reserves? Impossible, right? Who knows? I've seen Ye Suifeng before. He possesses no remarkable abilities. Perhaps he has simply made this ludicrous decision in a fit of foolishness. However, one question lingered. The 6 6th-grade masters were not easily summoned back to a family. It remained a mystery what great price the Ye family had paid. Regardless, the Tang family resolved not to be overshadowed by the other 2 families in the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City. The Tang family members were also puzzled, uncertain what Ye Suifeng's maneuvers truly signified. The entirety of Yunxiao City trembled at the sudden and substantial investment in cultivation resources by the Ye family. Yet, as the orchestrator of this upheaval, Ye Suifeng sat beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Ye Huang, diligently practiced her swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Ye Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised martial arts manuals. However, due to her rather poor foundation, she could only begin by solidifying her swordsmanship basics. Of course, Ye Suifeng had his own unique approach. From a multitude of sword techniques, he had discarded the dross, extracting the essence to summarize a brand new sword technique, basic swordsmanship, Huang. Despite its rather whimsical name, this sword technique far surpassed ordinary introductory sword manuals in profundity. It maximally facilitated a complete novice in swordsmanship to find their footing, while also effectively honing their sword posture and even enhancing physical fitness and coordination. Most importantly, it was tailored specifically to Ye Huang's constitution. After merely 1 hour of practice, Ye Huang had already made considerable progress, no longer resembling the inexperienced girl she had been when first wielding a sword. Once her training was on track, Ye Suifeng resumed perusing the martial arts texts he had purchased the previous day. The current volume he held was titled Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method, a superior grade body refining technique of the Xian class. Indeed, this technique is commendable, Ye Suifeng nodded, popping a translucent apple into his mouth. Having decided to cultivate Ye Huang, he would not be careless. Techniques, sword manuals, body refinement, and magical treasures, while not necessarily the best, they must at least be satisfactory. Relying solely on her own efforts was sheer folly. Firstly, Ye Huang was not a prodigious talent. Rather, she was a cultivator with barely adequate aptitude. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be severely limited. Secondly, why squander resources when one has them? Why are hidden families, super sects, and children of sacred lands so formidable? Is it solely due to their own efforts? Nonsense. They are all built upon vast reserves of resources. The investment in Ye Huang, in comparison to theirs, was still far from sufficient. Nonetheless, Ye Suifeng was not in a hurry. He believed in a gradual and steady approach. After finishing the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method, Ye Suifeng poured himself a cup of tea and savored it slowly. The method was impressive. Revised, it became a heavenly grade body refining technique. Yet, observing his daughter's earnest training, he shook his head slightly. Simultaneously cultivating multiple top-tier techniques may not be beneficial. Perhaps I should instead devise a suitable body-tempering liquid based on this technique. That would be more direct. With this thought, Ye Suifeng's immense consciousness began to conduct calculations. And within the span of a single incense stick, he devised a formula for the body-tempering liquid. This concoction, while not the strongest, could be sufficiently crafted with the materials at hand, sparing him the effort of seeking out rare treasures. Yet, one ingredient remained elusive. Ye Suifeng gazed skyward. The essence of the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method lies in thunder. Consequently, the body-tempering liquid derived from it would require thunder as its primary ingredient. What could be more potent than the thunder from a perfected tribulation? Indeed, I have my sights set on the heavenly path I teased a few days ago. Just borrowing a little something. It shouldn't mind too much. It was rather conspicuous to attract tribulation here. A more secluded spot would be preferable. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before rising. Little Huang, it's time to stop, he called to his sweat-drenched daughter. It's fine, father, I can still persist. Ye Huang gasped, her cheeks flushed as she gritted her teeth, wielding the long sword according to her father's teachings. Ye Suifeng's expression grew solemn. Do as I say. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. I instruct you to pause so you can sit down and practice the Kanglan art. This is the perfect moment. Upon hearing her father's words, Ye Huang promptly adjusted her posture, calming her breath before sitting cross-legged on the ground, preparing to run the Kanglan art. Before starting, she stole a glance at Ye Suifeng. Her father had recently adopted a commanding presence. In the past, he had never voiced opinions regarding her cultivation. Yet, this newfound authority in her father oddly instilled a sense of reassurance within her. With these thoughts in mind, she closed her eyes and commenced her earnest cultivation. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly and said, remember, after practicing the fundamental sword techniques for 1 hour, meditate for another hour, and then summarize your progress, identifying any issues and contemplating how to improve. Each cycle consists of 3 hours, and you must not exceed 2 cycles per day. The remaining time can be arranged at your discretion. He cautioned carefully. All right, take your time with your training. I shall step out for a while and return by evening. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10. The tribulation Qinggu Jailing stands as a formidable barrier to the north of Yanxiao City. Beyond lies the northern snowfield. Legends speak of the northern snowfield as a desolate land, where resources are scarce and the inhabitants struggle to survive. Living in a primitive tribal existence, clad in animal skins, and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. In essence, there exists little semblance of culture. However, these are merely the conjectures of those from Lingnan, as few have ventured beyond Qinggu Jailing to behold the splendor of the northern snowfield. Qinggu Jailing halts the progress of nearly all who approach. The mountains are lofty and dense, filled with untouched ancient territories. Countless formidable beasts conceal themselves deep within the highlands, and to tread carelessly could mean losing one's life in an instant. Yet, such peril draws many cultivators seeking experience. For the treasures found upon these beasts can be bountiful, should one be fortunate enough to acquire a spirit herb of earthly grade or above. It could lead to sudden wealth and a lifetime devoid of worry. At that moment, several young cultivators were cautiously traversing the periphery of the highlands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance, causing them to freeze in astonishment. One young man, with disheveled hair, immediately crouched to the ground, straining to listen. His complexion shifted dramatically. Run! A horde of ferocious beasts is charging toward us. He cried out in panic, only to find his companions standing motionless, mouths agape, gazing skyward. Following their gaze, the long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Above, dark clouds loomed, obscuring much of the sky, swirling in a vortex that flickered with azure and violet light. The oppressive atmosphere made it feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. What is that? They trembled, their legs growing weak, as if they were witnessing an omen of annihilation. The roaring grew louder, and they noticed a flock of birds suddenly take flight from the nearby forest. It's a beast tide. We must flee. The long-haired youth was the first to react, shouting hoarsely as he turned to escape. The others snapped back to reality and hastily followed suit, racing toward the mountain's edge. On a peak deep within the highlands, Ye Suifeng gazed at the expanding tribulation clouds above, his brow furrowing. The commotion is unexpectedly great. Had I known, I would have ventured deeper. He had chosen this spot to attract the tribulation lightning precisely to avoid disturbing ordinary cultivators, yet he had not anticipated the vast range of these clouds, now nearly spilling over the mountains. Come on, hurry up, Ye Suifeng complained, looking skyward. The tribulation lightning he was to face was the most fearsome of the 99 heavenly tribulation, comprising a total of 81 bolts, each one exponentially more powerful than the last, with their quality also increasing dramatically. Ye Suifeng awaited the final bolt, hence his prolonged patience. As if sensing Ye Suifeng's provocation, the clouds above began to swirl more rapidly. Boom! A bolt of azure and violet lightning descended, carrying with it an overwhelming celestial might, and instantly reached Ye Suifeng's head. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, what appeared to be an insurmountable bolt was shattered into fragments, raining down like petals from a celestial maiden upon the surrounding peaks. Instantly, the mountains trembled, and several small hills crumbled under the force. Now that's more like it. Let us keep it moving. Ye Suifeng showed no signs of damage. Waves of tribulation lightning continued to descend, yet before Ye Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Finally, the last bolt of the 99 heavenly tribulation approached. The clouds in the sky began to contract, but the violent energy contained within surged to an unprecedented level. When the clouds shrank to their smallest point, a thunderous bolt of radiant purple lightning fell. I've been waiting for you. Ye Suifeng soared into the air, charging directly toward the annihilating lightning. His right hand shifted, as various profound energies coalesced within it. In his left hand, he surprisingly produced a white jade bottle. In an instant, Ye Suifeng collided head-on with the lightning. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Instead, it abruptly ceased like the final chord of a pipa, transforming the fierce tempest into a clear sky. Ye Suifeng descended slowly, a sphere of purple energy swirling restlessly in his hand. Settle down, he commanded, as his fingers gently closed around the purple energy, which gradually shrank until it became a small droplet, suspended in his palm. This droplet was then secured within the jade bottle. Phew, finally done. Ye Suifeng looked skyward to see a majestic celestial gate appearing in the air, faintly visible. The gate slowly opened, enveloping him in a golden light, with a chorus of celestial music emanating from within. He had surpassed the 99 heavenly tribulation and was on the verge of ascending to immortality. No need to rush. You should return for now. Ye Suifeng dissipated his divine presence, solidifying his cultivation once more at the pinnacle of tribulation crossing. This world cannot accommodate immortals. To become one must ascend to the upper realms. Ye Suifeng was unwilling to ascend just yet. He had only recently arrived and had yet to fully experience the local culture and customs. Moreover, he had a beloved daughter awaiting his return at home. As Ye Suifeng's immortal aura faded, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, pausing momentarily before gradually dissipating. Well then, mission accomplished. Ye Suifeng returned the jade bottle to his storage space. The primary ingredient was prepared, and once the timing was right, he could concoct the body-tempering elixir for Ye Huang. The final bolt of the 99 heavenly tribulation contained both destructive and transformative energies, the effects of which even Ye Suifeng himself could not fully comprehend when used to create the body-tempering elixir. Standing atop the mountain, Ye Suifeng observed the devastation surrounding him. Aside from the mountain beneath his feet, the area had been ravaged, having been cleaved down dozens of meters by the tribulation. The terror of the heavenly calamity was evident. He gazed northward, his formidable consciousness extending thousands of miles away to a vast expanse of ice and snow. There lay the fabled northern snowfield. It appeared indeed to be quite desolate. As Ye Suifeng's consciousness wandered freely, suddenly, another powerful consciousness surged forth from deep within the highlands, rushing toward him with great speed. This consciousness seemed to merge with the entire northern plateau, nearly rivaling the fraction of a consciousness that Ye Suifeng had projected. Incredibly potent. Are there cultivators of such caliber in this world? Upon the arrival of that surge of consciousness, Ye Suifeng swiftly retracted his own mental presence, for he was not quite ready to engage with the foremost powers of this world just yet. Perhaps another time. He shrugged nonchalantly. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the tribulation had consumed far too much of his time. It was time to return home. In the extreme northern territory, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opened wide, peering into the realm of the divine. Were they friend or foe? Another thread of fate lay concealed in the mists. How much longer could we endure? Chapter 11. Rescuing a life. A figure flashed across the sky, traversing the lofty mountains beneath. Retreating rapidly, Ye Suifeng could have instantaneously teleported back, yet he yearned to behold the scenery of this world, thus refraining from doing so. As he journeyed, he could distinctly sense the destruction wrought by beasts in many parts of the mountains, and some timid demonic creatures still appeared panicked and bewildered, evidently affected by his recent tribulation. Suddenly, not far away, he sensed the aura of a fierce battle, suggesting the presence of humans. After some contemplation, he altered his course and soared towards the commotion. Hovering midair, Ye Suifeng beheld 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, engaged in a fierce struggle against a one-horned green bull. The one-horned green bull was a second-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a human in the late stages of chi refinement, while the 4 were merely cultivators in the late stages of chi refinement, showcasing a stark disparity in strength. Uncertain how long the battle had raged on, 2 of the 4 were already injured, their movements sluggish, leaving only a long-haired youth and the young woman relentlessly fighting on. Suddenly, the long-haired youth was hurled away by the bull's charge, yet he immediately lunged back, fiercely restraining the beast's front. Gritting his teeth, the impact had caused his blood to surge, inflicting internal injuries. Attack its lower body, the long-haired youth bellowed. Upon hearing this, the other 3 promptly leapt into action, their blades slicing through the air towards the bull. However, the one-horned green bull was evidently not to be trifled with. As they approached, it erupted into a furious rampage, effortlessly countering their assault with a series of powerful kicks. One individual, already wounded, failed to evade in time and was struck by the iron hoof, sent flying into a thicket, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. Ma Fong, the long-haired youth roared, his eyes reddening. Clutching an iron rod, he swung it towards the bull's head. Yet, that was the bull's most resilient area, and his strike yielded little effect, instead unbalancing him and sending him flying once more. Roar! The one-horned green bull repelled all 4 of them, letting out a thunderous roar. In that moment, it appeared as an invincible ancient demon. The ground trembled beneath its iron hooves, producing a resounding thud as it turned its gaze towards the fallen and bloodied Ma Fong, a flash of crimson flickering in its eyes before charging forward. It had long since attained sentience, recognizing the necessity of eliminating a living human threat first, before systematically dispatching the rest. The bull raced with astonishing speed, its impenetrable horn poised to strike Ma Fong. No, the long-haired youth screamed in despair. Was his companion, with whom he had shared countless days, truly destined to perish before his eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lay on the ground, eyes closed, bracing for the arrival of death. Suddenly, from the thicket before Ma Fong, a tiny seedling stood upright. While everyone had overlooked it, it waved its minuscule branches, striking the bull on the head. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated through the air. Amidst the billowing dust and debris, a colossal figure was hurled back, raining down a cascade of hot blood before crashing to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly saw that the creature sent flying was none other than the formidable one-horned green bull. At that moment, the bull, which had nearly claimed their lives, now sported a shattered horn and a severely concave skull, blood pouring forth. It was irretrievably deceased. What had transpired? At that juncture, a towering figure descended slowly from the heavens. Indeed, it was Ye Suifeng who had intervened. As a human, he could not bear to witness his kin perish unjustly. Moreover, it was apparent that this one-horned green bull had emerged from the depths of the mountains in fright due to his tribulation. Thus, he bore a degree of responsibility for the situation unfolding before him. These young individuals had suffered unwarranted calamity, and he could not stand idly by. What is your name? Ye Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. Feng Zhizhi, Feng Zhi replied, still somewhat dazed. The strength of this individual was extraordinary. He had effortlessly slain a second-tier demonic beast. Could he be a formidable cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage? Quickly check on your companion, Ye Suifeng urged. Feng Zhi snapped back to reality, hastily rising and rushing to Ma Fong's side. At that moment, Ma Fong was curiously examining a small sapling before him, his face filled with confusion. Ma Fong, how are you? Feng Zhi called out. Ma Fong glanced up at him, then painfully rose, forcing a smile as he said, I've taken quite a hit. I'll need at least half a month to recuperate. Seeing his condition, Feng Zhi sighed in relief. as long as you're alive. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and inquired, Ma Fong, what s with this sapling? Why do you keep staring at it? Ma Fong's expression was peculiar as he replied, Brother Fong, you may not believe this. Just now, it suddenly stood up and slapped the bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Fong, we have struck gold. Observing Ma Fong's excitement, Feng Zhi's expression darkened. Brother, don't be foolish. It was that senior who intervened and saved us. He then carefully assisted Ma Fong to his feet. The other two companions also gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris before respectfully bowing before Ye Suifeng. Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them, Feng Zhi said earnestly. Ye Suifeng, playing with the severed horn of the one-horned green bull, waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. There is no need to dwell on it. Given that the incident had originated from him, he was not so presumptuous as to demand recompense. Yet, to Feng Zhi and his companions, this was quite different. This senior not only possessed incredible strength and striking looks, but also exhibited such a gentle temperament. They felt incredibly fortunate today. By the way, are you all from nearby? Ye Suifeng inquired. Feng Zhi nodded. Yes, senior. All four of us hail from the town of Yinyun, just beyond Qinggu Jailing. Yinyun town? Yes. It's a small town within the jurisdiction of Yunxiao City, Feng Zhi explained. Ye Suifeng suddenly realized. Yunxiao City was not merely a simple city. It had its own sphere of influence. He recalled that Yunxiao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, comparable in size to the Chongqing municipality from his previous life. It was astonishing for a small city to wield such extensive authority, yet, according to Ye Suifeng's understanding, this was still considered small relative to other cities of similar caliber in the vicinity. What a coincidence, Ye Suifeng chuckled. I am the head of the Ye family in Yunxiao City. He spoke candidly, opting not to conceal anything, for there was no necessity to do so. Having met the patriarch of the Ye family, the others lowered their heads even further, for to them, Yunxiao City was akin to the imperial capital. The figure before them was evidently a distinguished official from that royal city. There is no need for formalities, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. It seems we are fated to meet. Should you have the opportunity to visit Yunxiao City, do come directly to the Ye residence. I shall provide you with a splendid platform. The group was instantly elated. A promise from a family patriarch was indeed a rare treasure. Now it is getting late, and there are still many other demon beasts here. You should hasten back to tend to your injuries, Ye Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as he vanished from sight, leaving Feng Zhi and his companions in a state of disbelief regarding the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Notably, before departing, Ma Fong insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Ye Suifeng's planned dark clouds heralding doom, a tide of savage beasts. In the patriarch's study, Ye Suifeng sat across from Sui Yun, listening intently as he reported on the situation at the borders of Yunxiao City. Indeed, elder brother, Sui Yun replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yesterday, many cultivators witnessed the ominous black clouds nearly obscuring the entire sky, accompanied by eerie rumbling sounds. Shortly thereafter, the beast tide erupted. A multitude of demon beasts suddenly surged against the high ridge's periphery, injuring many adventurers to varying degrees. They have now breached the high ridge and are heading towards several human settlements along the border. Ye Suifeng, feeling a twinge of guilt, absent-mindedly touched his nose and remarked, even so, can this truly be deemed an omen of annihilation? Elder brother, you cannot fathom. Sui Yun replied gravely. Those black clouds are sinister, seemingly manifesting only outside the borders of our Yunxiao City. Some assert that either a great demon is emerging or evil is descending upon us. People are already preparing to flee to other cities. The populace is in a state of panic. Ye Suifeng's expression grew peculiar, as he was at a loss for how to explain the situation. After all, it was merely a heavenly tribulation, yet it had instigated such a profound chain reaction. Truly, it echoed the ancient adage, the lower one's cultivation, the more strange and bizarre phenomena one encounters. The Li and Tang families have already mobilized personnel towards the borders. Sui Yun added, they intend to support the border? Ye Suifeng mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, Sui Yun confirmed. If we remain inactive, the territories managed by the Ye family, along with our resource-rich lands, could very well face dire consequences. The governance of Yunxiao City is quite unique. Its territories are collectively overseen by 3 prominent families. Each family administers its designated region, the Tang family primarily in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Ye family in the northwest. The 3 families interlace, balancing and cooperating with one another. Most of the Ye family's income, including resources, is derived from its own domain. Should issues arise, The impact on the Ye family would be substantial. How many people do they intend to send? Ye Suifeng inquired. After a moment's thought, Sui Yin replied, it should not be too many. In previous similar situations, we dispatched a portion of the family's mid-level forces to oversee matters, which typically sufficed. I see. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before suggesting, then let us also send reinforcements. However, this time, we shall not only dispatch mid-level personnel, but also send those troublesome younglings from our household. Sui Yin was taken aback and exclaimed, why is that? The demon beasts are ferocious, and they are still too young. There could be unforeseen complications. Precisely because they are young, they must venture forth to gain experience. Ye Suifeng asserted, a fledgling that has not weathered storms can never soar high. Moreover, you must instruct them well, once they arrive. They should not flaunt any heirs of a prominent family, but rather forge good relations with the cultivators of the border cities. Additionally, they should bring ample resources. Should anyone sustain injuries, we shall provide free medical assistance. Ye Suifeng's chain of decisions left Sui Yin utterly bewildered. What on earth? While those regions are indeed vital to the family, it is not to this extent. Creating such a commotion, establishing good relations, and offering free medical care? Elder brother, while we may have become affluent, we cannot squander our resources in this manner. Observing Sui Yun's perplexed expression, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Sui Yun, let me ask you, what is the most crucial aspect for a great power? Money, Sui Yun answered without hesitation. Ah yes, money is indeed important. But if one desires to expand their influence, talent is the most indispensable resource. Therefore, in this reinforcement effort, we must not only exert ourselves, but also cultivate a positive rapport with them. This will facilitate smoother expansion in the future. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng's intentions were to plan for the future. While wealth is essential, it is not omnipotent. Indeed, with Ye Suifeng's strength and resources, he could easily annihilate the Li and Tang families and recruit a plethora of talented individuals. Yet what would follow? Excluding Ye Suifeng, the Ye family's members would be left severely weakened, akin to infants in swaddling clothes, utterly helpless. The Ye family is a complex collective. If Ye Suifeng were to shelter the entire family solely by his own strength, the Ye family would face ruin. He sought to establish a genuine great power. I have encountered several young cultivators from the border. Their potential is not inferior to that of certain members of our families. Therefore, do not look upon them with disdain. They are merely lacking in resources. They represent untapped potential for our family, Ye Suifeng stated. By the way, what is the current cultivation level of you and the others following who? Sui Yin responded, we are all at the golden core stage and have been for many years. Since assuming responsibilities within the family, we have had little time to refine our cultivation, and our talents are rather average. Ye Suifeng shook his head. I informed you days ago that the entire family should engage in cultivation. This applies not only to the youth. From now on, you must also enhance your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of this modest Yunxiao city. Sui Yun nodded gravely. If he could make further advancements in cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study thus concluded, and Ye Suifeng's directives were swiftly disseminated and implemented. In a mere day's time, the Ye family mobilized nearly its entire membership, laden with abundant resources, setting forth to support the border. This spectacle astonished the other two prominent families in Yunxiao City. Madness. They are truly mad. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The new patriarch of the Ye family has indeed opened our eyes. Huh. Not to award him the Yunxiao City Saint Award would be a disservice to his efforts, huh? Rough country bumpkin, what use is this grand display? Why all this fuss? Some scoffed at the Ye family's actions, deeming Ye Suifeng's benevolence a foolish act. Yet, the myriad rumors and criticisms could not impede the Ye family's resolve. They exhibited absolute obedience to their patriarch. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had returned to the courtyard, preparing body-refining elixirs for Yi Huang. The final celestial thunder of the 9-9 tribulation was immensely powerful, harboring the forces of destruction and rebirth. To apply it to Yi Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage, was not only a waste, but also a perilous endeavor, for her body could hardly withstand it. Even a mere touch would result in an instant calamity. It required a neutralizing agent. Ye Suifeng produced a drop of thunder tribulation liquid and swiftly cast a series of incantations. The raging thunder gradually calmed under his soothing influence, eventually transforming into a pure sphere of energy. With a variety of prepared materials at hand, Ye Suifeng conjured a medicinal furnace out of thin air and cast all the materials into it. After a brief interval, the ingredients coalesced into a bottle of golden liquid. Ah, the body tempering can commence. Ye Suifeng nodded in approval. Suddenly, his door was forcefully swung open, and a figure burst in with fervor. Father, why am I not on the list of those going out to train? Yi Huang demanded indignantly. All my siblings have set out. Why am I being left behind? I too wish to contribute to the family's progress. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Ye Huang resembled a furious little lion, unleashing her wrath within the confines of the room. Ye Suifeng watched with amusement. As this was the first time he had witnessed such a display from Ye Huang, the young girl had finally mustered the courage to claim her rights, which was commendable. However, it was still necessary to administer a stern reprimand. With a nonchalant expression, Ye Suifeng regarded her and asked, "Do you wish to go to the border?" "Absolutely." Ye Huang affirmed with unwavering resolve. "Very well, let me ask you this. Do you know what cultivation level Ye Long has attained?" Ye Huang hesitated, then replied, "He is at the 3rd layer of qi transformation. But, allow me to inquire further, what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian? What levels are they at?" "They have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement." "Good. Now tell me the cultivation levels of your 2 cousins from your 3rd uncle's family. And what of the 2 sisters from your 5th uncle's family?" Ye Huang fell silent, realizing that among her direct siblings of the same age, the weakest had already reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, while her cousin Ye Long and a cousin from her 5th uncle's family had even broken through to the qi transformation realm. She was, undeniably, the least formidable. You, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, are far too weak to venture to the border. All you would accomplish is to bring disgrace upon myself." Ye Suifeng mercilessly critiqued. Ye Huang lowered her gaze, her hands twisting her garment, lips pressed tight in silence. The disparity in strength was a deep-seated wound within her. As the daughter of the family head, she felt overshadowed by even the collateral descendants. Though none had voiced it directly, it was a burden she carried within her heart. Ye Suifeng observed his daughter, recognizing that his words were harsh and hurtful. He had anticipated her breaking into tears, yet she bore it with fortitude. Perhaps her resilience was commendable. "So, you should remain at home and focus on your cultivation. Wait until you are no longer inferior to them before contemplating how to contribute to the family," Ye Suifeng stated with a huff. Ye Huang bit her lip, visibly affected by his words. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head and quietly remarked, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Ye Suifeng was taken aback. The girl had considered it from such a perspective. With all the family's descendants dispatched, leaving only his daughter behind, she seemed concerned about how others might perceive this favoritism. Her thoughts were indeed intricate. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and beckoned Ye Huang closer. "Little Huang, I understand your sentiments. However, nothing worthwhile is achieved overnight. If you genuinely wish to bring honor to our family, you must concentrate on your cultivation and enhance your abilities," he advised. Ye Huang nodded, though it was evident that a flicker of defiance remained within her. Shaking his head, Ye Suifeng declared, "I promise you this. If you can master the sword technique I gifted you to the minor accomplishment level, I shall allow you to go to the border and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You mustn't deceive me." Ye Suifeng chuckled, "Of course not. If Ye Huang can cultivate it to that level, there will be no need for objections. At that point, her combat prowess will surpass that of her peers in the Yi family. With full force, even Ye Long would struggle to withstand her. But what if, by the time I succeed, they have already returned?" Ye Huang queried, uncertainty in her voice. "They will not. This training expedition will last at least 4 months." Ye Suifeng assured her. "Do you lack confidence in mastering it within that time frame?" "I do not," Ye Huang exclaimed, her enthusiasm rekindled. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the techniques. Perhaps within 2 months, she could perfect the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her siblings exhilarated her. "I shall begin at once," Ye Huang declared, her resolve firm as she prepared to train. Wait, Ye Suifeng interjected, exasperated. "Do not rush. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the might of the 9 styles of god-slaying." Half an hour later, a large vat had appeared in Ye Suifeng's room. Those who recognized its worth would surely gasp in astonishment, for this unassuming water vat was crafted from source stone, a material of mid-grade mystic quality, highly prized for formations, each small piece costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. This vat, of such size, would cost at least 100 million. It was a sheer extravagance. "Step inside," Ye Suifeng commanded. Ye Huang obediently shed her garments and entered the vat. The deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, overwhelming her senses with a searing heat and a tremendous surge of energy that assaulted her from all directions. Furrowing her brow, Ye Huang recalled her knowledge of body tempering liquid. This was an exceedingly rare spiritual liquid, concocted with various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of the body tempering liquid, the more immense the energy it contained. She promptly shut her eyes and began to circulate her techniques, preparing to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. It was imperative not to waste it. Smack! Ye Suifeng delivered a sharp slap to the back of her head. What are you doing? Yi Huang exclaimed, rubbing her head in confusion. What do you think you're doing? Absorbing the body-tempering liquid? But I'm already absorbing it. Ye Suifeng shook his head, bemused by his daughter's naivete. That is merely an auxiliary potion to facilitate the absorption of the body-tempering liquid. What were you thinking? He then retrieved the bottle of golden liquid. Listen, the energy within this body-tempering liquid may be somewhat overwhelming for you. You must maintain a firm grip on your mental state, circulate the Kanglin technique, and remain focused regardless of any external disturbances. Do you comprehend? Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though she remained puzzled about whether the red liquid was merely an auxiliary potion. Just how potent was the actual body-tempering liquid? Enough, close your eyes and embrace the unity of essence. Ye Suifeng instructed, subsequently uncorking the vial of body-tempering liquid. Suddenly, a golden divine dragon erupted from the bottle, soaring and twisting in the air. Go, Ye Suifeng commanded, and after a graceful spiral, the golden dragon plunged into the water vat. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within began to whirl rapidly, forming a vortex around Yi Huang, with a golden light weaving through it. Channel your energy, Ye Suifeng urged, and Yi Huang promptly activated her Kanglin technique. In that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an unusual aura, diving into her body with fervor. A muffled groan escaped Yi Huang as she felt a torrent of violent energy explode within her, surging through her limbs and nearly disrupting her cultivation. Yet, she grit her teeth and persevered. Ye Suifeng nodded, his hand weaving intricate gestures, and the golden dragon emerged once more, albeit with its radiant glow slightly diminished. The next part is simple. Once Yi Huang fully absorbs the energy, the golden dragon will enter her body again. This cycle continued until a full hour had passed. The golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, and the spiritual liquid in the vat had nearly turned transparent. When they vanished entirely, Yi Huang abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame dancing within them. Chapter 14, Unfairness. How do you feel? Ye Suifeng inquired after the body tempering was completed. Yi Huang's eyes were still hazy, as if she had yet to fully recover from the process. I feel invincible, she exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the water vat, sending a magnificent splash that drenched Ye Suifeng. Oops, my apologies. Yi Huang giggled, covering her mouth. Ye Suifeng wiped the water from his face. Come out. This daughter of mine is increasingly embodying the spirit of a spirited young girl. After adjusting her attire, he meticulously examined the results of Yi Huang's body tempering, discovering that they exceeded his expectations. Both her strength and the resilience of her body had seen a tremendous leap, nearly tripling her capabilities before the tempering. Moreover, a significant portion of the energy from the tempering liquid had yet to be fully absorbed by Yi Huang, still residing within her limbs and bones, ready to nourish her body as she continued to cultivate. Once that energy was entirely expended, they would consider a second round of tempering. Alas, Yi Huang's physical constitution was quite poor. He dared not employ drastic measures, hence the necessity for gradual progression. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded with excitement and darted outside. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the sound of slicing winds from her swordplay. Ye Suifeng ambled to his desk by the window, enjoying his daughter's swordsmanship while retrieving a hefty stack of books. These tomes contained various techniques, alchemical recipes, and insights about this continent. It was high time to understand the world around him. 1,000 miles away from Yunxiao City, a vast plain stretched out, and at its heart, a colossal city rose majestically into the heavens. Its scale far surpassed Yunxiao City, adorned with towering pavilions and opulent grandeur. The city walls towered dozens of meters high, crafted from a dark red material that was evidently of exceptional quality. At the city gate, a queue several hundred meters long formed as people entered in an orderly fashion. Above the entrance, two bold characters commanded respect. Sioux City. Gu Wanxin sat leisurely in a carriage, making her way through the city gates. She lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the bustling scene outside, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. Since being assigned to Yunxiao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. That time, her dismal performance had drawn harsh ridicule from her peers. Since then, she had not returned to Sioux City for the annual Pavilion Master meetings, opting instead to send her deputy as her representative, for the sting of humiliation was unbearable. However, this time was different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags within the carriage. Today, she would cleanse herself of the shame accumulated over 4 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the curtain of the carriage and inquired, "Pavilion Master, should we freshen up before reporting to the main pavilion?" Gu Wanxin looked up. This middle-aged man was her deputy, Emochio. With his cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he, along with the entire entourage, comprised skilled individuals from Wanbao Pavilion, all at the same level. Her reason for bringing them along was the immense wealth they were transporting, necessitating utmost caution. No need. We will go directly to the main pavilion, Gu Wanxin replied. With her heart pounding in trepidation, they finally arrived safely at Su City. She did not wish for any mishaps at the final moment. The Golden Core stage was considered elite in Yunxiao City, but in Su City, it was merely regarded as a high-end power. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering pavilion. The structure boasted 9 stories. Enveloped in the aura of formation arrays, standing at its base, one could scarcely discern the pinnacle. Gu Wanxin disembarked, taking a deep breath. Gather your belongings, let us enter. Moments later, she found herself in a spacious chamber. At the forefront sat a dignified middle-aged man, poring over an account book with great focus. To the side, a handsome young man leisurely sipped tea. Greetings, Lord Luo, Gu Wanxin offered respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Su City. Within the organization, he held the specific title of Master, as Wanbao Pavilion was vast, spanning the continent and divided into specialized roles such as Steward, Master, Deputy, and Pavilion Master. In strict terms, among the higher-ranking positions, the Pavilion Master's status was the least significant. Master Luo managed over a dozen cities, including Yunxiao City. Luo Qing set down the account book and looked up. Oh, it's Pavilion Master Gu. It has been many years since we last met. Gu Wanxin clasped her hands together. I have been occupied with my duties. I hope Lord Luo can understand. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. Just say it outright. What business could you possibly have in that impoverished backwater like Yunxiao City? The speaker was none other than the young man, leisurely perched with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Gu Wanxin with impudence. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened instantly. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, the one who had insulted her most harshly back then. This is none of your concern, Pavilion Master Song, Gu Wanxin retorted. Another round of flippant laughter escaped Song Shuang. Wanxin, I fear you will soon be addressing me as Deputy Master Song. Gu Wanxin remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Qing. Luo Qing chuckled, indeed. Song Shuang has brought considerable profits to Wanbao Pavilion in recent years, and I intend to promote him to Deputy Master. He will take my place in managing Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. You intend to let Song Shuang manage Yunxiao City? Given their enmity, if that came to pass, her days would surely be fraught with torment. Master Luo, I fear this may not be appropriate. Gu Wanxin exclaimed anxiously. Luo Qing, idly toying with a bead in his hand, replied coolly, Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback and hastily responded, No. The Wanbao Pavilion has always spoken through merit. How could I dare to question your choice? I merely believe that Yunxiao City can be completely autonomous, without the need to appoint a deputy envoy. Preposterous. Song Shuang interjected with a light laugh. You, Gu Wanxin, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years, and your annual profits are pathetically meager, even inferior to those of second-rate cities. On what grounds do you claim autonomy? Gu Wanxin was poised to retort, but was interrupted by Luo Qing. Pavilion Master Gu, although Yunxiao City may not be prosperous, it is still a small main city. Your recent performance has indeed been less than commendable. In contrast, Pavilion Master Song's Xianxia City boasts annual profits nearing 10 billion spirit stones, making it a valuable opportunity for you to learn under his management. Luo Qing spoke with an indifferent tone. Gu Wanxin's heart sank. It was evident that the two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her achievements over the years had been lackluster. Yet everyone understood that this was primarily due to geographic constraints. Yunxiao City was not wealthy, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, its annual income would remain minimal no matter the effort exerted. Xianxia City, on the other hand, was a grand main city, second only to Sucheng, boasting numerous prominent families and incessant conflicts outside its walls, leading to an insatiable demand for resources. To be frank, achieving annual profits in the billions was something she could manage too. Now that Luo Qing had juxtaposed Yunxiao City with Xianxia City, she could not believe he was devoid of ulterior motives. After all, if there were no hidden agendas between Luo Qing and Song Shuang, why would he allow Song to ascend to the position of Pavilion Master in Xianxia City? They were clearly targeting her. Nevertheless, Gu Wanxin was not one to back down easily. Master Luo, if my disparity with Song Shuang is indeed so vast, I would have no objections to your arrangement. However, she gestured to Mo Chio, who promptly understood and presented a storage bag and a jade slip. Recently, I sold goods worth 1,438 billion spirit stones, netting a profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanxin proclaimed with a booming voice. The two opposite her were momentarily stunned. Luo Qing furrowed his brow, picking up the jade slip for inspection, followed by a meticulous examination of the spirit stones within the storage bag. His expression grew increasingly grave. This is impossible. Song Shuang leapt to his feet. 1,400 billion? Unless you sold half of the Wanbao Pavilion's entire inventory, such a figure is utterly unattainable. A mocking smile danced on Gu Wanqin's lips. Not half, Pavilion Master Song. I sold off every treasure above the Xian grade, including 5 of our most prized possessions. Do not assume that other branches are as affluent as your Huangya city. You, Song Shuang's face flushed with indignation. Silence. Luo Qing intervened to quell the escalating conflict. His brow furrowed in thought. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanqin could liquidate such a colossal amount of goods. Yet, with the spirit stones laid before him and the meticulous accounts, he had no choice but to confront the reality. Pavilion Master Gu, might you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired with a benevolent demeanor. Gu Wanqin, wary, replied, Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion does not operate under such conventions. Should word get out that Yunxiao City harbors a clientele as significant as Ye Suifeng, it would not be long before I find myself inexplicably supplanted by others. However, she underestimated the depths of human greed. After a moment of silence, Luo Qing's face broke into a slow smile. Pavilion Master Gu, you have indeed made substantial contributions to Wanbao Pavilion this time. I shall report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, the decision regarding Song Shuang's appointment as deputy envoy is already set. You shall serve under him from now on. Gu Wanqin's expression darkened entirely. She had not anticipated that her display of achievement would still leave her at their mercy. A surge of anger welled within her. This is unjust, she shouted. Luo Qing's gaze remained indifferent. Abundant resources, when managed by someone more experienced, can yield maximal benefits. Pavilion Master Gu, refrain from throwing a childish tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanqin retorted fiercely. Luo Qing, he stated sternly, given your contributions, I have allowed you to remain thus far. Should you dare to question my authority again, you may well choose a lesser city to hone your skills. Faced with such an overt threat, Gu Wanqin gritted her teeth. Realizing she had little recourse, I will report this matter truthfully, she declared defiantly. Do as you please, Luo Qing replied, unperturbed. Gu Wanqin said nothing further and turned to leave. Once she had departed, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing, speaking in hushed tones. Uncle, what if she truly reports this? A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. How many times must I reiterate that not everything can be resolved through violence? Gu Wanqin is a pavilion master in her own right. Should she encounter trouble, the higher-ups will undoubtedly conduct an investigation, which would only complicate matters further. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. You should focus on your role as deputy envoy. With me here, she will not pose any significant threat. Luo Qing scoffed lightly. To those above, over 1 billion spirit stones is hardly a matter of consequence. A person without any backing is merely a plaything for us. You are to accompany her to Yunxiao City and assume control of the branch there. You must ascertain how she managed to sell such an immense quantity of goods in such a short time, and then take the reins into your own hands. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? It has been a month since Ye Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has finally begun to grasp the overall situation of this continent, as well as its methods of cultivation. This is an extraordinarily vast land, spanning countless miles. Even an ordinary cultivator could not traverse the entire continent in a lifetime. Yunxiao City is situated in the central northern region of the continent, slightly toward the north. This central northern territory is governed by a super-organization known as the 9-City Alliance. Suching is one of the 9 cities, overseeing 5 main cities, including Yunxiao City, along with many other secondary cities. Every 3 years, Yunxiao City must pay tribute to Suching in the form of substantial resources to secure its protection, a sort of protection fee. Without these payments, other cities would freely attack Yunxiao City, and even Suching, out of sheer boredom, might intervene. In such a scenario, Yunxiao City would be swiftly annihilated. This arrangement is reasonable. To enjoy the benefits of being part of an organization, one must be willing to give something in return. Ye Suifeng has no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and regulations, as they make things more intriguing. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal survival of the fittest, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system in this world, it is not far from what he had envisioned. The stages of cultivation consist of 12 levels of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, each comprising 9 tiers. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this world. However, there are rumors of certain aberrant entities that have evaded heavenly tribulations, concealing their formidable strength beyond the threshold of transcendence and manipulating the world from behind the scenes. This is a tale whispered among the common folk. Yet, Ye Suifeng knows it to be true. Firstly, He himself is one of these anomalies. Secondly, during his last tribulation, the immense divine consciousness emanating from the northern snowfields evidently surpassed the tribulation stage. Eventually, a confrontation will be inevitable. Ye Suifeng remains unperturbed. His immediate ambition is to elevate the Ye family into a preeminent power on the continent. Today marks the day of the family's regular meeting. Ye Suifeng, alongside several key family members, sits in the council chamber, reviewing the family's affairs for the month. The northern border faces a severe beast tide, which has significantly impacted many of our resource territories. However, with a vigorous investment of manpower and material, the situation has considerably eased. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we can begin contemplating expansion. Thanks to the investment in resources, many young members of the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month nearly equate to those of the previous 3 months combined. Ye Suifeng's relatives excitedly discussed the developments, reveling in the comfort afforded by the 1 billion spiritual stones he provided. In 4 words, their situation could be described as flourishing. After concluding their discussions, Suiyun presents this month's financial records to Ye Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial investment in resources, this month's expenditures have skyrocketed. Please take a look, he says, somewhat sheepishly. Do not fret, money is meant to be spent. Ye Suifeng takes the ledger and peruses it attentively. Suddenly, a surge of anger ignites within him. He slams the ledger onto the table and glares at Suiyun. We spent 15 billion spiritual stones last month? An immediate silence envelopes the room. Suiyun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, responds, Elder brother, this is my first time handling such an immense sum, and hence there were some planning oversights. But rest assured, I will allocate resources meticulously moving forward. Next month's expenses will certainly be kept within 10 billion. Yes, Elder brother, Suihu chimes in, we indeed acquired an excessive amount of resources this month. Even with enhanced welfare, we have only utilized a small fraction, and things will surely improve. The other two nod in agreement, assuring that future expenditures will not be as high. Ye Suifeng, observing their expressions, lets out a deep sigh. He realizes that they have clearly misunderstood. It is not that he believes they have overspent. Rather, he is vexed by their frugality. Having provided 100 billion spiritual stones, they have only utilized 15 billion. Ye Suifeng glances at his wallet, which holds 20 digits of low-grade spiritual stones, with over 80 million remaining. How long would it take to exhaust even the remainder? Truly a bunch of fools. Ye Suifeng raps the table several times. Suiyun, let me ask you, how long do you think the 100 billion spiritual stones I gave you should last? Suiyun blinks in confusion. Is it not for a year? Of course not. Ye Suifeng slams his palm on the table. I gave you 100 billion to be spent within a month, and you only managed to expend 15 billion. What on earth are you doing? Faced with the patriarch's fury, the key family members are left bewildered. Did they hear incorrectly? Was that merely a month's budget? Suiyun, particularly dazed, finds himself reprimanded for spending too little for the first time in his life. Elder brother, are you serious? Ye Suifeng, with a stern expression, replies. Do I appear to be jesting? The others exchange glances, unsure of how to respond. Elder brother, you are being rather extravagant. Only Suiyun, with a distressed expression, mutters. Elder brother, spending so much in a month is quite a challenging endeavor. What makes it challenging? Ye Suifeng raises an eyebrow. Suiyun explains. The family's resource supply is limited. We are essentially at saturation point. Any more would be of little use. He feels immensely awkward, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over spending too much money. Ye Suifeng shakes his head. You are constrained by your own limitations and have yet to escape the confines of your previous mindset. Let me ask you, is it only the younger generation of the family that requires resources? What about the family's operatives? What about you? The elders? Do they not need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. Do not tell me you cannot expend 100 billion. Even the instructors and patrons could be compensated to ensure they are more dedicated in their duties. If that fails, we can recruit those talented individuals from the common folk. They lack nothing but resources. Honestly, if you cannot even manage spending money, what use is it for you to oversee the finances? In the face of Ye Suifeng's chastisement, Suiyun involuntarily shrinks back. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, having never done so before. Previously, funds were so scarce that they would scarcely dare to break a single spiritual stone for use, let alone possess such an abundance. Even if one is unsure how to allocate the funds, surely buying resources would suffice? The Wanbao Pavilion is right there, filled with treasures. 100 billion would not even suffice to fill the gaps. Ye Suifeng asserts. Suiyun scratches his head and replies, Elder brother, have you forgotten? The Wanbao Pavilion was already emptied by you last time. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Have they not restocked? It has been a month. Their efficiency is rather lacking. No. Suiyun responds. They may be encountering this situation for the first time and require time to prepare. Very well, Ye Suifeng concedes. Let us not dwell on that for now. I will investigate the matter later. By the way, isn't the younger generation returning from the border soon? Ye Suifeng inquires. Suehu nods. Yes. They return monthly to collect cultivation resources before setting off again until the beast tide is completely eradicated. Ye Suifeng muses. That works perfectly. You can adjust the resources based on their achievements during this trip. Those who contribute significantly should be well rewarded. Additionally, let us not be stingy with the techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from Wanbao Pavilion. They should all be made available. What use is there in keeping good techniques at home to gather dust? Moreover, encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk. It would be best to recruit them under our banner to bolster the family's strength. A series of orders are issued, and the key family members hurriedly take note. Finally, Ye Suifeng tosses down a storage bag filled with spiritual stones. This is 100 billion, plus the remaining spiritual stones from last month. If you still cannot spend it all, I shall seek someone more adept in this area to manage the family finances. With that, Ye Suifeng rises and departs, leaving Sui Yun staring at the two large bags of glimmering spiritual stones, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an Agreement. Song Shuang has been in Yunxiao City for over 10 days. To uncover the identity of the mysterious affluent individual, he has visited numerous dignitaries within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possess considerable economic strength. Particularly, the Tang family has long established roots in Yunxiao City, amassing vast wealth. However, based on his assessments, neither family is the enigmatic benefactor. The Li family's financial capabilities are somewhat lacking, unable to produce such a substantial sum of spiritual stones for resource acquisition. As for the Tang family, they lack sufficient motive to engage in such an endeavor. His investigation has hit a roadblock. Deputy Envoy, perhaps we should pay a visit to the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggested to Song Shuang, furrowing her brow. Song Shuang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. No need. According to our intelligence, the Yi family is merely a clan that has only risen to prominence in the last century. Their ascent to the ranks of the three great families is solely due to their unity and a certain ruthless tenacity, and their foundation is exceedingly shallow. They could not possibly be behind this. Furthermore, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is clear they hold the Yi family in contempt. Remarking that their new head is nothing but a fool, there is no reason for us to waste our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, refraining from questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They understood well that, for any faction, a solid foundation is a crucial criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many illustrious clans and sects have risen, yet only those that endure are truly formidable entities. Then we must focus our efforts on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man declared. Song Shuang nodded with a huff, remarking, that damned woman is far too wary. Ever since her return from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the supplementary goods she has placed on the shelves are but a minuscule portion, clearly an attempt to guard against our discovery of her sources. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can we not employ force? Her actions are already disrupting the normal operations of Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance and replied, of course not. Though I serve as deputy envoy, the person in charge of this branch is still Gu Wanxin. No matter her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await higher authorities' judgment. Wanbao Pavilion has strict regulations that cannot be challenged. This is also to protect those without power or influence. Very well, Song Shuang sighed. Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can hide forever. If new goods are not shelved within a month, I will find a way to deal with her. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and a guard rushed in. Breathless, Deputy Envoy, it's bad news. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished. At the Zui Ming Lu, the most luxurious tavern in Yunxiao City, Ye Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanxin in a private room. Pavilion Master Gu, why hold this transaction here? Ye Suifeng inquired. After attending a meeting yesterday, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to ask Gu Wanxin why she had not restocked. However, before he could even dismount from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at Zui Ming Lu and promptly guided him here. With a smile, Gu Wanxin responded, as the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural that I provide you with the finest hospitality. After saying this, she clapped her hands, and a bevy of graceful maidens entered, bringing forth a lavish spread of the best food and drink Zui Ming Lu had to offer. Ye Suifeng regarded Gu Wanxin, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as she portrayed. There must be some hidden agenda. Yet, he was uninterested. He was merely there to purchase goods. You are too kind, Pavilion Master. However, I have come only to inquire if there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Suifeng stated directly. Gu Wanxin, with a smile, produced a jade slip from her robe and handed it to Ye Suifeng. I have already procured the new goods. Please take a look. Ye Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through its contents. Most items were of mid-tier quality or lower, with only a scarce few categorized as high-tier. Even fewer than his previous purchase. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is? He asked. Seemingly noticing Ye Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, please understand. Ye family master. The supply of goods from the branch is evaluated comprehensively by the main pavilion, although you were quite generous during your last purchase. Acquiring nearly all the goods, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, hence they were hesitant to release too much stock. Ye Suifeng was left speechless. This was far too cautious. Very well, please provide an estimate, he said. You are indeed straightforward. Gu Wanxin exclaimed with delight. The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 120 billion spirit stones, but as you are Wanxin's most distinguished guest, I shall grant you a 10% discount. Thus, the final sum comes to 108 billion spirit stones. The 10% discount represented a substantial concession, amounting to a reduction of 12 billion spirit stones. Ye Suifeng nodded, not rejecting her goodwill. Bring forth the storage bag, he instructed, extending his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened as she quickly produced a pre-prepared storage bag. This bag was exceptionally large, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones when full. Soon, the two efficiently concluded the transaction. Ye family master, would you care to experience the unique offerings of Zui Menglu? Gu Wanxin sent Ye Suifeng a knowing glance. No, thank you, Ye Suifeng replied, disinterested. I have but one request. Please expedite the restocking process in the future. Once the goods arrive, deliver them directly to the Ye family, and spare me another trip. Additionally, I require a greater proportion of heavenly and earthly treasures. I want as many as you can manage. Furthermore, I need high-tier treasures. Inform the folks at the main pavilion that I have ample spirit stones, and they need not worry about my ability to purchase. Gu Wanxin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today, and within half a month, I will bring back the resources. As for heavenly and earthly treasures, that will not be a problem, but I can only do my utmost to secure the high-tier items, as that level of treasure is beyond my authority. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, he rose to leave, casually taking a roasted duck on his way out, prompting Gu Wanxin to cast several incredulous glances after him. A while later, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a dark expression. Gu Wanxin, reclining with her legs crossed, chuckled lightly. Deputy Envoy Song. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Must I report my every meal and drink to you? You. Song Shuang felt a surge of anger. But she could not take action against Gu Wanxin. Humph. I merely came to remind you that as pavilion master, you should be diligent, rather than idling away your time and neglecting to restock the goods. If this continues, I shall report you to Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin downed a cup of fine wine and stood up. There is no need to trouble yourself, Deputy Envoy. Coincidentally, I also need to return to the main pavilion today. Would you care to accompany me? Song Shuang's brow furrowed at once. What business do you have at the main pavilion? Gu Wanxin giggled. Of course, to replenish the goods. I have sold out everything I brought last time, netting over 1,000 billion spirit stones. Selling over 2,000 billion worth of goods in 1 month should certainly pique the interest of the stewards under Envoy Luo. Wouldn't you agree? Leaning closer to Song Shuang, Gu Wanxin smiled sweetly. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved, and considering the long journey to Sioux City, I hope the Deputy Envoy will fulfill her duty and dispatch guards to protect me on my way. I would be most grateful. With that, Gu Wanxin exited the private room, leaving Song Shuang standing there with a darkened expression. The audacious wretch. How did she manage to attract such affluent clients? With a swift kick, he sent the chair beneath him flying. Chapter 17. The Return from Trial. The Ye family. A slender figure, accompanied by the glimmer of a sword, continuously flipped and twirled through the air, at times as light as a swallow, and at others, exuding the might of an eagle. She executed her movements with grace. With a light reprimand, she unleashed a sword strike at the black measuring stone before her. Instantly, a colossal wave of sword energy coalesced in the air, swiftly cleaving down upon the measuring stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient measuring stone was immediately marred by a web of fine cracks, which soon transformed it into a pile of rubble. Excellent, excellent. Ye Suifeng stood nearby, nodding with satisfaction. Father. Ye Huang, spotting Ye Suifeng, hurriedly skipped over. Her cheeks were flushed, breathless, and beads of sweat clung to her hair, sticking to her face. Yet, her spirit had reached its zenith. I have mastered the 9 techniques of god-slaying, Ye Huang said, striving to contain her excitement as she spoke. Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair. He had witnessed his daughter's dedication and growth. Previously, he had promised her that if she could cultivate the 9 techniques of godslaying to a minor success, she could accompany the clan's youths to the border for training. Since that moment, Yi Huang had devoted herself to relentless practice. It could be said that apart from eating and sleeping, she was wholly immersed in her cultivation. With the assistance of the Tranquil Stone, she successfully advanced the 9 techniques to a minor success in just a month. Moreover, in terms of her cultivation level, she had broken through 2 realms, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, nearly catching up to the standards of the clan's outstanding youths. Truly, her progress was astonishing. Father, may I? Yi Huang gazed at Ye Suifeng with eager anticipation. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. You may accompany him this time, Ye Suifeng replied, fully aware of his daughter's thoughts. Father, I love you, Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Her tireless efforts were all in anticipation of Ye Suifeng's approval. Now it all seemed worthwhile. Look at how delighted you are. Ye Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here, let me check your body refinement progress. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During her last body refinement, most of the energy had settled within Yi Huang's body, gradually nourishing her form as she practiced. A month had passed, and she had absorbed nearly all that energy. Her strength and physical constitution had improved nearly tenfold compared to a month prior. Moreover, Ye Suifeng was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's innate cultivation aptitude had also seen a slight enhancement. It seemed that the transformative powers of the tribulation thunder had played a role. Go rest for a while. I shall conduct your second body refinement tonight. Then, you may act as you please, Ye Suifeng instructed. Thank you, Father, Yi Huang replied, elated. That evening, Ye Suifeng performed the second body refinement for her. This time, the process was gentler than the last. Having realized the body refinement liquid's potential to enhance aptitude, Ye Suifeng adjusted the formula, focusing on this aspect. The majority of the energy was concealed, destined to slowly awaken her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Afterwards, Ye Suifeng gifted her the talisman he had purchased previously. As for why he hadn't given it to her before, it was simply because he had forgotten. The following day, the Yi family was abuzz with excitement. The clan's youths, having returned from a month-long expedition, were brimming with vitality. They animatedly discussed their newfound experiences and the extraordinary sights they had encountered along the journey. Such opportunities had never arisen before. Brother, you were truly remarkable, taking down that second-tier wolf demon with just one shot. The trio of Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian returned together to the family estate. Did you know? Young Master Long's reputation has already spread throughout the border. Everyone speaks of him in glowing terms. Yi Qian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yi Long, however, remained relatively composed, stating, such accolades are merely superficial. The true path lies in strengthening oneself. Yi Qian nodded in agreement, then added, by the way, I heard that Yi Xiaoxiao managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago. The youngest daughter of 5th uncle? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. 5th uncle Yi Suibao had 2 daughters. The elder, Yi Qingyao, was only a few months younger than Yi Long and had almost simultaneously entered the Qi transformation realm, currently at the 3rd level. She was another prodigy of the Yi family. Yi Xiaoxiao, being merely 13, had also achieved the Qi transformation. The talents of these 2 younger sisters were indeed formidable. Indeed, Yi Qian remarked, she is even younger than I am, yet so formidable. Furthermore, Sister Qingyao was exceptional during this expedition and earned the title of Fairy Qingyao. Yi Qian pouted. Yi Long was both her brother and idol, and it irked her that Yi Qingyao was being compared to him. This is a good thing. Yi Long chuckled. Do not let the excellence of others frustrate you, nor should you feel disheartened. You've been at the peak of Qi refinement for some time now. With a bit more effort, I believe you will soon break into the Qi transformation realm. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian, inquiring, Big Qian, what is wrong with you today? Yu Haven T said a word. Yi Long looked over as well. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, remaining silent for a while before he let out a slight sigh, saying, I just saw those impoverished children, and it struck me during this expedition. He finally understood what life in remote areas entailed. Those people struggled for survival, barely clinging to life on the brink of death. For someone accustomed to luxury, it was hard to fathom. Oh dear, your saintly heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian teased. No, Yi Qian quickly retorted. I was just thinking that for the family. People are also a form of wealth. If we have the means, perhaps we could adopt some of those with promising talents and nurture them. Given time, they could become assets to our family. Oof, you just feel sorry for them. Your saintly heart is running wild. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I truly am not. Enough. Yi Long interjected, halting their ongoing squabble. He turned to Yi Qian and asked, Is that truly how you feel? Yi Qian replied earnestly, indeed. I believe that for any power, talent is indispensable. Yi Long nodded thoughtfully. What you say is not without merit. To expand one's influence, sufficient talent is indeed necessary. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, fraught with complexities. You might want to speak with uncle and present your thoughts. Let us see how he would handle it. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Wow, brother, you're truly impressive, even considering these connections. Unlike certain individuals who always let their saintly hearts run wild, Yi Qian praised. Yi Qian immediately glared. Hey, I was discussing the same matter with Big Brother. No, Big Brother is contemplative. You are just being sentimental. Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Golden Token. Adopting orphans? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing with mild surprise at his refined nephew before him. No, it is not merely a matter of adoption. Yi Qian exhibited a noticeable restraint as he expressed. I intend to transform them into a formidable force for the family's future. Ye Suifeng, stroking his chin, found this nephew rather intriguing, as their thoughts aligned unexpectedly. That is acceptable, Ye Suifeng replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he questioned, Uncle, have you truly agreed? Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, saying, Indeed, why would I not? This is a commendable endeavor. Yi Qian was momentarily speechless. He had come prepared with considerable courage. He understood well that such aspirations were quite anomalous in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Squandering family resources to nurture unrelated individuals would likely provoke ridicule if it were to be known. He had mentally prepared himself for a severe reprimand upon his arrival. Yet, to his astonishment, his uncle had readily consented. The ease and tranquility of his response left him momentarily disoriented. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this? Yi Qian still found it hard to believe. Of course not, Ye Suifeng reiterated with unwavering certainty. Yi Qian took a deep breath and declared, Uncle, your support greatly inspires me. Amidst universal disapproval, Ye Suifeng's affirmation endowed him with immense confidence. Ye Suifeng smiled. Now, pursue your ambitions with vigor. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. The undertaking of adopting orphans and cultivating a faction is, in truth, an exceedingly complex matter. The challenge lies not merely in resources, but predominantly in the management of human sentiments, a profound art. Yi Qian was still quite young. Yet Ye Suifeng would afford him ample space and time. Thank you, uncle, Yi Qian earnestly remarked. I shall commence my endeavors forthwith. Very well, Ye Suifeng nodded. However, it is prudent to devise a plan in advance. Tell me, how many individuals do you intend to take under your wing? And how do you plan to nurture them? Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. During my recent experiences, I encountered numerous individuals worthy of cultivation. I intend to initially accept the 3 with the greatest talents and highest cultivation levels. Subsequently, we shall retreat to the high mountains for training, while also reaping substantial benefits. Once we accumulate sufficient resources, we can gradually expand our numbers. What do you think, uncle? He awaited his uncle's reply. Ye Suifeng quietly nodded. From a general standpoint, this arrangement was indeed commendable and offered a high margin for error. However, he remarked, I find this rather absurd. Yi Qian blinked, taken aback by such an assessment. Your vision is far too limited. Ye Suifeng shook his head. According to your plan, how long would it take to truly establish a scale that benefits the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot afford to wait that long. At this, Yi Qian's expression darkened. Uncle, if I were to broaden the recruitment scope, my meager resources would be utterly insufficient. This endeavor is exceedingly costly. Yi Qian had only dared to propose this idea after witnessing a recent increase in his resources. Expanding the scale was an idea he had never dared to entertain. Yet, Ye Suifeng smiled, saying, What a naive lad you are. Do you believe my support is merely verbal? Isn't it? Yi Qian blinked in surprise. Certainly not. Ye Suifeng shook his head. There is something you are yet unaware of. The family has resolved to support your efforts in strengthening our power while simultaneously absorbing external influences into the family. Moreover, we will provide corresponding resources as needed. Upon your return, devise a plan detailing the required amount of spirit stones and the types of resources you will need. Just present the list when the time comes. Since you have been the first to propose this idea, feel free to report any future needs directly to me. I have but one requirement. Pursue your endeavors without restraint. Yi Qian exited the head of the family's study in a daze. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian awaited him. So did uncle agree? Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian turned to him, appearing somewhat bewildered. Observing his dazed expression, Yi Qian scoffed. I knew uncle could never acquiesce to such an outrageous request. It's not as if he has resources to squander. Uncle agreed. Yi Qian interjected, retrieving a lightweight token from his pocket. The token was entirely golden, emblazoned with a large character for wind. The family head-esque gold token. Yilong was instantly taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Ye family, they were well aware of this item. The family head-esque gold token had but one effect. It allowed for the unconditional withdrawal of family resources, be they spirit stones or spiritual artifacts. Anything could be accessed. Such a token was likely possessed by only a few prominent family members. Now, Yi Qian had been granted one. Has the family head lost his mind? Yilong was astounded. Yi Qian, what exactly did you say to uncle? Nothing much, Yi Qian replied. I merely shared my thoughts with him, and he expressed his support. After which he handed me this gold token. Yilong and Yi Qian exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless. This seemed excessively hasty. Were they not concerned that Yi Qian might squander the token recklessly? Does this mean we no longer need to worry about resources in the future? Yi Qian mused, gazing at the token with wide eyes. To them, this symbolized boundless resources. Yet, Yi Qian tucked the token away. His expression turned somber as he declared, to me, Uncle's support is the most invaluable asset. I must ensure that this endeavor is executed flawlessly. I cannot betray his trust. I shall not use this gold token for personal gain. With that, he strode away with unwavering determination. Let us hope that boy is not overly rigid and can utilize the token to enhance himself. Ye Suifeng mused to himself in the room. His conversation with Yi Qian had illuminated a concern. The young individuals in the family were all quite remarkable, yet they shared one flaw. They were excessively rigid. Alas, there is little I can do. These children have grown accustomed to frugality. It seems we must intensify our policy efforts. Chapter 19, Contribution Points. What is the dream of a cultivator? A suitable and exceptional cultivation method, a high-quality spiritual artifact, and ample cultivation resources. Most conflicts and disputes arise from these desires, and many individuals may even sacrifice their lives for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, most cultivators are quite impoverished. In the past, the Yi family was exceedingly poor, lacking cultivation resources, possessing only a single, low-grade method, and daring not to aspire for spiritual artifacts of a higher grade than the Xian level. Such poverty severely restricted individuals' talents and their potential for strength. Ye Suifeng's vision was simple, to eliminate these limitations, enabling every member of the Yi family to fully unleash their talents in a resource-rich environment. Sui Yun, design a contribution point system and open the halls for cultivation methods. Spiritual artifacts and treasures. Everything within is linked to contribution points, allowing every family member to exchange these points for desired items. Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to the study. Sui Yun took notes diligently, stating, I understand. This is akin to the practices of those grand sects, serving as a motivational mechanism for our kin. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, as we are a family, our approach must differ from that of sections. Their methods aim to bolster internal cohesion and a sense of belonging, while simultaneously exploiting a multitude of disciples to accrue greater benefits for the sect. We have no such need. My intention is to alleviate the resource-related concerns of our family members, allowing them to focus more intently on their cultivation. Therefore, the acquisition of contribution points warrants careful consideration. Achieving breakthroughs in cultivation levels counts as contributions. Attaining accomplishments in specific areas also counts. Aiding fellow kin is likewise a contribution. And even marrying and having children should be recognized as contributing points. Sui Yun widened her eyes in surprise. Having children counts too? Why wouldn't it? Ye Suifeng retorted. A flourishing lineage is a hallmark of a thriving family. It must be counted, and indeed, counted generously. In summary, all endeavors beneficial to the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. After you return, discuss the concrete evaluation criteria thoroughly with Su and the others. Ye Suifeng delegated the specific tasks to the family officials, focusing solely on policy formulation and financial support. Upon their return, Sui Yun and her companions convened overnight and swiftly established a preliminary set of contribution point standards. Subsequently, the Martial Arts Hall, Spirit Tools Hall, and Treasures Hall were announced to be permanently open to the family. The members of the Yi family soon became aware of the methods for acquiring contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems most people start with that amount. Young people gathered together to examine the newly implemented policy, pondering how to accrue contributions. Oh, for every breakthrough in the Qi refining stage, one can earn 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through to the transformation stage grants a direct reward of 3,000 contribution points. Wow. Becoming a first-grade alchemist also nets 3,000 contribution points. 10 contribution points for assisting an elderly lady across the street, 500 for bringing a genius into the family, 5,000 for having a baby. This is astonishing. As they continued reading, they noticed a sudden shift in tone. Some individuals familiar with the contribution point standards of sects noted that such systems typically accompany task requirements. One must complete specific tasks to earn corresponding points. Yet, the Ye family's regulations were astoundingly comprehensive. They had never heard of childbirth being counted as a contribution before. They could foresee that in the near future. The population of the Ye family would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented levels. But let's not celebrate too soon. We still don't know how many contribution points are required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone poured cold water on their excitement. A hush fell over the crowd. Indeed, if prices were exorbitant, the system would hold little value. Let us go take a look. Sigh. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill. The crowd surged into the newly opened halls. Upon seeing the listed prices, everyone was rendered speechless. What on earth? A low-grade yellow-level cultivation technique costs only 10 contribution points. Heavens, there are even profound-level techniques available for 1,000 contribution points. Though each person can only exchange for 2. Be grateful. Such opportunities were unheard of before, and besides, one cannot overindulge. A low-grade yellow-level spirit sword merely required 50 contribution points, and they exclaimed in delight, "Finally, I too possess a spirit sword." Everyone was astonished. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly reasonable. It was practically akin to giving them away. All began to sing praises for the family and their beloved patriarch. Ye Suifeng, sister, our uncle is truly magnificent. Outside the spirit tools hall, a girl with 2 long braids exclaimed, holding a shimmering long sword and tenderly stroking it, as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao, that is a profound-level spirit tool. Be careful not to injure yourself, a slightly older girl said helplessly. Dear Xianxia, I would never. Before she could finish, Ye Xiao yelped. A drop of crimson blood appearing on her finger. She hurriedly put her finger in her mouth. Ye Qingyu shook her head in disbelief. We only have 1,000 contribution points. You just spent it all in one go. That seems rather wasteful. Ye Xiao, with her finger still in her mouth, whimpered. It's not wasteful. It is fated to be mine, and it will surely shine with its utmost brilliance in my hands. It's a pity I broke through too early. If only I had waited a few more days to reach the transformation stage. I could have earned another 3,000 contribution points. Humph, but that's no matter. I am Ye Xiao, and I will soar to great heights in the transformation stage. There will be plenty of contribution points. Ye Xiao was quite chatty, continuously rambling on, while Ye Qingyu remained relatively quiet, simply listening to her chatter. By the way, sister. Ye Xiao's finger finally ceased bleeding as she said, I heard that Ye Long has quite a reputation at the border, and many family members have gathered around him. His influence is substantial. It's just the two of us. Should we not seek some allies to bolster our strength, lest we be overshadowed by him? Ye Qingyu glanced at her and shook her head. We are all fighting for the family. There's no need to compete for superiority. We should just focus on performing our own duties. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiao pouted. You are too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Ye family, a nunnery might suit you better. Fine, if you want to seek me out, I will. Well, I think we should first reach out to Sister Huang. Although her strength is lacking, she is the daughter of the patriarch. With Uncle's current generosity, perhaps we could also acquire a profound-level spirit sword from her. Sister Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is also impressive. She is already at the 10th level of Qi refining at just 13, almost half as remarkable as I am. We could form a Ye family girls group to suppress that bunch led by Ye Long. But let us leave Ye Qian out of it. She is just infatuated with her brother and can't be separated from Ye Long. Chapter 20, Primordial Technique. The younger generation of the Ye family, after a few days of recuperation, set off once more towards the jailing border. Ye Huang accompanied them as well. A few days prior, Ye Xiao from the Ye Suibao family had proactively invited Ye Huang and, in front of Ye Suifeng, had fervently vowed to ensure Ye Huang's safety, assuring him to rest easy. She also remarked on how Ye Suifeng had become increasingly handsome, lavishing him with praise. Ye Suifeng, fully aware of the girl's intentions, chose not to expose her and gifted each of them a high-grade profound-level bracelet. Ye Xiao nearly soared with joy. Later, Ye Suifeng pulled them aside and advised them not to hesitate due to Ye Huang's status. They should allow her to partake in whatever she needed to do. This would yield the best training results. After they left, Ye Suifeng returned to the study and perused the texts. Having transacted with Gu Wanxin twice, he had acquired a plethora of martial techniques and cultivation insights. He now possessed a general understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thereby becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. In that epoch, innate talent was paramount. Subsequently, as humanity's ancestors engaged in warfare against demonic beasts and malevolent entities, they gradually uncovered a path to self-cultivation. They emulated the training methods of these creatures, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energies of the cosmos to enhance their own beings. Thus began the official recognition of spiritual energy as an extraordinary force within human consciousness. As development progressed, the path of cultivation became increasingly refined, with distinct and meticulous classifications of cultivation levels emerging. Furthermore, various disciplines derived from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, flourished, akin to a blooming garden under a starry sky. However, amidst this abundance arose a significant dilemma: the overwhelming variety and complexity of practices, lacking a universal standard suitable for all practitioners. Ye Suifeng shook his head, reflecting that every individual is unique, and as such, their chosen methods of cultivation will inevitably exhibit variances. This necessitated that each person seek out the cultivation technique best suited to their own nature. Success in this endeavor would unlock their fullest potential. Conversely, failure to find the right path, or a misjudgment leading to the adoption of an inappropriate practice, could result in a lifetime of mediocrity. The inequitable distribution of resources only exacerbated this common plight. If a more universal cultivation method existed, accessible to all, then every individual would possess boundless potential, rendering the world all the more vibrant. Ye Suifeng pondered deeply, drawing from his diverse experiences across different realms. In his era, there existed a system known as foundational education, where all individuals received equal knowledge up to high school, covering a broad spectrum of subjects. It was only in high school that students would diverge into distinct scientific or literary paths, further specializing in university and beyond. Akin to the myriad branches of a grand tree, each with infinite future possibilities. The trunk of this tree, however, remained paramount, and Ye Suifeng aspired to create such a trunk. His focus would begin with the essence of spiritual energy. With a graceful gesture, he summoned a gentle white aura into his palm, transforming it into various shapes. At its core, spiritual energy is a unique form of energy, capable of being absorbed by any entity. If the absorbing entity possesses sentience, it can harness this energy to augment its own power. The initial stage of cultivation, known as the Qi refinement period, centers on absorbing spiritual energy, opening the meridians, and refining the body. The subsequent phase, known as the Qi transformation stage, further refines this energy, forming clouds of Qi within the dantian and enabling control over spiritual power. Ye Suifeng intended to initiate changes from these two stages. All cultivation methods essentially represent the various ways in which spiritual energy circulates within the body. Minor variations in meridian pathways can lead to vastly different outcomes. Some methods are rigid and domineering, while others are gentle and fluid. Some possess unique attributes altogether. Each individual's meridians exhibit subtle differences, culminating in an exceedingly intricate system. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly, recognizing that complexity is most antithetical to universality. Although the human meridian system resembles an intricate web, there exist 9 primary meridians shared by all. By establishing a foundation based on these 9 meridians, the potential to create a universally applicable cultivation method is significantly enhanced. Each of these primary meridians is remarkably broad, akin to a grand thoroughfare, capable of accommodating a vast array of energies. Yet, such diversity necessitates the presence of a purifying system to harness it effectively. Contemplating this, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, conjuring a colossal luminous screen before him, where the 9 primary meridians of the human body became clearly visible. Above them lay the connection to the soul center, while below, they linked to the dantian. Behind them, a faint green energy pulsated, representing the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this life essence, which is why no one had dared to simultaneously address all 9 primary meridians. However, Ye Suifeng was different. His immeasurable spirit allowed him to perceive the fundamental truths with ease. The first stage would focus on unblocking these 9 primary meridians, corresponding with the Qi refinement period of traditional cultivation systems. Utilizing the primary meridians, he would then nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy. Aligning with the Qi transformation realm, Ye Suifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a magnificent river of stars swirled within, continuously fading and rebirthing. He had begun to formulate his theories. As time flowed slowly by, Ye Suifeng remained in the family's study for nearly 2 months. The last enhancement of the Shirshan 9 swords had taken merely a brief moment, underscoring the immense challenge he faced this time. During this period, Sui Yun visited him several times, and Yi Huang returned once, wishing to see Ye Suifeng, but they were all thwarted by an invisible force, unable to enter the study. They speculated that Ye Suifeng had entered seclusion. 2 months later, The starlight in Ye Suifeng's eyes gradually dimmed, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, gently closing its final page. With a long exhale, he felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that the creation of this cultivation method would consume so much time. Time to name it. Ye Suifeng smiled as he gazed at the tome, akin to a parent admiring their child. This cultivation method represented a novel system, harnessing energy not only confined to spiritual energy, but also encompassing the essence of heaven and earth, the primordial sources of all things, and even the energies of demons and magic. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed 3 prominent characters upon the tome: Primordial Technique. Chapter 21. The Art of Business in the Family Study. Sui Yun was reporting to Ye Suifeng the developments during his 2-month seclusion. There had been no significant events within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, with most key personnel having returned. Only the younger generation remained behind to clear out the participating demonic beasts, diligently adhering to Ye Suifeng's directives to cultivate amicable relations with ordinary practitioners. Since no one had previously undertaken such an initiative, the results were remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the Ye family within the cities under their management had risen several tiers, with some locales even venerating the Ye family as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no desire to turn the Ye family into some holy site, Ye Suifeng scoffed, recognizing that his ambition lay in establishing a sufficiently formidable force. Reputation was secondary. Are there practitioners willing to ally with the Ye family? What are their strengths? What are their talents? Ye Suifeng inquired. Oh, there are plenty. With a smile, Sui Yun remarked. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Yunxiao City, eager to join our family. Most are at the Qi refinement stage, though their talents vary considerably. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, inconsistency is of no concern. We are not a sect that demands strict adherence to talent. This world equally requires the weaker to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are well defined, and strive to place each individual in their rightful position. Sui Yun furrowed his brow, asking, Elder brother, are you suggesting we take them all? Indeed, we shall accept everyone, Ye Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with a conducive environment for cultivation and do not skimp on resources. A solid foundation will pave the way for smoother progress in the future. Sui Yun understood and chuckled. I estimate that in the coming years, our family's overall population could multiply several times over. As far as I know, some of the younger members have also performed admirably, gathering quite a following. Some members? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Are you referring to that young lad of yours? Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him with similar aspirations. Ye Suifeng held a favorable opinion of this nephew. Ha! Sui Yun laughed heartily. It's not just Yi Qian. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao have also garnered numerous followers due to their exceptional strength. Oh, and let's not forget Yi Huang, Qinyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization called Tianluan Palace, which currently wields considerable influence and boasts a formidable reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tianluan Palace are Qinyao and Yi Huang. Though you know that Yi Qinyao is naturally disinterested in fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages affairs. With their outstanding capabilities, they have attracted a significant following of loose cultivators. Ye Suifeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young women in the family would possess such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter had risen to a leadership position suggested not only her noble lineage, but also significant personal growth in her abilities. Elder brother, I must inquire about how suddenly Yi Huang's strength has surged so dramatically. In just over 2 months, she has broken through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. It's truly astounding. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I've heard that even Yi Long lacks certainty in defeating her. It seems she must be considered for the upcoming battle in Yunxiao City in a few months. Sui Yun's expression was one of disbelief, as Yi Huang's performance had indeed been remarkable. It's simply a case of late bloomers, Ye Suifeng remarked. Is that so? Sui Yun grinned slyly, winking at Ye Suifeng. Perhaps some other younger members of the clan also harbor potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully believe Ye Suifeng's words. After all, Yi Huang's transformation was far too evident. It was hard to accept that it was not influenced by Ye Suifeng. Look at you, acting like a monkey. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the training concludes. We can ascertain who possesses true potential then, and I shall treat them accordingly. Sui Yun laughed heartily, satisfied with the agreement. After all, his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a place. By the way, I've been in seclusion for 2 months and Haven Tea provided you with this month's spirit stones. Has anything gone awry? Ye Suifeng inquired. Oh no, nothing at all, Sui Yun replied. You had given me a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion, otherwise, I truly would have struggled to spend such a vast amount within a month. Ye Suifeng had tasked him with exhausting those spirit stones within the month, which had caused Sui Yin considerable distress. There's south simply no place to spend them. Look at your lack of ambition. Ye Suifeng decided against pressuring him further. It was best to take things slowly. However, this situation did raise concerns for him. Should he unexpectedly enter seclusion again for an extended period, the family's financial chain would inevitably falter, making it impossible to develop as he envisioned. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng handed Sui Yin a storage bag. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Keep them well and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request: to provide the family with an excellent cultivation environment within reasonable limits. Cultivation and expansion will be our themes for a considerable time. You must maintain control. Sui Yin trembled as he accepted the storage bag. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones equated to an astounding 100 trillion spirit stones. He had never witnessed such an immense fortune in his lifetime. Rest assured, elder brother, I will maximize their potential, Sui Yin said earnestly. He understood that this storage bag of spirit stones represented not only wealth, but also Ye Suifeng's trust in him and the heavy burden of responsibility it entailed. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. By the way, has that individual from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, sought you out recently? Ye Suifeng asked. They had previously agreed that she would send a batch of supplies every half-month, but he had unexpectedly entered seclusion just after their agreement. She has indeed visited, Sui Yin replied, producing 3 rings. She left these, saying they were to be delivered to you. They are sealed with a formation. I cannot open them. Ye Suifeng took the rings, casually dispelling the seals. Inside were a multitude of treasures, along with their corresponding prices. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, head of the Ye family. A playful thought from her lingered within. How amusing, Ye Suifeng thought, a smirk gracing his lips. They had established an agreement for Gu Wanxin to deliver resources bi-weekly, yet he had unexpectedly secluded himself for 2 months. He was pleasantly surprised that she had adhered to their agreement and sent the items ahead of schedule. After all, as a mere pavilion head, the pressure of managing such a vast quantity of resources without corresponding spirit stones must be immense. She certainly knows how to conduct business, Ye Suifeng observed, glancing at the price list, which still bore a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied one of his storage rings and, using Gu Wanxin's residual thought, crafted a new formation, one that only she could unlock. He then handed the rings back to Sui Yin. These too contain resources. You may handle them as you wish. Also, arrange for someone to visit Wanbao Pavilion and deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin. Sui Yin nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon seeing the vast resources within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such abundance. His mindset had improved significantly. Afterward, the two discussed various other matters before Sui Yin rose to leave. However, he returned shortly after. I almost forgot, over a month ago. 4 young individuals suddenly sought you out, claiming you had encountered them at the periphery of Qinggu jailing. Did I? Ye Suifeng pondered. Oh right. He recalled that on the day of his tribulation, he had casually saved a few youths who were nearly gored by a bull. Feeling a sense of affinity, he had promised them something. Make the necessary arrangements. They seem quite promising, Ye Suifeng instructed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait. Have them come to find me together. We must trial this newly established cultivation path to gauge its efficacy. Chapter 22. Sui Hu under attack. In the courtyard beneath the willow tree, 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, stood with a mixture of respect and unease before Ye Suifeng, who sat leisurely at a stone table, savoring his tea. Are you accustomed to life here? He asked. The long-haired youth, Feng Ji, stammered. The Ye family has treated us exceptionally well, truly remarkable. They provided us with lodging and meals, and recently, while working within the clan, they bestowed upon us considerable cultivation resources. Ye Suifeng chuckled. No need to be nervous. I must admit, I am not yet familiar with your names. Feng Ji quickly responded. I am Feng Ji, and this is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 bowed respectfully. We have the honor of meeting you, Senior Yi. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our meeting in Gaoling is a matter of fate. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I have summoned you today is that I wish for your assistance in a particular endeavor. Feng Ji clasped his hands, exclaiming, I owe you my life, Senior. Whatever you require, command us, and we shall not hesitate to face any peril. Their gazes were resolute, embodying the spirit of the martial world. Very well, Ye Suifeng paused. All of you are at the qi refining stage, correct? Feng Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I possess a cultivation method known as the Yuan Shi Gong, which represents a path entirely distinct from the current cultivation system. I have great faith in its potential. Yet as no one has practiced it before, its outcomes remain uncertain. Therefore, I require individuals to serve as experimental subjects. Consider this carefully, should you agree. I will personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, should you decline, you are welcome to remain within the Ye family and pursue your current endeavors. Ye Suifeng stated his intentions candidly. For a group of qi refining youngsters, he felt no need to conceal anything. Even if they declined, he could find others within the clan. There was no necessity for deceit. Honesty was the best policy. However, in response to his frankness, Feng Zhi and the others fell silent. The prospect of changing cultivation methods was a daunting decision, especially given Ye Suifeng's clear assertion that this was an entirely different path. The risks were monumental. Should anything go awry, their lives would be irrevocably altered. Ye Suifeng remained patient, sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a lengthy pause, suddenly, one person stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was Ma Feng. Senior, it is your hand that saved my life, yet my humble status leaves me at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Now that you are in need, I should not hesitate. I am willing to try your new cultivation method. Ma Feng's expression was resolute, having made his decision. Next, Feng Zhi stepped forward, smiling. A man of honor must speak and act with integrity. I previously claimed I would spare no effort. How could I act otherwise? Senior, I too am willing to try. Upon their declarations, Lu Hong and Yu Peng joined them, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their intentions were unmistakable. Ye Suifeng smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie among these four young souls. This quality, known as the brotherhood of the martial world, was often elusive among members of noble families. But do not come to regret your decision. Certainly not. Feng Zhi declared with conviction. Very well, let us commence. Ye Suifeng rose, unleashing his vast spiritual consciousness, enveloping the four in its embrace, revealing all secrets hidden within their bodies. Feng Zhi, 8th layer of qi refining, with moderate talent. Ma Feng, 6th layer, with low talent. Lu Hong, 6th layer, with low talent. Yu Peng 7th layer, with moderate talent. While Feng Zhi and Lu Hong had a solid foundation, the other two were somewhat weaker. Yet, to Ye Suifeng, their abilities were chaotic and disorganized, typical of wandering cultivators who lacked a coherent training system due to scarcity of suitable techniques. Feng Zhi and Ma Feng, you both must disperse all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Peng you will maintain your current methods while simultaneously practicing the Yuan Shi Gong. Ye Suifeng instructed. I will impart to you the essence of Yuan Shi Gong. You shall explore its intricacies on your own. Rest assured, I will supervise your progress closely, allowing you to proceed without fear of life-threatening risks. Ye Suifeng swiftly organized their training, dividing them into two groups, one starting from zero and the other integrating traditional methods. The initial phase of their training would be self-directed to acquire precise experimental data. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng bestowed upon them a profound understanding of the foundational principles of Yuan Shi Gong, embedding its teachings deep within their souls, thereby bypassing the need for comprehension. The four then commenced their inaugural training session in the courtyard, while Ye Suifeng stood guard, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various transformations occurring within their bodies. Based on these changes, he refined and perfected the intricate details of Yuan Shi Gong. This new cultivation path became increasingly clear. As night fell, their first session concluded. Return home, rest well, and reflect on the challenges encountered during your training. Avoid reckless experimentation to prevent any mishaps. I will arrange a closer location for you soon, Ye Suifeng advised. Everything was progressing smoothly. However, that evening, Suiyun rushed in with urgency. Elder brother, trouble has arisen. His expression was grave. You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction. I sent Suihu. Yet upon completion of the transaction and on their way back, they were ambushed. All the materials brought back from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Suihu lies gravely injured and unconscious. The sudden revelation caused Ye Suifeng to frown deeply. It appeared that the dealings with Wanbao Pavilion had drawn the attention of certain individuals. The vast resources, amounting to billions, had certainly piqued their greed. Where is Suihu now? Ye Suifeng inquired. At home, Suiyun replied. His dantian is shattered, and all his meridians are severed. Master Zhang Ziming has examined him and declared the damage to his spirit irreparable. We must find the perpetrators. Suiyun's eyes burned with rage. Suihu was one of the clan's most vital pillars, their closest brother. Do not rush. Let us investigate, Ye Suifeng suggested. As long as there is breath, I will find a way to save Suihu. As for the assailants, those who dare to bare their fangs should prepare for obliteration. Chapter 23, Awakening. In the Changsheng Hall of the Ye family, numerous clan members gathered, some with solemn expressions, others seething with anger. Who did this? Damn it, I will settle the score. Need it be said? It must be that bunch from the Li family. I will not rest until I have their heads. Calm down. We cannot yet ascertain the identity of the assailant, nor do we know their motives for attacking Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you frightened? I merely wish to ascertain who dares to claim that I am cowardly. You. The crowd murmured, each voice adding to the cacophony. What is all this uproar about? At this moment, Sui Yun and Ye Suifeng entered, prompting an immediate hush among the onlookers. Refrain from your boisterousness. The family head will make the final decision. Sui Yun glared at them before proceeding alongside Ye Suifeng into the inner hall. Inside, Ye Sui Yun and Sui Bao were present, while Sui Hu lay upon the bed, pallid and wan. Beside him, his wife had reddened eyes, clearly having wept. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming quickly rose. Head of the Ye family, he addressed with respect. Ye Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to exit. Elder brother, family head. The others chimed in, though their expressions were steeped in sorrow and anger. The impulsive Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What is the matter? You all appear as if mourning a death. Ye Suifeng remarked, fear not, I shall bring him back. The others were momentarily taken aback, having prepared themselves for the inevitability of Sui Hu's demise. Sui Bao blinked, saying, Elder brother, Master Zhang just mentioned that a 6th grade alchemist is nothing exceptional. Ye Suifeng interrupted him. Sui Bao fell silent. A 6th grade alchemist was indeed the most formidable in Yunxiao City. Yet, in the mouth of his elder brother, he was dismissed as lacking in capability. After finishing his statement, Ye Suifeng disregarded him and seated himself by the bed. He extended a finger, pressing it to Sui Hu's forehead, extending his consciousness, and swiftly comprehended the dire situation he was in. It was catastrophic, truly horrific. His dantian lay shattered, his meridians completely ruptured, even his bones fragmented. Most critically, his soul had suffered grievous injury, more than half of it damaged, with the source of his life continually ebbing away. It was evident that he had encountered a being of nascent soul level or higher. That he still drew breath was nothing short of miraculous. Ye Suifeng shook his head and pressed his finger once more to Sui Hu's brow, silently chanting, return to the soul. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from his fingertip, rapidly expanding to envelop an immeasurable distance. Suddenly, ethereal melodies seemed to permeate the air, and azure-white light flickered incessantly. Sui Yun and the others stood dumbfounded, watching wisps of azure smoke emerge from the void, swiftly converging into Sui Hu's forehead. Such a technique was utterly unheard of. As the final wisp of azure smoke entered Sui Hu's brow, he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping as he awakened. Husband. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Sui Hu, tears cascading down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Sui Yun and the others stood in astonishment, after Zhang Ziming had declared Sui Hu beyond saving. Ye Suifeng had managed to revive him in mere breaths. What immense power this was! How formidable Ye Suifeng had become! After some time, Sui Yun beckoned Ye Suiyu over, whispering, go outside and inform them that our third brother is safe. Let them return to their tasks. Ye Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a secret he wished to keep from being exposed too soon. Ye Suiyu nodded and departed. At this moment, Sui Hu had completely regained consciousness. Sui Hu, do you recall what transpired? Ye Suifeng inquired. Sui Hu took a sip of water, then began to recollect the events. He had ventured to Wanbao Pavilion with 3 rings, where he met Gu Wanxian. The transaction had proceeded swiftly, and he had acquired the resources she brought. Upon departing, Gu Wanxian had offered to send someone from Wanbao Pavilion to escort him, but he had declined, believing that a larger entourage would expose his secret of possessing great treasure. Thus, he chose to travel alone. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would arise. He had encountered 4 formidable beings of nascent soul level. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against them. In mere moments, he had been thoroughly defeated and lost consciousness. Elder brother, it was my folly. I should have heeded the pavilion master's advice and accepted the escort, Sui Hu lamented, his face etched with guilt. After all, it represented resources worth over 100 billion. Speak not such nonsense. It is enough that you live, Ye Suifeng replied. For nascent souls, who in Yunxiao City could muster such might? Sui Yun furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of combat strength in Yunxiao City lay within the golden core stage. Perhaps a clan harbored 1 or 2 ancient prodigies who had breached the nascent soul level, but such beings typically remained in seclusion and would not act, let alone form a quartet. Could it be Wanbao Pavilion? Ye Suiyu suggested. Wanbao Pavilion had always been a mysterious entity, its true strength indeterminate, making it plausible they could dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators. Elder brother, what shall we do? If it is indeed Wanbao Pavilion, then we are in serious trouble. What shall we do? Ye Suifeng rose. Do you recall what I once told you? The Ye family fears no one. Should anyone dare to extend their hand, we shall sever it. Ye Suifeng glanced at Sui Hu, stating, leave this matter to me. Utilize the finest resources to restore Sui's health. I shall help him repair his dantian and regain his strength. With that, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart. Elder brother, do you truly intend to go alone? Suiyin still harbored reservations. Ye Suifeng nodded. Do not worry. Focus on your own duties. Regardless of who they might be, he had now become an indomitable force. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng waved his sleeve and vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. That second brother. Has elder brother changed too drastically? Ye Suiyu murmured. First, there was an overwhelming fortune that could render one faint. And now he had effortlessly rescued Sui, who from the brink of death. His demeanor was now assertive, showing no fear of four nascent soul cultivators. Was this truly the same elder brother they had known, who was always taciturn and merely a chi refinement stage cultivator? Regardless of the transformation, he remains our elder brother. Sui Yun declared solemnly. These past months, we have witnessed the changes within the family. Without him, everything would revert to its former state. He turned to Ye Suiyu and said gravely, henceforth, such sentiments must not reach my ears again. Chapter 24, The Pursuer. In the sky, Ye Suifeng traversed the clouds with hands clasped behind his back. A gray line guided his path, a manifestation of the causal law derived from Sui's essence. With this causal thread, he could locate the site of the battle. Soon, he arrived at a secluded path within Yunxiao City. In his line of sight, remnants of battle were evident, along with traces of formations. The concealment formations indicated that the adversaries had come well prepared. Why is she here as well? On the winding path, several figures appeared to be searching for something. Among them was the esteemed leader of the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanqing. Ye Suifeng descended gracefully. Who goes there? Several golden core cultivators immediately went on high alert. However, upon realizing it was Ye Suifeng, Gu Wanqing quickly halted their actions. Master Yi. She approached with a somewhat complex expression. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike within Yunxiao City, causing harm to Third Master. She bowed in contrition. They? So, you are aware of who is responsible? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanqing pressed her lips together and replied, I am not entirely certain. But given the circumstances, it seems likely that only 4 nascent soul cultivators could orchestrate such a formidable array. Speak. Then, Ye Suifeng commanded. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, clearly indicating that Gu Wanqing had some involvement in the matter. With a sigh, Gu Wanqing confessed the recent events to Ye Suifeng. It transpired that after their last transaction, she had established a certain rapport with the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. The steward's rank superseded that of the initiator. Consequently, upon meeting the steward, Gu Wanqing reported the illicit affair between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Due to the substantial profits Gu Wanqing had recently brought in, the steward took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, he promptly revoked Song Shuang's position as deputy envoy and warned Luo Qing against engaging in similar antics again. Thus, Gu Wanqing's crisis was averted, and both Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their due punishments. But they were not content. Although Song Shuang had been ousted from his deputy position, he continued to operate within Yunxiao City. Gu Wanqing was aware of his intentions. His goal was to locate that mysterious affluent individual. What would happen thereafter was beyond her knowledge, and she could not intervene, as this fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client was snatched away, it would merely indicate her insufficient strength. Yet, Gu Wanqing never anticipated that Song Shuang would take the reckless step of eliminating Ye Suifeng's third master during a transaction and seizing a vast amount of resources from him. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. With an incident occurring on her turf, Gu Wanqing could not escape culpability. This would likely lead to the swift collapse of the cooperation they had just established. Master Yi, I failed to protect Third Master. This is my responsibility. Rest assured, I shall employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanqing vowed earnestly. Ye Suifeng remained silent. He had not expected that the attack on Ye Suihu was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, it was a case of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffered. This individual named Song Shuang acted with such tyranny and malice, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Why did you not inform me sooner? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing's face bore a pained expression as she replied, Master Yi, you must understand. Behind Song Shuang stands Luo Qing, the instigator of the Wanbao Pavilion in Su City, who has formidable beings of the transformation stage under his command. I could not disclose this. I could only strive to navigate through the situation with them. Ye Suifeng wore a faintly sardonic smile. You merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? At the core, Gu Wanqing was, after all, a merchant. Merchants pursue profit. In her quest for personal gain, Gu Wanqing had forcefully concealed her conflict with Song Shuang, resulting in Ye Suifeng's third master suffering an undeserved calamity. nearly resulting in death. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one trading with Ye's family would have been Song Shuang instead. However, for Ye Suifeng, he sought only resources. It mattered not who provided them. Thus, Gu Wanqin bore an inescapable responsibility in this affair. Ye Suifeng could comprehend her intentions, but would not grant her forgiveness. I truly apologize, Master Yi. Given the circumstances, I do not wish to make any excuses. I can only do my utmost to provide you and the deceased third master with an explanation. Gu Wanqin asserted resolutely. Ye Suifeng locked his gaze onto hers. To be candid, this woman was remarkable. She had managed to maneuver against her direct superior using her wit, even emerging victorious, all while lacking any substantial background. Regrettably, she had underestimated the might of absolute power. Third master is not dead, Ye Suifeng stated coolly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it myself. However, there must absolutely not be a next time. Regardless of what transpires, should there be anything that poses a threat to the Yi family, you must inform me immediately. Understood? He opted not to cast blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanqin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and her proactive approach was valuable. He required someone like her. Secondly, entrusting the task to another might only invite further complications. Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback. Master Yi, I do not quite grasp your meaning. There is nothing particularly profound in my words, Ye Suifeng replied. Our agreement continues. As for Song Shuang, I shall personally deal with him. Gu Wanqin opened her mouth to protest. Master Yi, I urge you to reconsider. Song Shuang has acquired such immense wealth. He will undoubtedly return to seek out Luo Qing. On Luo Qing's side, there are numerous nascent soul cultivators for protection, and even beings of the transformation stage exist. How do you intend to confront them? She simply could not comprehend how Ye Suifeng had the audacity to speak thus. The pinnacle of combat power in Yunxiao City was merely at the nascent soul stage. Yet, Ye Suifeng shook his head dismissively, replying with indifference, nascent soul, transformation stage, merely insects. Very well, you shall accompany me, lest you hesitate to inform me of any future occurrences. With that, Ye Suifeng reached out into the void. Suddenly, the entire realm shifted in hue, the grand Dao resonated, and a brilliant river of stars materialized before all present. Time reversed. The heavens transformed. The scenery surrounding them began to spin wildly. As Gu Wanqin stood agape, it centered upon a single individual, Ye Suifeng's third master. He was briskly walking along the path when, without warning, four figures descended from the sky, blocking his every route. Among them was a gaunt figure, adorned with a resplendent gemstone sword at his waist, his striking eyebrows reaching for the heavens. He was none other than Song Shuang. Gu Wanqin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25, Kneel Before Me. In Su City, within the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Qing sat opposite Song Shuang, idly toying with a delicate ring in his hand. Rest assured, uncle, I have already lifted that little wretch Gu Wanqin's mental seal. Even if she suspects my involvement, she can do nothing, Song Shuang declared triumphantly, having lain in wait within Yunxiao City for several months, finally reaping substantial rewards. A grand fortune exceeding 1,000 billion resources would take him a century to amass. It was truly a stroke of overnight wealth. Moreover, this act would undoubtedly sever the ties between Gu Wanqin and the Yi family, potentially branding her as a poor manager and reducing her to her original state. A lowly farmer's offspring had no right to contend with him. Luo Qing, securing the storage ring, inquired. Are you certain that the Yi family is not a major clan and lacks significant power? Of course. Song Shuang chuckled, having spent nearly 3 months in Yunxiao City. I have thoroughly investigated the power dynamics within. The most formidable cultivators there are merely a handful at the nascent soul stage, most of whom are in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest among the 3 prominent families in Yunxiao City, likely lacking even a single nascent soul cultivator, and their patriarch is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. With unwavering confidence, Song Shuang continued, recounting how he had discreetly gathered intelligence in Yunxiao City, even locating the alchemists and blacksmiths of the Yi family. According to their accounts, they were merely drawn to the Yi family due to generous compensation. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush to seize an immense trove of resources. Yet, if the Yi family is so feeble, how could they possess such wealth? Luo Qing inquired. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. The world is vast and full of wonders. There are not few who stumble upon treasures and amass fortunes. In my estimation, the Yi family is no exception. They have fortuitously acquired substantial wealth. Yet, instead of exercising restraint, they squander it lavishly. Even if I had not intervened, others would surely have targeted the Yi family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly in agreement, believing the Yi family's actions to be indicative of nouveau riche behavior. He had seen many such individuals, and their fates were rarely favorable. Well done this time. Rest assured, once the commotion subsides, I will find a way to restore your position as deputy. As long as the Ye family doesn't catch wind of it, Luo Qing remarked with a smile. Song Shuang erupted in hearty laughter. Naturally, it is utterly impossible for the Ye family to locate me. However, as he laughed, he suddenly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had become frozen. We found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around and nearly toppled from his chair. Before him, a dark portal materialized in the void, gradually expanding as several figures emerged. Gu Wanxing. Song Shuang recognized the woman, and in his fright, let out a shrill scream, reminiscent of a woman's. How is this possible? His face was a mask of terror. To tear open a portal in the void required formidable prowess. What kind of powerful cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs felt weak. At that moment, Ye Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanxing, stepped through the void and approached Luo Qing and Song Shuang. So you are Song Shuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxing nodded, still in a state of shock. She could hardly fathom that Ye Suifeng had grown to such an extent, effortlessly opening the river of time and tracing back to the origin. With a mere wave of his hand, he followed an enigmatic gray trajectory, directly breaking through the void to locate Song Shuang. It was simply terrifying. Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the dreadful entity you have crossed paths with. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs trembling as he recognized the formidable individual before him was directly targeting him. I am Ye Suifeng, the patriarch of the Ye family. Ye Suifeng spoke with an impassive demeanor. Who granted you the audacity to ambush our core members and seize resources? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the patriarch of the Ye family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with utmost conviction that the new patriarch of the Ye family was nothing but a waste at the qi refining stage. He yearned to seize them by the collar and demand how a qi refining cultivator could open a portal in the void. Let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to articulate his defense, but Ye Suifeng did not afford him the opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck, unleashing a force akin to celestial might that crashed down upon Song Shuang's face. Instantly, Song Shuang fell to the ground, one side of his face swollen grotesquely, blood and teeth spraying everywhere. Ye Suifeng's expression remained cold. He had no desire for idle chatter with Song Shuang. Today, he had come to pass judgment. Today, he had come to kill. Bang! Ye Suifeng once again stomped on Song Shuang, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy into his body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, bones, all were shattered in an instant. Song Shuang let out a harrowing wail, blood spewing across his face. Luo Qing watched in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hesitantly, he spoke. My lord, let us discuss this calmly. Ye Suifeng cast an indifferent glance at him. Who are you to address me as my lord? Stepping forward, a terrifying aura enveloped Luo Qing, before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom! A colossal energy, centered around Ye Suifeng, detonated. The protective formations crumbled as if made of paper, instantly shattering. Debris and wood flew in every direction. The uppermost level of the Wanbao Pavilion was obliterated, reduced to an open platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone run. Numerous cultivators and customers below, caught off guard by the sudden explosion, panicked and fled the Wanbao Pavilion. The onlookers were astounded by the devastation above. On the platform, Luo Qing trembled all over. It was terrifying. Had that energy been directed at him, he would have been instantly vaporized, reduced to nothingness. Song Shuang, what have you truly provoked? The patriarch of the Ye family is our master, and also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanxing whispered. Ye Suifeng's gaze shifted toward her. Oh, so you are involved as well. Luo Qing's eyes widened, hastily exclaiming, no, I have nothing to do with Song Shuang. Yet before he could finish, Ye Suifeng pressed down with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as though a divine mountain had crashed upon him, causing him to spew blood and collapse to his knees. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression grave, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was the aura of a transformation stage cultivator. Yet, a mere glance from Ye Suifeng nearly caused him to soil himself. It is I. What can you do about it? Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Elder, let us discuss this calmly. The transformation stage elder hastily clasped his fists. Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel first. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Shuqing is one of the city's most iconic structures, rising 7 stories high and surrounded by protective formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels radiate a hazy purple glow, exuding an air of opulence. Yet today, its highest level was violently breached. Splintered wood and tiles exploded, scattering across the ground. A lone figure stood calmly, while the prominent figures of Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have all succumbed to him, kneeling before him. Who could this be? Could he be a higher-ranking official of Wanbao Pavilion? Surely, one would not demolish their own establishment if they were an ally. He must clearly harbor enmity toward the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens, could it be that he is unaware of the terrifying depths behind the Wanbao Pavilion? How dare he act with such brazen authority? Whispers coursed through the crowd, curiosity piqued by the figure draped in white. What could possibly be his support? Ye Suifeng's sole reliance was himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the mightiest of deities. The elder from the Wanbao Pavilion, a veteran at the transformation stage, knelt in fear, gazing at Ye Suifeng with trepidation. I did not grant you permission to speak. Silence yourself, Ye Suifeng remarked casually. Then with a swift motion of his hand, 3 strands of gray causal lines drifted forth. 2 spiraled down to the lower levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, while 1 ascended towards the distant heavens. They had fled far, yet it was futile. A chilling smile graced Ye Suifeng's lips as he clenched his fist. Instantly, 2 startled cries echoed from below. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole erupted in the lower wall, and 2 figures hurtled upwards, accompanied by their agonized screams. They crashed onto the floor, collapsing in terror alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanqin's eyes widened in shock. These were the very individuals who had attempted to assassinate Ye Suifeng's brother, Ye Suiwa. But why only 2? Aside from Song Shuang, there had been 3 formidable cultivators present at the time. As she pondered this, a voice laden with fear echoed from the distance. Squinting into the horizon, she discerned a small black spiraling through the air, tethered to the last gray line emanating from Ye Suifeng's hand. With a resounding thud, it landed at their feet, none other than the final infant soul cultivator. His expression was one of shock and panic, his upper body completely bare, with only a pitiful scrap of cloth covering his lower half. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in unsavory activities when Ye Suifeng had seized him. This method was utterly horrifying. Gu Wanqin gazed at Ye Suifeng's silhouette, and in a moment of daze, the figure of this man appeared so towering that it seemed to touch the heavens, beyond the limits of her gaze. Ye Suifeng looked at them with an icy demeanor and slowly proclaimed, "Your insatiable greed has led you to audaciously attack a key member of my clan, resulting in his near-fatal injuries. As the head of the Ye family, I hereby sentence you to death." With that, he raised his hand slightly, and in the terrified gazes of the onlookers, he decisively swung it downward as if wielding a blade. With a sickening squelch, 4 heads flew from their bodies, accompanied by torrents of hot blood, rolling down from the Wanbao Pavilion and crashing into the crowd below. Gasps of horror erupted from the spectators, and as they recognized the identities of the severed heads, terror gripped them, causing them to scatter in fear of being collateral damage. After eliminating the 4 culprits behind Song Shuang's demise, Ye Suifeng turned his attention towards Luo Qing. At last, Luo Qing could contain himself no longer. "Elder, I had no knowledge of their actions. I only learned of them later. Had I known in advance, I would have certainly intervened. I beg you spare me." His voice trembled with genuine fear. Before him stood the head of the Ye family, whose unfathomable power was evident, and whose decisiveness in execution was chilling. He was desperate to avoid losing his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Ye Suifeng remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as a round ring gently floated from Luo Qing's grasp. Upon sighting the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's face. The stolen goods were in his possession. He was truly beyond redemption. "Is everything within intact?" Ye Suifeng inquired, presenting the ring to Gu Wanqin. She nodded eagerly and took the ring, examining it closely. "They have erased my spiritual mark," she huffed, scrutinizing it before nodding slightly to Ye Suifeng. "Head of the Ye family, everything is here. It appears they had not yet had the chance to utilize them." Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement and once more fixed his gaze upon Luo Qing. "In this world, every individual harbors greed. I can comprehend that. However, your grave mistake was inciting my ire." Ye Suifeng's gaze sharpened, 2 beams of intense light instantly penetrating Luo Qing's mind. With a muffled groan, blood streamed from Luo Qing's eyes. In that fleeting moment, all his meridians shattered, his dantian reduced to dust, and even his soul was severed in half. He had been rendered completely incapacitated. Luo Qing's expression turned ashen, his eyes vacant, and his voice hoarse as he uttered, "Ye Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invoke retribution. You cannot fathom the horrific forces concealed behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in due time, all because of you." Blood trickled from his mouth as he spoke. Ye Suifeng gazed at him coldly, then suddenly smiled. "You've struck down the young. Are the elders now summoned? Huh. This is precisely the narrative I relish. I grant you an opportunity. Hasten to contact your ancestors, or perhaps even your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I shall engage in a cordial discussion with them. Ye Suifeng released the pressure upon Luo Qing. He was eager to see what sort of individuals Luo Qing would summon, and it would also serve to suppress any future disturbances. He had no time to indulge such individuals. You will regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Feel free to call. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. No need to call. I have already arrived. Suddenly, a gentle voice interjected. A youth of striking grace, donned in a purple robe and holding a pristine jade fan, descended gracefully beside Luo Qing. Ye Suifeng's gaze shifted to the young man, who exuded a certain dignity. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? Ye Suifeng inquired. Head of the Ye family, this is the esteemed steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Lord Shen Tianming, whom I previously mentioned, Gu Wanqin explained, bowing slightly to Shen Tianming. Lord Shen, this man is insufferably arrogant. He came forth to destroy our Wanbao Pavilion and cruelly murdered Song Shuang and the others, rendering my cultivation null. You must avenge me. Upon Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing seized the opportunity like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, shouting desperately. Shu, Shu. Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder, speaking softly, fear not. I shall handle this with impartiality. He then turned his gaze to Ye Suifeng. With a snap, a crimson line appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, filled with disbelief, collapsed to the ground. A mere cripple held no right to make such insolent demands. Shen Tianming maintained a warm smile. Head of the Ye family, would you not agree? Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What concern is it of mine? Chapter 27. Intensifying the effort. Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful, yet he possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, a quintessential genius. Unlike the other elder of the same stage, Shen Tianming exhibited remarkable composure in the face of Ye Suifeng, as though he had some underlying assurance. Ye Suifeng's eyes darted towards the distant void. He could distinctly sense a formidable presence lurking behind the desolate expanse, observing the unfolding events outside. Was this merely a late-stage cultivator's reliance? Ye Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, if you are here to support Luo Qing and his companions, then do hasten. Alternatively, you might summon additional assistance. Shen Tianming casually pushed Luo Qing's corpse aside, chuckling. Master Yi has misunderstood. I am not here to champion anyone. The Wanbao Pavilion has always upheld impartiality, adhering to principles both externally and internally. Especially concerning our guests, we would never indulge in conspiratorial actions. It is a grave transgression for Song Shuang to target the patrons of the Wanbao Pavilion, and thus, his demise is of no lament. Although Luo Qing did not directly partake, he bears culpability for harboring wrongdoing, coupled with his prior acts of unscrupulous competition, which have led to his expulsion from the Wanbao Pavilion. Therefore, Shen Tianming shrugged. I must express my gratitude to Master Yi for assisting us in eliminating these nuisances. Ye Suifeng acknowledged with a casual "oh," realizing that this individual possessed a modicum of discernment. In that case, feel free, he said, preparing to open the void gate. Wait. Shen Tianming quickly called after Ye Suifeng. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Shen Tianming smiled. Your wealth has garnered the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. I previously heard Pavilion Master Gu mention that you seek more, and even more precious resources and treasures? Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively, indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming continued. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter locale to deliberate further? Shen Tianming's face bore a constant smile, complemented by his handsome features, making him quite likable. Yet, Ye Suifeng had no desire to engage in further conversation. He held a disdain for those who appeared amicable yet were, in truth, insidious. Luo Qing's lifeless form served as a poignant example. I reiterate, regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, feel free to present them. There is no need to concern yourself about my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the particulars, discuss them with Gu Wanqin. I only require the goods. With that, Ye Suifeng dismissed him with a wave of his hand and turned to vanish into thin air. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, yet failed to utter a single word, awkwardly smiling instead. What a character, he mused, turning to Gu Wanqin. Pavilion Master Gu, it seems he considers you his spokesperson. I am honored. Gu Wanqin replied with dignified composure. Ye Suifeng's parting words were tantamount to a protective assurance, conveying significant information. Shen Tianming nodded. In that case, you shall remain in Yunxiao City, serving as the liaison between the Wanbao Pavilion and Ye Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that under Wanbao Pavilion's regulations, this arrangement will confine you to the status of a sub-pavilion master indefinitely. Gu Wanqin pressed her lips together, responding earnestly, that is of no consequence. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. Remaining in Yunxiao City, in some sense, is a blessing. Whether as a deputy, principal, or steward, what significance do such titles hold? For individuals like Ye Suifeng and Shen Tianming, life and death are mere trifles. Only strength is the foundation upon which one stands in this world. She had come to see through the facade. Very well, I respect your perspective, Shen Tianming said. Let us proceed as per Ye Suifeng's suggestion. We shall find a place to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the resource distribution in Yunxiao City. Thus, the incident reached its conclusion. The deceased, akin to lifeless hounds, were carelessly disposed of by Shen Tianming. The damaged Wanbao Pavilion was swiftly restored to its former glory within the span of an hour, thanks to the collective effort of numerous cultivators. Everything unfolded with an air of tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the newly refurbished top-floor chamber. Beside him stood a diminutive elder. Mulao, what is your opinion of Ye Suifeng? Shen Tianming inquired softly. Indiscernible, Mulao replied, his expression slightly grave. That individual appears utterly unremarkable, yet upon closer examination, he is unfathomable. His every word and action seems to resonate with the grand principles. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in any other elder. Young master, I advise a measured approach. Refrain from provoking him for the time being. Shen Tianming nodded. A mere Yunxiao City can give rise to such a figure. No wonder those ancient beings claim that this realm is on the brink of monumental change. I wonder if this so-called change pertains to the individual we just encountered. Hopefully not. I would rather not find myself at the center of the storm, tragically reduced to a pawn in the hands of schemers. After dealing with Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Ye Suihu's chamber, having effectively dispersed the family officials outside. Brother, how did it go? Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. It has been resolved, Ye Suifeng said, glancing at the unconscious Ye Suihu. He produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Sui Yun. This contains some medicinal pills. Administer one every 10 days, and after 100 days, his body will naturally recover. This vial of pills was concocted by Ye Suifeng during his journey home. In truth, he could restore Ye Suihu's injuries within mere breaths. However, that method was far too unsettling. Furthermore, he did not wish others to perceive his existence as a means to recklessly disregard their lives. Allowing Ye Suihu to lie for 100 days served as a minor reprimand for his careless actions. Thank you, master. Ye Suihu's wife wept with gratitude. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to the study. Tell me, what constitutes a genius in this world if one possesses the transformative stage at merely over 20 years of age? He inquired. During his encounter with Shen Tianming, Ye Suifeng had discreetly assessed his bone age, a mere 27. This led him to ponder the implications if the major powers of this world were comprised of individuals akin to Shen Tianming. In comparison, the youth of the Yi family appeared woefully inadequate. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such geniuses exist? That is absolutely impossible. Her reaction spoke volumes. With Sui Yun's perspective and experience, she simply could not fathom such heights. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Very well, I comprehend now. From today onward, you must exhaust every means to accelerate the cultivation progress of our clan's young members. Arrange for training chambers, spirit-gathering formations, body-tempering liquids, whatever can be arranged, see to it. Intensify the efforts, understood? Chapter 28, The Struggle in the Forest. At the periphery of the Qinggu jailing, within a secluded grove, lay a pool of emerald waters. Beneath the great green stone at the water's edge, a massive python coiled languidly. Sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled patterns upon its sinuous form as it feigned slumber. Unbeknownst to the sleeping creature, several figures concealed within the dense underbrush were stealthily advancing towards it, step by measured step. 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, were enveloped in a layer of translucent film. When a drop of dew inadvertently fell from their grasp, it swiftly crystallized into ice. The icy garment, originally designed to combat the sweltering heat of summer, possessed the remarkable ability to insulate against temperature, as well as a certain freezing effect. The astute cultivators discovered its unique capacity for concealment against serpentine beasts, rendering them nearly undetectable even at close quarters. It was evident that these 3 cultivators intended to hunt the colossal python lurking beneath the green stone. With meticulous caution, they gradually approached the giant serpent, almost able to hear its faint breaths. The foremost woman, her expression grave, nodded to her companions and suddenly surged forward, her sword slicing through the air as she aimed a decisive strike at the python's head. Yet, her movement alerted the creature, which opened its eyes just in time to narrowly evade the lethal blow, retaliating with a swift bite. The clash of the serpent's razor-sharp fangs against the sword produced a resounding clang, sending the woman hurtling backward from the force of the impact. However, A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Now was the moment. She shouted, and the other man and woman sprang forth from their hiding place, their swords poised to strike at the python's body. Due to the initial woman's distraction, the serpent's form was largely exposed, its vulnerable spot falling squarely within the attack range of the other two. It was a cunning ploy. The sword struck fiercely against the python's flesh, inflicting 2 deep gashes that erupted with blood. "Wei Yuan, what are you doing?" the other woman exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discontent. "I apologize, Hu Jie. I missed my mark," the young man replied, embarrassment evident on his face. Their plan had hinged on the first woman drawing the python's attention, while the other two delivered a fatal blow to its vulnerable spot. But nerves had evidently gotten the better of Wei Yuan, causing him to miscalculate. Although the python appeared severely wounded, it was not fatally so. It merely bore 2 additional wounds. "Be careful," Hu Jie warned, but her expression suddenly shifted as she rushed in front of Wei Yuan. The massive tail of the serpent was hurtling toward them. With a thud, Hu Jie raised her sword to block the attack, but underestimated the python's strength, resulting in her spitting blood and being sent flying. "Hu Jie," Wei Yuan cried out in alarm. "Forget her for now, focus on dodging. We must strike down this beast if we have the chance," the first woman urged urgently, twirling her sword into a dazzling flourish as she charged at the python. In a mere heartbeat, she struck the serpent multiple times, leaving a series of shallow cuts across its body. The python roared in fury, redirecting its attention toward the woman before it. "Regain your composure. Recall how we trained you," she shouted amidst her attacks. Hearing her words, Wei Yuan took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the injured Hu Jie and channeling all his focus toward the python. "Die." At last, he seized a rare opportunity to close in swiftly, his sword imbued with anger as he struck at the serpent's vulnerable spot, overlapping with the previous wound. With a resounding slash, the python was severed, blood spraying over Wei Yuan. The serpent let out a final, anguished cry, thrashing wildly on the ground, prompting the two to leap away to safety. Well aware that the python was doomed, Huanjia, Wei Yuan suddenly recalled Hu Wen and quickly searched the underbrush for her. He found her sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, one arm cradled against her chest, clearly broken. "This is all my fault," he lamented, guilt washing over him. Just then, another woman joined them, her face pale and slick with sweat, having expended considerable energy in the confrontation with the python. "I'm fine. Your inexperience is to blame, which is entirely normal." Hu Wen managed a strained smile. "It's just a broken arm. A month of rest will heal it." "I'm still at fault," Wei Yuan insisted, his self-reproach lingering. "Enough." The other woman interjected, helping Hu Wen to her feet and turning to Wei Yuan. "Injuries during battle are commonplace. Instead of dwelling on guilt, focus on identifying your shortcomings. Otherwise, you will never grow." Hu Wen shot a weary glance at her. "Zhang Fei, don't be too harsh. This isn't Wei Yuan's first battle." Zhang Fei remained impassive, letting out a slight huff. "I simply do not wish to lose any more companions, like those from the Beggar's Temple." The group fell silent, taking a moment to recuperate before returning to the water's edge. By now, the python lay still on the ground, blood pooling around it, lifeless. "Oh, there are some eggs here," Wei Yuan exclaimed suddenly. Zhang Fei and Hu Wen hurried over to investigate. Beneath the large green stone, nestled in the grass, lay a cluster of white eggs, quietly resting. Upon counting, they discovered 7 in total. "Python eggs. We've struck gold," Hu Wen exclaimed joyously. "In the market, a complete python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is a fortune for us." Zhang Fei's expression also brightened. "Quick, gather them up. We must dispose of the python's corpse. The scent of blood will easily attract attention." Before she could finish, a voice rang out. "Oh, python eggs. We're in luck." 5 cultivators suddenly emerged from the trees, striding directly toward Zhang Fei and her companions. Each of them was adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of superiority that indicated they were no mere wandering cultivators. "Indeed, python eggs. Just what we need for our main ingredient." The leader, a woman, smiled, completely disregarding the presence of Zhang Fei and her group. Zhang Fei's expression soured as she stepped forward, clasping her fists. "Fellow cultivator, we are the ones who defeated the python, and we discovered the eggs first." Her tone was polite, yet the woman showed no sign of acknowledgement, continuing her advance. Furrowing her brow, Zhang Fei prepared to confront her again, but another cultivator blocked her path, producing a red insignia. "Hey, what are you?" Wei Yuan began, but was halted by Zhang Fei's grip. The insignia bore a prominent character for the Li family. The Li family of Yunxiao City was a powerful clan they could not afford to offend. At that moment, the Li family woman had already snatched the python eggs. Approaching Zhang Fei, she stated flatly, "I am Li Qing'er of the Li family. Do not worry, I won't take advantage of you. Someone, give them 100 spirit stones." A small pouch was tossed at Zhang Fei's feet. Ordinary python eggs were worth 50 spirit stones each, let alone these, which held higher value. Yet, in the end, they received only 100 spirit stones, and the Li family woman treated it as a mere act of charity. Zhang Fei and her companions could only swallow their indignation, unable to confront the Li family and thus forced to accept their fate. Li Qing'er, evidently accustomed to such dealings, prepared to leave with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air. Li Qing'er, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how could you engage in such despicable acts of oppression against loose cultivators? For figures leapt from the woods, with the foremost clad in a purple cloak, exuding an air of gallantry, a resplendent azure longsword hanging at their waist. Tianluan Palace. Ye family Yi Huang? Li Qing'er raised an eyebrow. Chapter 29. Yi Huang Unleashed. Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds. Unfazed by Yi Huang's presence, Li Qing'er stood her ground, slowly articulating, I care not for your reputation as Yi Huang of Tianluan Palace. This mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang crossed her arms, smirking, and what of it? What are you going to do about it? Li Qing'er furrowed her brow. Your reach exceeds your grasp. Do you not understand? To intrude upon another family's territory and flaunt your might. Is this the conduct of your Yi family? Yi Huang chuckled lightly. The ethos of my Yi family is to intervene when we encounter that which we disapprove of. What can you do about it? Li Qing'er sought to escalate the matter to a familial dispute, yet Yi Huang appeared impervious to her tactics. The Yi family had always been known for their prudence and caution. When had they become so brazen? She was utterly perplexed. Yi Huang, are you not afraid of igniting a conflict between our two great families? Li Qing'er demanded, her countenance darkening. She still hoped to leverage her family's influence to intimidate Yi Huang. However, Yi Huang merely laughed. Are you foolish, or am I? Do you think conflicts between families arise so easily? Indeed, there may be a possibility. If I were to slay you today, or vice versa, then perhaps a conflict could ensue. Would you care to test that? Faced with Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's expression turned ashen. This individual was not adhering to the expected norms. Moreover, she was relentless. She had never encountered a member of the Yi family like this before. Do not presume that I fear you. Li Qing'er glared at Yi Huang's companions, coldly asserting. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The reputation of your Tianluan Palace is merely a fabrication of Yi Qinao. With Yi Qinao absent and Yi Xiaoxiao also gone, how dare a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like you speak so arrogantly before me? Having recently broken through to the transformation of qi realm, she knew she was no match for Yi Qinao, nor did she possess unwavering confidence against the prodigious Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet, Yi Huang was merely a qi refinement stage cultivator, and rumors suggested her abilities were on par with her inept father, hovering around the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. How could Li Qing'er fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er's contorted expression, Yi Huang shook her head. So, you are one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Only in the absence of Qinao and Xiaoxiao do you dare to challenge me. How pitiable. With that, she boldly stepped forward towards Li Qing'er. Momentarily stunned, Li Qing'er wondered what Yi Huang was up to. What was her intent? Caught in hesitation, she involuntarily took a step back. This movement ignited her sense of humiliation and fury, and she bellowed, What do you intend to do? Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth, grinning, Nothing much, just felt like giving you a beating. With that, she unleashed a powerful punch, producing a fearsome gust as it hurtled towards Li Qing'er. Taken by surprise, Li Qing'er hastily raised her arms to defend herself, the aura of her transformation of qi realm surging forth. Boom! A massive collision reverberated, unleashing a torrent of energy between them that nearly knocked the qi refinement stage cultivators, Zhang Fei and her companions, off their feet. As they regained their composure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Li Qing'er, at the transformation of qi realm, was forced back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath her feet. How could this be? Li Qing'er's face fell in shock as the aftermath of the blow left her arms tingling. How could Yi Huang possess such formidable strength? The transformation of qi realm was nothing in comparison. Yi Huang pressed the attack, launching a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches howled, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Clearly, her martial arts had reached an extraordinary level. In her panic, Li Qing'er found herself on the defensive, retreating under the relentless assault, almost entirely overwhelmed. The onlookers were spellbound. They had never witnessed a qi refinement stage cultivator overpowering someone in the transformation of qi realm so effortlessly. When had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Li Qing'er was struck in the chest by Yi Huang's kick, crashing to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print in the center. Stop! How dare you? Li Qing'er's companions hurriedly surrounded Yi Huang, confronting her with fierce expressions. Yet, Yi Huang's allies swiftly moved forward, matching them in stature and demeanor. Yi Huang raised a hand, signaling her companions to step back, standing alone at the forefront. I shall not say much. Return what you seized from others, and I will refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to spar with all of you. Yi Huang clenched her fist, intimidating the Li family members into retreat. They had witnessed the earlier battle. If even Li Qing'er at the transformation of Qi realm was no match for her, how could they hope to contend with this anomaly? Yi Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind the Li family members. Li Qing'er's voice was hoarse, nearly gritting her teeth as she called out Yi Huang's name. You have forced my hand, she shrieked. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted, sending the Li family members scrambling for cover. A gray whip, shimmering with a faint light, shot forth at lightning speed, reaching Yi Huang in an instant. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened as she unsheathed her longsword with resolve. With a crisp ring of the blade, she clashed directly against the whip. Boom! A surge of tremendous energy erupted, more intense than before. The towering trees above were instantly stripped of countless thin branches, cascading down like rain. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Yi Huang, spiraling outward in all directions. One particular cut cleaved through a large boulder, its edge as smooth as a mirror. The azure longsword hummed ominously in the air, while the whip lay severed in several pieces, scattered upon the earth. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the purple figure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Li Qing'er lay half-reclined on the ground, clutching the severed whip, her expression dazed. Disbelief etched in her eyes. How could this be? How could this happen? My thorny whip is a profound-level spiritual weapon. Why? She muttered to herself. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her longsword. After more than 2 months of training and countless battles, she had long recognized that the spiritual sword gifted to her by her father was far from ordinary. Hand over the green python eggs, and I may spare your life, Yi Huang stated calmly. After a moment of silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground. Though her physical injuries were minimal, the pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang stung far more than any physical wounds. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs, casting them onto the ground. She shot a glance at Yi Huang, snorting, if you have the capability, then join this year's Yuntian City battle. At that moment, Li Qi would undoubtedly seek vengeance for me. After uttering those words, she dared not linger and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured to herself, so, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, our paths shall cross. Chapter 30, The Pact Between Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance. Zhang Fei and Huan approached Yi Huang and bowed deeply. She had never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family's disciples, someone would emerge to uphold justice for them. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this era. To speak candidly, those who stand up for righteousness seldom live long. Naturally, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts. Not at all, Yi Huang replied. I merely acted upon my desires. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback. This statement, though seemingly simple, encapsulated what everyone has long sought. To act upon one's desires. How bold of her to say so. What gave her the audacity to express and pursue such convictions? Here is the green python egg. Do take care of it. It can fetch 200 spirit stones. Yi Huang handed the green python egg to Zhang Fei. A regular giant python egg is worth 50 spirit stones, but the creature they had slain was actually a green python, imbued with a hint of primal essence, making its egg quite valuable. We only need to keep 3. Zhang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang chuckled. Take it. I am not in need of such trifles. The Yi family is quite affluent. Merely a few hundred spirit stones are inconsequential. It is also a good deed to foster goodwill. By the way, where do you hail from? Yi Huang inquired. Zhang Fei clasped her fists. We are all from Daku Town. Daku Town lies quite distant and has long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I see some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled healers there, and their prices are quite fair, Yi Huang suggested, glancing at Huan. Zhang Fei hesitated. But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is governed by the Yi family. Conflicts often spill over from the struggles of the upper echelons to the lower ranks. The Li and Yi families have been at odds for years, leading to various tensions in their respective territories. Generally, cultivators from the Li family would not easily venture into the domain of the Yi family. Yi Huang shook her head. What does the Li family or the Yi family matter? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yuntian City. You may be unaware, given your distance. Currently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families have begun to merge, striving towards their common goals. Almost half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's territory. Zhang Fei was taken aback, pondering the unusual harmony among cultivators. Let us go and see for ourselves, Yi Huang said, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. In the Ye family's patriarch's study, Ye Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his face. After a moment, he set the letter down, remarking, splendid. It exudes a commanding presence, truly reflective of my style. Across from him, Sui Yun wore a broad smile. Elder brother, little Huang has been making quite a name for herself. The reputation of Tianluan Hall has nearly eclipsed that of Yilong. Children's play, mere trifles. Ye Suifeng took a leisurely sip of fragrant tea. The contents of the letter indicated that his daughter was no longer the perpetually troubled girl she once was. This transformation was expected, for he knew that within Yi Huang lay a phoenix, awaiting its moment of rebirth. He merely ignited the flames. Recently, the situation at the borders has been exceptionally promising, thanks to the family's activities and policies, attracting many wandering cultivators from various regions. Numerous exceptionally talented individuals are considering joining us, Sui Yun stated. Ye Suifeng nodded. This was one of his aims. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family evolve into a prominent force. Otherwise, it would merely remain a secluded clan, devoid of significance, which he had no desire to be. However, after expressing his joy, Sui Yun's expression turned somewhat troubled. Elder brother, I wish to raise a concern. Our recent vigor has attracted a multitude of cultivators, including many from the Li and Tang families' territories. Particularly, several small sects from the Li family have relocated entirely to our side. Could this pose a problem? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What makes it problematic? The mass exodus of cultivators may incite discontent among the Li and Tang families, Sui Yun replied. Ye Suifeng set down his teacup and beckoned. Come. Let me ask you, is this current situation one you are pleased with? Sui Yun was taken aback. Of course. The younger generation is vibrant, and the family's reputation is soaring. I have dreamed of this countless times. Then that settles it. Ye Suifeng chuckled, just as Yi Huang said. If you wish to do something, then do it. As long as we remain on the right path, we need not worry about any trivial matters. The Li and Tang families, since they exist in Yuntian City, have already sealed their fates. Should they comply, we shall offer them a gentle resolution. If they dare to provoke us, they shall surely understand that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yun nodded. The actions of Ye Suifeng over the past few months had instilled in him unwavering confidence. Even if Ye Suifeng decided to claim an empire and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us cast our sights further. Ye Suifeng smiled. Do you recall the 27-year-old genius in the transformation realm I mentioned before? Let us set a modest goal for our young ones, strive for them to reach that level. And may our Yi family aspire to become a powerful force capable of nurturing such geniuses. Do you understand? As Sui Yun listened to Ye Suifeng's aspirations, his eyes gleamed with hope. Such a vision had never even graced his dreams. Was there truly a possibility for realization? He glanced at the relaxed Ye Suifeng, nodding to himself. With his elder brother leading the Yi family, they would undoubtedly become a super clan worthy of being inscribed in history. Your current task is to judiciously allocate resources and provide the family members with a nurturing environment for cultivation. Of course, do not neglect your own progress. I hope that within a year, you and Tiger can both break through to the golden core stage and officially enter the nascent soul realm, Ye Suifeng instructed. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. Afterward, they discussed some family matters before Sui Yun took his leave. Ye Suifeng gazed out the window, his eyes drifting far, seemingly catching a glimpse of that adorable figure blossoming at the border. I simply wish to spar with you. What can you do about it? He chuckled. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, I hope they can discern the prevailing circumstances. For now, Ye Suifeng had no desire to engage with those two families. There was no necessity. To him, both the Li and Tang families were far too weak. So weak that he could hardly be bothered to acknowledge them. Engaging in conflict with them would be nothing short of a waste of time. However, the trees yearn for tranquility, yet the winds persist unrelentingly. Such is the marvel of this world. A few days later, Sui Yun once again entered the study. Elder brother, both the head of the Li family and the head of the Tang family have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Drunken Dream Pavilion for a gathering. Chapter 31. The Impetuous Ye Suifeng. In the elegant room of the Drunken Dream Pavilion, only two individuals were present, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suibao. Initially, Ye Suifeng had intended to attend alone, but Sui Yun and the others insisted on bringing a few more people, claiming it would enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, they dispatched the most powerful among them, Ye Suibao, to serve as his bodyguard. Having a late-stage golden core cultivator act as a bodyguard for someone who has weathered the tribulation seems rather futile. I must ask, why is it that we were invited by the Li and Tang families, yet now we find ourselves waiting for them? Ye Suifeng remarked. All the guests have arrived, yet the host has not shown up. It is utterly disrespectful. Elder brother, those two families have always treated us with such disdain, Ye Suibao exclaimed. his voice brimming with indignation, seemingly more incensed than Ye Suifeng himself. As he appeared ready to smash the table, Ye Suifeng hurriedly intervened. "Fifth brother, calm yourself. There will be time for that once they arrive." Just then, the door finally opened, revealing two figures at the forefront, one stout and the other slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman exuding charm. Upon closer inspection, Ye Suifeng noted that both men were at the golden core stage, while the four women behind them were also at the same level, albeit with a rather tenuous aura, clearly a result of hastily amassed pills. Ah, behold their stature. And then there's us, a rugged man with a face full of stubble. The disparity is glaring. Truly regrettable, my dear younger brother, that you have been kept waiting, the rotund middle-aged man said with a beaming smile. Ye Suifeng scrutinized him. "And you are?" The chubby man paused, momentarily taken aback by Ye Suifeng's apparent lack of jest. His eyes twitched slightly as he chuckled. "Ah, dear brother Ye, you certainly possess a keen sense of humor." "Elder brother, that is the head of the Li family, Li Lu Su," Ye Suibao interjected from the side. Ye Suifeng simply acknowledged with an "oh." He had no intention of stirring trouble. He genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families, although portraits and profiles of both were available at home. He had neglected to peruse them. "And you must be Tang Zheng?" Ye Suifeng turned to the other man. Tang Zheng made a dismissive sound, refusing to respond, and seated himself with a flourish. At this, Ye Suibao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Hey, my elder brother is addressing you." Tang Zheng's expression darkened, as if he had been slighted. "Ah, fifth young master's temperament remains as forthright as ever," Li Lu Su remarked, attempting to smooth over the situation. "Do not take offense, young master Tang. Fifth young master has always been rather impulsive, haha." Tang Zheng merely snorted again, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng observed the unfolding drama with a serene demeanor, quickly discerning the underlying dynamics. In Yunxiao City, the Tang family held the most formidable power and influence, and it was evident that Li Lu Su was eager to cultivate a rapport with them while subtly undermining the Yi family. This social stratum was rife with human complexities, intrigues, and machinations, a realm where Li Lu Su was undoubtedly adept. However, Ye Suifeng remained utterly disinterested. "You have summoned me today for a reason. What is it?" Ye Suifeng inquired directly. Li Lu Su chuckled. "Ah, no need to rush. Let us first enjoy the dishes. I assure you, the cuisine at Drunken Dream Pavilion is unparalleled." "Unnecessary," Ye Suifeng interjected, halting his feigned enthusiasm. "If there is something to discuss, let us do so now. I am quite pressed for time." Li Lu Su was momentarily rendered speechless. Was it not customary to discuss matters over a meal? How could this head of the Yi family behave like a naive youth? "Ye Suifeng, is it?" At that moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke up. Looking down at Ye Suifeng, "You are the most intriguing fourth-generation head of the Yi family I have encountered." Tang Zheng's opening remark was laden with condescension, as if to elevate himself by referencing the previous three heads of the Yi family, suggesting his own superiority. "I find little intrigue in this," Ye Suifeng replied. "If you have matters to discuss, please do so promptly. Do not waste our time." He felt no obligation to extend courtesy to the two men before him. After a brief silence, Li Lu Su chuckled. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. Dear brother Yi, your family has been rather active along the borders of late, has it not?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, confirming, "Indeed, we have been quite active." Li Lu Su paused, then continued. "Since you do not deny it, perhaps you owe both me and brother Tang an explanation?" Ye Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. "How does our family's activity along the borders concern you? Why should I provide you with an explanation?" Li Lu Su opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Of course it is relevant. Are you not aware that your family's hands have extended into the territories of the Li and Tang families?" "I am aware," Ye Suifeng responded calmly. "And yet, why should I claim any connection?" Li Lu Su was nearly beside himself, his voice rising in frustration. "You are insinuating that there is no connection. Have you lost your mind? Your family's actions have thrown our territories into disarray, with many running to your side. What do you intend to achieve? Are you recruiting for an army? Challenging the Li and Tang families?" Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Let me ask you this. What means have we employed?" "Very well, allow me to enlighten you. As soon as the beast tide erupted, we dispatched a substantial force to assist the border cultivators in repelling the rampaging beasts. Furthermore, we provided extensive resources for the injured cultivators, offering free medical aid. Subsequently, we compensated the scattered cultivators handsomely, fostering a united front to endure this ferocious beast tide. Tell me, which of these so-called tactics violates the Yunxiao Agreement?" The three prominent families of Yunxiao City had established the Yunxiao Agreement to ensure their cohabitation, a code of conduct designed to prevent severe conflicts among them. The actions taken by the Yi family had indeed not breached this agreement. Perhaps no one had anticipated that someone would so recklessly target the vast numbers of scattered cultivators. I am a person who values rules. Hence, since I have not violated any, why should I be compelled to provide you with an explanation? Ye Suifeng posed the question. Both Li Lusu and Tang Zheng wore expressions of displeasure. This Ye Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to their attempts at intimidation. In a large family, it is not the trivial matters of children that can be settled by a mere agreement. Ye Suifeng, if you truly persist in such a notion, then we cannot proceed any further in our discussions, Li Lusu stated in a somber tone. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. Difficult to negotiate? Then let us cease negotiations altogether. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table and remarked, in our Ye family, this is how we conduct our affairs. If you possess the capability, muster your resources to persuade those wandering cultivators to return willingly. If funds are lacking, I can provide you with a loan. In short, I am adhering to the established rules. Should anyone dare to breach these regulations with insidious tactics, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Ye Suifeng signaled to Sui Bao and departed the private room. Li Luosu's expression darkened as she cast a glance at Tang Zheng, a flash of malice crossing her eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head slightly. Enough. We are well aware of the Ye family's limitations. They cannot stir up significant turmoil. I refuse to believe that the Ye family possesses enough spirit stones to satisfy that insatiable horde of wandering cultivators, he remarked. Li Luosu sighed. I understand. Yet, his constant provocations are utterly revolting. Tang Zheng took a sip of tea and replied, one must endure minor grievances to secure grand strategies. Observe that Ye Suifeng. He is merely a reckless youth. Appointing him as the head of the Ye family is akin to courting disaster. Before long, the Battle of Yunshao City will arrive. At that point, the Ye family will either need to appoint a new head or meet their demise here. Li Luosu hesitated before saying, but the Yunshao agreement. Agreements are but lifeless constructs, Tang Zheng interjected, his eyes as calm as a still pond. For the powerful, there has never been such a thing as breaking an agreement. It is merely a modification of the rules. Chapter 32, Preparations in Progress. Brother, you are truly formidable. On the way home, Sui Bao grinned widely, displaying his yellowed teeth, and rambled excitedly beside Ye Suifeng. Those two families are utterly insufferable. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other always maintains an air of superiority. It was truly gratifying today. Sui Bao's enthusiasm was palpable. Calm down, little brother. This is merely a minor skirmish, Ye Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Calm down. Sui Bao's face flushed red. You have no idea. When I was following the former family head, every encounter with those two families was a source of frustration. As he spoke, Sui Bao realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The former family head, Ye Suifeng's father, was named Ye Jingguang. Earlier this year, he had ventured deep into the Qinggu highlands and tragically fell victim to a demon beast. With Ye Jingguang's brothers having retreated to the background, Ye Suifeng ascended to the position of family head in accordance with ancestral teachings. Brother, I apologize for my thoughtless words, Sui Bao said, his face filled with embarrassment. There is no need for concern. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. He harbored few memories of his father, Ye Jingguang, and thus lacked any profound emotional connection. Nonetheless, he recognized the familial bond that existed. What progress has been made in the investigation of that incident? Ye Suifeng inquired. Since Ye Jingguang's demise, the Ye family had been diligently investigating the details, but due to the treacherous terrain of the Qinggu highlands, rife with formidable demon beasts, the task had proven exceedingly challenging. Useful information is scarce, Sui Bao reported. Based on the remnants at the scene, the former family head encountered a blood fiend tiger, which led to his unfortunate fate. The blood fiend tiger, a high-grade 6th-tier demon beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, Ye Jingguang, at the golden core stage, was no match for it. Moreover, such a beast could not possibly be summoned by the Li or Tang families, as they lacked the capability to command a blood fiend tiger. Thus, this incident appeared to be a mere accident. The only peculiar aspect was that the location Ye Jingguang had traveled to was generally not known for harboring blood fiend tigers, which is why the Ye family continued to investigate the details. Let bygones be bygones, Ye Suifeng stated. I shall personally visit the site another day to ascertain the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see progress. You must not put yourself in danger. Sui Bao exclaimed loudly. Ye Suifeng sighed in resignation. Rest assured. It is merely a blood fiend tiger. To prevent Sui Bao from continuing down that path, Ye Suifeng swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Sui, who is currently bedridden, I need you to keep a close watch on the training of those younglings at home. Of course, no problem. Sui Bao replied eagerly. A few days ago, our second brother sent us a wealth of training resources, and we plan to construct a tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with spirit-gathering arrays. as well as numerous combat puppets, training dummies for agility practice, a myriad of sword formations, and a mind refinement illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, I feel as though the Ye family is on the verge of becoming a sacred ground. Ye Suifeng scoffed, sacred grounds do not appear so meager. Let us proceed as planned. In just over a month, the border situation will stabilize, and we cannot allow them to remain idle. Ensure they train rigorously. Sui Bao's lips curled into a grin. Fear not, brother, I shall not go easy on them. The two individuals responsible for the martial affairs of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng and Sui Bao, typically played the roles of the good cop and bad cop. With the good cop now bedridden, the returning youths would likely find themselves in for a rough time. Haha, what an amusing scene that will be. As time passed, Yinxiao City grew increasingly lively. A multitude of cultivators flocked in, filling the streets and alleys with a cacophony of voices. The inns and taverns were at full capacity, businesses thrived, and even the entertainment districts and underground casinos were overflowing with patrons. An immense flow of wealth circulated within Yinxiao City. Many were puzzled as to why so many cultivators had suddenly appeared, given that it was not a particularly special time. Some who were privy to the underlying circumstances directed their attention toward the Ye family. It turned out that the recent activities of the Ye family had prompted these cultivators to converge. They all sought to seize opportunities for advancement within the Ye family. However, many criticized the Ye family's actions as reckless, doubting their sustainability. Indeed, a single misstep can lead to ruin. Throughout history, we have never witnessed such extravagant expenditure of spirit stones. Once their financial resources dwindle, those cultivators who previously flocked to them may swiftly turn into adversaries. Yes, the young head of the Ye family has underestimated the treachery of human nature. Some expressed significant skepticism regarding the Ye family's maneuvers. Yet, others held differing opinions. What do you fools know? The vision of the Ye family is beyond the comprehension of you short-sighted individuals. This was the perspective of a zealous supporter of the Ye family. Ahem, dear friend, do not exaggerate. The greatest advantage of the Ye family's actions is the acquisition of a resounding reputation and the winning of hearts. Even if they cannot encompass all, they can selectively choose a handful of talented individuals. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. This was the viewpoint of a rational observer. I am quite grateful to the Ye family. My own family deals in spirit herbs, and last month, our sales nearly doubled. This was the perspective of an opportunist. In summary, opinions varied widely, and now, in Yinxiao City, the names Ye family and Ye Suifeng had become synonymous with fervent excitement. Of course, two additional names were also gaining prominence: Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qiniao, and Yi Long were frequently mentioned as the three leaders. The purple phoenix soars to the heavens, its divine majesty resplendent. The fairy Qiniao strums ethereal melodies. The true dragon descends to the world, graceful and refined. The three of them are hailed as the promising stars of the new generation of the Yi family. Yi Huang, after undergoing the third body refinement by Ye Suifeng, has successfully advanced to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the thunder calamity liquid has reached her dantian, igniting a divine flame. Once unleashed, it could incinerate the heavens and obliterate the earth. When it comes to true combat prowess, Yi Huang can be deemed the strongest among the younger generation. Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not withhold his guidance from his two nephews, Qin Yao and Yi Long, each receiving a refinement session that further solidified their foundations. Additionally, there are Yi Xiao, Yi Qian, along with the siblings Yi Zihan and Yi Haoran from the Suiyu family, as well as the brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Suihu family. This group of direct descendants has received exceptional attention from Ye Suifeng, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength. They are indeed the future of the Yi family. Over the course of more than a month, the Wanbao Pavilion finally delivered the first batch of resources above the heavenly grade, 3 items. The first is a low-grade heavenly ruler, possessing various marvelous functions, which Ye Suifeng entrusted to Sui Bao for the discipline of the Yi family's younger members. The second is 10 pieces of azure gold stone, rumored to be a top-tier building resource. Lastly, a small vial of Qilin blood, a premier material for body refinement, which Ye Suifeng designated for the ongoing construction of the body refinement pool. Just these few items hold a staggering value of 200 trillion. Ye Suifeng's stock of low-grade spirit stones has diminished significantly, yet he hardly noticed any change in the numbers. In addition to these, Ye Suifeng's experiments have finally yielded results for the first phase. Feng Ji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Peng Yi have each made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuanshi skill. Chapter 33, The Four Guardians in the Courtyard. 4 figures sat cross-legged, each positioned at the cardinal points. Their eyes were tightly shut, exuding an aura of solemnity. Surrounding them was an inverted, bowl-shaped, translucent light screen. encapsulating them entirely. Outside the light screen, two individuals stood side by side, intently observing them. It was Ye Suifeng, accompanied by the returning Ye Huang. Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to adopt them as your sons? Ye Huang inquired, pointing at the four. What? Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. Who have you heard this from? Everyone says so, Ye Huang replied. They claim that you are the reincarnation of a sage. Benevolent and kind-hearted, which is why you treat wandering cultivators so well, even adopting four impoverished orphans. Ye Huang spoke with earnestness, while Ye Suifeng's expression darkened. Who are these people with such a vivid imagination? He merely acted out of good spirits that day, and his care for wandering cultivators was strategic for future expansion of influence. How did it transform into him being a sage reincarnated? It was absurd. Your father is not a sage, and this world cannot accommodate such benevolence, Ye Suifeng stated firmly. Little Huang, remember this, you may show kindness, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, but do not lose sight of your true self. Everything is built upon strength. Do you understand? Ye Huang nodded, though with a hint of incomprehension. She was still too young, lacking the experience of life's complexities. Ye Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. Father, what is that? Ye Huang asked, gesturing towards the transparent dome. The spirit-seizing illumination array, Ye Suifeng explained. It is an ancient formation capable of significantly accelerating the cultivation process. Ye Huang looked up. Can I use it? The formation sounded extraordinarily potent. However, Ye Suifeng shook his head. It is unnecessary. This array has flaws. Steady and solid progress is all you need. The spirit-seizing illumination array is essentially a pseudo-spacetime formation with subtle loopholes in the heavenly laws. Such hidden dangers could manifest when one attains great success and seeks ascension. He had no intention of employing it on his daughter. Upon hearing this, Ye Huang nodded, yet a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Father still loves me. By the way, how were your experiences during this lengthy training? I've heard your reputation has grown quite splendid. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Not at all, Ye Huang replied. I merely wish to uphold your reputation. A smile lingered on Ye Suifeng's face. Although he was at home, he remained informed of all matters, large and small. At the borders, his daughter's actions could be described as that of a valiant warrior, fearlessly facing challenges head-on. The renown of the Tianluan Hall was, in truth, forged by Ye Huang's relentless efforts. It was also due to this that Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Qingyao had elevated the still qi refining Ye Huang to a position of leadership. The reason Ye Huang exerted herself so fervently was simply to avoid tarnishing her father's name. What an endearing little creature she was. After a brief exchange, Ye Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. They are emerging. As his words fell, the translucent light shield gradually dimmed, and the four-seated figures slowly opened their eyes. An extraordinary aura emanated from them. Master, Miss, they greeted respectfully upon noticing Ye Suifeng beside them. During this time, they had grown accustomed to their roles as Ye Suifeng's subordinates and had met Ye Huang, their young mistress, on several occasions. Ye Suifeng raised a hand, signaling for them to remain seated. He then extended his vast spiritual power, unveiling all the mysteries of their bodies. Fengji had already opened 9 main meridians. His muscles solidified and radiating a star-like brilliance, concealing immense strength. Ma Feng had opened 8 main meridians, exuding a long-lasting aura. Lu Hong and Yu Peng Yi had completely transformed their spiritual energy, each having opened 9 main meridians. However, in Ye Suifeng's perspective, Yu Peng Yi's overall condition surpassed that of Lu Hong significantly. The month-long cultivation period provided Ye Suifeng with a deeper understanding of the effects of the Yuanshi skill. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, the Yuanshi skill offered a more holistic and domineering effect, whether it be elixirs, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, or the inner cores and blood of demon beasts. Even malevolent and demonic energies could be directly absorbed and converted into usable primordial energy. This significantly alleviated the resource restrictions typically imposed by traditional cultivation approaches, making it more suitable for the general populace. Moreover, the enhancement of physical prowess through Yuanshi skill was unparalleled by traditional methods. Its comprehensive effect met Ye Suifeng's expectations. Additionally, both Lu Hong and Yu Peng Yi smoothly transitioned to the new technique without any backlash. This would facilitate future promotions considerably. Ye Suifeng was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. It seemed that the 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. The Yuanshi skill was now fully prepared to be disseminated as a foundational technique. However, the timing was not yet right. Ye Huang, go and spar with them. Ye Suifeng suddenly commanded. Ye Huang was taken aback. Despite the peculiar aura of the four, she could not discern their exact cultivation level. However, based on her experience, they appeared to be at most in the late qi refining stage. Now that she had reached the Qi transformation realm, wouldn't it be akin to a father fighting his son? Limit your cultivation to the Qi refining realm, Ye Suifeng instructed. Yi Huang responded with an "oh," though she still doubted that these four were her equals. Soon, the battle commenced. After undergoing the process of body tempering 3 times, Yi Huang has experienced a qualitative transformation. Even while restricted to the Qi refinement stage, she possesses the strength to battle opponents beyond her level. Moreover, her practical experience has become exceedingly rich after her trials. By all logical reasoning, for ordinary cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement should stand no chance against her. However, Feng Zhi and his companions are evidently not ordinary. Their long-lasting auras and profound spiritual power, while not as potent as Yi Huang's, certainly surpass that of typical cultivators of their rank. Under the relentless assault of the four, Yi Huang finds herself struggling to defend, continuously being pressed back. After a fierce exchange of blows, Feng Zhi seizes an opportunity, rolls on the ground, and grabs hold of Yi Huang's calf, restricting her movements. Although he is quickly sent flying by a kick from Yi Huang, the attacks from the other 3 arrive simultaneously, with a long sword poised at her throat. The outcome is clear. "My apologies, Miss," Lu Hong remarks, retracting his sword. Yi Huang stands momentarily stunned. After months of rigorous training, she has faced countless battles, even against cultivators at the transformation stage, without suffering a defeat. Though she does not display it outwardly, a sense of pride lingers within her. She had not anticipated that not only would she lose, but she would do so swiftly. "It's nothing," Yi Huang replies, her expression complex. Ye Suifeng observes from the side, a faint smile touching his lips. Young ones should occasionally face setbacks, otherwise, they might truly believe themselves invincible. "Enough," Ye Suifeng continues. "Feng Zhi and the rest of you, continue cultivating the Yuan Shigong and strive to break through to the Tongmai stage, entering the Dan Fu realm as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, starting today, you will accompany Yi Huang as her protectors. Is that acceptable?" In unison, Feng Zhi and the others respond, "Understood." Ye Suifeng then turns to Yi Huang. "I have a task for you as well. Defeat these 4 within the same realm. Can you accomplish this?" Yi Huang purses her lips, determination radiating from her small face. "I will certainly do so." Chapter 34. Integrating the family. The turmoil caused by the Gaoling beast tide lasted approximately 5 months. With its conclusion, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to their clan. Prior to their departure, they were a flock of sheltered fledglings, untouched by the storms of life. Yet upon their return, they had transformed into fierce beasts, the entire Yi family suffused with an invigorating spirit. In the study, Sui Yun, glowing with vitality, reports to Ye Suifeng about the recent happenings within the family. "Those boys have completely changed. They once trembled at the mention of the 5th brother, and now they charge forward, roaring. A few even mock the 5th brother's training methods as suitable only for women, which has him fuming, pondering even more brutal training techniques. The youthful vigor of the younger generation is a sight most welcomed by the family's leaders, symbolizing a promising future. Let them settle for a while. Prolonged bloodshed tends to breed a certain hostility," Ye Suifeng remarks. Sui Yun nods, aware that excess can lead to imbalance, and they are prepared with appropriate measures. "How about the equipment in the cultivation chamber?" Ye Suifeng inquires. "It's essentially operational now. The spirit gathering array, tranquil cultivation rooms, training halls, puppet space, heart refining array. I must admit, I envy them a little," Sui Yun sighs. In his youth, he had to carefully consider how to utilize a low-grade spirit stone, never having had access to such luxurious cultivation resources, which he could scarcely imagine. Currently, only the body tempering pool remains unopened, as the body tempering liquid is an exceedingly precious resource, and we are still deliberating the criteria for its use. "By the way, brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood?" Sui Yun asks, a twinge of reluctance evident. Qilin blood is a heavenly resource, one that could serve as a treasured heirloom, passed down for generations. Of course we shall use it. It is merely ordinary mortal blood. Should we preserve it as a treasure? That would be absurd, Ye Suifeng responds. However, the Qilin blood can only be used on the direct descendants of the Yi family. Should there be any surplus, it will be regarded as a reward for those who make significant contributions to the family. Let me remind you, he continues, the more affluent the family becomes, the more distinctly we must delineate our hierarchies to avoid chaos. The direct line is the foundation of the family and must be prioritized in resource allocation. Resources signify strength, and strength denotes status. The standing of the direct line should never be easily challenged. Additionally, we must elevate those who contribute to the family, generously rewarding them, as clarity in rewards and punishments serves as an excellent motivational strategy. Lastly, let us exert some pressure on the collateral branches. With many wandering cultivators now entering the family, We should keep an eye on those with potential, integrating them into the core to spur some of the lethargic members of the collateral branches. The larger a family becomes, the more intricate its dynamics. Interwoven and complex, the distinction of status is of utmost importance. It is a grave taboo to overstep authority. If servants dare to bully their masters, the family has truly reached its demise. The direct line must maintain its transcendent status. The Ye family excels in this regard, with strict ancestral teachings ensuring internal stability. However, due to the significant proportion of collateral branches, some issues inevitably arise. Some individuals believe themselves capable, harboring grand ambitions to ascend to the core of the family, even seeking to supplant certain direct lines. Others feel overly confident in their connections, oppressing outsiders despite lacking true merit, flaunting their power without cause. Ye Suifeng will not allow such situations to persist. Understood, certain individuals indeed require a firm hand. Suiyin acknowledges. He is well aware of the family's dynamics, but previously hesitated to take action. By the way, brother, there have been some troubling rumors circulating within Yunxiao City recently. Suiyin's expression grows serious. Some claim that the Ye family has drained its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others assert that the Ye family lacks sufficient strength while behaving ostentatiously, predicting a downfall. There are even whispers suggesting that our recruitment of wandering cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with those cultivators destined for sacrifice. These rumors have swiftly spread throughout the city, deterring many cultivators who initially considered joining the Ye family. Brother, should we investigate or clarify the situation? Suiyin expresses concern, recognizing the potential impact of such gossip on the Ye family's current plans. Yet Ye Suifeng merely chuckles, shaking his head. No need for an investigation. It's undoubtedly the handiwork of those two families. Who would have thought they'd resort to a campaign of public opinion against us? Suiyin furrows his brow. You mean to say this is the work of the Li family and the Tang family, deliberately slandering us? Ye Suifeng nods. Who else could be so idle? However, this presents an opportunity for us to utilize the wind to our advantage, filtering out those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is a positive outcome. Suiyin nods in agreement. By the way, in a month, the battle for Yunxiao City will commence. I suspect those two families are employing such despicable tactics to influence this upcoming conflict, Suiyin remarks. The battle for Yunxiao City is a contest concerning the distribution of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young descendants under the age of 18 to compete in ranking battles. Then, based on the overall ranking points, the distribution of benefits will take place. This approach is indeed ingenious. Firstly, it provides a relatively peaceful means to resolve conflicts among families. Secondly, it serves to ignite the fighting spirit of the younger generations from each family, creating a win-win situation. Have we finalized our candidates? Ye Suifeng inquired. We are still deliberating, replied Suiyin. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Qin Yao are highly probable to participate, while the other 2 are still being evaluated based on their performance. Ye Suifeng nodded and said, let's expedite this process. Once selected, have them come to me for a special training session. The current situation of the Yi family at the bottom must be transformed. Suiyin smiled broadly. He was aware of his elder brother's capabilities. This battle at Yunxiao City will undoubtedly mark the rise of the Yi family. All right, you may return to your duties and settle the new members of the Yi family. Zhang Fei and her companions had been at the Yi family for 5 days. After their encounter with Yi Huang at the jailing, they proceeded together to Wudong Town. The situation in Wudong Town far exceeded her expectations. She had never witnessed practitioners from different regions standing united and working together. She had never seen a scion of a prominent family garnering the support of numerous rogue cultivators. The actions of Yi Huang captivated her heart. Consequently, after much deliberation, Zhang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's team and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunxiao City. The first few days were indeed pleasant. The resources here were abundant, and everyone was filled with vitality. It was akin to a dream cultivation sanctuary. However, just yesterday, the event she had dreaded transpired. The relatively young Wei Yuan encountered a conflict with a young man from the Yi family while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points. That individual, named Do Hua, was said to be a relative of the Yi family's second elder. By the time Zhang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been taken away by Do Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to deliver him to the enforcement team. A person like Do Hua was not someone they could contend with. Realizing that Wei Yuan was in dire straits, Zhang Fei inwardly lamented that they should not have meddled in the affairs of a prominent family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's judgment. Zhang Fei and Huan arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall, weighed down by heavy hearts as they awaited the final verdict. They could only hope that Do Hua would show mercy and spare Wei Yuan's life, or at the very least, offer a more lenient outcome. Sister Fei, Perhaps we should seek out Princess Huang, Huan suggested. Forget it, Jiang Fei replied, shaking her head. She is related to the second elder. It would not be wise to trouble her. Huan fell silent, realizing the depth of the waters in prominent families. Even a minor issue could impose a significant cost on Yi Huang. They could not take such risks. If there were blame, it lay in their excessive protection of Wei Yuan. He was utterly unaware of the treacherous nature of the outside world. The two anxiously awaited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour. Suddenly, a plump figure emerged from the hall. It was Dohua. Seeing this, Jiang Fei hurried forward, urgently saying, "Young Master Do, we were at fault. Please show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we shall leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. We truly beg of you, young Master Do." As she spoke, Jiang Fei felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw Huan staring at Dohua with a peculiar expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and followed her gaze, instantly rendered speechless. Dohua's already round face had swelled to the size of a ball. His eyes were red, clearly having cried, and a trail of snot hung from his lips. A prominent handprint marred one side of his face. Jiang Fei was bewildered. What on earth had transpired? While they were still in a daze, Dohua opened his mouth, uttered an apology, rubbed his eyes, and dashed away. The two were left utterly stunned. What was happening? At that moment, two figures exited the enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him stood a stern-looking middle-aged man. Jiang Fei rushed forward, examining Wei Yuan with concern. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine. I told you, I was in the right all along," Wei Yuan replied with a grin. Jiang Fei looked at him with a complex expression, then suddenly slapped him across the face. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Do you know how worried we were? If you act recklessly again, you'll be on your own." Wei Yuan covered his face and looked at the furious Jiang Fei, softly saying, "Sister Fei, I know I was wrong. I was just too indulgent." Jiang Fei remained incensed. Youth, with a heart of innocence, can indeed be a virtue. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke up. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed. That innocence often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues in this manner, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely stroking his beard with a faint smile. "I haven't yet inquired about your identity," Jiang Fei said, clasping her hands in greeting. "I am the enforcer presiding over Wei Yuan's judgment," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your leniency. However, please be cautious regarding Dohua. His background is formidable, being closely related to the second elder of the family." The middle-aged man paused momentarily and then burst into hearty laughter. "I merely act according to the law. There is no question of leniency. Furthermore, I happen to be the second elder of the Yi family. In the past few days, the Yi family has witnessed two significant events. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following his conflict with Dohua, most of the visiting rogue cultivators silently mourned for him, for they had seen such scenarios too often. A rogue cultivator, having just entered a prominent family, offending a powerful figure. What could be more indicative of a death wish? Yet, who would have thought? Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while Dohua, who had relied on his connections to act tyrannically, faced severe repercussions. It was said that even his monthly allowances had been revoked for half a year. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Yi family actually prioritized justice over familial ties, something they had never heard of before. Moreover, following the incident involving Wei Yuan, several collateral branches and side families of the Yi family faced strict punishments for their transgressions. Conversely, certain outstanding external practitioners were notably promoted within the family, rising to high positions. In a short span, rogue cultivators displayed fervor and dedication in their work. Many began to identify as members of the Yi family and felt proud of it. The other major event was the impending battle at Yunxiao City. Set to take place in a month, the Yi family planned to select 5 of the most exceptional young talents under the age of 20 as representatives for this battle. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qingyao were undoubtedly among the chosen. The competition for the remaining 2 spots ignited fierce contestation within the family. This honor was not something anyone wished to relinquish. Among the young practitioners under 20 in the Yi family, those in the qi refining stage were temporarily disregarded, leaving a total of 19 in the transformation stage. Most of them broke through during this trial, such as Yi Xiaoxiao and Ye Suifeng's 2 sons, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. After enduring intense battles, the candidates were finally determined. One of them was Yi Xiaoxiao, who had attained her breakthrough during the first trial. With exceptional talent and strong comprehension, she has now advanced to the 3rd level of qi transformation, decisively defeating all other challengers. The other candidate, however, came as a surprise to many, Yi Qian. His aptitude and strength had never been particularly remarkable, as he had only just managed to break through to the qi transformation realm last month. His only claim to fame was his character, which garnered a large following of loose cultivators beneath him, nearly rivaling the scale of the Heavenly Dao Palace and the True Dragon Pavilion, making him the third greatest force among the younger generation of the Ye family. Typically, his amiable nature kept him out of the limelight. Yet, during this selection, Yi Qian seemed inexplicably determined, battling his way up and narrowly defeating Yi Wei, who was at the second level of Qi transformation, to become the final candidate. Thus, the 5 participants from the Yi family were officially confirmed. At this moment, they stood in the courtyard of Ye Suifeng. Youngsters, Ye Suifeng observed the 5 before him. You shall be the first dragons soaring high from the Yi family. The cultivation levels of the youths were crystal clear in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Yi Huang, 3rd level of Qi transformation. Her progress has been remarkable. Yi Long, 5th level, with a solid foundation. Yi Qinyo, 5th level, exuding an ethereal aura. Yi Xiaoxiao, 3rd level, her eyes darting playfully, full of mischief. And Yi Qian, 1st level, with bruises on his face and appearing to have sustained internal injuries. Why are you pushing yourself so hard for merely a selection? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian's gaze remained steady. Father told me that the participants would receive your personal guidance, uncle. Therefore, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. For I do not wish to be forever known as the orphanage director. The orphanage director? Ye Suifeng asked, puzzled. Father, Yi Huang interjected to explain. A significant portion of the people Yi Qian has gathered are orphans, which has led others to humorously nickname him the director of an orphanage. Ye Suifeng understood. Recalling that a few months prior, this nephew had approached him regarding the matter, and he had supported him then, just as he did now. Then strive diligently. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts, Ye Suifeng encouraged. He then shifted his gaze to the 5. From today onward, I will conduct specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I must emphasize, regardless of what you encounter, remain calm and do not question unnecessarily. Focus solely on enhancing yourselves. Ye Suifeng transitioned straight to the point. Uncle, won't you offer me some encouragement or pressure, such as only allowing victories and forbidding defeats? Yi Xiaoxiao teased. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Why should I say such things? When my father trained us, it was always with the expectation that I would defeat cousin Yi Wei, and my sister would triumph over brother Yi Long. Yi Qinyo and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances. This girl has a knack for choosing the right moments. Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. With such a spirited personality, it was no wonder his daughters were so remarkable. I shall refrain from such statements because, after this specialized training, you shall undoubtedly prevail against the Li and Tang families. The group stifled laughter, intrigued by the term cattle and horses. What a peculiar way to describe others. I only ask that you do not forget, regardless of what happens in the future, your roots lie here. Ye Suifeng indicated the ground beneath them. Now let us begin. Ye Suifeng first turned his attention to Yi Huang, fully aware of her situation. She had taken a small step in the path of swordsmanship, having integrated the foundational sword techniques and reached a minor achievement with the 9 swords of God slaying. What she lacked now was intent, sword intent. Only by forging her sword intent could she truly take the first step in her swordsmanship journey. There are many ways to hone sword intent, such as sparring with experts in swordsmanship or cultivating within powerful sword formations, a common practice among major sects for nurturing their core disciples. Yet, Ye Suifeng had no intention of employing such trivial methods. Yi Huang, come with me. The rest of you, please wait momentarily. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 figures vanished from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, they had appeared tens of thousands of miles above the ground. Viewed from the perspective of a former life, they were now within the atmosphere. At this altitude, the winds howled violently, sharp as blades. Even golden core cultivators would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent barrier protected the 2, standing steadfast amidst the tempest. This is the first heaven, Ye Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, will I cultivate here? She queried. Practicing at such a high altitude was undeniably impressive. Of course not. This is merely the beginning. Ye Suifeng raised his head slightly and gestured, and they continued to ascend. Along the way, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying regions filled with thunderstorms. Ultimately, they arrived in a dazzling world of 7 colors. It resembled a fairy tale, with dazzling hues of light shifting unpredictably, akin to a scene from a dream. Father, where are we? Yi Huang asked. Ye Suifeng smiled gently. The 9 heavens, also known as the world's edge. Beyond this lies the endless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell agape. Was this truly the world's edge? Ancient texts claimed that the world's edge was boundless, devoid of anything, offering only endless destruction and disorder. Yet, it appeared otherwise, resembling the realm of immortals. The splendor before your eyes may not be as beautiful as it seems. Ye Suifeng chuckled. then extended his hand, capturing a glimmer of purple light within his palm. The purple glow floated serenely, appearing harmless. Next, Ye Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was a top-tier weapon of the earth grade, forged from the heart of black gold, renowned for its indestructibility and eternal durability. Behold, Ye Suifeng tossed the black staff into the space of his palm, where it gently made contact with the purple light. At the moment of contact, the staff hesitated for a brief second, and then, to Yi Huang's horror, it disintegrated into countless fine particles, vanishing without a trace. This is the power of annihilation, Ye Suifeng explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her face contorted in apprehension. Father, I want to have to use something like that to cultivate. Will I? That is far too terrifying. Ye Suifeng beamed with a smile. You shall. But rest assured, I will reduce its power to 1/1000th of its original strength. As you grow, it will gradually enhance. Father deeply hopes to witness the day when you triumph over them and seize control. Yi Huang's expression was a mix of complexity as she stood in a daze for a considerable time. Ultimately, she nodded. I shall never disappoint you. Chapter 36, The Eternal Arena. After ensuring Yi Huang was settled, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Merely a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained standing there, awaiting Ye Suifeng's return. Only Ye Xiaoxiao was sneakily indulging in the grapes that Ye Suifeng had left beneath the willow tree. Upon his return, she hurriedly dashed back to her position, dutifully bowing her head. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite spirited. However, he bore no ill will, for everyone possesses their own personality. If they all resembled Yi Qian, taciturn and meticulous in their endeavors, life would indeed lack flavor. Do not be overly restrained. We are all family here, so feel free to be yourself, Ye Suifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao immediately lifted her head, grinning as she playfully patted Yi Qianyao beside her. I told you, uncle is quite easygoing. Yi Qianyao wore an expression of helplessness. Very well. Ye Suifeng surveyed the surroundings, finally settling his gaze upon Yi Long. For a long time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. He possessed a resilient character, diligently practiced, conducted himself with prudence, and was handsome, shining as the brightest star of the Yi family. He was the family's sole pride. Until recently, Yi Huang and Yi Qianyao's rising reputations had finally caught up, putting Yi Long's top position to the test. However, based on Ye Suifeng's observations, this junior had not succumbed to jealousy or other negative emotions. Rather, he had become considerably more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future leader was not merely a compliment to him, but also a significant burden. Now that someone was there to share the pressure, Yi Long's mindset had undergone a remarkable transformation. This was likely a contributing factor to his smooth breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation. Yi Long, your foundation is solid. You have embarked on the correct path of cultivation. Therefore, I do not wish to interfere too much with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think grander, Ye Suifeng said. Yi Long had his own understanding of cultivation. Excessive involvement from outsiders could be counterproductive. Thus, Ye Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy to choose. Yi Long was evidently taken aback by this statement, momentarily stunned and unsure of what to say. Ye Xiaoxiao, watching anxiously from the side, continuously gestured at him, eventually rushing to his side and giving him a light punch. Don't be foolish. Hurry up and ask for a technique. Your low-grade Xian-level spear technique is outdated. Ye Suifeng, overhearing, laughed. You're practicing a low-grade Xian-level spear technique? Indeed. Yi Long nodded. The dragon hunting spear technique was applied for me by father a year ago, and I have now mastered it completely. You should have mentioned that sooner. Ye Suifeng replied. I recall there being a high-grade earth-level spear technique in the family treasury. Go retrieve it and say it was my suggestion. Your father truly is something. Knowing this, he didn't inform you. Quite antiquated. That technique was likely the one that Guwan Xian had sent last time. Ye Suifeng vaguely recalled. Thank you, uncle. Yi Long exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Who wouldn't desire a high-level technique? An earth-grade high-level technique was something he had never even dared to dream of. With that, Yi Long headed towards the door. Hey, where are you going? You haven't yet stated what you want. Ye Suifeng called out to him. Yi Long paused. Does that technique not count? Of course not. That is hardly a precious item. Ye Suifeng shook his head. I said to think bigger. The others fell silent. How could an earth-grade high-level technique not be considered precious? What then would be deemed valuable? Yi Long found himself at a loss for words. While Ye Xiaoxiao craned her neck, glancing at the spear in his hands. It was a top-tier yellow-grade spear, which had been considered a treasure in the Yi family before. Spirit weapons don't count either. Ye Suifeng interrupted her thought. I will procure something more formidable for you another day. Just contemplate what you currently lack in your cultivation. You all should think carefully as well, Ye Suifeng added. The group fell into contemplation, each pondering their own paths. After a moment, Long finally spoke. Uncle, I have always harbored a dream. Do tell. A glimmer of nostalgia danced in Long's eyes. When I was very young, I once read a book entitled Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It chronicled various top-tier geniuses who had emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their extraordinary powers shook the very foundations of history, leaving me in awe. Back then, I wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Would I have the chance to defeat them? Long tightened his grip on the spear, continuing, the dreams of childhood often seem absurd. As I grew older, I realized the chasm between us was like a vast gulf. No matter how hard I chased, I could never glimpse their backs. Yet, I refused to give up. Even if I cannot reach them, I must ascertain my own limits. I want to fight. To the bitter end. Long lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. Uncle, if possible, I wish for a puppet that is on my level but possesses strength far exceeding my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I will be one step closer to those legendary figures of history. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. No one had anticipated that this seemingly flawless elder brother harbored such a fervent aspiration. But could such a puppet truly be realized? Yes, I promise you. Ye Suifeng swiftly responded. Long was momentarily stunned. Really? Do such puppets exist? Ye Suifeng smiled and shook his head. They do exist, but puppets are ultimately lifeless. Even if you triumph over them, it cannot guarantee victory over cultivators of equal strength. Long's expression grew complex. But you said you would grant me that. I did promise you, Ye Suifeng replied, but not to find you a puppet. Rather, I will assist you in realizing your first wish. To battle the legendary figures of history. What audacity. Naturally, I am eager to assist with this endeavor. However, the others were left dumbfounded. Such a wish was simply unattainable. All right, let us depart, Ye Suifeng declared, waving his hand, and he vanished alongside Long. After their departure, Ye Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Ye Qianyao and murmured, Sister, Uncle was just joking, right? Ye Qianyao pursed her lips and shook her head. I don't know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps, when it is our turn, we shall find out. A silver river flowed from the infinite, heading towards the infinite, unchanging since time immemorial. Suddenly, two small black dots appeared above it, Ye Suifeng and Long. As they gazed down at the endless river and the vast, boundless void surrounding them, Long's heart trembled with curiosity, eager to inquire about their whereabouts. Yet, recalling Ye Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking too many questions, he stifled his curiosity. Here we are again. Ye Suifeng spoke softly. I noticed something peculiar about you last time. It turns out you belong solely to this world. Nevertheless, it suffices. The geniuses of this realm are more than adequate. After saying this, Ye Suifeng flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the surrounding world transformed dramatically. Beneath their feet, a colossal arena manifested, adorned with countless intricate runes that nearly caused Long to faint at a mere glance. Fortunately, Ye Suifeng quickly executed a spell, causing the runic symbols to shimmer with light before vanishing entirely, leaving only a vast expanse of bluestone surface. From this day forth, you shall engage in combat and cultivate here, Ye Suifeng declared. Long furrowed his brow. But what about my opponent? Right here. Ye Suifeng replied with a faint smile, extending his 5 fingers and gently grasping. Instantly, innumerable gray lines erupted with a thunderous sound, all surging towards the shimmering silver river. Soon, one of the gray lines began to quiver. Following that, a white figure emerged from the other end of the gray line, as if hooked like a fish, landing upon the arena. It was a young man emanating an aura of coldness. His brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to see Ye Suifeng and Long. They, in turn, beheld the visage of the young man. Long staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, wide-eyed and trembling, pointing at the young man in a ghostly manner, the white-clad spear god, Bu Fei Shui. His tone shifted dramatically as he spoke of Bu Fei Shui, a paragon from a millennium ago, who, armed with a single spear, vanquished all challengers. Once, he had stormed into a millennia-old sect, leaving a trail of blood in a single night, erasing it from existence. Subsequently, Bu Fei Shui had challenged the strongest calamity in history, the 99 heavenly tribulation, enduring until the very end. Yet, the final bolt of lightning was insurmountable. Ultimately, Bu Fei Shui perished, leaving nothing behind. But why was he here? Long's mind buzzed. What on earth has my uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bu Fei Shui's gaze was frigid, a tremendous aura of spear intent erupting forth. However, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of light mist enveloped Bu Fei Shui's body. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. It's not your turn to speak yet. Ye Suifeng turned to Long, chuckling. Didn't you say you wished to challenge them? Why are you so frightened upon meeting them? Upon hearing this, Long was momentarily stunned. then took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and struggled to rise. That's more like it. Ye Suifeng danced his fingers, summoning one figure after another from the Silver River onto the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they were forcibly subdued upon arrival. Among them were the celestial prodigy Xia Yuan, the knight assassin Tong Mie, the unparalleled Fu Ruhua, the son of Heavenly Dao Jin Lin, and the legendary Long Ao Tian. Yi Long gazed at the familiar faces, murmuring, his mind blank. His uncle truly brought forth all the paragons from the Chronicles of Heroes. There were even many he did not recognize. Only when hundreds of figures had appeared did Ye Suifeng come to a halt. Make do with these for now. In this ancient arena, their cultivation levels are on par with yours. Simply think of whom you wish to battle. Should you achieve a breakthrough, their cultivation will also rise accordingly. Hone your battle intent well. I shall return in a month to collect you. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The Old Turtle. This lad. Why does he exude an air of masochism? In the void, Ye Suifeng leisurely soared above the Milky Way. He had not anticipated that Yi Long's desire was for combat. However, given Yi Long's current strength, engaging in battles with those ancient prodigies would merely be an exercise in futility, and he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. One could only hope that this lad does not emerge from it all traumatized. This temporal river feels somewhat peculiar, as though it lacks vitality. This Milky Way is, in fact, the river of time for this realm. Previously, when Ye Suifeng pursued the murderer of Ye Sui who through the threads of causality, he had briefly harnessed the power of the river of time. But that was merely a fleeting glance. This time, he had come in person. Logically, the river of time is an inanimate entity, eternally flowing in the void, unchanging since time immemorial. Yet, Ye Suifeng sensed that it seemed to lack certain vigor, exuding an air of desolation. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual aura, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black mountain loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly immense, reaching heights unseen and depths unfathomable, resembling a wall of the void itself, obscuring all vision. How could such a thing exist here? Ye Suifeng was baffled. The location of the river of time is a true void, devoid of anything but the passage of time. How could a mountain be situated here? This defied the laws of the Tao. No, wait. Ye Suifeng's brow furrowed deeply. The object before him did not seem to be a mountain. He distinctly sensed a faint pulse of life emanating from the black mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before extending his index finger to lightly tap his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupted forth. His soul condensed, transforming into a shadow of his true self, rapidly expanding around Ye Suifeng's physical form. 1 fold. 10 folds. Soon, Ye Suifeng's soul shadow had multiplied to millions of times its original size. Through the perspective of the shadow, Ye Suifeng finally discerned the true form of the Black Mountain. What the hell, that Sato? Ye Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. The sight before him utterly bewildering. The enormous object was not a mountain at all, but rather a bizarre toe. Beside it were the other 4 toes, and above loomed an incomprehensibly wide foot. At present, Ye Suifeng's shadow was merely level with the toe. Goodness, what on earth is this thing? It must be nearly the size of the world. I must see what your true form is. Ye Suifeng calmed his thoughts, and his soul shadow surged once more. After expanding to an unknown extent, Ye Suifeng finally discerned its appearance. An old tortoise? He widened his eyes, scrutinizing its form. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a massive, grotesque black turtle. Its neck was withdrawn, leaving only its smooth head exposed, while its limbs dangled in the void. Beneath its abdomen lay the river of time, which, from this angle, appeared as a barely discernible white thread. Most striking was its tail. Though short, it split at the very tip, as if forcibly torn apart by someone. Ye Suifeng felt a sense of bewilderment within. What a terrifying old tortoise. What kind of person could possibly inflict harm upon it? Such a perverse existence ought not to grace this world, except, of course, for oneself. TSK. It seems there are numerous secrets within this realm yet to be explored. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, finding it all rather intriguing. Otherwise, given enough time, one might grow so bored as to ascend to the heavenly realm, merely to slay the celestial emperor for amusement. This old tortoise is indeed rather extraordinary. Ye Suifeng's spirit sensed the entirety of the old turtle's form. He discovered that every nook and cranny of its body had assimilated the principles of the great Tao. Each breath it took reverberated with the vibrations of rules, truly fearsome. Given such strength, why would it choose to seal itself away? Upon first encountering the old turtle, Ye Suifeng had assumed it was merely in slumber. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it had confined all of its essence within this vast shell. revealing only the faintest hint of life, which prevented it from being perceived as an inanimate object. Let us take a closer look. Ye Suifeng extended his large hand, pressing it atop the old turtle's head, intending to delve into its depths with his spirit to discern the truth of the matter. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as his spiritual essence flickered and vanished. Moments later, several potent consciousnesses traversed the void, intruding upon the scene. They hovered before the turtle's head, seemingly perplexed by the recent events. Ye Suifeng counted 5 distinct consciousnesses, each one surpassing the limits of this world. One of them, he recognized. After his tribulation, he had, driven by curiosity, extended his consciousness into the northern snowfields. At that time, a powerful presence had surged forth from the extreme north, heading straight for him. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 consciousnesses materialized as luminous points, quietly suspended in the air, positioned in relation to one another. Do you wish to shatter the rules? The entity from the northern snowfields boldly declared. As this communication transpired on a spiritual level, the gender and even the humanity of the speaker were indiscernible. Shouldn't you be the one yearning to break the rules? After all, you are on the brink of defeat. Another voice interjected. If a battle is what you desire, then let it commence. I have little patience for such trivial games. A notably irascible individual exclaimed. Calm yourselves. The shattering of the world serves no one well, a more composed voice interjected. The pressing issue at hand is to ascertain what transpired moments ago. Someone has stirred it. The final individual redirected the conversation. After a round of discourse, they all claimed innocence. Yet, this raised a curious question. If it were not among the 5 of them, who else possessed the ability to enter this space? A silence enveloped them. Ye Suifeng, blending with the void, yawned. What are you all doing? Why the sudden silence? Perhaps it was him, suggested the being from the northern snowfields. Strange occurrences indeed. Not long ago, I ventured into the realm of fate and discovered a fleeting fragment that suddenly became shrouded in mist. Yes, I too have noticed that a new star, one that does not belong to this world, has risen. I was asleep and knew nothing of it. The irritable individual lamented, as 3 others acknowledged some minor anomalies. However, the being from the northern snowfields surprisingly claimed not to have noticed anything. Ye Suifeng had boldly traversed the snowfields without a hint of concealment. He undoubtedly sensed the disturbance, but chose to veil his awareness. What could he be plotting? After a while, with no anomalies detected, they altered course and departed from the void. Once they left, Ye Suifeng dissipated his spiritual projection, his true self reappearing above the river of time. An injured, old tortoise. 5 individuals with disparate intentions. A game. Or perhaps a chess match. Ah, congratulations to all participants. Someone has come equipped with an advantage. Chapter 38. The Slaying of the Celestial Gate. Ye Suifeng departed from the void. The recent encounter had inadvertently led him to stumble upon a certain secret of this world. Nevertheless, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying himself in Cloud City. When the moment came to confront those individuals, he would discuss the matter of advantages with them in due course. After all, 3 adorable ones awaited his return at home. After some time, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Having wandered through the void for an extended period, he found Ye Qinyao and the others seated beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng's return, they quickly stood at attention. Well then, what is it you desire? Have you made up your minds? Ye Suifeng inquired. All right. I want a mountain of spirit stones, a veritable heap of them. I want to buy whatever I fancy. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes practically gleaming with the word money. It's not your turn yet. Let Qinyao speak first, Ye Suifeng remarked, bypassing her. Stop being mischievous. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed, pouting and rejoining the ranks. Qinyao smiled and said, Uncle, I've made up my mind as well. I fear you might find it laughable, but I do not possess grand ambitions like cousin Yilong. In truth, I lack significant motivation in my cultivation. Were it not for my father's stern demands, I doubt I would even be standing here now. Ye Qinyao candidly expressed her thoughts, unafraid of inciting Ye Suifeng's ire or jeopardizing her eligibility for the Cloud City battle. After all, it represented the family. Without the will to fight, how could one hope to triumph? However, such an event was unlikely to occur. Well, each person's perspective on life is unique. Your calm disposition and outlook are certainly understandable, Ye Suifeng replied. Humans are complex beings, rich in emotion and diverse in nature. If everyone were the same, what would distinguish them from mass-produced tools? Now, do tell, what is it that you wish for? Ye Suifeng prompted. Ye Qinyao hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, my desire may seem rather ethereal. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can change it at any time. Go on. Well then, Ye Qinyao took a deep breath and continued. I wish for a direction. Upon hearing this, the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. What on earth does that mean? Yilong had at least articulated a childhood dream. Yet this is merely a concept. Ye Xiaoxiao's head spun. My dear sister, are you certain you are not trying to perplex uncle? She simply could not comprehend. However, Ye Suifeng understood Ye Qingyao well. Her serene nature, imbued with tranquility and ambition, was overshadowed by the weight of her father's stringent expectations regarding cultivation. From a young age, she had been compelled to adhere to her father's will, tirelessly striving to grow stronger, surpass Ye Long, and defeat all challengers. For someone who abhors conflict, this is undoubtedly a tremendous psychological burden. Thus, it is only natural to feel lost. Fortunately, Ye Qingyao is still young. Had this persisted for several more years, she might have succumbed to inner demons. Such occurrences are not unheard of. However, the pursuit of one's life direction is an endeavor that must be undertaken alone. Qingyao, I inquire of you. Do you truly believe I can provide you with a direction that would satisfy your desires? Ye Suifeng countered. Ye Qingyao fell silent. Being inherently astute, she comprehended that what she sought, though it may seem simple in articulation, was indeed profoundly challenging in essence. Your future is solely in your own hands. Ye Suifeng declared. I can offer you a chance to choose, yet be forewarned, it may exact a considerable toll. After much contemplation, Ye Qingyao eventually nodded. I am willing to give it a try. If I continue in this state of ambiguity, I fear I shall genuinely disappoint my father. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. To some, Ye Qinyao's thoughts may appear juvenile. However, who among us has not experienced a phase of naivety? Moreover, she was ensnared in a perplexing predicament. Then follow me, he instructed. With that, Ye Suifeng led Ye Qingyao, vanishing into the courtyard. When they re-emerged, they found themselves atop a verdant peak. The mountain was lush and vibrant, yet curiously, the adjacent mountain bore the scars of calamity, ravaged by deep crevices and scorched earth. Ye Qinyao's expression reflected astonishment. What transpired here? Uncle, is this the resting place of great demons? She recalled a tale from a fantastical novel. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat, bemused by the child's choice of words. This is merely the site of my tribulation. Have you forgotten my earlier admonition? Do not inquire further, he stated sternly. Ye Qingyao promptly fell silent, though her eyes remained alight with curiosity. Ye Suifeng ignored her gaze, instead turning his attention skyward. Gradually, an enigmatic aura began to emanate from him. Moments later, a grand portal manifested in the heavens, a radiant golden light cascading from within, illuminating Ye Suifeng's shoulders. From beyond that portal, a majestic celestial sound reverberated, resonating with the soul. Ah, we meet again. Indeed. The portal in the sky was none other than the celestial gateway that appears when a cultivator undergoes tribulation. That beam of light serves as the bridge of ascension. The last time Ye Suifeng faced his tribulation, he had no desire for ascension, thus dissipating his celestial aura, causing the portal to vanish without a target. This time, however, he intentionally drew the portal closer, seeking a particular object contained within. The celestial sound was vast and profound. It was not merely a melody but the whispered voices of all beings. It encompassed not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation, but also a remarkably unique force, the aura of the mortal realm. After enduring the ninefold tribulations, the celestial gateway emanated this power in its most formidable form. Ye Suifeng required this essence as a material. Thus, I apologize, but I am not yet inclined to ascend. With a gentle smile, he pointed his finger, resolutely slicing through the celestial portal. The entire world seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of existence. The colossal celestial portal trembled violently, emitting a rumbling sound, as if lamenting its fate. Moments later, the golden light upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. Following a tumultuous shake, the portal plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow loomed over Ye Suifeng. From a distance, the area obscured by the portal extended across several mountain peaks. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the object. Beside him, Ye Qingyao was utterly bewildered. What is this? How could there be a door in the sky? How can there be light within it? Such an absurdity. An uncle merely flicks a finger to bring it down? Who am I? Where am I? She was thoroughly disoriented. Come. Ye Suifeng extended his palm, and the enormous celestial portal swiftly shrank, transforming into a delicate golden door, hovering in his palm. He then waved his fingers, whimsically manipulating the shape of the portal until it entirely lost its former appearance, ultimately morphing into an exquisite mirror. I shall name you the Mirror of Mortal Dust. This mirror, crafted primarily from celestial sound and supplemented with materials from the celestial portal, is further fused with the principles of the Tao. Its primary function is to refine the heart. Once one gazes into the mirror, it is as though they have entered an entirely different realm, destined to experience a life unlike any other. Ye Suifeng glanced at the still-dazed Ye Qingyao, gently tapping her to restore her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Qianyao regarded the mirror before her, earnestly nodding in affirmation. Very well. Embark on your training. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. Upon concluding his words, the surface of the mirror of mortal dust transformed into rippling waves. Subsequently, Yi Qianyao's figure gradually faded from view. One must forge their own path. Ye Suifeng mused, turning his gaze skyward. The world had returned to tranquility. Where the celestial portal had once been, only a faint golden trace remained, soon to dissipate entirely. I seem to have exceeded my bounds. First, I toyed with the tribulation, then seized the ninefold lightning tribulations, followed by teasing the celestial portal. And now I have outright severed it. They seem to harbor no animosity towards me. Ye Suifeng blinked, then chuckled. Oh well, the heavens are meant to be defied. Otherwise, they seem perpetually out of touch with the times. At worst, I shall compensate once I ascend to the celestial realm. As he pondered, Ye Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression turning grave. Oh no, I have severed my own portal. How shall I ascend to the celestial realm in the future? Chapter 39, The Aggrieved Ye Xiao. With the mirror of mortal dust crafted from his own celestial portal in hand, Ye Suifeng returned home with a darkened countenance. This time, he had indeed acted rashly, inadvertently severing his path to immortality. What shall I do now? Am I to find someone who has succeeded in their tribulation and seize their portal as they prepare for ascension? Well, that might not be entirely out of the question, though it lacks decorum. Alas, I shall contemplate such matters later. Ye Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. Now, only Ye Xiao and Yi Qian remained. Settling Yi Huan and the others had consumed nearly the entire morning. Reflecting on his efforts for their sake, he felt a sense of exhaustion. Very well. Now it is your turn. Ye Suifeng pointed his finger at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, as his finger began to move, it veered off and ultimately pointed at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you may speak. Huh. Oh, Yi Qian, clearly taken aback by being chosen first, acknowledged that he was the weakest among them. Nevertheless, he did not shy away, stepping forward to say, Uncle, my choice is to completely adhere to your guidance. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. These young individuals were indeed distinct from one another. Each had chosen differently. Why? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian quickly responded. I simply wish to grow stronger, yet my own knowledge and experience are woefully inadequate. Thus, it is your decision that stands as the finest choice for me. Ye Suifeng nodded, acknowledging that his decision was not without merit. While it may not be the most correct answer, it undoubtedly represents the most prudent and sagacious choice. Very well, Ye Suifeng remarked, but if my intuition serves me right, you desire not only to strengthen yourself, but also to empower those who follow you. Am I correct? Yi Qian chuckled and scratched his head, offering no denial. To enlighten the masses is no trivial endeavor, Ye Suifeng stated. I am willing to exert myself for this cause. Yi Qian declared emphatically. Excellent, Ye Suifeng mused. You must be quite fond of reading, I presume? Indeed, Yi Qian replied. Which book do you cherish the most? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching, he said. However, he spoke falsely. At that moment, Ye Xiao interjected. I overheard cousin Yi Qiantang say that his true favorite is actually tales of the supernatural, particularly those involving romantic liaisons between fox spirits and scholars. How embarrassing. With his secret laid bare, Yi Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as he muttered. I do indeed hold the Tao Te Ching in high regard, and it contains more than just tales of fox spirits. Such a feeble excuse fell short. Ye Suifeng extended his hand with a smile, saying, Allow me to see which novel it is. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian obediently retrieved a hefty tome from his storage pouch. It was titled Shan Hai Tu Lu. Ye Suifeng casually flipped through its pages, discovering an array of stories featuring fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons. Yet, it was not excessively outrageous. Such tales could easily pass scrutiny. Moreover, those stories constituted only a minor portion of the book, while the majority comprised Shan Hai Ji Lu, chronicling strange occurrences and deriving moral lessons from them. A serious work. Indeed. Give me a moment, Ye Suifeng said, taking a seat at a stone table beneath a willow tree. He then conjured a brush and a blank book from thin air, swiftly inscribing words. After the span of an incense stick, a brand new Shan Hai Tu Lu emerged. Freshly crafted, Ye Suifeng rose and presented both volumes to Yi Qian. Since you enjoy it, read away. I trust you will glean much from it. Though your own progress ultimately hinges on your efforts, he remarked with a smile. Yi Qian accepted the books with curiosity. He understood that reading could impart knowledge. But how could it enhance his strength? Did it conceal some unparalleled technique? He placed both volumes side by side, noting that their covers were identical, with no alterations whatsoever. The only distinction lay in Ye Suifeng's handwriting, which appeared more vigorous and powerful than the original. As Yi Qian gazed at it, he suddenly noticed the characters for Shanhai on the new book beginning to warp. Then, an immense gale seemed to howl in his ears, accompanied by a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Yi Qian was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. What was happening? Suddenly, the tempest subsided, and the scent of the sea vanished. His gaze gradually regained clarity, only to discover that Ye Suifeng had shielded the characters on the cover with his finger. Ponder it thoroughly upon your return, Ye Suifeng said with a smile. The version of Shanhai Tu Lu he had meticulously transcribed was certainly no ordinary tome. It was a fusion of profound principles. Each character, each sentence, and each story within represented a distinct world, a unique path of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a premier guide to enlightenment. If classified by levels of techniques, it would be considered an exceptional celestial method, infinitely close to the Tao. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and he could only reach this level for now. Make use of it for the time being. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Having experienced the recent events, Yi Qian comprehended the book's extraordinary nature. After respectfully bowing, he departed from the courtyard. Now, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained, evidently unable to contain her impatience. Uncle, I truly wish for spirit stones. Lots and lots of spirit stones. Can you grant me that? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, attempting to charm Ye Suifeng's heart. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Ye Suifeng inquired. They can accomplish anything. Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot achieve? If so, it must be due to a lack of spirit stones. Ye Suifeng could not help but give a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. Does that mean you agree? Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. No, I must decline. However, the answer startled her. Why not? You clearly consented to their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao's face fell with grievance, feeling that Ye Suifeng was intentionally singling her out. You are different. They possess a clear understanding of their paths. What about you? You seem to be solely focused on play. If you can successfully navigate this trial, I will reconsider rewarding you with some spirit stones. Ye Suifeng stated. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This one. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and instantly, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A dreary haze enveloped them. Countless gray insects scuttled about, occasionally a shadow darting by at high speed. Where are we? Yi Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. The Dream Void Realm, a world straddling the line between reality and illusion, where you can play to your heart's content. Ye Suifeng had actually devised this plan for her on the way. She loved to play, so why not let her indulge? Sometimes, the ability to play is a skill in itself. But what is there to enjoy here? Yi Xiaoxiao queried. A good question, but alas, I shall not provide you with the answer. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to play here. Now good luck. With that, Ye Suifeng slipped away, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40, A Visitor. After expending considerable effort, he finally managed to settle the 5 new stars within his household. If all goes well, their future accomplishments will at least rival those prodigies chronicled in the annals of human excellence. As for how far they can ultimately go, that remains to be determined by their own fortunes. Upon exiting the Dream Void Realm, Ye Suifeng treated himself to a sumptuous meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. During his time in this world, he had spent the majority of his hours within his study, poring over texts on techniques, biographical accounts, scenic observations, and ancient legends. He had begun to form a rough outline of the composition of this continent. The continent bore numerous names, with many places having differing appellations. Yet one name had consistently appeared throughout history, the Great Universe Realm. This world is vast beyond measure. No one has ever traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the legends of the distant lands are but fragments of tales. Through extensive reading, Ye Suifeng had gleaned that the location of Yunxiao City lies in the northern region of the continent, an area replete with sects and noble families. Most places are structured around a major city, supplemented by various smaller towns. An organization known as the Nine City Alliance stands as the most formidable power governing this region. The city of Su, which administers Yunxiao City, is one of the members of the Nine City Alliance. In the northern expanse of the alliance lies a serpentine chasm, stretching 1,000,000 miles, known as the Azure Ancient Heights. Beyond this, one encounters the frigid expanse of the northern snowfields. To the east of the alliance, a multitude of diminutive nations are entwined in perpetual conflict, battling fiercely almost every day. Yet, when faced with external invasions, they invariably unite, standing resolutely against their adversaries. According to the texts, the linguistic and cultural fabric of that region starkly contrasts with that of the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng has resolved that during his leisure, he shall explore that intriguing land. To the west of the alliance sprawls a vast, desolate, arid expanse, sparsely populated yet steeped in enigma. It is said that the denizens of that region have a peculiar penchant for wrapping themselves tightly in yellow cloth, revealing only their eyes to the world, a most curious sight. In contrast, the southern territories of the Nine Cities Alliance present a different tableau. While the cultural milieu bears resemblance to that of the Alliance, the organizational structure is entirely antithetical. The Alliance is centered around its cities, where powerful clans wield dominion over city governance, rendering sects nearly inconsequential. Take, for instance, Cloud Sky City, where, despite the existence of several sects, the most formidable among them boasts a mere foundation-level cultivator as its leader. Conversely, in the Alliance's southern region, the balance of power is entirely inverted. The core is composed of various super-sects nestled within the peaks of the Spirit Mountains. Clans and nations are but subordinate to these sects, their authority and governance entwined with them. The disciples of these sects, when they venture forth, carry an air of regality akin to that of princes from a grand empire, their status formidable indeed. Ye Suifeng secretly resolves that he must traverse these lands in due time. Since he has arrived in the great universe, it would be a grave oversight not to explore every nook and cranny. Through literary pursuits, he has garnered a general understanding of the organizational framework of the great universe. Additionally, by delving into various cultivation manuals, Ye Suifeng has deepened his comprehension of the cultivation system within this world, achieving an almost profound insight into the essence of martial techniques. It can be said that he has fully grasped the quintessence of such arts. Any technique, upon a single reading, can be mastered instantaneously, and he can even modify it, enhancing its potency. Indeed, he possesses such remarkable prowess. With a calm demeanor, Ye Suifeng curbs his hubris and prepares to refine the primordial technique further. Through experiments conducted on 4 of Feng Zhi's young acolytes, he has identified several nuanced issues that require adjustment. However, this time, the process does not necessitate 2 months, nor does it require a prolonged seclusion. In merely 3 days, Ye Suifeng completes the new technique and imparts it to Feng Zhi and his companions through a conferral of enlightenment. They, in turn, do not disappoint his expectations. After a few days, they each break through to the second major realm of the primordial technique, the Dan Mansion realm, akin to the traditional Qi transformation stage. This realm's focus lies within the Dantian, yet the primordial technique is more domineering and versatile. In recognition of their efforts, Ye Suifeng, in a moment of joy, bestows upon them a sword technique, heavenly grade low-tier martial skill, the extermination of Celestial's sword array. With the potential to slay celestial beings upon mastery, it is, however, merely a counterfeit version. The true extermination of Celestial's sword array could never be wielded in this realm. Nevertheless, even this imitation is a formidable art in its own right. Ye Suifeng's decision to share such a technique is not solely for commendation. It is also for the benefit of Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and his comrades now serve as Yi Huang's guardians and training partners. The stronger they become, the more effectively they can hone her skills. My dear daughter, do not blame me. This is all for your benefit, Ye Suifeng declares with a mischievous grin. Days after Feng Zhi and his companions' breakthroughs, the family receives long-awaited good news. Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao, 2 key figures within the family, have finally ascended to the nascent soul stage. A few months prior, Ye Suifeng had admonished them to diligently cultivate and not allow their progress to lag behind, even setting a requirement for a breakthrough within a month. Yet, reality often defies expectations. Due to the family's recent activities, their schedules have been overwhelmingly busy, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they have kept this matter close to their hearts. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly serve as a reassuring boon for the rest of the family. After all, Ye Suifeng's might is generally unseen, while these two are individuals they interact with daily. It can be said that, aside from Ye Suifeng, the mere existence of these 2 nascent soul cultivators would render the Yi family no longer fearful of the Li and Tang families. However, after deliberation, they decide to keep their advancements concealed for the time being, opting to reveal them when the moment is ripe. Ye Suifeng has no objections. As long as they are content, that suffices. As time flows steadily, the days leading up to the Battle of Cloud Sky City dwindle to 10. Suddenly, the Yi family is graced by a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41, A Gesture of Goodwill. Yi family head, you are becoming increasingly handsome, Gu Wanxin exclaims with a smile. Ah, I do appreciate your unpretentious flattery. Come, have a seat, Ye Suifeng replies, as they sit side by side in the family's reception hall, where several maidservants have already served fragrant tea. I speak with genuine sincerity, Gu Wanxin retorts with a smile. It seems each time we meet, you appear younger. Perhaps it's merely my illusion. Or have you encountered some joyous occasion recently? Ye Suifeng scoffs lightly, shaking his head. What joyous occasion could there possibly be? I possess an abundance of spirit stones, yet I fret about how to spend them. Gu Wanxin chuckles. Ye family head, such words truly belittle my profession. With that, she produces a storage ring and places it upon the table. Ye Suifeng picks up the ring and inspects its contents. Once again, it is filled with an impressive array of cultivation resources, surpassing the quality of the last shipment, with no less than 8 items of heavenly grade or above. Techniques, materials, sacred medicines, spirit artifacts, all manner of treasures. The price list is prepared, but Ye Suifeng bypasses the details and focuses on the total. A staggering 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This sum, one could boldly assert, is sufficient to purchase several cities akin to Cloud Sky City. Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng requests a supersized storage bag from Gu Wanxin, promptly depositing the 32 trillion spirit stones within. Even having witnessed such spectacles multiple times, Gu Wanxin cannot suppress her astonishment. How much wealth does he truly possess? Has he unearthed a rich vein of spirit stones in secret? In truth, the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion have conducted extensive analyses of Ye Suifeng, their premier client. Yet they remain unable to ascertain the source of his wealth. The most plausible theory suggests that he stumbled upon a secret realm housing a high-grade spirit stone vein. However, such a notion seems exceedingly absurd. Ultimately, Wanbao Pavilion has opted to cease their inquiries. Major clients are a rarity. They are loath to risk their partnership due to mere curiosity that might provoke Ye Suifeng's ire. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalls something. Ah, you family head, Gu Wanxin remarked. Due to the staggering amounts involved in each of our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbage have asked me to inquire whether it would be possible to conduct our dealings using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely acceptable. This is merely for convenience. Each transaction amounts to trillions, and merely counting the stones necessitates the presence of individuals at the out-of-body stage or higher. If we were to utilize high-grade spirit stones for our exchanges, the quantity required would be reduced by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for someone at the golden core stage. Well, let me first exhaust my supply of low-grade spirit stones, Ye Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded enthusiastically. In their previous transactions, they had always utilized low-grade spirit stones, and she was confident that Ye Suifeng's reserves would not be substantial. A few more exchanges should suffice. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea and gazed at Gu Wanxin, perplexed by her inexplicable cheerfulness. By the way, may I pose a question? I have observed that Wanbage is, comparatively speaking, quite a pure commercial entity. Am I correct? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the foremost decree of Wanbage is to maintain perpetual neutrality, never involving ourselves in the conflicts of other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. That piques my curiosity, Ye Suifeng said. If you do not engage in conflict, what purpose do you have for accumulating such vast quantities of spirit stones? This question genuinely puzzled Ye Suifeng. Wanbage was an enormous organization, its presence felt in nearly every corner. The sheer volume of spirit stones in circulation must be staggering. Thus, he pondered where all the spirit stones they acquired ultimately went and how they were utilized. This was a matter of great concern for him, as he was currently facing a similar dilemma. Money that remains in one's wallet is merely a number. It is the money spent that holds true value. Gu Wanxin seemed momentarily taken aback by Ye Suifeng's inquiry. Well, clan leader Yi, I must admit, I had not considered that. However, regardless of the means by which we acquire spirit stones, is it not all for the purpose of expenditure? Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. Indeed, discussing how to spend money may appear trivial. Yet, once the numerical value of wealth surpasses a certain threshold, the question of how to allocate such funds becomes quite vexatious. He found it indeed troubling. Using all his wealth to procure resources felt rather trivial. Perhaps I could assist you in gathering information, Gu Wanxin suggested. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume spirit stones at an alarming rate. That would be greatly appreciated, Ye Suifeng replied. I would be honored. Gu Wanxin acknowledged this task. After a brief pause, she continued, Clan leader Yi, aside from our transaction today, I have also come bearing news. Oh. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin, startled, quickly waved her hands. No, this is complimentary. She felt a cold sweat break out. It seemed he truly had more money than he knew how to spend. This concerns the Li and Tang families. Gu Wanxin informed him. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, please proceed. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Ye Suifeng and said, in 10 days, the biennial grand event of Yunxiao City, the Yunxiao City Battle, will commence. The combatants from the 3 major families have been announced recently. You are certainly aware of the participants from the Li and Tang families, correct? Ye Suifeng's expression turned serious. As he was unaware that Sui Yun had brought the list a few days prior, and left it on his desk, though he had been too lazy to look at it. As the head of the Ye family, not knowing who their adversaries were certainly seemed rather foolish. Why are you bringing this up suddenly? Ye Suifeng thought, his expression shifting as he pondered how to respond. However, from Gu Wanxin's perspective, it appeared he had already heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a tremendous surge in power, breaking through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoqing, the Qilin of the Tang family, has achieved 4 breakthroughs in just 3 months, now standing at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Ye Suifeng nodded gravely. He indeed had been unaware until now. What are you trying to convey? He was still unclear about the crux of Gu Wanxin's message. Gu Wanxin leaned closer once more, whispering, Clan leader Yi. Their cultivation levels are not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone to great lengths, investing vast resources into their respective combatants. The extent is nearly equivalent to nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I suspect that either this Yunxiao city battle holds significant importance for them, or they are entirely targeting your Yi family. With that, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have managed to ascertain the details of those 10 individuals, she said, regarding Ye Suifeng with a knowing smile. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly as he picked up the jade slip. So that is the case. Gu Wanxin was clearly extending an olive branch. Were you not just saying that Wanbage never interferes in the conflicts of other factions? Ye Suifeng remarked with a playful smile. Haha, what you say is amusing. Gu Wanxin replied with a teasing grin. What interference exists among friends, wouldn't you agree? Ye Suifeng nodded gently, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After concluding their discussion, Gu Wanxin departed with a satisfied demeanor. Ye Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turning it over a few times before discarding it into a nearby wastebasket. The Yi family no longer had any use for such traditional methods of struggle. Chapter 42. Emergence from Seclusion. As the day of the Yunxiao city battle drew nearer, the city itself became increasingly lively. Numerous young talents from other cities flocked to witness this biennial grand event, eager to compare their prowess against others. Li Qi truly is remarkable. Having just turned 18, he has already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our Haiyan city, he would surely rank among the elite, exclaimed a dark-skinned youth from Haiyan city. Uff, he truly hails from a backwater region. While reaching the 8th level of Qi transformation is commendable, in our Huangya city, he would hardly stand at the forefront, scoffed a noble young lady from Huangya city, looking down upon him as if he were a country bumpkin. However, it was true that among the cities governed by Su City, Huangya City was the most prosperous and powerful, possessing the capital to disdain others. What about Tang Xiaoqing from the Tang family? He reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at just 17. How does he compare in Huangya City? A discontented voice from Yunxiao City questioned, attempting to regain some pride through Tang Xiaoqing's accomplishments. Yet the noble young lady merely chuckled derisively. Let me say this. In Huangya City, there are at least a handful of individuals who broke through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. A hush fell over the crowd. 16 years old and at the foundation establishment stage. What extraordinary talent. No wonder Huangya City was praised as the closest entity to Su City. Yunxiao City, Haishi City, still had much ground to cover. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke up again. Aren't there 3 major families? Why have I only heard of the talents from the Li and Tang families, and not of the remarkable figures from another clan? She has come out for leisure and happened to pass by Yunxiao City, where she learned of the biennial grand event, deciding to witness the festivities. However, the news these past few days has been solely about the young prodigies from the Li and Tang families, while the other clan seems to have been scarcely mentioned. That clan is the Yi family, the weakest among the 3 prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot rival the Huangya City clan, the Yi family stands even less of a chance. You're talking nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, the Whispering Fairy, and the Dragon Leader are still in seclusion. If they were to emerge, they would surely leave the Huangya City clan reeling. A newly inducted cultivator from the Yi family retorted loudly. Huh. With only 3 days until the battle in Yunxiao City, they have yet to emerge? Are they waiting until the event concludes to make an appearance? Indeed. Tomorrow marks the Zue Meng gathering. If the Yi family members have not arrived by then, I suspect they are preparing to forfeit. The Zue Meng gathering is a grand assembly for young talents held before the Yunxiao battle, organized by the proprietor of Zue Meng Tower. Designed to facilitate early encounters among the youths of the 3 families and to heighten the anticipation for the forthcoming battle. They will definitely return, declared a Yi family cultivator defiantly before slipping away, prompting laughter from others. Yet, the noble young lady from Huangya City displayed a keen interest. The Phoenix Fairy and the Whispering Fairy. It seems the Yi family has some outstanding female cultivators. Perhaps, in the future, we might find a suitable candidate for a consort among them. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate. Discussions about the Ye family's participants in the battle grew louder throughout Yinxiao City. Sui Yun himself came to inquire about the status and cultivation levels of several individuals multiple times, which greatly vexed Ye Suifeng. Enough. It seems their initial training is nearly complete. I shall see what they have achieved. Upon deciding, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Ye Huang, still engaged in her cultivation within a bubble. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing beams of multicolored heavenly light, each containing boundless, terrifying power and principles. These beams gradually seeped into the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Ye Huang's form. At that moment, Ye Huang wore a solemn expression, her eyes tightly shut, as she gently inhaled the purple mist into her body. It appeared she had an affinity for the color purple. The 7 types of heavenly light each harbored different energies. The purple signified destruction. As Ye Huang continuously inhaled the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered on her forehead. Very good, very good. She has already established a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament henceforth, lest she inadvertently wreak havoc upon Yinxiao City in her fury, Ye Suifeng mused with a smile. The path of destruction is terrifying. Its power is essentially at the pinnacle of all offensive techniques. Even the most exquisite heavenly-grade techniques pale in comparison. Progression from the 3rd to the 7th layer of Qi transformation has been slower than anticipated. It seems this month, her cultivation focus was predominantly on the path of destruction. In just a month, Ye Huang leaped from the 3rd to the 7th layer of Qi transformation. However, this merely reflects the effect of her innate affinity for the purple mist. Had she concentrated solely on her cultivation, she might have already established her foundation. Enough. She can certainly overwhelm opponents of her level with ease. With a flash, Ye Suifeng appeared before Ye Huang and roused her from her meditation. Ye Huang opened her eyes, and the purple petal on her forehead gradually faded, leaving only a barely perceptible trace. Father. Ye Huang stood and beamed at her father. Having witnessed the highest levels of power in this world, she now appeared more composed and steady than she had a month prior, her once fierce brilliance now tempered. Time is up, Ye Suifeng announced. Must our training here come to an end? Ye Huang's expression turned somewhat reluctant. She understood just how substantial her growth had been in this place. What are you thinking? Ye Suifeng chuckled, then produced a multicolored flower cord and presented it to her. Since you enjoy it, this shall be your exclusive training space. This cord is the key. As long as you silently recite it in your heart, you can return here. Having expended considerable effort, he had long since prepared the key. Thank you, father. Ye Huang exclaimed with joy, instinctively wanting to leap into Ye Suifeng's embrace as she had in the past, but ultimately refrained. The past 6 months of experience had allowed her to mature. She understood that to be truly independent, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's arms. Ye Suifeng sighed softly and stepped forward, enveloping Ye Huang in his embrace. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Walk boldly forward. I shall always watch over you. Ye Huang buried her head against Ye Suifeng's chest and nodded slightly. Moments later, they parted. Ye Suifeng then took out a pale purple velvet robe embroidered with a golden red phoenix and draped it over her shoulders. Let us go and carve out your own brilliance. Chapter 43, Wishes. In an ethereal space, a vast and boundless river of time flows from the beginning of eternity towards an endless future. Above this river, an enormous arena constructed entirely of dark green-black stone floats in midair. Within the arena, 2 white figures engage in intense combat, wielding long spears. And every clash resonates with formidable force. With a resounding crash, one of the combatants is struck hard and sent flying. He crouches down, struggling to stabilize himself, crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my match. Surrender, Bufeshua said, standing impassively with his spear. Ever since he mysteriously arrived here a month ago, he had been locked in combat with the young man before him. While the lad possessed considerable talent and exhibited rapid growth during their battles, the disparity in their strengths remained insurmountable. I have already declared that I will never give up. Ye Long wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up, his gaze resolute and filled with fighting spirit. Come on, let us continue the battle, he shouted, charging forward once more. However, a beam of light arrested his movement. Ye Suifeng slowly descended before him. Uncle? Ye Long asked, perplexed, then realized it must be time's end. Well, it seems you have made significant progress, Ye Suifeng assessed him. Over the course of a month, Ye Long's transformation had surpassed even that of Ye Huang. Firstly, his cultivation had advanced from the 5th to the 8th layer of Qi transformation. More importantly, he now emanated an aura akin to a divine spear, his entire being brimming with an insatiable desire for battle. It appeared that his earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Uncle, could you grant me a little more time? I am on the verge of succeeding. Yi Long implored urgently, fearing that if he returned now, he might never get the chance to come back. Ye Suifeng smiled gently, and then produced a small token, handing it to Yi Long. Do not be so impatient. Progress step by step will suffice. This is the key to enter the eternal arena. You may come to cultivate whenever you wish. Trembling with excitement, Yi Long accepted the token. The mere thought of battling against numerous legendary figures filled him with exhilaration. Thank you, uncle. Ye Suifeng nodded. Then let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bufeishua beside him, raising his hand, preparing to seal him once more. Senior, Bufeishua hastily called out, his voice resonating. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Pausing, Bufeishua sighed in relief and continued, if I am not mistaken, this is your place for cultivating successors, is it not? Noting Ye Suifeng's silence as an acknowledgement, he proceeded, your methods are truly celestial, leaving me in awe. Ye Suifeng replied coolly, skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Clearing his throat, Bufeishua asked, Senior, I merely wish to inquire when I may return home. Abruptly thrust into this place to accompany a foolish young lad in his training. It was an affront to his pride, and to claim he was unperturbed would be a falsehood. For a month, he had awakened each time, seeking a way to escape, only to find himself utterly at a loss. Gradually, Bufeishua realized that the creator of this arena possessed powers far beyond his imagination. The only way to leave rested with him. You cannot return. However, Ye Suifeng's response was one he found impossible to accept. Bufeishua's countenance darkened. Senior, is this not a bit excessive? Are you not afraid of incurring any karmic retribution by arbitrarily imprisoning others? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Oh, so you understand karma. Of course. Bufeishua retorted with a cold huff. I once read an ancient tome stating that those with great fortune are deeply entangled in karma. Any forceful interference, even by a formidable being, may lead to dire consequences. Moreover, I wish to inform you that I have allies. He threatened coldly. Yet, his words held merit. The higher one's cultivation, the more extensive the karmic ties. The interplay of karma could invoke great terror. Thus, those who wielded immense power often operated from the shadows, using pawns to orchestrate their grand designs. Bufeishua understood much, but this time he had erred. Ye Suifeng spoke slowly. I do not care who your allies are. My refusal to return you does not entangle me in karma. Rather, releasing you would invite it. Since you grasp the principles of karma, you should comprehend the meaning of my words. Bufeishua furrowed his brow, while Yi Long looked on, bewildered. Suddenly, Bufeishua's expression shifted dramatically. Retreating 2 steps, as if nearly collapsing, he pointed at Ye Suifeng, his voice trembling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed, you are already dead. I have merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reshaping another you within this eternal arena. Should you leave, chaos will ensue, understand? The person behind you has abandoned you. Bufeishua's countenance grew frantic. He could scarcely believe he had perished. Ye Suifeng regarded him silently. In truth, such revelations should not have been imparted to Bufeishua. They held little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, it mattered little. He could simply erase this segment of memory. Ye Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, came a hoarse voice. Could you assist me? If possible, in the days to come, I shall exert my utmost effort to help your successor transform into a true paragon of the world. Bufeishua's gaze was resolute. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng nodded. Speak. He was curious to discover what a deceased individual yearned for the most. Bufeishua lifted his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia, murmuring, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. Is that permissible? Both Ye Suifeng and Yi Long were taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Bufeishua. I had thought your desire would be related to Shui Yin'er, Ye Suifeng remarked. Shui Yin'er was merely a woman. She is not worthy of such lingering attachment. Bufeishua replied. Yet, in a fit of rage, you annihilated an ancient sect for her. Yi Long exclaimed. Zhongxiao sect? Bufeishua chuckled softly. Would you expect me to spare those who murdered my beloved? Yi Long's expression was one of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There existed no romantic chivalry, nor poignant love stories. The downfall of the Zhongxiao sect was merely a consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I grant your request, Ye Suifeng declared. This is but a trifling matter. Primarily, he found Bufeishua rather intriguing. Thank you, senior. Bufeishua bowed deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, lulling him into a deep slumber. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and he and Yi Long vanished without a trace. On their return journey, Ye Suifeng noticed Yi Long's quiet demeanor and smiled, inquiring, What is it? Has the image of your idol crumbled, leaving you somewhat disconcerted? Yi Long scratched his head. It is indeed surprising. However, I cannot say I am unable to accept it. I only care for his strength, whether I can surpass him. Ye Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Bufeishua, with steadfast convictions, lead illustrious lives. If he remains by your side, it will greatly benefit your future path. Ye Long acknowledged with a murmur. Suddenly, he looked up, astonished, and gazed at Ye Suifeng. Uncle, do you mean? Ye Suifeng smiled faintly, remaining silent. Was it not merely about reviving the deceased? Was it not about the unseen puppeteer? Was it not the path of karma? If he desired it, none could oppose him. Chapter 44. The Five of the Yi Family. Yi Huang and Ye Long were personally brought back by Ye Suifeng. Yi Qingyao need not venture out. She was present within the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Ye Suifeng retrieved the red dust mirror, gently tapping its surface. A radiant beam of light flashed, and Yi Qinyao's figure gradually materialized within the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as though she had yet to return from her trials. Only after a considerable time did she gradually regain her clarity. Uncle. Yi Qingyao spoke softly. How is it? Have you found your direction? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qingyao remained silent, merely giving a subtle nod. She stood there, tranquil as an immortal. Her bright eyes were incredibly clear, yet unfathomably deep, like a still pond. Clearly, she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further training, Yi Qingyao stated. She was the first to proactively express the desire to continue her cultivation. Is your direction still unclear? Ye Suifeng asked with keen interest. No, Yi Qingyao replied. In the first layer of time, I already discerned my future path. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time. Oh, Ye Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. The red dust realm comprised 3 layers of time. In the first layer of time, a single day equates to a year. Ye Suifeng originally intended for Yi Qingyao to undergo a month of training within this temporal realm, amounting to a full 30 years, a sufficient span to discover her path. However, he was taken aback when Yi Qingyao expressed aspirations that surpassed this notion. In the second layer of time, a day translates to a decade. Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my earthly melody. With these words, Yi Qingyao extended her delicate fingers. An ethereal figure of an ancient zither gradually materialized before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an enchanting melody filled the courtyard. The willow trees above them began to sway gently, animated by the music, even in the absence of wind. A single willow leaf descended onto Yi Qinyao's shoulder. Once withered, it began to regain its verdant hue, blossoming with vitality under the influence of her tune. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from Yi Qingyao. Her cultivation soared dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not wane. She ascended through the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. It was only upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi transformation that she gradually reined it in, retreating into herself. Observing this spectacle, Ye Suifeng smiled and nodded. He refrained from inquiring about the direction Yi Qingyao had discovered, for that was an ephemeral concept. What truly mattered was finding one's true self. The red dust mirror serves many purposes. Ponder its significance once you return. Ye Suifeng presented the red dust mirror to Yi Qingyao, a gift he had prepared specifically for her. I must remind you, do not venture into the 3rd layer of time lightly if you are not fully prepared. A moment's carelessness could lead to becoming lost within. Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware. Then, that is settled. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Return and reflect. Prepare diligently for the battle in 3 days. After sending her away, he contemplated for a moment before vanishing. Soon, he found himself in a gray expanse, the dream void realm. He wondered how little Yi Xiao was faring in this place. Ye Suifeng murmured softly, scanning his surroundings only to find no trace of Yi Xiao, just countless gray worms writhing in the void. Suddenly, a blue halo appeared behind him. A slender hand emerged from the halo, brandishing a colorful dagger, aimed directly at his back. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the colorful dagger shattered upon contact with Ye Suifeng's body. The little hand, seemingly startled, quickly withdrew, causing the blue halo to shrink and vanish. Yet, at that moment, another halo materialized above Ye Suifeng. A tile emblazoned with a pig's head hurtled towards him with great force. Ye Suifeng shook his head, grasped the small hand, and discarded the tile. Enough of this. Stop playing. Humph, came a petulant voice as the blue halo expanded, slowly enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed into a fantastical realm. The flowers and grasses underfoot were made of candy. The nearby stream flowed with rich, fragrant juice. Before him stood a small house constructed of pastries. Beneath a gigantic gardenia, Yi Xiao swung gently on a swing, surrounded by plump, white rabbits hopping about adorably. In Ye Suifeng's grasp was an exceedingly comical monkey. Eek! Ye Suifeng tossed the monkey aside and approached Yi Xiao, chuckling. Very impressive. It seems you have learned how to play quite well. The dream void realm. A world suspended between illusion and reality, allows for the creation of anything one desires. Clearly, Ye Xiao had acquired the basics. Humph, big liar. Despite his praise, Ye Xiao, clearly ungrateful, turned her head away in annoyance. Ye Suifeng found amusement in her demeanor. After spending a month here, Ye Xiao had undergone a transformation. Her twin tails had evolved into a cascade of lush blue-violet hair, nearly as long as her body, curling slightly as she swung back and forth. A hint of gem blue adorned her lips, lending her an enchanting yet mischievous air. All right, once we exit, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money, Ye Suifeng declared with a smile. This girl was undoubtedly still thinking about the spirit stones. However, having promised her, he would not go back on his word. Ye Xiao leapt from the swing, gazing up at Ye Suifeng. How much? 100 million. In an instant, Ye Xiao sprang up, embracing Ye Suifeng. Uncle, you're so handsome. I love you so much. Ye Suifeng emotionlessly pushed her away. Enough of that. Just moments ago, you wanted to hit me with a brick. I was just playing with you. That was made of candy. Ye Xiao giggled. All right now. Ye Suifeng rolled his eyes. The battle at Yunxiao City is about to commence. Gather your strength, as I have rewards to bestow. No problem. I'll sneak into the Li family's treasury and see what they have for the fight. Ye Xiao continued. And that annoying Tang Ying from the Tang family. If I see her, I'll strip her pants off and see how arrogant she can be then. She rattled off her ambitious plans in rapid succession. Ye Suifeng rubbed his forehead, suddenly regretting allowing her into the dream void realm. He had inadvertently nurtured a little troublemaker. Upon returning home, Ye Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had taken on the demeanor of a teacher. Notably, the Shanhai Tu Lu pin by Ye Suifeng had significantly elevated Yi Qian's strength, allowing him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang, 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long, 8th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Qin Yao, perfected 12th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Xiao, 7th layer of Qi transformation. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family formally emerged from their seclusion. A storm was on the horizon. Chapter 45, The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden, constructed by the Drunken Dream Tower, is a vast amusement park located at the very center of Yunxiao City. On ordinary days, the garden is frequented by individuals of high status and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a wider audience. For instance, during the biennial Yunxiao City battle, 3 days before the battle, countless young talents are granted permission to enter the Drunken Dream Garden, leading to the establishment of a tradition known as the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A multitude of young cultivators surged in, eager to glimpse the core descendants of the 3 prominent families, who are rarely seen in public. Naturally, establishing a connection with them would be the utmost advantage. However, the organizers had anticipated this influx. To ensure their esteemed guests were not disturbed, the Drunken Dream Garden was divided into 2 zones. The outer layer accommodates ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer is reserved for those of noble lineage or those with a modicum of fame, along with exceptional talents arriving from other regions. Among them were the dark-skinned youth from Blackstone City and the proud young lady hailing from Huangya City. Accompanied by their friends and attendants, each claimed a pavilion, lounging leisurely. Suddenly, a voice rang out in astonishment. The Li family has arrived. The crowd turned to see several young cultivators meandering forward. Leading the group was a striking figure, exuding an undeniable presence, Li Qi. Alongside him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Suifeng. All 4 of the Li family's combatants, except for Li Shunga, had gathered. Recognizing them, some murmured among themselves. Just days prior, the 3 major families had announced their respective lists of competitors, a customary practice aimed at generating anticipation and showcasing their familial influence. The 15 participants had already become well known to the spectators. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Li family strolled into the pavilion that had been prepared for them. Goodness, Li Qi's aura is overwhelming. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, someone exclaimed. The youth from Blackstone City nodded gravely, sensing considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. In contrast, the girl from Huangya City merely cast a dismissive glance before turning her head away. Not even close, she remarked unabashedly. Some cultivators from Yunxiao City felt incensed, but found themselves unable to retort. After all, Huangya City was undeniably superior to Yunxiao City. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That's Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice called out, seemingly directed at the girl from Huangya City. Nevertheless, it did catch her attention. The Tang family had all 5 of their competitors present. At the forefront was a slightly round-faced youth, not particularly tall, wielding a folding fan and adorned with a warm smile. The other 4 were Tang Yan, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying. 3 men and 2 women in total. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a prodigy at the 10th level of qi refinement. Someone remarked, deliberately addressing the girl from Huanya City. PFF, nothing impressive, she retorted indifferently. Yet even such accomplishments failed to sway her. To everyone's surprise, after the Tang family settled down, Tang Xiaoqing approached the young lady directly. The young men beside her immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves between the two. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to say hello, Tang Xiaoqing said, completely unfazed. If I am not mistaken, you are the little princess of the Nye family from Huanya City, Nye Xiaoyin, correct? You know me? Nye Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. I've merely heard of you, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Half a year ago, I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Nye Fangfei, and have since been hoping for another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nye Xiaoyin squinted her eyes. Are you trying to pursue my sister? No, I simply. Dream on. Nye Xiaoyin scoffed, a mocking smile gracing her face. Do you have any idea how many people are queuing up to pursue her in Huanya City? Among them are exceptional talents who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18. What do you think you are? Faced with Nye Xiaoyin's blatant derision, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth, but ultimately just shook his head with a chuckle. We are merely friends. When you return, do remind her that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Nye Xiaoyin huffed twice, her expression brimming with pride. This scene further irked the cultivators from Yunxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not earn the respect of this girl from Huanya City? If not him, then who could? Where are the Ye family members? Why haven't they arrived? What use would it be if they did? If Li and Tang cannot make an impression, how could they? Indeed, perhaps the rumors were true. The Ye family is set to abandon this battle in Yunxiao City. The crowd engaged in fervent debate. Just then, a group entered slowly. They have arrived, someone exclaimed. But why are there only 2? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of their own followers. They casually found a pavilion and seated themselves, prompting whispers among the others. This was the Drunken Dream Gathering, a segment for families to vie for influence. How could the Yi family only send 2 representatives? Where's Fairy Qin? I came here for her. Alas, I had hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain some face, but now it seems hopeless. Nye Xiaoyin wore a look of disappointment. She had come to see the 3 young ladies from the Yi family, to assess their worthiness to be her attendants. Yet only one had arrived. And aside from her beauty, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. What a letdown. The reactions of those around her did not escape the notice of Yi Huang, and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and said, Sister Qin Yao is wise. She avoided this scene long ago. It feels as if we have become rare exotic beasts on display. Yi Long chuckled, you'll get used to it. People like us will frequently encounter such situations. The title of young hero is both a glory and a shackle. Yi Huang nodded, as the Tianluan Hall garnered fame. She too had begun to feel this weight, though she was still not entirely accustomed to it. Sister Qin Yao has changed so much. It's as if she has suddenly transformed into an older sister, Yi Huang remarked. And Xiao Xiao too. When I saw her yesterday, I was startled. She looked just like a little demon. Is she planning to steal your sword? Yi Long teased. I encountered her as well. She tried to pilfer the spear that uncle just gifted me, but I caught her in the act. After a month of intensive training, everyone had undergone significant transformations. Just like you. I find you increasingly inscrutable, Yi Huang smiled. Likewise, they exchanged knowing glances and clinked their cups together. Yi Long suddenly noticed with surprise that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. Within the Yi family, especially among core disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and debauchery among the family's elite. Cousin, what's this? It's a gift from father, Yi Huang replied, taking a delicate sip, savoring the flavor. He said I have grown up. I envy you, Yi Long sighed, glancing at his tea, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. Just then, an exquisite wine vessel was pushed towards him. Father said we have all grown up, Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long exchanged a knowing smile, emptied his tea, and filled his cup with wine once more, clinking it against Yi Huang's. The fine liquor flowed smoothly down his throat, invigorating and refreshing. This is exquisite spirit wine. Yi Long felt a jolt within, but quickly realized. Of course, anything gifted by his uncle could not be of ordinary quality. By the way, Long Go. After finishing their drinks, Yi Huang inquired, what exactly is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit idly? Yi Long burped, reluctantly setting down his cup. Of course not. Each drunken dream gathering is essentially a display of the influence of each family. How is this influence manifested? It varies each time. Yi Long pondered before continuing. Sometimes it's a contest of financial power, other times it's a showcase of treasures or the capabilities of one's followers. We'll see how they choose to present it. How dull, Yi Huang pouted. It sounds like a child's game. Yi Long chuckled, who says it isn't, but it's what everyone enjoys, so there's no help for it. We simply await. At that moment, a young monk suddenly approached the pavilion of the Ye family. Feng Zhi dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Feng Zhi inquired. However, the young man, with an air of arrogance, disregarded Feng Zhi entirely, looking upwards as he declared, You are Yi Huang of the Yi family. Are you not? My lady wishes to meet you. Yi Long furrowed his brow slightly, regarding him as he asked, May I inquire as to which family you belong? Yet before he could finish, bang. With a resounding clap, Yi Huang struck the table before her. Without turning her head, her voice was icy. This is Yunxiao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. Chapter 46. I am arrogant. Within the dreamy drunken garden. As one of Nie Xiaoying's followers approached the Yi family, nearly every gaze turned toward him. They were oblivious to Nie Xiaoying's intentions. Nor did they foresee how the Yi family would respond. When the follower invited Yi Huang to join him, a collective tension gripped their hearts. Would this encounter unfold like those with the Li or Tang families, resulting in humiliation for the proud young lady? Yet, Yi Huang's reaction took everyone by surprise. This is Yunxiao City. If you wish to see me, come personally. How utterly domineering. The cultivators of Yunxiao City felt a rush of fervor surge within their chests. This was the voice of our distinguished Yunxiao City. Yet, some were increasingly concerned. If they offended Nie Xiaoying, calamity would surely follow. All attention was riveted on the unfolding drama. After being rebuffed by Yi Huang, the young follower stood momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process the slight. What did you say? He questioned in disbelief. Since entering Yunxiao City, they had felt as if they were here to exert overwhelming dominance, with none daring to challenge their authority. Yet now, they had been publicly disregarded. Was my message unclear? Yi Huang replied coolly, still not deigning to look at him. Clang. Feng Zhi took a decisive step forward, unsheathing his sword by an inch, as an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, the cultivation of the four guardians had reached the 6th layer of the Danfu realm, which was equivalent to the 9th layer of the transformation stage. Yet, they sought to become even stronger. The follower from Nie Xiaoying had merely just stepped into the transformation realm. He could hardly withstand such pressure. Instantly, he staggered back several steps. Impressive. Huh. It seems he has encountered a formidable opponent. Let us see how he maintains his arrogance. The crowd erupted in applause. The young monk's face shifted from pale to red, a portrait of embarrassment. I hope you understand that my lady is the little princess of the Nie family from Huangya City. He attempted to intimidate Yi Huang using Nie Xiaoying's name. At that moment, Yi Huang finally turned to face him, her gaze sweeping over him. He puffed out his chest, his expression haughty, believing that the name Nie Xiaoying would wield its influence once more. I also hope your lady understands that this is not Huangya City. Her status means nothing to me. Yi Huang replied before turning her back yet again, resuming her drink. The young monk's countenance darkened, practically dripping with resentment. I hope you will not come to regret this, he declared, flinging his sleeve as he departed. Yi Long regarded the nonchalant Yi Huang with a complex expression. Cousin, are we not being a bit presumptuous? Yi Huang chuckled lightly. Yi Long nodded in agreement. His reputation had preceded him, and he had witnessed many similar scenarios. Generally, in such situations, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Even if enmity existed, both parties would maintain a semblance of decorum. It was rare for someone like Yi Huang to brazenly sever ties so abruptly. He assumed Yi Huang was somewhat inexperienced. The Nie family of Huangya City is a powerful clan, I've heard. We need not make enemies over trivial matters, he explained. However, Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. Cousin, the times have changed. Have you not noticed the recent maneuvers within our family? My father's intent is to maximize our strength, expand our influence, and enlarge our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient? Yi Long fell silent. The changes within their family had indeed been rapid and overwhelming. Yet, he remained apprehensive about provoking a formidable adversary. Yi Huang sighed softly. Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Yi family fears no one anymore. Do you not believe in him? Or do you merely wish to live a life of caution? Avoiding conflict? Yi Long paused, pondering. Who would not desire to relish in the thrill of vengeance? Yet, reality seldom allowed for such indulgence. A moment's carelessness could plunge one and their kin into an abyss of despair. Unless, of course, one had a powerful ally who feared neither heaven nor earth. Lost in thought, Yi Long suddenly had a revelation. Uncle, is not he the very embodiment of that strength? His might was almost unfathomable. Even the formidable Buffet Shue was but a tool in Uncle's grasp. What then was there to fear? A long-dormant vigor, the spirit of youth, began to rise within Yi Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me, he said with a smile, raising a toast to Yi Huang. Yi Huang replied, regardless of who Nie Xiaoying may be, we have no reason to fear. Otherwise, we would surely disappoint father. The two raised their cups, toasting heartily. Suddenly, a voice rang out sharply from nearby. What a useless fool. Ye Suifeng slapped her follower across the face, sending him reeling. Disoriented. Miss, that Ye Huang is simply too arrogant. I invoked your name, and she didn't even acknowledge it. The young monk lamented, his voice tinged with tears. A glint of frost appeared in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Are you insinuating that my reputation is insufficient, thus leading to your humiliation? The young monk trembled and hastily knelt, repeatedly exclaiming, No, no, it is my incompetence, my incompetence. With a cold huff, Ye Suifeng rose and descended, looking down at her kneeling follower. Her expression was one of disdain. She gestured, and 2 other followers assisted him to his feet. Let us go. I wish to see just how brazen a mere Ye family can be. With that, they made their way toward the Ye residence. Onlookers converged, eager to witness the clash. Curious to see how the encounter would unfold, the group led by Ye Suifeng soon arrived at the Ye family's domain, drawing the attention of both Ye Huang and Ye Long. As they came to a halt, Ye Suifeng suddenly struck her follower in the back with tremendous force. The blow was so severe that he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Hey, Ye, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve for this? Ye Suifeng cried out loudly. The crowd erupted in outrage. To frame someone else for one's own misdeeds was beyond the pale. Having a powerful background is impressive, but this is too infuriating. I have never witnessed such audacity. The spectators buzzed with indignation, their anger palpable. They turned to Ye Huang, questioning how she would respond to this blatant provocation. Behold, this is the audacious method employed by the scions of a grand family. Ye Huang flashed a smile at Ye Long, rising gracefully to her feet. From her elevated position, she gazed down upon the diminutive figure before her. With merely the cultivation of the 2nd level of Qi transformation, he managed to command the respect of numerous individuals whose prowess surpassed her own. Truly, having a powerful background allows one to act with impunity. Is he your subordinate? Ye Huang inquired. Ye Suifeng, observing Ye Huang's nonchalant demeanor, narrowed her eyes and replied, Indeed. So what do you propose? Ye Huang chuckled softly. Since you have acknowledged it, very well. She descended slowly, stating, Your man is arrogant and impertinent. His every word and action utterly repugnant. So much so that it has rendered all the cultivators present in Yunxiao City unable to enjoy their meal. Therefore, since he is your subordinate, you shall compensate on his behalf 100,000 spirit stones as recompense for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to leave here today. With a wave of her hand, she signaled her companions, Feng Zhi and the others, who immediately surged forward, surrounding Ye Suifeng, their swords drawn and exuding a murderous aura. Ye Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic, known as returning the favor in kind, was her response to the slander she faced. You dare to accuse me to my face, so I shall extort you in return. I shall be brazen. What can you do about it? Chapter 47, The Distinction. Surrounded by a throng of fierce and imposing figures, Ye Suifeng found herself momentarily at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always been able to dictate who was guilty. She had never encountered such direct extortion. This left her feeling utterly unprepared. Ye Huang, how dare you slander me? Ye Suifeng shouted indignantly. What slander? Ye Huang shrugged. I believe all present can attest to your brazen words and blatant disrespect towards the cultivators of Yunxiao City. Would you not agree? Ye Huang turned to the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, absolutely. It is utterly disgusting. Yes, we can all testify. Such arrogance. Daring to act so recklessly before the prodigies of our Yunxiao City. How despicable. The onlookers vocally supported Ye Huang, their pent-up anger towards Ye Suifeng now finding an outlet. With Ye Huang standing in front of them, they felt emboldened to chastise Ye Suifeng loudly. Ye Huang smiled faintly. You see, this is the voice of the people. Therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. As Ye Suifeng listened to the uproar around her, her face alternated between shades of green and red. She had never encountered someone so audacious. 100,000 spirit stones were not a great burden for her, but to capitulate here would be a blow to her pride. Ye Huang, are you serious? Ye Suifeng said in a low voice. He, what do you think? Ye Huang replied, drawing her sword and pointing it menacingly at Ye Suifeng. The cold gleam of the blade glimmered in her eyes. If you dare to harm me, I shall ensure that the Ye family is forever erased from this world. Ye Suifeng declared loudly. Then let us see. Ye Huang's smile vanished as she took deliberate steps toward Ye Suifeng. With each step, her aura intensified. A nearly tangible sword intent overwhelming Ye Suifeng. Instantly, Ye Suifeng felt a chill run down her spine. This girl truly intended to strike. Panic set in as she pulled out a delicate jade talisman, crushing it with force. Elder Wu, come quickly! Ye Suifeng screamed. In a private chamber on the upper floors of the dream-shattering tower, an elderly man with kind eyes leisurely sipped wine, enjoying the graceful dance of beauties below. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, a flash of cold light appearing in his eyes. "Who dares to harm my lady?" he exclaimed, his body rising into the air. However, just as he broke free from view, he slowly descended once more. Accompanying him was another figure who lightly placed a hand on the elder's shoulder, an action so seemingly effortless that it filled the elder with profound dread. Let the children handle their own affairs. The newcomer was Ye Suifeng. The elder's expression turned to one of shock. He never imagined that within the seemingly ordinary Yunxiao city, there existed such a formidable cultivator. His own strength, at the out-of-body stage, felt utterly negligible in comparison. They returned to the viewing platform, where Ye Suifeng casually picked up a spirit fruit from the table. Watching the dance below, "Senior," the elder stammered, swallowing hard. "This young man before me is utterly inscrutable. I cannot comprehend from whence he came or to what lineage he belongs. Those are the 4 renowned courtesans of the dream-shattering tower, presenting a rare dance that one seldom witnesses. Do take the time to appreciate it," Ye Suifeng remarked, gesturing towards the beautiful dancers below. The elder, anxious, exclaimed, "Now is not the time for such distractions. Ye Suifeng has broken her protective talisman and is surely facing a formidable opponent. If anything were to befall her, I would share in the blame. Senior, I must go to her aid. I am her protector," the elder insisted, his resolve firm. Ye Suifeng glanced at him with a smile, saying, "I advise you against such folly. The entity behind that girl is as elegant as he is inscrutable, and possesses a tempestuous temperament. Should you approach, it would surely spell your doom. Therefore, it is best for you to remain here and enjoy the dance." The elder regarded Ye Suifeng with suspicion, pondering if he was perhaps speaking of himself. Nevertheless, he dared not act, fearful of the consequences should the tempestuous being truly reveal his wrath. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng, having shattered her protective talisman, awaited the arrival of her guardian. Yet, she received no assistance. As Ye Huang drew closer with each deliberate step, her aura peaked, stifling Ye Suifeng's breath. The intent to kill radiated from Ye Huang. This time, Ye Suifeng was genuinely afraid, trembling uncontrollably. When Ye Huang was merely 3 steps away, Ye Suifeng finally broke, collapsing to the ground. "Wu, you are bullying me." She unexpectedly began to weep in public. Ye Huang was taken aback, instinctively touching her nose, feeling somewhat awkward. "What happened to your earlier bravado? If I were to strike you now, would it not seem like I was picking on a young girl? Yet I am still only 15. Ye Huang shook her head. She recognized that Ye Suifeng was merely a spoiled child. "I shall not bully you. Produce the 100,000 spirit stones, and I will allow you to leave." Through her sobs, Ye Suifeng fumbled for a storage pouch, presenting it with trembling hands. "This is all I have for pocket money." Ye Huang opened it to find over 100,000 spirit stones within. Indeed, from a prestigious family, even pocket money was substantial. No wonder she acted so recklessly. Meanwhile, somewhere unknown, Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times. Ye Huang extracted 100,000 spirit stones from the pouch, returning the remainder. "Very well. Since you have compensated for the emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave." Ye Suifeng, head downcast, rose from the ground, daring not to utter another word as she squeezed through the crowd, disappearing from view. Her followers, equally embarrassed, hastily fled the scene. "Haha, what a gratifying sight. Hurry back to Huangye City. Yunxiao City is no place for your arrogance. Is this the renowned prodigy of the Yi family? Truly extraordinary." The other cultivators exclaimed with fervor. Many voiced their admiration for Ye Huang, who, despite facing humiliation from the Li and Tang families, resolutely fought back. With her thunderous methods, she restored the reputation of Yunxiao City. This is the true epitome of youthful talent in their eyes. In an instant, praises flowed like a continuous stream. Observing this, Ye Huang waved her hand grandly. "These 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you. Therefore, all expenses incurred today will be charged to my name, Ye Huang." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at how truly remarkable the core disciples of the Yi family were. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared rather pitiful, with only a handful of individuals, those who maintained good relations with their families, present. After accomplishing this, Ye Huang returned to her pavilion. Watching the bustling scene around her, Ye Long chuckled, saying, "It seems that this year's Drunken Dream Conference will have to conclude prematurely." "What do you mean?" Ye Long pointed at the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. "Did I not mention that the competition at the Drunken Dream Conference revolves around family influence? The victor is already clear. I must say, your handling of the situation was utterly domineering. You flatter me, cousin. I am merely relying on my father, ultimately. I am not much different from that, Ye Suifeng," Ye Huang replied, shaking her head. "Not at all." Ye Long pointed towards the injured follower of Ye Suifeng, who had been abandoned, and then glanced at those standing beside Ye Huang. "This is where you differ." Inside the Drunken Dream Tower, as a performance concluded, the hall erupted in applause. Ye Suifeng joined in the clapping. It must be said that the dances in this world are indeed unparalleled. Several naturally beautiful maidens, with their graceful figures, captivated all with every smile and movement, evoking profound emotions. Their performances were unpretentious yet spectacular, subtle yet irresistibly enchanting. How about that? I told you they dance remarkably well, Ye Suifeng remarked. An elder nearby hastily agreed, though he was already drenched in sweat, restless and unable to appreciate the beauty around him. What a dull fellow, Ye Suifeng sighed. All right, you may take your leave. The elder, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled the drunken dream tower, soaring towards Ye Xiaoying's location. Ye Suifeng shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing to enjoy the next dance. With him present, no one could harm his daughter. Due to Ye Xiaoying's appearance, this year's Drunken Dream Conference had almost become a private affair for the Ye family. The vast majority of the cultivators in Yunxiao City stood in support of the Ye family. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a sign of confidence. With such formidable core disciples, the future development of the Ye family was sure to be promising. Meanwhile, the other two families found themselves in a state of neglect, with only their own members engaging in self-indulgence. It was quite tedious, as they were powerless against Ye Xiaoying. Lacking the strength and resolve to confront the Ye family of Huangye City, they were at a loss. The day swiftly passed. However, as the event neared its conclusion, a small incident occurred. Tang Yingying, 18 years of age, voluptuous and enchanting, was known for her lack of modesty, often dressing in a manner that left little to the imagination. Suddenly, a group of cultivators gasped, pointing and discussing excitedly, some even whistling. Tang Yingying looked down to discover that the delicate undergarment she wore had mysteriously vanished, nearly exposing her completely. After the initial shock and embarrassment, a wave of fury surged within her, vowing to capture the pervert who had stolen her garment. After an extensive search, she found nothing. As dusk approached and everyone prepared to leave, Li Qi stood up, and a colorful undergarment tumbled from his arms. It was indeed Tang Yingying's. In an instant, her anger erupted, and she was ready to confront Li Qi, nearly igniting a battle in Yunxiao City, but was fortunately restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Li Qi was utterly bewildered, desperately asserting his innocence. In the Yi family's pavilion, a girl with long purple hair laughed heartily. You've been missing all day? And this is what you've been up to? Yi Huang remarked, exasperated. Yes, how amusing, Yi Xiaoxiao said, blowing a large bubble with the candy in her mouth and unabashedly admitting her involvement, her gaze wandering inappropriately towards Yi Huang's developing figure. You might want to give it a try. Yi Huang's face darkened immediately. Pop. The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. No, we are united as one, standing together against the outside world. Nearby, Yilong instinctively tightened his belt. His cousin was becoming increasingly mischievous. Her abilities were truly elusive. One could only wonder what their uncle had taught her. After the first day, the Drunken Dream Conference effectively came to a close. The core disciples of the three prominent families did not return thereafter. Only the remaining cultivators gathered to discuss the events of the first day and the impending battle for Yunxiao City. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the battle for Yunxiao City finally commenced. The city was bustling with cultivators, as many from nearby cities flocked in, eager to witness the contest between the talented heirs of the great families. At the Yi household, must it be this way? Ye Suifeng looked at the pile of exquisite garments before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Sui Yun and Yi Huang stood beside him. Elder brother, this is a grand event. Everyone will be watching. Please bear with it, Sui Yun urged. The leaders of the three families would all be present at the battle for Yunxiao City. Ye Suifeng had always donned simple, unadorned attire. And if he were to appear in such a manner, it was inevitable that he would be the subject of whispers. While some might consider him too casual, most people would judge a person as first impression based on their appearance. Very well. Ye Suifeng decided to conform to local customs. It wasn't a significant matter. There was no need to present himself in disarray and act the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. After a moment, Ye Suifeng emerged, attired in his new garments. Yi Huang and the others immediately widened their eyes. Normally, Ye Suifeng lived up to his name, appearing casual and unremarkable beyond his good looks. However, once he had donned the carefully coordinated outfit, he seemed transformed. With his increasing youthfulness, even the title of the most handsome man in Yunxiao City would need to make way for him. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll walk around bare-chested, gnawing on corn, Ye Suifeng said with a dark expression. The others quickly averted their gazes, aware that their ancestor could indeed follow through on such a threat. The thought of witnessing such a scene was too much to bear. As the sun rose high in the sky, 5 exceptionally ornate carriages set forth slowly. The battlefield for the Yunxiao City conflict was located at the Tingyun Arena, centrally positioned within the city. In truth, it was merely a 10-minute walk from the Yi family. The use of carriages was purely for show. When the Ye family's convoy arrived at the arena, the audience above was already brimming with spectators. Their arrival instantly captivated all attention. As in previous years, the Ye family was always the first to arrive. Given that the Ye family possesses the weakest strength, it is only fitting that they wait for the other two great families. Otherwise, it would leave a bad taste in their mouths. And they would surely suffer a severe beating, remarked an elderly, long-faced cultivator, stroking his beard. Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again. Suddenly, several rebukes echoed from the surroundings. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback, glancing around. He saw numerous young cultivators rising, their eyes filled with fury, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. He was startled. What is happening? Isn't it customary to jest about the Ye family every year? Why has it suddenly become akin to touching the rear of a tiger, something utterly forbidden? Observing the enraged crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly cupping his hands in apology. Too intimidated to speak further. Look, there is the new head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, and the crowd hurriedly turned their gaze. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the arena's chairman. He moved with an effortless elegance, as if descending from the celestial realm into the mortal world. He is incredibly handsome. Is this truly the head of the Ye family? He appears far too young. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome in Haitugo village, Chitong town of Yunxiao City, is up for grabs. In a corner of the audience, a few young men clad in plain blue garments looked at the bustling arena, clicking their tongues in awe. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. You cannot deny that Ye Suifeng indeed possesses a certain charm, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. We should keep a close eye on their talents. Perhaps we can recruit one or two into our academy. I find it unlikely. This place is too small, and the chances of encountering true prodigies are minuscule. Let us not overlook anyone and end up bringing back a source of ridicule. Fear not, with Senior Zhang Dong present, we will undoubtedly not miss any gems. In front of them stood a young man clad in deep blue, his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49, Ye Huang takes the stage. At the highest level of the Tingyun Arena, there was a lofty viewing platform with a broad vista, the prime spot for observing the battles. On the platform, 3 soft chairs were arranged side by side, with a table beside them already set with fruits and fragrant tea. This was the exclusive area for the 3 family heads. Positioned in close proximity, Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. He did not wish to be so close to those two. With a gentle flick, the 2 chairs beside him swiftly shifted several meters away. Only then did he leisurely settle into the central position. As for whether the other 2 family heads would have any thoughts about this, what concern is it of mine? As the sun reached its zenith, the convoys of the Li and Tang families finally entered the arena at a leisurely pace. Their display was far grander than that of the Ye family, complete with a ceremonial escort, all quite ostentatious. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu approached together. When they saw Ye Suifeng seated in the center, they paused momentarily. Tang Zheng appeared particularly displeased, for this position had always been his. However, given the large gathering today, they naturally would not let such a trivial matter spark a conflict in front of everyone, inviting ridicule. Li Liusu greeted Ye Suifeng with a smile, then allowed Tang Zheng to choose his seat first, before finally taking her own. With a resounding toll of the bell, the Battle of Yunxiao City officially commenced. Naturally, a grand ceremony marked the opening. This was also an opportune moment for certain individuals to establish their reputations. For instance, establishments like Zui Menglu, Wan Baogu, Mi Xiang Yuan, and other influential forces in Yunxiao City presented their unique performances. Ye Suifeng was somewhat astonished to discover that Gu Wanxin was the host for this Battle of Yunxiao City. Facing an audience of over 10,000, she remained undaunted. Engaging in lively banter, and coupled with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, she ignited immense enthusiasm among the spectators. As the opening concluded, the focus shifted to the main event. Gu Wanxin began to announce the rules of the Yunxiao City battle. These rules were detailed, almost entirely ensuring fairness, with family rankings determined based on performance. However, Ye Suifeng found it unnecessary to pay attention. The offspring of the other 2 families were no longer formidable adversaries for Ye Huang and the others. Upon completing the reading of the rules, Gu Wanxin, with an impassioned voice, proclaimed, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contender from the Ye family, Ye Huang." The applause thundered. A tidal wave of cheers erupted. A figure clad in a purple robe slowly ascended the arena. She was young, yet capable of facing the gaze of thousands with composure. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Look at me, look at me. We met at Zui Meng. Go for it, crush them." The crowd's enthusiasm surged. Following the events at Zui Meng, Ye Huang's name was undoubtedly the hottest among all competitors. Ye Huang smiled slightly, raising her right hand. The entire arena swiftly fell silent, captivated by her gesture. Then, she clenched her fist, and a surge of battle intent erupted forth. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. The shouts of Ye Huang's name seemingly scattering the clouds above. "Heh, dear brother Ye, your daughter possesses quite a formidable presence," remarked Li Liusu with a grin that did not quite reach his eyes. Even he was taken aback by this scene. He had never seen a young person with such a powerful aura and magnetic appeal. Indeed, I am quite pleased," Ye Suifeng replied cheerfully. Li Liusu's facial muscles twitched. According to custom, weren't you supposed to be a bit more modest? Why are you so quick to acknowledge it? This is not how one usually plays the game. Humph, the more rigid one is, the more likely they are to break. At this moment, Tang Zheng also spoke up. Yes, but I am indifferent," Ye Suifeng said with an air of nonchalance. The two families each found themselves in a bit of a bind, their spirits dampened, and fell silent. "Uncle One, that is Ye Huang," a dark-skinned youth said to the middle-aged man beside him in the audience. "Indeed remarkable," the middle-aged man nodded gently. "Yes, she is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The dark-skinned youth gazed at Ye Huang in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with infatuation. "Heh, Mi Feng, you finally seem to have come to your senses," the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng appeared slightly embarrassed, but soon adopted a melancholic expression. "But she truly is too outstanding, Uncle One. I am not worthy of her. What is there to fear?" The middle-aged man clapped him on the shoulder. "You are, after all, the son of the city lord of Haishi City, and having only cultivated for 3 years, you have already reached the 8th stage of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Ye Huang." However, Mi Feng wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. "Enough. After this grand event concludes, I shall speak with the head of the Ye family," he stated. Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure atop the arena, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor in the arena continued for a considerable time. Once it began to settle, Gu Wanxin, wearing a smile, continued, "Now, it is time for the Li family, ranked second last time, to decide who will face Ye Huang." This was one of the rules of battle. "No need," Ye Huang suddenly interjected. She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. "I choose to challenge Li Qi." Li Qi, seated among the audience, was momentarily taken aback. They had initially intended to send forth their weakest member, Li Suifeng, to gauge Ye Huang's capabilities. However, to their astonishment, Ye Huang chose to take the initiative and challenge directly. Gu Wanxin, equally surprised, inquired, "Are you certain?" According to the rules, if one initiates a challenge, they must engage in the subsequent battle regardless of the outcome. "That's of no consequence," replied Ye Huang, her face adorned with a confident smile. "Today, I wish to demonstrate that the Ye family is no longer what it once was." The clamor surged once more. Opting for a series of consecutive battles required more than mere courage. It was a matter of great significance, impacting the future development of their families for the next 2 years. Observing Ye Huang's resolute demeanor, Gu Wanxin sighed slightly. "Very well then. Let us welcome the prodigy of the Li family, Li Qi." Li Qi's expression shifted as he recalled his fleeting glimpse of Ye Huang in the dreaming garden days prior. Even from afar, he sensed her extraordinary nature, leaving him perplexed. Yet, remembering his own recent advancements, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant one," Li Qinger shouted, recalling her previous defeat at Ye Huang's hands atop the Qingyu Heights. She had vowed to have Li Qi rectify that loss, and today, she was finally seeing her wish fulfilled. Her confidence in Li Qi was unwavering. Drawing strength from the encouragement behind him, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced. Thus, the first battle of the Yunxiao City contest commenced. Ye Huang and Li Qi stood facing each other, their spirits rising amidst the thunderous roars of the crowd. Ye Huang ultimately settled at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi ascended beyond the rumored realm, surging straight to the 10th level. The audience gasped in astonishment. It seemed Li Qi had concealed his true prowess. Concern rippled through the crowd for Ye Huang's safety. Yet, Ye Huang, positioned opposite Li Qi, remained unflinchingly calm. "Prepare yourself," Li Qi declared, drawing his sword in a flash. His form darted across the arena, creating a dazzling array of afterimages that left the onlookers awestruck. This was the shadow step, an advanced movement technique, and he had unleashed such a formidable skill right from the outset. Recognizing the technique, the crowd murmured in surprise. In a synchronized assault, several of Li Qi's phantoms unsheathed their swords and charged at Ye Huang from all directions. It appeared he aimed to claim victory with his very first strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Li Qi's illusions gradually faded, leaving only his true self. However, his attack was firmly intercepted by Ye Huang, who had yet to draw her sword. "Such flamboyance," Ye Huang remarked with a cold smile. "But it's not over yet." Li Qi bellowed, as flames erupted from his sword, conjuring 3 fire dragons that roared towards Ye Huang. This scene reminded Ye Huang of her training in the 9 heavens, where the gentle purple celestial light was composed of countless tiny divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons, in comparison, were like fleas next to a giant kunping. She slowly extended her palm. Boom! A tremendous tremor resounded throughout the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly. Yet from Ye Huang's palm emerged a thin veil of luminous mist that effortlessly blocked all flames, standing firm as a mountain. The searing flames instantly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He quickly retreated, but the flames soon dissipated, leaving his garments riddled with large burns and his handsome visage marred by soot. Li Qi's face turned ashen, his eyes betraying his dread. How could this individual be so powerful? It seems you have yet to fully master that sword, Ye Huang stated coolly. The fire dragons had erupted from the very essence of Li Qi's sword, a testament to its inherent capabilities. This spirit sword was at least of superior grade. Glancing at her own sword, Ye Huang noted that it had originally been of top-tier quality. However, after Ye Suifeng had casually refined it recently, it had transformed into a genuine treasure of celestial grade. Ye Huang, do not become overly complacent, Li Qi retorted, wiping the ash from his face with a fierce glare. Being repelled was one matter, but he could not accept being lectured on his cultivation by this girl, younger than himself. Then exert yourself more, Ye Huang replied indifferently. Anger surged within Li Qi. You asked for it. He gripped his sword tightly and activated the shadow step once more. This time, the arena was filled with even more phantoms, their movements synchronized and nearly indistinguishable. 10,000 sword forest. All the Li Qi phantoms shouted in unison. In an instant, countless sharp sword lights engulfed Ye Huang, encircling her entirely. The sheer density of the attack was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Another superior grade sword technique. The combination of shadow step and 10,000 sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwined together. He had evidently come prepared. It was unimaginable how Ye Huang would withstand such an onslaught. The spectators looked on anxiously, their concern for Ye Huang palpable. Yet, Ye Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only trained in the 9 heavens for a brief month, she had been exposed to the essence of the heavenly path's destructive force. The sword lights before her were, in truth, trivial. With a single motion of her sword sheath, she accurately identified all the genuine sword lights and deftly parried them. Too weak, she remarked. My father was right, you are truly too weak. As she blocked Li Qi's attacks, her words only fueled his fury further, summoning all his strength. Li Qi endeavored to break through Ye Huang's defenses, but it was all in vain. Enough. Let us conclude this swiftly, Ye Huang declared, finally drawing her sword for the first time, executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, the myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi's form was sent hurtling backward, like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling onto the ground. Brother Li Qi, Li Qinger gasped in shock. Cheer. On stage, Li Liusu finally lost the perpetual smile that adorned her face. Ye Huang slowly sheathed her sword. In this battle, she had only drawn her blade once, and throughout the entire engagement, she had not moved an inch from her original position. Chapter 50. As you scheme. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat left the entire arena in stunned silence. Everyone recognized Ye Huang's strength, yet Li Qi was also a prodigy, not to be underestimated. He possessed superior grade movement techniques and sword arts, both of which complemented each other, wielding a superior grade spirit sword. In Yunxiao City, such a combination was an epitome of luxury. No faction outside the 3 major families could forge such a formidable presence. Yet before Ye Huang, he appeared as a feeble insect, mercilessly toyed with and crushed in an instant. Ye Huang, how could you be so powerful? The Phoenix Maiden is magnificent. A voice, tinged with a broken tone, reverberated throughout the arena, soon followed by a cacophony of cheers akin to the roar of a tempest. The crowd bellowed the name of Ye Huang, as if basking in the reflected glory of her triumph. The Yi family's seat erupted in euphoria, with Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the principal figures of the Yi clan, nearly moved to tears. Behold, this is the pride of our Yi family. This is our future. Their fervor and passion burned bright, indomitable as fire. In stark contrast, the Li family presented a different tableau. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the platform, while Li Qing wept over him. Several elders hastened to his side, inspecting his injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lusu struggled to contain himself, nearly leaping into the fray. That was his son. Yet, he restrained his emotions. In such a setting, a family head losing composure would be a tremendous blow to the family's reputation. Soon, someone approached the stage and whispered to Li Lusu, gradually assuaging his anxiety. Ye Suifeng, your daughter is quite ruthless. Li Lusu spoke gravely. At that moment, he had cast aside all pretense. Nonsense. Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead, merely broken 180 bones. You, Li Lusu, seething with rage, nearly lunged at Ye Suifeng. However, he held himself back. After years as the head of the Li clan, he possessed more restraint than that. A talent that hasn't matured is merely a talent. I advise you to rein her in, lest she invites calamity one day. Li Lusu's words dripped with veiled threat. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, offering no response. Some individuals simply delight in narrowing their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Yi Huang was truly unfathomable. One could only wonder if their own progeny would once again rise above the throng. At this moment, Gu Wanxin ascended the stage once more. Her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded Yi Huang, a girl who had far exceeded her expectations. Yet, what truly astonished her was the question of what Ye Suifeng had done to her. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's brilliance was undoubtedly intertwined with Ye Suifeng. Yi Huang, do you wish to challenge again? Gu Wanxin inquired. Indeed. Yi Huang replied with a smile, casting her gaze toward the Tang family's waiting area. The 5 individuals there tensed under her scrutiny. Following the previous battle, none dared to underestimate this formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Yi Huang began to declare her challenger, but suddenly paused. She glanced at her father on the high platform and resignedly said, let them choose their own contender. The crowd gasped, given Yi Huang's overwhelming strength. She could have easily selected a strong opponent from the Tang family, paving the way for the remaining 4 fighters from the Yi family. Instead, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family more options. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule to their advantage. Moments later, the Tang family indeed sent forth their weakest fighter, Tang Wuhua, at the 6th level of Qi transformation. With Li Qi's recent defeat, he stood little chance of victory. It was evident that the Tang family intended to have their lesser talent hold back the superior Yi contender. This maneuver was unsurprising. However, the audience cared not for such intricacies and recognized the Tang family's cowardice, erupting in a chorus of boos. Tang Wuhua ascended the stage amidst the jeers, his face a picture of despondency. The battle begins. Tang Wuhua clasped his hands toward Yi Huang. I hope you will show mercy. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than a foot connected with his chest, sending him hurtling into the air. He crashed out of the arena, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he lost consciousness. A swift victory. After this, Yi Huang did not await the official result, but turned gracefully towards the Yi family's preparation area, departing with poise. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, finally announced. Yi Huang has triumphed over Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the Yi family's second combatant, Yi Long. The crowd erupted once more with thunderous applause. Though Yi Long did not possess the same renown as Yi Huang, the title of the True Dragon Pavilion's master carried significant weight. As Yi Long stepped onto the stage, he coincidentally brushed past Yi Huang. It was your uncle who instructed you to do this, wasn't it? Yi Long remarked. Yi Huang shrugged. He said to let you all have some fun. Yi Long felt a pang of embarrassment. For his uncle, was this battle merely a diversion? Then let us enjoy it fully. A powerful fighting spirit surged from Yi Long. Within the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats. Yet his indomitable will had been forged to shine as brightly as the sun. I challenged Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family. Before Gu Wanxin could respond, Yi Long declared his target. He too sought a continuous battle. Moreover, he aimed to challenge the most formidable youth of Yunxiao City. The audience roared with excitement. The Yi family's descendants were undeniably formidable. It was exhilarating. Under the gaze of the multitude, Tang Xiaoqing ascended the platform. I have long admired your reputation. Likewise. They exchanged courteous greetings. Yet, in an instant, they were locked in combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose flair, exuding an imposing presence. However, Tang Xiaoqing, living up to his esteemed name, had reached the 12th level of Qi transformation and concealed his true prowess. With a fan in hand, he moved with ethereal grace. Their techniques clashed, fraught with peril, resulting in a fierce stalemate that left the outcome uncertain for a time. The audience cried out in delight. This was the battle they had truly yearned to witness. Although Yi Huang's previous fight had been thrilling, it had concluded too swiftly to fully satisfy. Both Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing stood as the finest of their respective clans, already renowned beyond measure. Their clash was a spectacle many had long anticipated. As time passed, Yi Long bore several wounds stained with blood, yet his fighting spirit intensified. His spear, like a true dragon, instilled dread across the expanse. Ultimately, amid Yi Long's ferocious onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, was struck hard, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to land. Yet Yi Long's assault came again. I concede. Tang Xiaoqing shouted loudly. The sharp spear tip hovered mere inches from his throat. Bang! Ye Long retracted his spear, planting it firmly on the ground. A whirlwind erupted around him, scattering dust across the arena. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. On the solid arena floor, deep cracks marred the surface, a shocking sight. Ye Long has defeated Tang Xiaoqing, Gu Wanxin proclaimed triumphantly. Following this, like Ye Huang, Ye Long chose to allow the Li family to select their next combatant. The Li family similarly opted for their weakest member, Ye Suifeng, to serve as fodder. Predictably, Ye Long dispatched Ye Suifeng in a mere few moves before returning to the Ye family's preparation area. Thus, the Ye family, with one phoenix and one dragon, had secured 4 victories. The path ahead gleamed with promise. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Lusu and Tang Zheng wore expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot. After all, the strongest individuals from both families have been defeated. Brother Tang Xiaoqing has also fallen, Li Liusu suddenly remarked. The two exchanged glances, and a glint of ferocity flashed in Li Liusu's eyes. Tang Zheng nodded gently in acknowledgement. Ye Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. A conspiracy, perhaps? Schemes abound, let them scheme. Chapter 51, Justice Served. The Ye family emerged victorious in both battles, triumphing over the mightiest of the Li and Tang families, elevating their acclaim to unprecedented heights. The only regret they harbored was that such formidable power is typically reserved for a climactic finale. Why reveal all their trump cards right from the outset? What significance would the subsequent battles hold? Yet, the appearance of Ye Qianyao shattered their expectations once more. Ye Qianyao, with an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden, chose to initiate a challenge, albeit without specifying a target, inviting them to select any opponent. Prior to this, she had exhibited considerable prowess, leading the Li family to cautiously dispatch a relatively weaker contender, Li Ming, at the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, Ye Qianyao entered the arena with an explosive display of her fully realized cultivation at the pinnacle of Qi transformation. Her aura vastly outstripped that of Tang Xiaoqing. The audience was left dumbfounded. What was happening with the Ye family? They had thought Ye Huang and Ye Long were their strongest warriors, only to be astonished by the emergence of an even more powerful contender. Was this truly one of Ye's vassals? The revelation was utterly staggering. Undoubtedly, under Ye Qianyao's unreserved assault, Li Ming could not withstand a single strike, being swiftly cast from the stage. As for the Tang family, they wore grim expressions and promptly chose to forfeit. In their view, aside from Tang Xiaoqing, no one stood a chance against Ye Qianyao. Soon, the 4th battle began. The Ye family contender was Ye Qian. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qian ascended the stage with measured steps, fully releasing his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi transformation. The audience exhaled in relief. This was a return to normalcy in the unfolding narrative. Go, brother Ye Qian. We believe in you. 2 youthful voices shouted. Surrounded by a throng of similarly spirited youths, their faces flushed with excitement as they cheered fervently. Ye Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Shenge, he declared, announcing his opponent. The Li family erupted in ecstatic cheers, believing Ye Qian to be the most easily defeated adversary. They had initially feared he might select a weaker opponent, yet he had opted for Li Shenge, a formidable genius second only to Li Qi. Teach him a lesson, the Li family members urged, their excitement palpable. Watch closely, Li Shenge said with a slight smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage to face Ye Qian. So we meet again. Defeated foe, he remarked, wielding a round fan and chuckling softly. His fair skin and half-lidded peach blossom eyes rendered him reminiscent of a legendary male fox spirit. I vowed to bring you to justice, Ye Qian replied quietly. Upon overhearing their exchange, some in the crowd pondered in confusion. Did these two harbor a past grievance? Indeed. The little girl who had been cheering for Ye Qian now bore red-rimmed eyes, her face etched with unending fury. Oh, what transpired? An onlooker inquired. The girl, with a sorrowful expression, recounted her tale. Originally a resident of Qingxi town under the jurisdiction of the Li family, her parents were humble garment workers, and she had an older sister. Though not affluent, their family enjoyed a harmonious existence. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of a certain individual shattered their tranquil life, Li Shenge. As a core member of the Li family, his visit to Qingxi town stirred excitement among the townsfolk, as it presented a golden opportunity for advancement. Li Shenge had come to the town seeking to commission a fine garment, but as he perused each shop, he failed to find a suitable target. Instead, he set his sights on the girl's sister. When he proposed that the girl's sister become his maid, onlookers cast envious glances, yet her parents, being principled individuals, had never considered marrying their daughter into a wealthy family, resulting in Li Shenge's rejection. Unperturbed, Li Shenge praised their steadfastness and gifted them an expensive jade pendant. However, that very night, a group of masked assailants stormed into the girl's home, stealing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl hid beneath her bed, witnessing the horror unfold before her eyes. The following day, local officials attributed the tragedy to a robbery gone awry, and the case was hastily closed. Thus, the girl was left to wander the streets, utterly alone. Eventually, she encountered Ye Qian, who became her source of comfort, aside from her family. Upon learning of her plight, Ye Qian resolved to track down the greedy scoundrels responsible for her suffering and bring them to justice. Though the criminals were seasoned, Ye Qian managed to uncover a trail leading to an astonishing revelation: Li Shenge. Li Shenge dismissed Ye Qian as inconsequential and even contemptuously tossed out the girl's sister, who had been left battered, dazed, and nearly unrecognizable. Ultimately, she succumbed in Ye Qian's arms. Enraged, Ye Qian sought out Li Shenge, but at that time, Li Shenge had already attained a formidable level of qi transformation, while Ye Qian was still at the qi refinement stage. Unsurprisingly, Ye Qian was swiftly overpowered, left gravely injured and subjected to humiliation. Yet, even in his weakened state, Ye Qian's gaze remained resolute. "I will ensure you face justice," he vowed to Li Shenge. "Huh. You can forget about that for a lifetime," Li Shenge replied with arrogance before departing. Upon hearing this account, those surrounding the little girl were filled with righteous indignation. Such despicable behavior. I had heard rumors that Li Shenge often roamed about, abducting young women and committing heinous acts. I never imagined it was true. What a scoundrel!" they exclaimed, hoping fervently for Ye Qian to deliver a fitting retribution. Ye Qian regarded Li Shenge, who bore a haughty demeanor, and slowly raised his head. "Today, I shall seek justice for all whom you have harmed." With that, he clenched his fist and struck at Li Shenge. "Overestimating yourself," Li Shenge scoffed, casually waving his fan, unleashing the full might of his 10th level of qi transformation, colliding with Ye Qian's punch. A thunderous roar echoed as Ye Qian's body was sent flying several meters, nearly toppling out of the arena. "In the past, you were a mere waste in my presence. Now, nothing has changed," Li Shenge derided. However, the defeated Ye Qian unexpectedly performed an act that left everyone astounded. He produced a brush. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Qian began to wield the brush, inscribing characters in the air. A vertical stroke, a bend, and another vertical stroke. It formed a remarkably simple character representing a mountain. Yet, upon completing this stroke, a grand and formidable aura descended from the heavens. The onlookers instinctively raised their heads, but saw nothing. However, in Li Shenge's eyes, a colossal black peak materialized, bearing down upon him with immense force. Li Shenge let out a strangled cry, attempting to evade the impending mountain, but its descent was alarmingly swift. With a resounding thud, it landed heavily on his shoulder, bending his spine and compelling him to buckle his knees and kneel upon the ground. "How can this be?" Li Shenge exclaimed, his expression one of sheer terror. This peak was unnervingly frightening. It lacked the terrifying magnitude of a true mountain. Yet its weight drained Li Shenge of every ounce of strength. Only by summoning all his might could he withstand its oppressive force. Li Shenge struggled desperately. But no matter how hard he fought, the mountain perpetually hovered at the brink of his limits, bringing him to the brink of despair. "Do you see? These are the people you have harmed. They have always been here, gazing down upon you." Ye Qian spoke coldly. At these words, Li Shenge looked up, and horror gripped him. What had once been a mountain upon his shoulder transformed into a series of familiar figures. Among them was the sister of the little girl, staring at Li Shenge with tears of blood streaming down her cheeks, silently murmuring as if to accuse him of his sins. "No, impossible!" Li Shenge screamed, the scene sending chills down his spine. "It's all a lie. You cannot frighten me," he bellowed, unleashing all his power as he swung the circular fan towards the ominous clouds above. Yet, he struck nothing. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, along with the thousands of baffled spectators. What happened to Li Shenge? Nobody knew. He suddenly knelt before Ye Qian, flailing wildly against the empty air as if battling an unseen foe. "Like a fool, haha." The crowd erupted in laughter, breathless and pale as a ghost. Li Shenge comprehended the truth. The previous spectacle had been an illusion conjured by Ye Qian. Rage surged within him. He turned to face Ye Qian, an inferno of wrath threatening to consume him. Yet at that moment, Ye Qian inscribed the second character, "See." A chill wind surged forth, piercing through Li Shenge's collar. "Not this again." He roared in fury, preparing to charge forward. But before he could move, a fierce gale howled, nearly toppling him. The moist atmosphere, laced with the scent of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath his feet, he sensed a flow of liquid. "Just an illusion. Is that all you've got?" Li Shenge shouted, opening his eyes wide. Before him lay a vast expanse of crimson ocean, blood. No wonder the sensation beneath his feet felt so viscous. The sea of blood steadily rose, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, and his palm was drenched in blood, trickling down slowly. You once claimed that blood was your favorite thing, that you revel in it. Then, enjoy it to the fullest. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. It's merely a mirage, just a mirage, Li Xinge bellowed, as he closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could tranquilize his heart, he would surely escape this illusion. Yet the blood sea continued its relentless ascent, gradually submerging his nose. The overpowering stench of blood, coupled with the sensation of suffocation, assailed him ferociously. Li Xinge endeavored to soothe his emotions, reminding himself it was all an illusion, devoid of lethality. However, the sensation of suffocation intensified. If this continued, he would surely perish. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Xinge let out a desperate roar, releasing a torrent of bubbles as he valiantly swam upwards toward the surface of the sea. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free to reach the surface. A sense of despair began to take root within him, swiftly spreading. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, enveloping him in the scent of death. Ultimately, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. With a crash, Li Xinge fell to the ground, inhaling the long-lost fresh air. You claimed you tortured others merely to understand what despair felt like. Do you comprehend now? Yi Qian said coldly. Li Xinge lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was utterly spent, unable to utter a single word. Yet Yi Qian began to inscribe once more. This time 2 characters. I vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that allowing you to perish amidst your most cherished thing may be the best way. With a final stroke, Yi Qian completed the last character, Fox Immortal. No one knew what Li Xinge beheld in that moment, but his reaction sent shivers through the hearts of onlookers. He alternated between laughter and tears, his face a mask of torment, pleading for mercy. He laughed while tearing his own clothes, his fingers carving crimson lines across his body. He wept, muttering apologies as he bent his toes, shattering his kneecap with his own hands. Enough! Li Liusu on the platform could no longer contain herself, shouting vehemently. If this continued, not only would Li Xinge perish, but the Li family's reputation would be utterly destroyed. Yet Gu Wanxin, who presided over the battle, appeared indifferent to her outburst. Ye Suifeng, this has gone on long enough. Li Liusu directed her gaze toward Ye Suifeng. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This boy has gleaned the path of killing from the mountain and sea codex. That doesn't quite align with his beliefs. It's probably just his obsession, he mused. Ye Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liusu rose in anger. I am listening. I am listening, Ye Suifeng proclaimed loudly. Yi Qian, that's enough, cease tormenting him. Yi Qian on the arena nodded and wiped away the characters Fox Immortal. Only then did Li Liusu snort and retake her seat. Just kill him, Ye Suifeng remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 52. It's time for change. In the cloud-soaring combat arena, Yi Qian stood at the center, holding a blood-soaked head. After Ye Suifeng spoke, he charged forward and swiftly beheaded Li Xinge. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply before casually discarding the head at his feet. Then, he picked up the brush once more, snapped it in two with both hands, and smiled at the little girl on the platform. The girl, with tear-streaked cheeks, buried her head between her knees, sobbing quietly. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Ye Suifeng observed everything with a slight nod. Yi Qian's slaying of Li Xinge was akin to vanquishing his own inner demons. The act of breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with the past and returning to one's true self. This young man had evidently contemplated this prior to stepping onto the stage. How foolish of me to worry whether he had succumbed to madness. Thankfully, that is not the case. Yet, not everyone shares this relief. Li Liusu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Ye Suifeng. You have gone too far, he hissed in a low voice. In battle, casualties are inevitable. Yi Qian merely failed to restrain his hand. As the head of a family and one of the three prominent figures of Yinxiao City, it is imperative that you maintain your composure. Ye Suifeng grinned wide, embodying the essence of a villain. Li Liusu was seething with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he restrained himself. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today. He spat before returning to silence. Ye Suifeng dismissed him with indifference. It is the weak who endure. If you possess courage, come and face me. I assure you, I shall only employ my tribulation stage strength. His gaze shifted back to the arena. Yi Qian's execution of Li Xinge had stirred quite a commotion in the fighting grounds. The first of the prodigies to fall. All present were cultivators, passionate individuals. Such battles were worthy of their attention. Even if the intricacies of the fight eluded them, the outcome was clear. Yi Qian triumphed over Li Xinge, as announced by Gu Wanxin. Next came the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's peculiar ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family hesitated to engage. They opted to forfeit, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Following that, it was the last member of the Yi family. Let us welcome Ye Xiaoxiao. With resounding applause, a figure leaped onto the stage. She was petite, with long, purplish-red hair cascading nearly to the ground. As she bounced around, her delightful demeanor was accentuated by the peculiar candy she chewed, capable of blowing colorful bubbles. "Isn't she just a child?" someone remarked. The onlookers cast scornful glances her way. Had the first 4 members of the Ye family not imparted a lesson? How could their combatant possibly be weak? Anticipation filled the air for this adorably charming girl and the skills she might reveal. Ye Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin, flashing a cheeky smile. "Sister Gu, you look stunning today. So fair and round." Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, offering an awkward smile. "Thank you for the compliment. It's merely ceremonial attire. Do you wish to follow the usual rules, or shall we challenge others?" She swiftly changed the subject. "Of course, I choose to challenge," Ye Xiaoxiao declared, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. Li Ran's heart raced. The 4 members from his family had not fared well. However, Ye Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted past him and settled on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran sighed in relief. "It's you, Tang Yingying." Ye Xiaoxiao selected her challenger. Tang Yingying paused momentarily, then huffed, sashaying her curvaceous figure onto the stage. The battle commenced. "Huh, why have you changed your outfit?" Just as Tang Yingying prepared to attack, Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. She hesitated, then noticed the undergarment in Ye Xiaoxiao's hand, a wave of embarrassment and anger washing over her. "How dare you? I remember now. You were the one responsible for the incident at the Drunken Dream Conference." Tang Yingying's fury erupted, recalling the humiliation she had suffered. "Indeed. How would you like to thank me?" Ye Xiaoxiao tossed the undergarment into the audience, provoking a frenzy among certain unsavory characters. "I will kill you." Tang Yingying's rage surged, and she drew her long sword, charging forward. Hee. A blue halo appeared beneath Ye Xiaoxiao's feet. The sword slashed through empty air. "I am right here." Ye Xiaoxiao's voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying, a pink undergarment now appearing in her grasp. "Return it to me." Tang Yingying lunged again, fearing she would be left bare before thousands. Yet, with a flash of blue light, she again missed her target. "Uncle One, what is this technique?" Mi Feng from Blackstone City queried, astonished. The middle-aged man beside him wore an expression of embarrassment. He was Mi Feng's protector, tasked with ensuring his safety and providing guidance during this excursion. The battle in Yunxiao City was an excellent opportunity for observation. Yet, this was beyond peculiar. First came Yi Huang, who crushed the competition without breaking a sweat. There was little to explain beyond her strength. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao were manageable, but Yi Qian was enigmatic. His methods were inscrutable. He could not discern the type of technique Yi Qian employed. Now, Ye Xiaoxiao was even more extraordinary. Her movements resembled those of a void gate. How could such a grand ability be wielded by a mere girl in the Qi transformation realm? "I am still confirming," the middle-aged man replied. "Did you not say you knew all below the Golden Core stage?" Mi Feng questioned, puzzled. The man's eyes twitched. "You little rascal. Spare me the trouble." He fell silent, returning his gaze to the arena. Ye Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yingying. With each leap, she produced another item, sometimes clothing, sometimes ornaments. Tang Yingying was nearly left in the dust. "Ye Xiaoxiao, you are truly too much." Tang Yingying was on the verge of breaking down. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted playfully. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Do not be angry." Suddenly, she produced a blue orb and tossed it towards Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying dodged. But as the orb burst beside her, a light blue arc enveloped her. "Sweet dreams," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked, and with that, Tang Yingying rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The crowd was left bewildered. What was this? She could put anyone to sleep at will? How marvelous it would be to possess such a skill. Witnessing her own tactic succeed, Ye Xiaoxiao skipped over to Tang Yingying, peering down at her sleeping face. "Fairy Xiao, please show mercy. I concede on her behalf." At that moment, Tang Xiaoqing, standing below the arena, clasped his hands in a plea. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed. "Your words are rather sweet." "Very well." Her eyes twinkled as she produced a colorful pen from seemingly nowhere and began to doodle abstractly on Tang Yingying's face. With a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying stirred, awakening from her slumber. Tang Xiaoqing promptly rushed forward to assist her. "What has happened to me?" Tang Yingying asked. Confusion etched on her face. "Nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, only to catch sight of her face and nearly choke. "We lost, let us depart." However, he managed to suppress his laughter. "Remember, do not look up." After Tang Yingying departed, Gu Wanxin announced Ye Xiaoxiao as the victor. Ultimately, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the contest could even commence, he hastily chose to concede. There was no alternative. The members of the Ye family had truly instilled fear in him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded in an utterly unforeseen manner, with the Ye family achieving a perfect record of 10 victories. Given that all 5 members of the Tang family were present, the Li family was left with only Li Ran as their sole combatant. while the rest were either dead or grievously injured. Consequently, the Tang family secured second place, and the Li family found themselves at the bottom. Esteemed family heads, let us discuss the forthcoming allocation of resources, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu, wearing a grim expression, glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, Li Liusu stood up. Ye Suifeng, the recent battle of Yunxiao City has been rather absurd. I believe it is time to revise the agreements among the three great families. Chapter 53, Two Choices. On the highest viewing platform of the arena, Li Liusu's countenance was dark, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Ye Suifeng. It is utterly foolish to allow a handful of inexperienced youths to determine the trajectory of our families for the next 2 years. Therefore, I propose that we abolish this regulation effective immediately. Brother Tang, what say you? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, responding, indeed, it does seem rather farcical. The three great families govern the vast expanse of Yunxiao City, and our responsibilities are paramount. Thus, it would be prudent to consider the comprehensive strength of each family when delineating the proportions. He wore an expression of serious contemplation, clearly indicating that the two had reached a prior agreement. Even if today's battle had yielded a different result, such a proposal would likely have been made. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, reflecting on the original intent behind establishing the Battle of Yunxiao City, which was to motivate the youths of the three families to strive for improvement and progress together. It was, without a doubt, a clever strategy. Yet, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had evidently lost sight of this initial purpose. When they suggested dividing benefits based on the family's overall strengths, Ye Suifeng fell into silence, pondering. Is this truly a fortuitous turn of events? Well, I also concur with your perspective, Ye Suifeng stated. Li Liusu was taken aback. He had anticipated that Ye Suifeng, being young, would react with impatience. Are you certain? He could not resist asking again. Indeed, Ye Suifeng affirmed. With this confirmation, Li Liusu's frown eased a bit. Very well. Let us draft a preliminary proposal. In terms of strength, there is no doubt that Brother Tang is the mightiest, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Ye family. Thus, wait a moment. Ye Suifeng interrupted, turning to Li Liusu and inquiring, are you considering this so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh upon your face? How is it that the Ye family ranks last? Li Liusu's eyes twitched involuntarily. While he did possess a certain rotundity, he had not descended to the level of having a full face of excess weight. What? Do you have a question? He glared. Indeed, I have many questions. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Li Liusu suddenly chuckled. Ye Suifeng, do not presume that because you have stumbled upon some wealth, you can do as you please in Yunxiao City. In this world, strength shall always reign supreme. The rules are forever dictated by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand, summoning three emaciated elders who emerged onto the highest platform, surrounding Ye Suifeng. Upon witnessing this, Ye Suifeng realized that these were three formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. How terrifying. I nearly found myself intimidated. Then, Li Liusu turned to address the tens of thousands gathered at the arena. Everyone listen. All individuals not belonging to the three great families must vacate the arena immediately. We require privacy to discuss internal matters. His resonant voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended to the arena's center, prepared to swiftly expel all onlookers. They were all members of the Li and Tang families, each possessing at least the strength of the Golden Body realm. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd as they were uncertain of the unfolding events. Yet, under the pressure from the opposing side, they gradually began to take their leave. This is terrible. They are targeting the Ye family. Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Wen, you must think of a solution. Uncle Wen's expression was grave. The three individuals on the highest platform exuded an overwhelming aura, their cultivation clearly surpassing that of the Golden Core stage. He was merely at the later stages of Golden Core himself. How could he conceive of a remedy? Seeing him remain silent, Mi Feng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he dashed toward the outskirts of the crowd, shouting, Huang Xinzi, be cautious. Just as he uttered those words, he received a blow to his shoulder, rendering him unconscious at the hands of Uncle Wen. Cradling Mi Feng's limp form, Uncle Wen cast a glance at the youthful figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. Ye family head, I wish you good fortune. In another direction of the arena, several young individuals clad in simple azure garments were also making their way out. The Ye family is in dire straits, Zhang Dong, a tall senior, remarked, glancing toward the Ye family's direction. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned and slowly departed. Under the insistence of over 100 powerful cultivators, the arena quickly became desolate. leaving only the core figures of the three great families and numerous formidable cultivators from the Li and Tang families. They exuded a menacing aura, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Ye Suifeng, do you now understand why I rank the Ye family last? Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Ye Suifeng. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, these individuals represent less than a third of our combined strength. And what of your Ye family? Having existed for less than a century, lacking any substantial foundation, what do you possess to contend with us? At this moment, Li Liusu was brimming with confidence, his presence imposing. Ye Suifeng, resting his chin on one hand, suddenly smiled. What we possess is myself. You? Li Liusu laughed heartily. You, who just half a year ago was a well-known waste, a mere beneficiary of fortuitous luck. I am quite relieved that you lack the wisdom to be discreet or patient, that after acquiring wealth, you only know how to squander endlessly. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It indicates that the heavens do not wish for you to possess this wealth alone. A triumphant smile adorned Li Liusu's face. At this juncture, Tang Zheng also stood, speaking in a grave tone. Ye Suifeng, the situation in Yunxiao City has remained stable for a long time, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have disrupted a century-long peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person has not erred? Yet, your error lies in acquiring wealth beyond your control. Such possessions inflate one's ego and incite madness, causing you to forget that in this world, wealth is merely a trifle. Only power is paramount. Tang Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage full of wisdom. Ye Suifeng understood the underlying truth at the heart of the matter. Both of them were merely coveting the small amount of spirit stones he possessed. Just say it outright. Look at how pained you both are while scheming this and that. Isn't it exhausting? What you have said is undeniably true, Ye Suifeng declared as he rose, leisurely walking to the railing of the viewing platform, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In truth, I have always understood that in every realm, the law of the jungle prevails. The great devour the small consume the insignificant, and the insignificant feast upon the minuscule. I am not particularly fond of such a world. Nevertheless, each individual is distinct. And with differences come comparisons. With comparisons arise conflicts, and from conflicts emerge strength and weakness. Ideally, the strong establish the rules while the weak adhere to them, allowing for a coexistence of power and vulnerability. Ye Suifeng turned around, stating, you are indeed correct. Li Liusu's face twisted into a cold smirk. So? Does this mean you agree with our resolution? Indeed, Ye Suifeng nodded. Yunxiao City should indeed embrace new rules and a new order. Li Liusu exchanged a glance with Tang Zheng, and both subtly nodded in agreement. How do you intend to handle this matter? Ye Suifeng regarded them for a moment before responding. I have two choices for you. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunxiao City, and then take your people far from its jurisdiction, never to return. In consideration of our shared history of coexistence for a century, I will generously offer each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as travel expenses. Should you refuse? He trailed off ominously. Then let destruction be your fate. Chapter 54, A Change of Era. As Ye Suifeng uttered these words, a brief silence enveloped the platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. They assumed Ye Suifeng was jesting, but upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they comprehended his seriousness. Ye Suifeng, Li Liusu's anger surged. You are courting death. We are three strong. That's sufficient, came the reply. Bang. Suddenly, Li Liusu felt an immense pressure descend upon him, overwhelming his arms, bending his legs, forcing him to kneel heavily upon the ground. The reinforced platform cracked ominously, fissures spreading across its surface. You have spoken enough, Ye Suifeng remarked coldly, his gaze icy. Tang Zheng and the three surrounding nascent soul elders seemed momentarily stunned, turning to Li Liusu, who had been so brimming with confidence, but now was bloodied, trembling, and struggling to support himself on the ground. Ancestor, kill him now. Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the endless pressure and agony he was enduring. This fool seeks death. The three nascent soul elders acted almost in unison. Clearly, they were ancient beings who had lived for centuries. Their attack was a display of high-level techniques, overwhelming power directed entirely at Ye Suifeng. Boom. A thunderous roar accompanied by a plume of dust erupted in the arena. Spectators who had just exited the arena had not moved far, gathering on the outskirts, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the commotion, they looked up in alarm. They made their move. Someone exclaimed, the head of the Ye family is still too young. He shouldn't be so ostentatious. Another lamented, damn it. If anything happens to Phoenix Fairy and the others, I swear to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Li and Tang families. Some young cultivators declared, filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Wen observed the rising dust, feeling the tremors beneath his feet, and sighed quietly. There is no doubt. A nascent soul expert has made their move. The head of the Ye family is in grave danger. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinary aura from the recent commotion. A power that should not exist within Yinxiao City. What has become of the head of the Ye family? In the cloud-soaring arena, the highest platform had already cracked inch by inch, barely held together by the participating formations to prevent it from collapsing. Li Lu Su lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood and barely clinging to life. The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked were scattered at the edge of the platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly lifeless. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his hairstyle untouched. As for Tang Zheng, he sat on the ground, his complexion finally changing. Impossible. How could this be? He muttered, the recent events far beyond his comprehension. Faced with a full-force assault from three nascent soul powerhouses, Ye Suifeng had merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispatching them all. It was simply terrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zheng wished fervently to awaken. In the distance, at the Ye family's seating area, Yi Huang gazed at her father on the platform, her face filled with admiration and pride. That is my father. I am the daughter of Ye Suifeng. The others were equally invigorated. Ye Suifeng was the unwavering pillar in their hearts. As for those from the Li and Tang families, including those powerful beings above the gold body realm, they were rooted to the spot, motionless. Their expressions were filled with terror, yet they could not muster the slightest action. You yourself stated that this is a world where the strong reign supreme. Ye Suifeng straightened, slowly approaching Li Lu Su, casting a downward glance at him. Li Lu Su was not yet dead. He struggled to turn his head. Looking up at Ye Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes filled with boundless fear. Why? How can he be so strong? Li Lu Su regretted his decision to target Ye Suifeng. Such a being was beyond the reach of the Li family. Spare me, Li Lu Su's lips moved, attempting to plead with Ye Suifeng, but he could hardly form a coherent sentence. It is too late, Ye Suifeng replied coldly. He could act with mercy, but he was not a merciful man. The moment Li Lu Su had threatened him using his daughter, the fate of the Li family had been sealed. Ye Suifeng knelt down. If it were I lying on the ground today, would you consider sparing me? He chuckled softly. You must have longed to see me torn to shreds. As he opened his palm, a drop of Li Lu Su's blood suddenly floated out, settling in Ye Suifeng's hand. The blood drop spun gently, rising and falling as if it were alive. With each breath, a faint, ethereal glow enveloped it, both enchanting and exquisite. Indeed, you were not mistaken. The power here is truly only 1/3 of the Li families, Ye Suifeng remarked, his pupils glimmering with a flicker of red that sent a chill through Li Lu Su's bones. What do you intend to do? Li Lu Su finally shouted. Would you like to see? Ye Suifeng brought his hand closer to Li Lu Su, the drop of blood magnifying infinitely in his view. Countless minute scenes became vividly clear. He saw Li Qi, still unconscious. He saw the Li family disciples arguing on the streets. He glimpsed the two ancestors of the Li family, still in deep meditation underground. He witnessed his own fallen figure on the ground, alongside the entirety of the Li family's bloodline. No, Li Lu Su had never heard of such a method, yet he began to grasp what Ye Suifeng intended. I was wrong. Two streams of bloody tears flowed from Li Lu Su's eyes. At that moment, his heart was consumed by endless regret. Countless times, he had cautioned his juniors to exercise caution and prudence, to thoroughly investigate the enemy's background before devising any plans, lest they commit an irrevocable blunder. Yet today, he found himself underestimating Ye Suifeng, making a mistake that might forever remain unrectifiable. Li Liusu locked eyes with Ye Suifeng, her gaze filled with an endless plea. Farewell. Not all pleas yield the desired outcome. The blood droplets in Ye Suifeng's palm began to spin wildly, radiating an infinite brilliance. Li Liusu watched in horror as, upon reaching a certain limit, it exploded with a deafening roar. All images shattered like mirrors. In the streets of Yinxiao City, a young scion of the Li family wore a triumphant smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, spitting blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again relied on his family's might to secure victory in this conflict. However, a sudden frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss within his body. A slender vein appeared on his face. Stumbling, he turned to survey his surroundings. Yet, everything before him had transformed into a realm drenched in crimson. He wished to articulate something, but an unexpected wave of dizziness engulfed him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. The red veins on his face deepened in hue until they became pitch black. The attendants nearby rushed forward, attempting to assist him, only to discover that he had completely lost all signs of life. Such scenes unfolded throughout Yinxiao City, within its territories, and even in some distant cities. All those with ties to the Li family, their bloodlines, perished in mere breaths. In the Tungyun duel arena, a profound silence enveloped the Li family's seating area. On the high platform, Li Liusu bore witness to the shattering of one vision after another. Tears of blood welled in her eyes as she gazed skyward. With her last ounce of strength, she let out a howl, uncertain whether it was a denunciation of Ye Suifeng or a lamentation of her own choices. Following that, life extinguished. Ye Suifeng observed her with a slight shake of his head before rising to his feet. The Li family possessed numerous bloodlines, each holding significant responsibilities across various locales in Yunxiao City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the city's governance. Suiyun, Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng called. Present. The two responded in unison. You are to personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunxiao City and take full control of all the Li and Tang family assets. From this moment forth, Yunxiao City shall bear only the Yi surname. Chapter 55, A New Beginning. Yunxiao City descended into chaos. Prominent figures suddenly collapsed in broad daylight. In the ensuing panic, people feared for their safety, but upon investigation, they discovered that all the deceased were of the Li bloodline. Stupefied, they wondered what had transpired. On the streets, a carriage sped past. Miss, should we not wait outside the duel arena? After all, it's the Yi family, our most esteemed guests. Inquired a young woman dressed as a maid. No need to wait. The outcome is inevitable, Gu Wanxin replied languidly, reclining against the soft cushions of the carriage. The image of that man lingering in her mind. The formidable beings of the transformation realm knelt before him. The Li family? The Tang family? To him, they were merely ants that could be crushed at will. Yunxiao City may descend into turmoil. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin stated. Her devoted maid nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family is unharmed. I truly admire Fairy Huang and that bubble-blowing Ye Xiaoxiao. I really hope they are safe, she said, concern etched on her face. Rest assured, they will be fine, Gu Wanxin reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Ye Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left an indelible impression on her today. They were simply extraordinary. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had only encountered once in her life. His name was Shun Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had ascended to the heights of the transformation realm at the tender age of 27. Could the Yi family truly rival in ancient power like Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she understood well that the transformation of Yi Huang and the others was solely due to one person, Ye Suifeng. Perhaps I shall attempt to introduce my little niece to him. Gu Wanxin mused. Outside the Tungyun duel arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations between the three major families. Suddenly, several figures shot out from above the arena, swiftly dispersing in all directions. It's Fairy Huang. Someone recognized the leader among them. They are all safe. That's wonderful. I hope the head of the Yi family is unharmed as well. Of course, the crowd erupted in cheers. For the methods and strength of the Yi family had garnered the admiration of the majority, and they did not wish to see such a family vanish. How could this be the outcome? How had he achieved this? Uncle Wen felt perplexed. He could not fathom how Ye Suifeng had survived against three formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the Yi family possessed hidden strength as well. Kid, the goddess you admire may not be so easily attainable, Uncle Wen remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning away. Let us go? The victor has been determined. Zhang Dong observed the departing Yi family members and stepped forward. Senior, who won? Surely it must be the Yi family. Several young individuals hurriedly followed. Zhang Dong nodded. Return and prepare. We shall visit the Yi family tomorrow. In the Tungyun duel arena, with a command from Ye Suifeng, all core members of the Yi family departed to quell the chaos in the city and take control of Yunxiao City. Standing upon the high platform, Ye Suifeng turned to face Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng no longer radiated the arrogance he once held. Instead, he sat on the ground, utterly drained of strength. His expression one of panic. Each death of a Li family member pierced his courage like a needle. Ye Suifeng was a being beyond his imagination. When Ye Suifeng's gaze fell upon him, his heart leaped to his throat. Head of the Yi family, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. In what regard? Ye Suifeng suddenly smiled widely. Tang Zheng hesitated before quickly continuing. I should not have heeded Li Liusu's deceptions. I should not have let wealth blind my eyes. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me. Spare the descendants of the Tang family. Tang Zheng knelt, prostrating himself repeatedly. Tears and snot nearly splattering onto Ye Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today with the intention of dealing with the Yi family must die, Ye Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng, his forehead stained with blood, gazed at Ye Suifeng and understood the implication of those words. The Tang family would not suffer the same catastrophic obliteration as the Li family. However, the remaining Tang family members would forever be unable to cultivate. I shall grant you a cup of tea's worth of time to consider, Ye Suifeng said. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his eyes clouded with confusion. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists gradually clenched, but moments later, they fell in despair. Better than being dead, I suppose. To lead an ordinary life. Forever distancing oneself from the complexities of the cultivation world may indeed be a form of happiness. However, he wished to make one final effort. The head of the Ye family and Xiaoqing were unaware of today's plan. Ye Suifeng gazed intently at him, ultimately nodding. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zheng trembled slightly, then deeply bowed. Thank you, senior, for your benevolence. His eyes brimmed with murky tears. Moments later, a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Ye Suifeng's hand. Tang Xiaoqing was prominently listed. Yet, to Ye Suifeng's mild surprise, Tang Zheng did not include his own name. The individuals named were the most outstanding young scions of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yes. Tang Zheng replied softly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He wished to speak little, for he was now the villain. No matter what he said, it would ring hollow. Since the decision was made to kill, then let it be done. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger, trembling as he offered his blood into Ye Suifeng's palm. He then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young members of the Tang family seated at the table regained their mobility, their faces etched with fear as they gasped for breath. Father, head of the family. Tang Xiaoqing and the others looked anxiously at Tang Zheng on the platform. Xiaoqing, return. Leave everything behind. Lead the clan away from Yuntian City and never come back. Tang Zheng spoke softly. Tang Xiaoqing's face was filled with sorrow. Father, he rasped. Get out. Tang Zheng bellowed. Tang Xiaoqing said nothing more, kneeling heavily before the platform and bowing deeply 3 times. He then rose and, with the remaining members of the Tang family, left without looking back. Just as he stepped out of the arena, an explosive sound erupted behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the place where the Tang family had been was now a river of blood. Xiaoqing, brother. Tang Mingxian hesitantly called. Go back. Tang Xiaoqing growled, not turning back as he strode forward. At this moment, only Ye Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the arena. Ye Suifeng opened his palm, and within the blood droplet lay a dark mark inscribed upon it. It was a bloodline curse, empowered by the will of the Heavenly Dao, unsolvable in this world. The curse would manifest in 3 days, granting those of the Tang family who survived sufficient time to endure the most perilous initial moments. Ye Suifeng spoke. Tang Zheng's omission of his own name from the list left Ye Suifeng somewhat appreciative. Hence, he allowed them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay prostrate, utterly motionless, having severed his ties. Thus, the Li and Tang families were completely erased from Yuntian City. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, rising and soaring into the sky. The city of Yuntian gradually shrank beneath him, its architectural layout laid bare to his gaze. The 3 great families firmly occupied the most central positions. Yet the Yi family had the smallest expanse. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a massive character for Yi in the sky. As the final stroke was completed, boundless radiance erupted from the character, resounding like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of white light shot directly down from the center of the character, illuminating the heart of Yuntian City, the very location of the 3 great families. From this day forth, this place shall belong to the Yi family. A new beginning. Chapter 56. Chaos. In the dim, narrow corridor, a loud crash resounded as a heavy iron door was forcefully thrown open from the outside, and a figure darted past. It was a young man, his face smeared with blood, gasping heavily, his eyes wide with terror. He sprinted frantically through the intricate underground passage, continuously slamming through one iron door after another. As he ran, he glanced back, as if pursued by a monstrous flood. At last, he arrived before a smooth, greenstone wall. The young man threw himself against the wall, his hands and feet frantic as he retrieved a small, intricately crafted circular object from his pocket, pressing it against the surface and fiddling with its mechanism. With a series of clicks, a narrow crack appeared in the luminous stone, slowly widening. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed from deep within the corridor. The young man whirled around, his pupils constricting in fear. Without waiting for the gap to expand further, he summoned all his strength and squeezed himself through, feeling as if his ribs might snap. At last, he squeezed through, collapsing onto the ground. He lifted his head to find himself in a spacious underground chamber, brightly lit and fragrant. At the center lay 3 ancient coffins, one on the left already opened. Ancestor, save me. Save your family. The young man shouted, crawling desperately to the side of the coffin, pounding on its lid. Yet, no one responded. Ancestors, wake up. He struck the coffin with such force that blood oozed from his forehead, finally creating a wide gap in the tightly sealed lid. A wave of deathly energy wafted out. Still, no response came. The footsteps drew nearer, and despair washed over the young man's face. He turned, slowly leaning against the coffin, staring at the open greenstone door. As the footsteps approached, a figure cloaked in purple appeared in his line of sight. So, this is the foundation of your Li family. Ye Huang stepped in, surveying the surroundings, followed closely by a dozen followers. No wonder it is called a foundation. This place is at least several tens of feet underground. She approached the three coffins, standing directly before the young man. You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors? Ye Huang inquired, bending slightly to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, whispering, My aunt is the legitimate wife of the third master of the Li family. Ye Huang understood. He was an outsider by marriage. When she and her second uncle Yun entered the Li family, only outsiders and a handful of recruits remained. They were in disarray, still oblivious to the unfolding events. Ye Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied assaults. Yet, under her second uncle's nascent soul strength, none could withstand the onslaught of the Ye family. In mere moments, they were routed, transforming into a cat-and-mouse game of pursuit. Ye Huang had followed this young man into the underground chamber during the chase. Spare me, I am just. Clang. The flash of a sword. The young man's head was severed, rolling to the ground. Ye Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of compassion. If the ancestors of the Li family were truly awakened, it would mean death for her and all those behind her. Ye Huang straightened, casting one last glance at the space artificially created. Let us blow it all up with explosive talismans. Our Ye family does not require such buried foundations. Moments later, the earth trembled with a tremendous roar as the majority of the edifices above ground belonging to the Li family collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ye Huang and Ye Suifeng stood together, gazing at the devastation before them. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness the demise of the Li family. Ye Suifeng mused. Cousin Ye Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not rush over? Ye Huang inquired. There is no need, Ye Suifeng replied. Lifting his head to behold the immense character suspended in the sky, the jade pendant at his waist glimmering faintly. The moment that character appeared, he sensed a transformation in the pendant, which represented the family's authority. It had now become a treasured artifact capable of both offense and defense. In the current context, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had any rivals. The streets of Yunshao City were already in disarray. The sudden annihilation of the Li family caused chaos to erupt within the Tang family, with individuals scattering in all directions. Shops that once belonged to the two great families shuttered their doors, hastily packing their belongings in preparation for flight. Inside a luxuriously appointed apothecary, a gaunt middle-aged man's storage ring glimmered incessantly as he swept all surrounding vials and jars into it. Just as he was about to leave, a loud crash echoed as the shop's door was burst open and several figures blocked his path. At the forefront stood Ye Qingyao. Master Du? Ye Qingyao paused upon seeing him. This middle-aged man was none other than Du Haixing, a fifth-tier alchemist who had once taught at the Ye family, but ultimately betrayed them. He had clandestinely forged an agreement with the Li family, departing during the Ye family's most trying times and taking with him a multitude of talented apprentices, along with a trove of secrets. They had not anticipated crossing paths again, especially not within a shop belonging to the Li family. Ah, it's little Qingyao, Du Haixing said, observing the group without a hint of anxiety, chuckling. I never expected you to achieve such success. Nor did I expect you to align yourself with our adversaries, Ye Qingyao retorted. The atmosphere grew tense. I was never one of you, Ye family, Du Haixing suddenly exclaimed. His voice raised. I was merely a hired guest. When someone offered better terms, my departure was only logical. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downward. Ye Qingyao regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of emotion. That does not excuse your betrayal of the Ye family's secrets to the Li family. When three masters from the Ye family left simultaneously, the losses were not merely those of instructors. The most critical loss was the wealth of internal secrets you sold. Du Haixing fell silent, unable to refute her claims. Betrayal is betrayal. The tension between them escalated, as if a confrontation was imminent. With a sigh, Ye Qingyao said regardless. You were once my alchemy teacher. I wish to avoid conflict. Leave everything behind and depart from Yunshao City. As she spoke, she extended her hand. From this day forth, we hold no further ties. Du Haixing's expression darkened as he caressed the storage ring upon his hand. Within it lay the wealth of the entire shop, sufficient for him to live lavishly for a lifetime. Yet, facing the formidable Ye family, the likelihood of taking anything with him appeared grim. Moments later, he too sighed, removing the storage ring and stepping forward to place it in Ye Qingyao's palm. Little Qingyao, you were the most astute student I ever taught. Before I leave, let me impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the malice of the human heart. Suddenly, A fierce glint appeared on Du Haixing's face as he clawed toward Ye Qingyao's neck. He was a formidable figure at the Golden Body realm. And within such close proximity, the individuals behind her were unable to act in time. If he could seize her, he would certainly escape Yunxiao City with his riches. He struck swiftly, almost grasping her neck. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his movements. A mirror materialized in Ye Qingyao's hand. "I have never underestimated," she stated. "My apologies, Master Du." As she spoke, the reflection of Du Haixing in the red dust mirror visibly aged before their eyes, ultimately becoming a withered corpse that collapsed to the ground. Outside Yunxiao City, a group of several dozen individuals fled swiftly into the distance. After covering a considerable distance, they finally slowed their pace. "The Ye family hasn't pursued us, have they?" "No, it seems they have let us go, but we are now penniless." "What shall we do, Brother Shaoqing?" Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the diminishing outline of Yunxiao City. "We leave," he declared, turning to walk forward step by step. Chapter 57, Reconstruction. In the Ye family's patriarch's study, an octagonal formation plate lay upon the desk, with a dazzling high-grade spirit stone embedded at each corner. Complex patterns of the formation connected the 8 spirit stones. Ye Suifeng channeled a stream of spiritual energy, causing the entire formation plate to illuminate instantly. A familiar city materialized above the formation plate, its contours distinctly visible. It was indeed Yunxiao City. Ye Suifeng performed a hand gesture, causing the illusory vision of Yunxiao City to expand before him, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately crystallizing into the architectural cluster of the 3 great families. Why does this evoke a sense of futuristic technology? Ye Suifeng mused in amazement. This formation plate was unearthed from the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yunxiao City, only in a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. Numerous similar curiosities were also discovered, including a hovering board for swift travel, easily erected simple towers, and even a mattress for massages that could automatically cook meals in a large iron pot. While these items held no combat or cultivation utility, they offered significant assistance in various aspects of life, profoundly reshaping Ye Suifeng's perception of the cultivation realm. Shouldn't the cultivation world solely revolve around cultivation and combat? Yet, he soon realized that the civilization in this world had existed for countless millennia. Even if the predominant focus was on cultivation and ascension, life's aspects could not be neglected. Take food, for instance. Due to the abundance of ingredients, the variety of culinary delights was astonishing, far beyond anything he had encountered in his past life. The aspiration of Ye Suifeng to savor the world's cuisine now seemed a formidable challenge. "Elder brother." At that moment, Sui Yun entered from outside. "What news?" Ye Suifeng asked without lifting his gaze. "Things have stabilized for the most part," Sui Yun replied. Initially, there was considerable chaos. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were left unattended, and numerous individuals seized the opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. It's fortunate that those youngsters brought back a multitude of cultivators months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Yunxiao City would have been quite the challenge. The management of a city cannot function without personnel. Recently recruited loose cultivators have played a pivotal role. Now, in Yunxiao City, only the Ye family remains, and numerous cultivators are clamoring to join our clan. Many have already begun referring to Yunxiao City as Ye City in private. Ye Suiyun's face was alight with excitement. This scene was something he had never even dared to dream of. "I reiterate, we must establish a clear hierarchy. Those who join now must be treated distinctly from the previous group. Do not employ any notions of equality," Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yun nodded. Having long occupied a high position, he understood that treating everyone equally was akin to serving a seemingly delectable poison. "By the way, elder brother, the Li and Tang families have already been thoroughly plundered, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly, the Li family's underground space was blown up, leaving it nearly in ruins. How should we address that?" Sui Yun inquired. Ye Suifeng raised his hand and fixed the formation map on the cluster of buildings belonging to the 3 major families. The map had yet to be updated, so all the structures appeared intact. The positions of the 3 families were situated at the very heart of Yunxiao City, covering a vast area, with the Ye family occupying only about 1/5 of it. "Level them and rebuild," Ye Suifeng commanded. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Elder brother, there are still many intact buildings within. I am aware. I simply find them displeasing to the eye," Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. "Furthermore, after leveling them, we should construct a new estate centered around the current Ye family, as we are rather cramped with the growing number of family members." Ye Suifeng's hand drew a large circle on the map. Its area would exceed that of the current Ye family by more than tenfold. "Is this not a tad excessive, elder brother?" "Surely. Our family members have not multiplied to that extent yet. Suiyun felt it was somewhat exaggerated. They will undoubtedly increase in number. Ye Suifeng remarked with a glance at him. I have heard that your sister-in-law is recently with child? Suiyun's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly chuckled. Ahem, well. The family is thriving, and I am quite pleased. A flourishing lineage is indeed a good thing. Ye Suifeng stated. I would hope that you could spare a bit of time to thoroughly contemplate the origins of life. Do you understand? Suiyun felt embarrassed. Repeatedly assuring, I understand, I understand. Ye Suifeng shook his head. In this world, matters of intimacy between men and women are still far from as open as in his previous life. He then turned his gaze back to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yunxiao City appeared rather chaotic. Crooked and misaligned, with numerous dead-end streets, it was visually unappealing. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, dividing the entire city into 4 parts with the Ye family at the center. 4 main thoroughfares should be constructed to radiate outward. Then, find a highly skilled designer to properly arrange the buildings within the city. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and accessibility. Is that clear? Suiyun's expression was one of astonishment. Elder brother, are you intending to demolish the entire city and start anew? Why not? Ye Suifeng replied. The disorderly state of affairs irritates me. I want it redesigned. As he spoke, he noticed that the Ye family's position was slightly off-center in the city, leaning to the left, which meant that if a cross were drawn with it as the center, it would not align with the 4 city gates. What shall we do about this? Suiyun, look at this wall. It is grand, yet not circular. Let us demolish and rebuild it as well. It must be an exact circle, Ye Suifeng insisted earnestly. Suiyun was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what his elder brother intended to do. He did not dare to inquire. Yet, his elder brother's actions undoubtedly had their rationale. One that would be difficult to grasp given his own level of understanding. Just follow the orders. Very well, I shall arrange it. It is merely a circular city wall. Our Yunxiao city will become the most unique on the continent. However, Suiyun was unaware that his elder brother was merely succumbing to an obsessive compulsion. Enough of this for now. Ye Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, fearing he might conjure up yet another idea. By the way, how are the other factions in the city faring lately? Aside from the 3 major families, there are 3 other significant influences within Yunxiao City. The first is the Wanbao Pavilion, a core gathering place for cultivators, bustling with an immense daily influx of people. The second is the Xueming Building, the most prestigious tavern in Yunxiao City, which also features the Xueming Garden. The third is the Shangyun Courtyard, a place of ephemeral pleasures, requiring no further explanation. Has there been any activity from Wanbao Pavilion in recent days? Ye Suifeng inquired. No activity, Suiyun replied. Since the battle for Yunxiao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained remarkably quiet, with its personnel hardly venturing outside, exercising extreme caution. Ye Suifeng nodded. Gu Wanxin is a clever woman. If I do not speak, she would never take the initiative to act. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Xueming Building and Shangyun Courtyard? Suiyun responded. The Shangyun Courtyard has also been quite subdued, but it seems the owner of the Xueming Building is becoming restless. Reports indicate that he has started purchasing nearby land, presumably to expand his operations. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Call them all in tomorrow. Let us discuss life. Chapter 58, Rectification. Upon learning of the Ye family's intention to reconstruct Yunxiao City, Dong Tianji was immensely excited. He was a 6th grade formation master, as well as a highly skilled architect with profound expertise in design. Having previously had a minor disagreement with the head of the Ye family, he was determined to prove himself in this endeavor. Dong Tianji resolved. Thus, he proactively approached the 2nd master, Ye Suiyun, to express his thoughts. Suiyun, who had been worried about finding someone to undertake this task, was thrilled to see Dong Tianji volunteering and handed him the simple blueprints and requirements. Dong Tianji brimmed with confidence. However, upon opening the blueprints, he was instantly dumbfounded. Whose genius mind crafted such designs? He felt utterly petrified, having never encountered such a concept before. Placing your family at the center of the city is one thing. But what is the reasoning behind constructing 4 straight roads leading directly to the family? Are you not concerned that it might be too conspicuous? Furthermore, those so-called requirements of cleanliness and orderliness, do you take this to be the planning of your own backyard? Shouldn't the primary consideration for a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What truly made him feel blood rush to his head was the circular city wall. Heaven above, are you attempting to create the most bizarre city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task was indeed challenging, yet he truly did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. After much deliberation, he sought out Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th grade weapon refiner. This individual had traveled extensively and was well-versed in diverse architectural styles. Perhaps he had encountered such eccentric constructions before. It seemed the designer of this city had overlooked the safety of the family. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang also furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he felt that placing the family in such a prominent position was somewhat too conspicuous. In the face of imminent peril, the act of fleeing transforms into an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Thus, we must commence our endeavors from beneath the surface. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, collaborating with Dong Tianji, as the two exerted their utmost efforts to align this fantastical blueprint onto a proper course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles was leisurely savoring tea in the drawing room. "Elder brother, they have arrived," announced Sui Yun as he entered. "Then let them come in one by one," replied Ye Suifeng. Within the drawing room, 3 individuals awaited Ye Suifeng's summons. One of them was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times before, appearing quite relaxed and at ease. The second was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, with a fair complexion and a meticulously lavish attire adorned with jewels. He sat confidently, a smile of assurance gracing his face. He was Feng He, the proprietor of the Dreamy Tavern. The final individual was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes reflecting a hint of unease. She was Granny Hua, the creator of Shangyun Garden. "Gu Pavilion Master, I trust you are well," Feng He initiated, breaking the silence after a brief wait. "You are quite the regular at the Dreamy Tavern. If I recall correctly, you have accompanied the Ye family head before, haven't you?" Feng He inquired with a smile, attempting to establish rapport with Gu Wanxin. "Indeed, that is the case," Gu Wanxin replied, reclining in her chair. "Huh. Then it seems your relationship with the Ye family head is rather special." Gu Wanxin regarded him silently, leaving Feng He to assume her tacit agreement. "Do you know why the Ye family head has summoned us today?" he pressed. Gu Wanxin did not respond, opting instead for a more comfortable position as she smiled slightly. "Feng boss, have you not been in Yunxiao City recently?" Feng He blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Gu Pavilion Master, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable." "Indeed. I returned to Linjiang City in the south 6 months ago and have only just returned. I had no idea Yunxiao City had undergone such significant changes." Linjiang City, one of the 9 city alliance, lies to the south of Su City. It is said to be even more prosperous than Su City, Gu Wanxin noted, nodding with a light chuckle. "That is indeed true. If you had been around recently, you would not have mentioned the word invite," she added. Feng He furrowed his brow. "Pavilion Master Gu, what do you mean by that?" Gu Wanxin chose silence, unwilling to draw closer to such a person. Feng He was perplexed, wondering why Gu Wanxin regarded him as if he were a fool. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards Granny Hua. "Granny Hua, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you, I have heard that the Ye family head possesses a noble heart, compassionate and benevolent, intolerant of certain sordid matters. Do be mindful of your words later," Feng He warned, his eyes betraying a gleam of schadenfreude. He and Granny Hua shared a competitive relationship, and the prospect of her misfortune brought him joy. Granny Hua merely huffed in response, her expression growing more tense. Indeed, the outside world does propagate such rumors. Should Ye Suifeng be intolerant of places of debauchery, then, at that moment, Sui Yun entered the drawing room. Upon hearing her name, Granny Hua involuntarily shuddered, rising slowly with a grave expression to follow Sui Yun out. She's surely in for it. Feng He chuckled at Gu Wanxin. With an eye roll, Gu Wanxin closed her eyes. Whether Granny Hua would face repercussions was uncertain, but if Feng He continued with his antics, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble himself. In the inner chamber, Ye Suifeng sat with several sheets of stationery in hand. Under Sui Yun's guidance, Granny Hua entered. Ye Suifeng glanced up at her. "Take a seat." "Thank you, Ye family head," Granny Hua replied respectfully. Ye Suifeng turned his attention back to the documents, inquiring, "The Shangyun Garden in Yunxiao City, you established it, did you not?" "Yes," she confirmed. "You have abducted virtuous young women, training them to serve as playthings for the affluent. This, too, was your handiwork, was it not?" The second question sank Granny Hua's heart to the depths of despair. "Ye family head, you need only answer with yes or no," Ye Suifeng interrupted. "Yes, I have engaged in such actions." Granny Hua lowered her head, defeated. Ye Suifeng fell silent, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon Granny Hua, causing her great unease. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her wrinkled forehead. After a moment, Ye Suifeng set aside the stationery. "From today onwards, do not let me discover similar occurrences again, understood?" Granny Hua suddenly lifted her head, her expression one of disbelief. "Is that all?" She found it hard to accept. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I understand. In truth, since Shangyun Garden has flourished, such actions have ceased." "As long as you comprehend," Ye Suifeng replied, indicating she could leave. Granny Hua stood, bowing deeply before exiting the inner chamber. "I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Garden," Sui Yun remarked with a smile. Eradicate it? No, Ye Suifeng shook his head. Such places have their reasons for existing. Destroy one, and another will inevitably arise. It is better to find a more compliant one, easier to control. With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Bring in Feng He. That fellow seems rather inflated with confidence. Chapter 59, The Celestial Array Stone. I had long heard of the Ye family head's impressive demeanor, and today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed extraordinary, truly a young prodigy. With a hearty laugh, Feng He entered from outside. His face beamed with vitality as he clasped his fists and seated himself opposite Ye Suifeng. You are quite the affable one, Feng boss, Ye Suifeng observed, examining the materials in his hand before getting straight to the point. I have heard that you have been acquiring land near the Dreamy Tavern these past few days. Haha, it seems I cannot keep secrets from you, my dear Ye. Feng He laughed. The Ye family is formidable. In just a day, you have obliterated 2 other prominent families. Truly impressive. Such significant events have revealed to me a tremendous business opportunity, prompting my actions. Feng He sat comfortably, seemingly expecting Ye Suifeng to be intrigued by this so-called opportunity. Ye Suifeng was at a loss for the source of his confidence. After a moment of silence, seeing that Ye Suifeng appeared unmoved, Feng He continued, Ye family head. This opportunity could lead us to substantial profits. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, silencing him. Enough. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was momentarily taken aback. Ye family head, but that entails a vast amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, I estimate the profits could reach at least 100 billion annually. Do not tell me you are uninterested in spirit stones. Feng He decided to dangle some bait. Having spent years in Yunxiao City, he had a fair understanding of the economic situations of the 3 major families. The Ye family's annual revenue was merely around 10 billion. Even with the annihilation of the other 2 families, it would not multiply significantly. The increase in wealth was not as straightforward as he imagined. He believed that the allure of billions each year would undoubtedly tempt Ye Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yunxiao City for far too long, he was unaware that times had changed. My interest in spirit stones is not as profound as you might imagine. The reason I summoned you today pertains to a different matter. Ye Suifeng set aside the documents and unveiled a design blueprint, placing it upon the table. The city of Yunxiao is slated for reconstruction, yet your drunken dream garden obstructs the construction of the main road and must be demolished. Name your price. Staring at the blueprint before him, Feng He found himself momentarily at a loss. Such a large-scale reconstruction of Yunxiao City? Does the Ye family possess such financial resources? Ye family head, this is rather inappropriate. When Drunken Dream Tower first arrived in Yunxiao City, we had an agreement to avoid interference at all costs. Feng He gradually reined in his smile. With whom did you make this agreement? The Tang family, one of the 3 great clans. Ye Suifeng slightly shook his head. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, but Feng He undoubtedly qualified as one. The current master of Yunxiao City is the Ye family. If you wish to conduct business here, you must adhere to our arrangements. You can either name a price and sell Drunken Dream Garden to us, or pack your belongings and leave. I shall grant you but a single opportunity to choose. Having spoken, Ye Suifeng ceased to pay him any further attention. Crash! Feng He abruptly rose from his chair, seething with rage. Ye Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? My superior is from Linjiang City, and, before he could continue his outburst, he suddenly experienced a profound sensation of suffocation. He then beheld a golden orb, emanating a radiant glow, drifting from his dantian and slowly finding its way into Ye Suifeng's grasp. That was his golden core. Ye Suifeng clasped the golden core in one hand and produced a low-grade spirit stone with the other, placing it beside the golden core. Would one golden core, coupled with a spirit stone, suffice to acquire all the assets of your Drunken Dream Tower? If so, sign the agreement and take them away. Ye Suifeng's patience wore thin. Had he known the counterpart was of such caliber, he would not have personally met with him. He had encountered enough individuals of this sort, and their intelligence clearly had been compromised. He simply wished to expedite the resolution of this matter. Feng He stood rigidly, his mind racing in disbelief. That was a golden core. How could Ye Suifeng so effortlessly seize it? What had transpired in his absence from Yunxiao City? I will sign. Feng He stammered. Soon, an agreement was drafted, and Ye Suifeng acquired all the assets of Drunken Dream Tower for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Afterward, Feng He finally reclaimed his golden core, holding the searing spirit stone in his hand, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have simply acquiesced to Ye Suifeng's initial proposal to sell Drunken Dream Garden. Once Feng He departed, Ye Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters would henceforth be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. It was utterly tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Ye family head. Gu Wanqing crossed her arms respectfully. I hope you can behave normally. I have had quite enough of troubles today. Ye Suifeng gestured for her to take a seat. Gu Wanxin smiled gently. It is rare to witness you in such a state. She settled down. Is it because of Feng He? Please, let us not speak of that fool. Ye Suifeng replied. Let us talk about you. Why have you been holed up in Wanbao Pavilion, not stepping outside at all? Gu Wanxin responded. Naturally, I have been awaiting your instructions, Ye family head. You are of Wanbao Pavilion, not one of my Ye family, and thus are not required to heed my commands. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea. Gu Wanxin chuckled lightly, then suddenly sighed softly. Ye family head, if you do not take me in, I fear it will not be long before you can never see me again. Why? Ye Suifeng inquired, brow furrowed. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones in Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin questioned. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had been curious as to why Wanbao Pavilion exchanged so many resources for spirit stones, which could not be consumed as sustenance. Do you have any leads? Indeed. Gu Wanxin replied, producing a box crafted from an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it on the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I discovered something unusual. Each year, a significant portion of the spirit stones earned by our branches suddenly vanishes within a specific time frame. Following this, a new item appears on the materials list, referred to as the Tianjin Stone. I had intended to uncover the mystery behind this, and thus sought an opportunity to connect with the individual responsible for managing the Tianjin Stones. Gu Wanxin glanced at Ye Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box. However, I did not anticipate uncovering such a secret. Upon saying this, she gently pressed her hands down. With a series of clicks, the metal box began to morph like countless tiny building blocks. Ultimately, it transformed from a rectangular shape into a Tai Chi-like formation. Suspended above the formation were three objects. To the far left was a small tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. The exterior of the tripod was adorned with intricate array patterns, interwoven in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. In the center stood a 9-story pagoda, transparent and crystalline, surrounded by wisps of ethereal clouds, exuding an air of mystery. To the far right was a luminescent stone that appeared somewhat familiar. This is the Tianjin Stone. Gu Wanxin gazed at the glowing stone, her expression one of utter disbelief. It is only now that I realize Wanbao Pavilion's substantial earnings in spirit stones were all merely for this small Tianjin Stone. Indeed, this Tianjin Stone was formed from the fusion of countless pure spirit stones. Moreover, fusing a single Tianjin Stone requires at least 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Gu Wanxin exclaimed in astonishment. Without your presence, the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion in Suicity would only sell about 1 billion high-grade spirit stones worth of goods in a year. Ye Suifeng, too, found himself taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wanbao Pavilion handled spirit stones in such a manner. Furthermore, he could not shake the feeling that this Tianjin Stone seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, his brow arched. Another glowing stone appeared in his hand, identical to the Tianjin Stone above the formation. Ye family head, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianjin Stone is not akin to heavenly-grade treasures. It is a material of exceptional significance, a top-tier item that only superpowers like Wanbao Pavilion could possibly possess. Ye Suifeng remained silent, donning a look of realization. No wonder he had not heard the name of the spirit crystal for so long. It turned out that people referred to this item as the Tianjin Stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36. 5 trillion spirit stones. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origins. Ye Suifeng had initially thought that, in his reckless spending, he would soon exhaust the remnants of spirit stones in his wallet. Unbeknownst to him, it turned out that the spirit stones themselves were merely trifles. Alas, how narrow-minded I have been. If Gu Wanxin's assertions hold true, 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Thus, how many top-grade spirit stones would 36. 5 trillion spirit crystals equate to? And how many low-grade spirit stones would that be? With such a surplus of wealth, what should one do if it cannot be exhausted? I am anxiously awaiting your response. How does Wanbage convert heavenly array stones? And why is there a need to transform spirit stones into heavenly array stones? What purpose do heavenly array stones serve? Ye Suifeng collected the spirit crystals and launched a barrage of inquiries. Gu Wanxin reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the heavenly array stone and replied, initially, I too was plagued by this uncertainty. Such confidential information is of the highest secrecy within Wanbage. I had presumed that I would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to uncover even the slightest clue. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Wanxin looked at the small cauldron and tower on the array plate, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, and remarked, I cannot discern whether this is fortune or misfortune. The methods for converting spirit stones into heavenly array stones, along with the functions of heavenly array stones, are all contained within this box. Therefore, if you, esteemed head of the Ye family, do not take me in, I shall find myself with no place to rest in Wanbage. Gu Wanxin's original intention was merely to borrow the Heavenly Array Stone to show to Ye Suifeng, and then make further plans. However, she could never have anticipated that the box concealed such monumental secrets. She was acutely aware that the moment she stealthily took this box, her life was no longer her own. Ye Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand as the small cauldron on the array plate hovered in his palm. At that moment, he realized that this was not a physical cauldron. To be precise, it was an intricate blueprint, a meticulously detailed three-dimensional representation. Ye Suifeng projected his immense spirit consciousness, enveloping it instantly. Within just a few breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small cauldron's essence. So it was. Ye Suifeng understood. The name of this small cauldron was the Spirit Power Melting Furnace, serving but one purpose: the transformation of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be converted into 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones can be transformed into 1 top-grade spirit stone. In turn, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones are needed to yield a single spirit crystal. That is to say, a heavenly array stone. The essence of the Spirit Power Melting Furnace is constructed entirely from heavenly array stones and array formations. The array serves as the main body, while the heavenly array stone acts as a conduit, a passageway connecting to the laws of the celestial path. The human-arranged arrays take root in the celestial laws through the heavenly array stones, drawing upon the power of regulation. Thus, they are capable of transforming the very essence of spirit stones. No wonder spirit crystals are referred to as heavenly array stones. These stones can directly connect to the laws of the celestial path, serving as conduits for regulation. Consequently, cultivators can harness powers beyond human control, achieving astonishing feats of creation. Well, let us experiment. The Spirit Power Melting Furnace possesses 3 tiers, each distinguished by its conversion efficiency. The highest grade furnace requires 10,000 heavenly array stones, equivalent to a decade's worth of revenue from Sioux City. Truly terrifying. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng, under Gu Wanxin's alarmed gaze, summoned 10,000 heavenly array stones, appearing as if they were of no cost, floating before them. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng continuously shifted his hand seals, conjuring one array after another, imprinting them onto the inner walls of the heavenly array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the arrays required for the Spirit Power Melting Furnace were enough to make one's scalp tingle. If Dong Tianji, a 6th grade array master, were to undertake this task, even if he worked tirelessly without rest, it would take him at least several millennia to complete. Even Ye Suifeng felt a degree of difficulty. After expending the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he finally completed all the arrays. Success. With Ye Suifeng's command, a green cauldron, roughly the size of a human head, with 3 sets of ears, gently descended onto the table. Upon its landing, it seemed to resonate with the sound of a grand bell, a subtle indication of a supreme treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the small cauldron before her, her mind buzzing. Her thoughts were still filled with the image of the 10,000 heavenly array stones floating in the air moments ago. All right, let us give it a try. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and Gu Wanxin's spirit platform instantly regained clarity, prompting her to focus intently. Ye Suifeng then contemplated briefly, directly opening his wallet and pouring low-grade spirit stones into the small cauldron with fervor, as if discarding refuse, leaving Gu Wanxin in a daze. He continued until he reached a staggering total of 100 trillion. The interior of the cauldron was a realm unto itself, a supersized storage space capable of accommodating such a vast amount. With a thought, he activated the first array. After a brief interval, the glow of the array gradually dissipated. Ye Suifeng extended his spirit consciousness, discovering that all the low-grade spirit stones had transformed into medium-grade spirit stones. Upon counting, there were precisely 100 billion. Interesting. Ye Suifeng chuckled and activated the second array. Within mere breaths, they had morphed into 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. The efficiency was quite commendable. Ye Suifeng nodded and activated the final array. The exterior of the cauldron flickered with light and shadow. This process persisted for an entire incense stick's duration before gradually coming to a halt. An air of profundity wafted forth. With a beckoning gesture, a freshly forged heavenly array stone appeared in his palm. Not bad at all. Ye Suifeng was quite satisfied with this small cauldron. Finally, he could address the surplus of low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones in his wallet. Those quantities were far too cumbersome, causing great irritation. At this moment, if Gu Wanxin were to know of Ye Suifeng's thoughts, she would undoubtedly cling to his leg, exclaiming, "Brother, let me bear your burdens." After concluding the trial with the Spirit Power Melting Furnace, Ye Suifeng then directed his attention to the small tower at the very center. The cauldron was used for the fusion of heavenly array stones. Thus, What role does the tower play? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqin, her expression exceedingly complex, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let me see. With a thought, Ye Suifeng enveloped the entire small tower with his spirit consciousness, revealing all its information at a glance. The Tower of All Origins. This was a 9-tiered treasure tower, much like the spirit power melting furnace, entirely composed of heavenly array stones and array formations. Each layer of the origin tower serves a distinct purpose, and with each ascending tier, the required number of heavenly array stones increases tenfold. Furthermore, with each ascending layer, the efficacy of all preceding layers also multiplies tenfold. First layer can produce 1 drop of spirit energy essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. Spirit energy essence, an exceptionally pure liquid that can be used directly for cultivation, alter the concentration of spirit energy within a certain range, nourish spirit artifacts, and enlighten spirit beasts. Its applications are manifold. Second layer can produce 1 drop of body tempering essence annually, requiring 10,000 heavenly array stones. Body tempering essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary body tempering treasure, amplifying its effects manifold. It can also enhance cultivation talent to a certain degree. Third layer can produce 1 drop of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 heavenly array stones. Soul essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. The subsequent 4th level is the essence of life, a liquid that embodies the very essence of existence, capable of healing wounds and fostering the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The 5th level is the innate essence, which can cultivate various innate physiques. The 6th level is the divine essence, which has the power to cultivate extraordinary divine abilities. The 7th level is the creation essence, capable of transcending the limits of life, allowing one to become a true child of the Heavenly Dao. The 8th level is the rule essence, which can be utilized to harness the laws governing the universe. The 9th level produces a single drop of Heavenly Dao essence annually, requiring a staggering 100 billion heavenly array stones. The Heavenly Dao essence masters the rules, creates the rules. Upon reading this, Ye Suifeng finally comprehended the situation. No wonder these superpowers, with just 1 core disciple, can easily overpower the most exceptional geniuses of ordinary great powers. The reason lies here. Chapter 61. Let us start with 10,000. After perusing all the information regarding the Tower of Origins, Ye Suifeng rested his arms on the table, propping his chin, lost in thought. If the information is accurate, a 9-story Tower of Origins can generate 100 million drops of spiritual essence, 10 million drops of body tempering essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These 3 types of essences are fundamental to cultivation. How many powerful beings could they produce? Not to mention the subsequent innate essence, divine essence, and creation essence. With such resources at their disposal, any prodigy, no matter how extraordinary, could be nurtured. If it weren't for Gu Wanqin fortuitously uncovering this, those numerous spirit stones and crystals on her would have likely gathered dust for ages. Head of the Ye family, I am truly sorry, Gu Wanqin said, her face filled with regret as she observed the silent Ye Suifeng. I was so astonished earlier that I forgot to inform you that the Tower of Origins is the treasure that requires the most investment in heavenly array stones. We shouldn't have wasted that 10,000 heavenly array stones on the spiritual power furnace. It's all my fault. Her tone was laden with self-reproach. Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the young lady had misunderstood, thinking that he was left with only 10,000 heavenly array stones. No worries. You've been a tremendous help this time, Ye Suifeng replied with a hearty smile. Gu Wanqin blinked her eyes. Head of the Ye family. Call me Brother Ye. Ye Suifeng said. By the way, you must not be older than I am, right? He had not inquired about Gu Wanqin's age, and now that he was prepared to regard her as a friend, he naturally wouldn't conduct such an investigation. Probing with divine sense allows one to see everything, which is rather impolite. Gu Wanqin looked at Ye Suifeng, refraining from disclosing her age, and simply smiled gently. Brother Ye. Ye Suifeng nodded. By the way, where exactly did you acquire this box? Such an item seems unlikely to be found within the confines of Sioux City. Ye Suifeng inquired, pondering how the box contained all the information regarding the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins. Such a monumental secret could be casually carried about. It was from a steward of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Gu Wanqin explained. He has been in charge of resource allocation and the collection of spirit stones within the Sioux City area. At the time, I merely assumed the box contained only a single heavenly array stone. As she spoke, Gu Wanqin suddenly furrowed her brow and said, Perhaps this matter has some connection to you, Brother Ye. How could it possibly concern me? Ye Suifeng queried, perplexed. Here's the thing, Gu Wanqin chuckled slightly. Over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been remarkably extravagant, and the higher-ups of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion have long taken note of this. Moreover, all the payments you've made have been in low-grade spirit stones. You might not know this, but the storerooms in Sioux City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Hence, I believe they might have brought the construction methods for the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins for convenience and transportation. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. This explanation seemed a bit far-fetched. They could have simply brought a finished furnace instead of the design blueprints. However, at this point, there was no way to explain why the Myriad Treasures Pavilion would act in such a manner. Never mind. It's irrelevant now. The blueprints are already in hand. The steward of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion must possess a cultivation level far superior to yours. How did you manage that? Ye Suifeng inquired further. Gu Wanxin hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, Brother Yi, you know that in such matters, being a woman presents certain advantages. She did not state it explicitly, but Ye Suifeng could surmise the implications. It made sense. A woman without any background surviving in such a complex organization as the Myriad Treasures Pavilion would undoubtedly require some means. It was no small feat for her to rise to the position of pavilion master. Ye Suifeng held a deep respect for such individuals. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, and you will no longer need to engage in such activities, Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. Really? Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough. Gu Wanxin felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. However, her expression turned slightly melancholic. So, I will be living with the Yi family from now on, right? Ye Suifeng looked at her and chuckled. If you do not wish to, you can remain at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and continue the transactions with the Yi family. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Having taken such an important item from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, I should not be able to return, right? Ye Suifeng laughed lightly. As long as you wish, it will be no problem. I will handle this matter. Gu Wanxin stared wide-eyed. Having toiled for years within the murky transactions of class struggles, often teetering on the brink of death, and never had anyone uttered such words to her. It was a comforting feeling. Thank you. Then she suddenly felt awkward. Brother Yi, it's not that I dislike the Yi family or think poorly of it. Alright. Ye Suifeng interrupted her with a smile. I also need you to temporarily stay at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to procure goods for the family. Gu Wanxin smiled in relief. Alright then, let us hurry back and reopen for business. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Ye Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Who? Gu Wanxin inquired. That fellow from the last visit to Sioux City. Oh right, Shen Tianming. He should be coming for the box, Ye Suifeng replied. As he spoke, he extended his index finger to lightly touch Gu Wanxin's forehead, leaving a faint red dot. He then produced 100 heavenly array stones and handed them over. Deliver this to him and say that everything remains as it was. Otherwise, I will purchase the entire Myriad Treasures Pavilion of the 9 Cities Alliance with a single low-grade spirit stone. Ye Suifeng declared. Are you serious? Absolutely. Do not worry. With this, there is no need to be concerned about safety, Ye Suifeng assured, gesturing towards his forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps brisk as she exited. Once she had left, Ye Suifeng let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had indeed rendered a great service. The cultivation of the Yi family's younger generation had fallen into a bottleneck. The investment in resources had reached a saturation point. Increasing the input would not yield qualitative changes unless rarer resources were obtained, or unless, similar to Yi Huang and Yi Long, individualized training was implemented. However, that was far too cumbersome. Ye Suifeng was not a babysitter. He was only responsible for the most outstanding core disciples. Thus, the timing of the Tower of Origins was impeccable. How many should be constructed? A 9-tier origin tower requires an astounding 100 billion heavenly array stones. Let us commence with 10,000 towers. Anything more would be impractical due to spatial constraints. That amounts to a staggering 100 trillion heavenly array stones. This time, Ye Suifeng is truly incurring a significant expenditure. In Yunshao City, at the Wanbao Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the central area of the first floor, his expression dark and foreboding. Beneath his feet, the steward responsible for managing the spirit stones lay bloodied and broken, collapsed on the ground. He awaited with bated breath, consumed by urgency. The second 9-tier origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There must be no errors here. We must become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-tier origin towers. Chapter 62, The Mirror Lake. For 3 consecutive days, Ye Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting the origin towers. For him, the creation of such structures was relatively effortless, yet their complexity was overwhelming. Each tier encompassed myriad intricate formations, interwoven and densely packed. Crafting 10,000 towers was akin to instructing a student to meticulously copy the characters of Longxing 1,000 times. Ultimately, Ye Suifeng managed to forge 10 towers at once, completing all 10,000 9-tier origin towers within 3 days. Upon completion, the study was filled with towers, to the extent that one could scarcely lift their head without bumping it against the structures. Unfortunately, these items possessed inherent spatial properties that rendered them unsuitable for storage within spatial rings. How should one manage these towers? Ye Suifeng was perplexed. It was surely impractical to simply bestow the entirety of the 10,000 towers upon Suiyun, who would likely be rendered speechless. A solution for their unified handling was imperative. As he pondered, Ye Suifeng rose and strode outside. With each step, the floating origin towers clanged together, and many unwittingly obstructed his path. Begone, you wretched origin towers. After a brief moment, Ye Suifeng exited the study, eager to assess the progress of the new city. With a mere thought, he teleported high into the air. Gazing down upon Yunxiao City, compared to 3 days prior, the city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former residences of the Li and Tang families had been utterly razed. Encircled by a towering wall that enclosed the area, a group of figures were busy arranging formations upon the wall. This was to become the new Yi family estate. Centered around the new Yi family, for extraordinarily wide thoroughfares stretched straight towards the cardinal directions, leading directly to the edges of Yunxiao City. At the ends of these roads, for brand new city gates had been constructed, and the new city walls were taking shape, with throngs of people congregating there, supervising the construction like foremen. Ye Suifeng recognized 2 of these figures as Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Many aspects of the new Yunxiao City's design bore their influence. Within the city itself, construction was rampant. Expanses of disorganized structures had been demolished, replaced by neatly arranged new pavilions. It appeared far more pleasant than before. Ye Suifeng silently approved. The construction pace was astonishingly swift. Of course, upon reflection, it was easy to understand, as this was indeed the realm of cultivation. Individual powers were immensely formidable, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. They could achieve remarkable feats with a mere gesture. Furthermore, there existed specialized construction teams equipped with puppets designed specifically for building. A handful of them could erect a brand new edifice in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city had been established in just a matter of days. The subsequent tasks involved setting up formations and reinforcing the walls, among other responsibilities, which Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang would oversee. Ye Suifeng observed for a while, noting no significant issues, and chose to divert his attention. His sole focus now lay in arranging the 10,000 origin towers. First, regarding their storage. As ordinary spatial compartments were inadequate, he would have to carve out a space of his own. This was a simple endeavor, though such a space would essentially function as an alternate world, making storage inconvenient. Moreover, the production of lower-tier essence was exceedingly rapid, even if distributed among the entire city. It would be surplus to requirements. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so. The first tier of a 9-tier origin tower could yield 100 million drops of spiritual essence annually. If amassed, this would amount to approximately 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers, the annual yield would reach 10 million cubic meters. In just a little over a year, it would produce a volume equivalent to that of the West Lake in his previous life, an abundance of spiritual essence. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, the West Lake. Perhaps I could create a lake of my own. He glanced at the recently leveled lands of the Li and Tang families, and an idea took shape in his mind. Suddenly, he vanished, reappearing behind the old Yi family residence on that expanse of freshly cleared land. This spot is quite suitable. Ye Suifeng extended his finger, drawing a perfect circle upon the ground before pressing his palm downward. Boom! The earth trembled as the freshly leveled terrain immediately caved in, forming an immense pit over 100 fathoms deep. What just transpired? Is a powerful entity attacking? The citizens of the city were thrown into a state of panic, some still in their nightclothes, rushing outside. Following the earthquake, several figures soared into the sky, hastening towards the Yi family's location. Suiyun was the first to arrive, his expression one of shock at the sudden appearance of the vast pit. But upon turning his gaze to see Ye Suifeng deep in thought, he gradually relaxed. All is well. Continue your tasks. Suiyun dismissed the approaching members of the Yi family and landed beside Ye Suifeng. Brother, at least give a greeting. Suiyun exclaimed, exasperated. I was merely conducting a test to ascertain the structural integrity of the newly constructed buildings. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly, his heart unperturbed. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had completely forgotten the implications of his actions. However, Suiyun did not press further, gazing at the enormous pit, and inquired, Brother, what are you planning to do? Creating a great lake, Ye Suifeng stated. Now that there is ample space, I intend to develop a grand garden here. A place to stroll when leisure permits. Brother, for matters such as these, you need only inform me. There is no need for your direct involvement, Suiyun replied. You do not comprehend. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Wait here for a moment. I will explain how we shall proceed. With that, he rose, soaring into the void before the colossal character Ye. He then waved his hand, summoning the myriad origin towers from his study, which formed a lengthy procession, ultimately converging before him. Let us place them here. Ye Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the void before him into fragments, creating an inky black spatial expanse. He then pressed his hand against the character Ye, causing countless spatial shards to align along its contours, coalescing. In no time, the white Ye character was adorned with a delicate golden rim, faintly glowing. This was a newly established space, and the enormous character Ye served as the gateway to that realm. Enter. Ye Suifeng delivered a swift kick to the foremost origin tower, and in that moment, the serpentine line began to stir, each tower proceeding through the grand Ye gate into the expansive realm beyond. Once all the origin towers had entered, Ye Suifeng flickered and joined them within the space. This area was not particularly vast, roughly comparable in size to Yunxiao City. The next task at hand was to establish a passageway. The ancient Qiankuan translocation array appeared to be perfectly suited for this purpose. Reflecting on this intricate formation, Ye Suifeng traced patterns in the air with his fingers, and soon a colossal array manifested upon the ground. A pitch-black pit gradually emerged, revealing the very crater Ye Suifeng had created with a single palm strike. After a moment's contemplation, he executed a series of hand seals, segmenting the pit into precisely 10 layers from top to bottom. Subsequently, he summoned the origin towers, arranging them in neat circles to float above the pit. Commence. With an authoritative command, each layer of the origin towers connected to the corresponding layer of the pit. The first layer of the origin tower linked to the second layer of the pit, continuing downwards until the 9th layer connected to the pit's deepest recess. Let us begin. Ye Suifeng clenched his fist. The layers that had produced the primordial liquid now commenced a slow transfer of essence into the pit's corresponding layers. Meanwhile, Suiyun, who awaited Ye Suifeng's command, suddenly sensed a change in the vast pit before him. He looked up to behold a veil of mist enveloping the area just below 10 meters from the ground, within which faint starlight shimmered, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could that be? He was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Ye Suifeng's figure appeared beside him. Water. As Ye Suifeng spoke, clear spring water materialized from thin air, cascading into the pit. Within mere breaths, it filled the entire void, transforming the pit into a grand lake. Ah, splendid. Ye Suifeng nodded approvingly. He had connected the 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all future primordial liquids would be stored beneath the surface of this very lake. Furthermore, each layer corresponded appropriately. The first layer constituted the lake water. The second layer contained spiritual essence, and so forth. Let us construct a garden around it. Perhaps cultivate some fish, lotus flowers, and plant willows, along with various flowers and grasses, Ye Suifeng suggested. Indeed, Suiyun replied, savoring the fragrant aroma emanating from the lake, incredulously asking, Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary, no? Ye Suifeng nodded. Under the nourishment of the 9 layers of primordial liquid, the surface of the lake had evolved into a rare treasure. Ordinary beings dwelling here might undergo fascinating transformations. Draw forth a few streams from this lake. Perhaps create some rockeries or other whimsical constructions, and allow the lake water to flow throughout the family estate. Do you understand? Suiyun nodded in agreement. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Ye Suifeng felt a headache coming on. He had always found naming to be a tedious task. Well, it is large and round, and the lake's surface is as clear as a mirror. How about we call it Mirror Lake? Chapter 63. It is time to depart. With the primary structure of Mirror Lake completed, Ye Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Though the lake was expansive, it could not sustain the production of primordial liquid from the multitude of origin towers working tirelessly. Especially concerning the spiritual essence, it was estimated that within half a year, the lake would reach saturation. Ah, well, having too much of this essence serves little purpose. The surplus shall be dispersed throughout the territories of Yunxiao City. After a moment's reflection, Ye Suifeng set to work once more. He devised a timed array, which would cause Mirror Lake to spontaneously evaporate a portion of its contents at designated intervals, merging with the atmospheric moisture, ultimately transforming into rain that would fall upon the land. Every month, a rain infused with spiritual essence would nourish the realms within the sphere of Yunxiao City. Each quarter, a transformative rain imbued with body-forging liquid would reshape all things. Annually, a soul rain, enriched with divine soul liquid, would enlighten all beings. Every 3 years, a life rain, infused with life essence, would extend longevity. Every year, 3 innate stones would descend, awakening the innate bodies of those who obtained them. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would fall, bestowing the recipients with divine powers, leading them to the sacred realm. Every decade, 3 transformative stones would drop. Those fortunate enough to acquire them would become true children of destiny. Collectively, these occurrences would consume roughly 1/10 of the output from the origin towers, while the remainder would be reserved for the Ye family's use or stored for future needs. As for the subsequent rules of primordial liquid and the Taoist essence, these remained somewhat precious and would not be released to the outside world, reserved instead for the core members of the family. Even so, it was evident that in the near future, Yunxiao City would witness a surge of talent, transforming into a genuine sanctum for cultivation. Rather than seeking out geniuses, why not cultivate them ourselves? Ye Suifeng smirked. With all tasks completed, Ye Suifeng entrusted the remaining matters to Sui Yun. In the following days, the entirety of Yunxiao City was engulfed in a fervor of construction as the circular city walls were finalized and a brand new city emerged from the ground. The visage of the old Yunxiao City had been thoroughly obscured within the annals of history. Internally, Yunxiao City had stabilized. They had eradicated the remnants of the Li and Tang families, consolidating all of their shops and lands. However, many disturbances remained to be quelled in the surrounding territories, and Sui Bao and Yi Huang were already preparing to venture out of the city today. In the study, Sui Yun reported the recent developments. Ye Suifeng, feeling rather indifferent, nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the Yi family now held unrivaled supremacy within Yunxiao City, with no faction capable of contesting their dominance. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore other parts of the world, the chaotic battles in the east, the sacred lands of the south, the exotic customs of the west, and the expansive snowfields of the north. I wonder what delightful cuisines await. Brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Oh yes, I am. Ye Suifeng returned to focus. Hurry along. Those who are arrogant and audacious should be dealt with decisively. Yunxiao City will never lack for cultivators in the future. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. By the way, brother, this morning, a group came to pay their respects, wishing to meet you. Who are they? Ye Suifeng inquired. They are a group of young individuals clad in simple azure garments, all hailing from Tianfu Academy. The leader, Zhang Dong, possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and his cultivation is elusive. Sui Yun replied. Tianfu Academy? Ye Suifeng pondered, having never encountered this name before. I had not heard of it either, but after inquiring, I discovered it to be a substantial force across the continent, with branches scattered throughout. Those who gain admission to the academy are invariably exceptional talents. I believe their visit is to recruit some individuals from us, Sui Yun explained. Ye Suifeng nodded. With the family's burgeoning strength, interactions with higher-tier forces were inevitable. And Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. He held no substantial opposition to the idea of family members joining the academy, despite the fact that the Yi family was currently flourishing. However, for an individual to truly evolve, one must venture forth into the world. For instance, even the sacred grounds occasionally dispatch disciples into the mortal realm for training. Let them come, said Ye Suifeng. After a while, Ye Suifeng made his appearance in the reception hall, where a group of young men clad in blue sat below. Their ages were all relatively young, around 20 years of age. Yet, the weakest among them had already attained the golden body realm, while the strongest, Zhang Dong, at merely 25 years of age, had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just a step away from the transformation of spirit realm. In comparison to Shun Tianming from the Wanbao Pavilion, he was hardly inferior. This illustrates that the Tianfu Academy is indeed extraordinary. First, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunxiao City. Zhang Dong spoke first. Since the Battle of Yunxiao City, I have long wished to meet you, but I am fully aware of the busyness that has ensued after the turmoil, which is why I only dared to intrude today. Zhang Dong spoke with calm composure, maintaining decorum, albeit with an air of scholarly arrogance. No matter, Ye Suifeng replied. If there is something you wish to discuss, feel free to speak plainly. Indeed, the head of the Yi family is refreshingly straightforward. Zhang Dong clasped his fists. I shall speak candidly. The Tianfu Academy is renowned for gathering the world's talents. In the Battle of Yunxiao City, I observed that the Yi family's disciples are like hidden dragons in the wild. Therefore, I wonder if the head of the Yi family has any intention of allowing them to study at the Tianfu Academy, thereby transforming them into true dragons? Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet there was an underlying implication of superiority in his words. If they are hidden dragons, then Yunxiao City must be the wilderness. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Whom do you have your eye on? It's precisely the 5 disciples from the Yi family who fought in the Battle of Yunxiao City. Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng leisurely said, actually, that may not be out of the question. However, such matters must be contingent upon their own wishes. Upon hearing this, one of the academy students suddenly leaped up. Hey, did you hear that? We are from the Tianfu Academy. For people from your kind of place to enter, that would be your fortune, and yet you hesitate? The young man wore an incredulous expression, as if Ye Suifeng had uttered something utterly absurd. Guanmu, be quiet. Zhang Dong's voice cut through before Ye Suifeng could respond. Guanmu was taken aback, looking at Zhang Dong. Senior, he is merely the patriarch of a rural clan, and yet he poses himself so grandly. It is truly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's face darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce gaze, Guanmu glanced at Ye Suifeng, snorted, and departed in a huff. I sincerely apologize for that display. Zhang Dong clasped his fists once more after Guanmu's departure. Ye Suifeng, resting his chin on one hand, smiled. You ought to keep a firm hand on him. He hails from a prestigious sect in the south, and indeed carries too much pride. Zhang Dong acknowledged. Ye Suifeng remained silent. In truth, this group was all of a similar ilk, Zhang Dong included. Their dialogue was incessantly laden with references to their backgrounds. Yet, such a place is indeed suitable for young people to hone their skills. Head of the Ye family, you mentioned that it depends on their own will. Where are they currently? Zhang Dong inquired. They have gone out of the city and will not be returning soon. Ye Suifeng straightened his posture. You should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire. If anyone is willing, they will certainly seek you out. He had gathered a fair understanding of the Tianfu Academy, and thus was ready to conclude this meeting. He did not particularly favor this group of individuals. Zhang Dong seemed somewhat taken aback by Ye Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. Then I shall not impose further. Nevertheless, we can only remain in Yunxiao City for another 5 days. If we do not receive a response by then, we shall have to return. Ye Suifeng nodded, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong cupped his hands and, along with the other young men, turned to leave. Ye Suifeng quietly watched them depart, and after a long while, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It is time. It is time to depart. Chapter 64, Ambitions of Their Own. With Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the key forces of the Yi family mobilized, the rebellious elements within Yunxiao City, along with the factions of the Li and Tang families, were swiftly eradicated within a mere 4 days. In an instant, the names of Tianluan Palace and True Dragon Pavilion were firmly established. Once they all returned, Ye Suifeng promptly summoned the 5 from the Yi family to the courtyard. Having undergone the Battle of Yunxiao City and several pacification efforts, these 5 brilliant jewels of the Yi family had fully blossomed. Yi Huang and Yi Long had advanced in their cultivation at an impressive rate, nearly breaking through a minor realm every 2 days. At this moment, both had attained the consummate level of the transformation of Qi realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qiniao had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were slightly less advanced, but had also made significant progress, coupled with their unique talents. It could be said without hesitation that even within the confines of the Sioux city, there were no peers of their age who could rival them. Well done. Ye Suifeng commended them. The group was instantly invigorated. The head of the family's acknowledgement was indeed a rare honor for them, a supreme privilege. The matters of Yunxiao City had essentially reached a conclusion, so Ye Suifeng directly inquired, Now, let us discuss your thoughts. The sudden question rendered the group momentarily silent. However, after some contemplation, they came to realize that Yunxiao City was far too small. Even Sioux City was merely a borderland of the continent, without competition and adversaries. Their progress would undoubtedly be significantly hampered. Noticing their silence, Ye Suifeng continued, A few days ago, someone from the Tianfu Academy came to see me, expressing interest in having you join them. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9 Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It is an excellent environment for training. So what do you think? Is there anyone who wishes to go? Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, the group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to decide. Father, after a brief pause, Yi Huang spoke up. Will you be going? Me? Ye Suifeng slightly shook his head. That place is your stage. Why would I go? To engage in empty pleasantries with a bunch of arrogant individuals all day? I have my own plans. In all honesty, aside from masquerading as a fool or teasing a few female instructors, he found little purpose in attending the Tianfu Academy. Yi Huang responded with an "Oh, then I shall not go either." Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng frowned. You cannot forever live under my protection. Neither can any of you. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hands. No, 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 that's not what I meant. I was saying that if you go, then I will consider it. If you do not, then I will continue to pursue what I wish to do. Observing the beaming Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng felt a rare sense of surprise and, intrigued, asked, What is it that you wish to do? I want to lead the people of Tianluan Palace to strike out from Yunxiao City. Yi Huang stood tall, her cloak billowing without wind. I want to make the name of Tianluan Palace resound. I want to make the name of the Yi family resound. I want to make my name resound. I want the whole world to know that Ye Suifeng's daughter is named Ye Huang. A regal aura erupted from Ye Huang. A smile gradually emerged on Ye Suifeng's face. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Conquer. Ye Huang replied without hesitation. She then added with a smile. In fact, during the journey home after quelling the rebellion, I contemplated this. We cannot always hide on the fringes of the world, overlooked by others. Therefore, I shall strike out from Yunxiao City, relentlessly, until everyone knows of our Yunxiao City and our Ye family. Ye Suifeng fell silent, truly taken aback by his daughter's unexpected resolve. He recalled when he first arrived in this world. This girl was frail and insecure, with only a flicker of flame burning deep within her heart. Now, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring inferno. I am heartened by your ambition. I support you, Ye Suifeng declared. Ye Huang's face lit up. Thank you, father. Ye Suifeng then turned his gaze to Ye Long and asked, and what about you? Clutching a long spear, Ye Long looked towards Ye Huang. With such determination from the master of Tianluan Palace, how could our true dragon pavilion fall short? Uncle, my thoughts align with Ye Huang's. We must push outward from Yunxiao City to establish our name. Perhaps influenced by Ye Huang's fervor, Ye Long voiced a similar ambition. Are you vying with me for this? Ye Huang challenged Ye Long. He smiled. What? Are you afraid I might outshine you? The two locked eyes, unflinching. A dragon and a phoenix, their fighting spirit ablaze. Enough, Ye Suifeng interjected, observing these two promising descendants with a slight smile. The world is vast, and the path you choose is long. Perhaps you should each select a direction to strike out and see who emerges victorious. Both nodded in agreement. I shall choose the east. Sioux City lies that way, and I wish to witness firsthand the prowess of the 16-year-olds and foundation establishment that Nie Xiaoyin speaks of. Ye Huang declared first. Then I will head west. I've heard the two cities in the western part of the Nine-City Alliance are fierce and formidable. I shall engage with them. Ye Long followed suit. Excellent, Ye Huang exclaimed. Let us encircle the territory of the Nine-City Alliance and race to the southernmost point. Whoever arrives first shall claim victory. Cousin, what say you? Ye Huang's face brimmed with provocation. Agreed. Ye Long responded without hesitation. The two brightest heirs of the family had made their choices. Ye Suifeng then turned his attention to Ye Qianyao, who had undergone trials through the red dust mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Ye Qianyao stated directly. Ye Suifeng was once more taken aback. He had expected her to be the least likely to make such a request. Why? For the red dust melody. Ye Qianyao explained. In the red dust mirror, I experienced much. Yet, no matter how vivid those experiences seemed, they ultimately remained illusory. To perfect the red dust melody, I must do so in the real world. Ye Suifeng realized that Ye Qianyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her calling. Very well, he conceded, finding no reason to refuse her. He then turned to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered briefly before responding. I wish to remain in Yunxiao City. The others cast him surprised glances. It is truly difficult to make progress here, he explained. I cannot bear to leave Xiao Yi and the others. Xiao Yi was the young girl he had once rescued, whose family had been brutally slain by Li Shengge. Perhaps they were right. I am indeed a caretaker. Yi Qian smiled. Thus, I have decided to establish an academy in Yunxiao City, providing those children who dream of cultivation with the opportunity they deserve. If I am to be called a caretaker, then so be it. Agreed. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. Ye Long clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. Pursue your dreams. I have always supported you. We support you as well. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Ye Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them, nodding earnestly. With four of them having made their arrangements, only Ye Xiao remained. Ye Suifeng turned his gaze towards her. Uncle, I want to. No, you do not, he interrupted, denying her before she could finish. I plan to travel. You shall accompany me and go nowhere else. Ye Xiao was instantly taken aback, her large eyes filled with grievance. Why not? You agreed to their requests. So why not mine? Uncle, why do you always treat us differently? As she complained, she dabbed at the few tears that had squeezed out. They? Ye Suifeng scoffed. They have found their ideals and aspirations. What can you do apart from cause mischief? Just days ago, the treasure house was robbed. Was that you? Ye Xiao fell silent. Gu Wanxian took a bath, and all her clothes were stolen. Did you do that too? Silence again. And what about Dohua? He woke up one morning to find himself surrounded by pigs, and his head drawn as a pig's. Was that your doing? Ye Xiao pouted. But I did accomplish something. Oh, what was that? Please, enlighten me, Ye Suifeng said, stroking his chin. Humph. Ye Xiao puffed out her chest. Just days ago, when Sister Ye Huang was quelling the rebellion, I managed to put 100 people to sleep at once. At that, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words should not be spoken. They are easily misinterpreted. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Enough, you are not going anywhere. Instead, accompany me and refine your character, lest you cause trouble in the future. The 5 members of the Ye family had embarked on their respective paths. Only Ye Xiao remained dissatisfied, unsure of her own direction. Observing the spirited young heirs, Ye Suifeng felt a swell of pride. "Ah, I have a gift for you," he said, extending his palm to reveal 4 exquisite small towers, the origin towers. In the past few days, he had contemplated each person's future development and took the time to forge 4 9-layer origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, cultivation resources were indispensable. "Take them," Ye Suifeng instructed. The group obediently extended their hands. He then touched each of their palms with his index finger, and in moments, a small character for Yi appeared in each palm, a tiny space. Following this, he placed the origin towers within. The function and usage of the origin towers are contained within. Familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. Oh, and this. He then produced 4 rings, placing them into the palm space as well. This is some spirit stone to serve as your travel expenses. It is essential to have some funds while venturing out. The group nodded, retracting their hands. Only a small paw remained awkwardly suspended in the air. Ye Xiao's face was filled with confusion. Ye Suifeng glanced at her and said, "You are following me. Yet you fear there are no spirit stones?" Ye Xiao shrugged her shoulders, continually whispering to herself, "It's just a matter of getting used to it. Just a matter of getting used to it. All right, let us all return and make preparations. Those who should leave, let them depart, and those who should stay, let them remain," Ye Suifeng declared. At this point, the paths of the 5 had become entirely clear. Only Ye Xianxia would head to Tianfu Academy. I hope these little ones can travel further on their respective journeys. In a pitch-black space, suddenly, a powerful energy erupted forth. Soon after, 2 brilliant pearls pierced through the darkness. As the radiance dimmed, it became apparent that they were a pair of luminous eyes. "I have finally broken through." With a whoosh, a circle of candles was unexpectedly lit, illuminating the space. It turned out to be a spacious room, surrounded by thick, blue stone walls. In the center of the room sat a man who appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with a golden leaf embroidered on the back. 3 years, much faster than I had anticipated. The middle-aged man stood up, dust cascading down from him. "Li family, Tang family, you shall no longer underestimate our Yi family." His eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his robe, causing the heavy stone door to slowly creak open. He stepped outside, only to be astonished to find another person dressed in the same attire standing there. "Second brother?" He approached curiously. "Xianxiao?" The man turned around. If any members of the Yi family were present, they would be astounded to discover that his face was an exact replica of Ye Suifeng, one of the 3 great elders. The man who had just emerged was indeed the second elder, Ye Xianxiao. "You have also broken through?" Ye Suifeng asked in surprise. "Yes," Ye Xianxiao replied, his expression filled with exhilaration. "Second brother, have you also made a breakthrough?" "Haha, we no longer need to worry about the Li and Tang families." Ye Suifeng nodded. 3 years ago, all 3 great elders entered seclusion in hopes of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, aiming to shatter the Li and Tang families' dominance in terms of combat prowess. Now, they had finally achieved it. However, he felt a twinge of unease within. "Second brother, what troubles you?" Ye Xianxiao inquired, puzzled. Ye Suifeng shook his head. "I don't know. It just feels strange that this breakthrough to the nascent soul stage came so effortlessly." Ye Xianxiao furrowed his brow. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed peculiar. For years, I had shown no signs of a breakthrough, but just days ago, I suddenly sensed an enigmatic aura, my spirit stirred, and I smoothly ascended." Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's uncertainty. After a moment, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Perhaps this place has suddenly become infused with spiritual energy. Let us return and see how things are at home." Ye Xianxiao smiled. With elder brother around, there's bound to be no problem. "By the way, aren't we waiting for Grand Elder?" The 3 great elders, Ye Suifeng, Ye Xianxiao, and Ye Xianxiu. "Did you truly think we could all break through together?" Grand Elder was only in the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He simply grew weary of the mundane conflicts. Ye Suifeng chuckled. "Let us head back first." Ye Xianxiao nodded, and soon, the 2 figures vanished together into the ether. At the Yi family residence, Ye Suifeng was seated in the study, allocating resources for the family's upcoming arrangements. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his spirit, and his expression changed drastically as he leaped out of the window. He swiftly arrived at the Yi family ancestral hall, where 2 figures gradually materialized. "Father, third uncle." Ye Suifeng was taken aback and quickly bowed. "Junior Suifeng, congratulations to the 2 elders on your successful emergence from seclusion." Ye Suifeng gazed at his son, his eyes filled with warmth. "Well done, Suifeng. You've actually reached the late golden core stage." He was astonished, recalling that his second son had been of mediocre talent. merely at the foundation establishment stage before entering seclusion. To think he had broken through to the late golden core stage in just 3 short years. Is this what they call late bloomers? Haha, I told you, with elder brother watching over us, there would be no issues. Ye Suifeng approached Suiyu and asked, "Where is your uncle? Hurry and bring him to welcome us." Faced with this question, Ye Suifeng dared not look up, beads of cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Ye Zhenzong and the others sensed the anomaly. "Suiyu, where is the family head?" Ye Zhenzong asked sternly. Ye Suiyu's throat felt parched as he struggled to respond. "Father. Third uncle, the old family head, he has passed away." The atmosphere grew frigid. "What did you say?" Ye Zhenzong seized Suiyu by the collar. His eyes bloodshot and wide with disbelief. "What happened to my elder brother?" Ye Suiyu's gaze darted nervously, stammering. "The old family head, he passed away unexpectedly a year ago." "You're talking nonsense." Ye Zhenzong shoved Suiyu away, a powerful aura erupting within the Ye family ancestral hall. Anger and sorrow exploded in his chest. "Calm down." Ye Zhenzong restrained the raging Ye Zhenzong, his expression grim as he glared at Suiyu. Who did this? Was it the Li family? Or the Tang family? He was equally furious. If it truly was their doing, he vowed to settle the score with both families. Suiyu sat on the ground, reeling from Ye Zhenzong's sudden outburst, his chest roiling with pain. "No, it wasn't he them." Suiyu quickly clarified. The old family head ventured deep into the Qinggu Heights a year ago, but was unexpectedly attacked by a 6th-grade beast, the blood fiend tiger, and lost his life. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenzong were both taken aback. How could they have imagined that their elder brother had perished in such a manner? Elder brother Ye Zhenzong knelt on the ground, his face filled with desolation. Ye Zhenzong, too, was overwhelmed with grief, furrowing his brow as he asked. With the old family head gone, who is the current family head of the Ye family? It is the old family head's son, Ye Suifeng, Suiyu replied. "Father, we strictly adhere to the rules." Ye Zhenzong sighed in relief. If it were Suiyun or anyone else attempting to seize the position of family head, he would never let it slide, even if it were his own son. Thankfully, the Ye family members had always understood the importance of unity from a young age and had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Yet, could Ye Suifeng truly bear the weight of this complex family? If memory served correctly, their eldest brother Ye Zhenguang's son was notoriously lacking in talent. After the old family head's passing, there haven't been any major incidents within the family, have there? Ye Zhenzong inquired. Suiyu shook his head. Not really. Well, there have been some. What do you mean, some? Ye Zhenzong raised an eyebrow. Have the Li and Tang families taken this opportunity to bully us? Ye Zhenzong's expression darkened, radiating an aura of menace. Suiyu's face grew strange as he blinked, stammering. "Father, second uncle, the Li and Tang families have already been annihilated." Ye Zhenzong. Ye Zhenzong. What happened? Who destroyed them? The two were left utterly stunned. In Yunshao City, who possessed such power? Could it be that there are other significant changes occurring in Cloud City? Suiyu pondered, gently touching his nose as he spoke. "It is our new family head." Ye Suifeng. The two elders who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage asked simultaneously, their voices tinged with incredulity. Does he possess such capabilities? How has he accomplished this? Have the foundations of the two great families not intervened? They have intervened, Suiyu replied, just after the Battle of Cloud City concluded. The two great families suddenly revealed their true intentions, sending 3 nascent soul cultivators to besiege our family head, Ye Suifeng. And then, Suiyu hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. I did not witness it clearly, but it seemed that my elder brother merely raised a hand. And those 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly spat out blood and perished. The remaining members of the 2 families present were all immobilized, unable to move. Then, with a mere thought, my brother exterminated the entirety of the Li family lineage. In the blink of an eye, he also eliminated half of the Tang family, leaving the rest sealed, unable to cultivate for eternity. Upon hearing Suiyu's account, Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenzong stood frozen in place, rendered motionless for a prolonged moment. At that instant, it felt as though they had been enclosed within a colossal bell, incessantly struck by a massive hammer from the outside. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66, The Promise. When Ye Suifeng learned that the 2 elders had emerged from their seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. Throughout this time, he had completely forgotten that several elders remained hidden beneath the ancestral shrine of the Ye family. Brother, the elders are currently in the revitalization courtyard. The revitalization courtyard is where the 4 brothers of Ye Zhenguang grew up. Since the 3 great elders entered seclusion and the old family had passed away, it had remained sealed away. Then let us proceed there. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. He genuinely felt uncertain about how to face these elders he had never met before. How should we approach him? In the main hall of the revitalization courtyard, Ye Zhenzong, Ye Zhenyao, as well as Suiyu, Suihu, and Sui Bao were all present. After listening to Ye Suifeng's actions and the current transformations of the Ye family and Cloud City. The two elders felt an array of conflicting emotions. It was merely a period of seclusion. How could the entire world change upon their return? Initially, they were somewhat incredulous at Sui Yu's words. However, when Sui Yun and Sui Bao, who had already advanced to the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually began to accept this reality. Yet, it was still difficult for them to come to terms with it. The most respected elder brother had passed away, and a nephew, who had always been a source of frustration and never regarded highly, had soared to great heights overnight. His methods were astonishing, bordering on miraculous. When did this world change so rapidly? They truly did not know how to confront such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, indeed my brother has changed. But his heart remains with the family. Sui Yu discerned their doubts and spoke to clarify. Yes, and without my brother, there would be no glory for our family today. The other two echoed in agreement. The two elders exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a shared sentiment. The family's prosperity and unity. Was this not the very goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps some things that ought to be relinquished should be completely let go. At that moment, two figures approached from outside. It was none other than Ye Suifeng and Ye Suiyun. Suifeng congratulated the two elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, Ye Suifeng earnestly performed a bow. Although his soul had transformed and he felt no emotional connection with them, they were still elders, and the proper respect must be accorded. Suifeng has arrived. The two elders rose and said, "Please, take a seat." Hearing this, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and sat below them. "You may all leave," Ye Zhenzong instructed, and Sui Yun and the others gradually exited the main hall, leaving just the three of them. For a moment, silence enveloped the space. "I recall the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books." Disinclined to speak or stand in front of others, Ye Zhenzong initiated the conversation. Ye Suifeng instinctively touched his chin. "Indeed. However, people do change." Ye Zhenzong chuckled heartily. "Precisely, people do evolve. Yet, I never anticipated that the world would transform so dramatically. We have witnessed the Ye family reach unprecedented heights under your stewardship. We are genuinely delighted." Ye Zhenzong had a way with words, framing the individual's change as a change in the world, deftly sidestepping the most awkward topic. Ye Suifeng began to relax. "I am a member of the Ye family. Naturally, I am duty-bound to contribute to its development. Your return is a welcome addition, and the family will surely flourish further with the inclusion of two elders." Ye Suifeng stated. Even if it felt somewhat awkward, he could not decline the continuation of the two elders' roles. They had devoted their lives to this family. However, Ye Zhenzong chuckled again. "Perhaps not," he replied. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly, puzzled. "We are growing old," Ye Zhenzong remarked. "To be honest, after emerging from seclusion and witnessing such a vast change in the family, we are filled with shock and fear." "Why is that?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Zhenzong smiled gently. "Just as I mentioned earlier, this world is changing too swiftly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's development. If that is the case, why should we retain the title of elder and issue nonsensical orders? This family should be entrusted to your generation to manage. I have complete confidence in you." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Zhenzong would so nonchalantly relinquish the title of elder, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Ye family. What immense courage this required. They truly were the architects of the Ye family. "Uncle, there is no need for such formality." Ye Zhenzong raised a hand to halt Ye Suifeng's further protests. "Your calling me uncle is sufficient." His face radiated joy. "If elder brother were here in spirit, knowing of your accomplishments, he would undoubtedly be very pleased." Ye Suifeng fell silent. He found it difficult to bear this sentiment. "I have heard that there seems to be some hidden circumstances surrounding your father's death," Ye Zhenzong suddenly stated. "Indeed." Ye Suifeng nodded. That blood-fiend tiger should not have appeared near the periphery of Qinggu Gaoling. However, upon investigation, no other clues were discovered. "You were not involved in the investigation, were you?" Ye Zhenzong queried. Ye Suifeng touched his nose. "As you know, my cultivation level was too weak at that time, so..." "Suifeng." Ye Zhenzong suddenly looked at Ye Suifeng with seriousness. "You have the ability to uncover the truth, correct?" Ye Suifeng hesitated for a moment and replied, "I should be able to. Promise me. Investigate this matter thoroughly and uncover who is truly behind it. Can you do that?" He spoke almost in a pleading tone. Ye Suifeng was once again taken aback, gazing into Ye Zhenzong's sincere eyes and the deep-seated sorrow hidden within, unsure of how to refuse. "Very well, I will look into it. If indeed someone is scheming behind our backs, I shall ensure they receive the punishment they deserve," Ye Suifeng declared with earnestness. A sense of relief washed over Ye Zhenzong's eyes. "Then we can rest easy," he replied. Ye Suifeng nodded. "I shall take charge of this matter. You two have just emerged from seclusion. It would be wise to recuperate. I will have Sui Yun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a place of tranquility and elegance. Ye Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps not. After spending so long underground, I have grown weary of the notion of tranquility. Then what do you propose? Ye Suifeng inquired. Puzzled, Ye Zhenzong exchanged a glance with Ye Zhinyao and nodded. The world is vast, and we yearn to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the splendors of this earthly existence. He chuckled heartily. Observing their camaraderie, Ye Suifeng found himself at a loss for words. In that case, allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey, he offered. Just as Ye Zhenzong was about to decline once more, Ye Suifeng interjected. Please do not refuse a younger generation's respect for their elders. Taken aback, Ye Zhenzong ultimately acquiesced. Very well, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Indeed. Ye Suifeng smiled. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the main hall, only to find Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhinyao had vanished without a trace. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of resignation, for the two elders had already instructed them to attend to their own affairs. Ye Suifeng dismissed them and turned his gaze towards the distant mountains in the north. It was time for him to depart. The first destination would be the Qinggu Heights. Chapter 67. Departure. The following day, at the entrance of the Yi family residence, two dark-scaled steeds stood poised on either side of the gate. One black and one white. Two groups had assembled, and Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, mounting their ebony steeds. Brother, this pure white steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Clad in white, Yi Long, atop his noble mount, resembled a youthful hero, reminiscent of the legendary figures of old. I never expected you to choose the one with the wildest temperament, Yi Long chuckled in response. The two shared a hearty laugh, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Having grown up under the same roof, their rivalry had fostered a bond of camaraderie and familial affection. With this parting, the uncertainty of when they would reunite loomed over them. Brother, make sure you don't fall behind when we meet again, Yi Huang teased, dispelling the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. Yi Long grinned. You have many more allies in the Tianluan Hall, should you find yourself short on funds. I could lend you a little. As he spoke, he retrieved the storage ring that Ye Suifeng had bestowed upon them, idly playing with it. I suggest you hold on to that. We all have families to support, Yi Huang laughed. Please, we of the Jinlong Hall must forge our own fortunes. This meager travel allowance from uncle is hardly sufficient, Yi Long retorted, peering into the storage ring. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the vast fortune contained within. If I am not mistaken, this must be worth at least 10 billion, and it appears to consist entirely of high-grade spirit stones. Yi Huang, noticing his astonished expression, burst into laughter. It seems this is your first allowance from my father, I assenti it? Yi Long's lips twitched. Allowances? Who gives allowances like this? Brother, we cannot disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again. Yi Huang clasped his fists in farewell. Yi Long mirrored the gesture, quietly returning the storage ring to his palm. The two then turned their steeds, one group heading east, the other west, galloping forth. In a matter of moments, they had exited the city gates. Within Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards the direction of Yanxiao City. Mi Feng, keep up, Zhang Fei called out. Yes, I'm coming, Mi Feng hurriedly replied, joining the ranks. Following the battle at Yanxiao City, he had opted not to summon Uncle Wen to seek out the head of the Yi family. Instead, choosing to join the Tianluan Hall, he was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that occupied his heart. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yanxiao City, a group of youths clad in blue emerged. Among them, a transcendent figure dressed in pale blue stood at the back of the crowd, appearing somewhat out of place. It was Yi Qingyao. Qingyao, pay no mind to that Guanmu. Many at the academy are quite amiable, a nearby girl encouraged her. Not at all, Yi Qingyao replied with a gentle smile. I've simply never ventured so far from home. Neither have I, the girl chimed in. Most of the students at the academy hail from distant lands. My hometown is far to the south, very far away. The girl's chatter gradually eased Yi Qingyao's homesickness. After a long while, she asked with a smile. What is your name? Me? The girl giggled. I'm Yanxi. Don't worry, once we arrive at the academy, I'll be sure to look out for you. At the northern gate of Yanxiao City, a humble donkey cart ambled leisurely out of the city. A seemingly unremarkable young man leisurely guided the cart, which was laden with a rickety, roofless carriage filled with dry straw. Inside, a slight figure sat, draped in a black cloak that enveloped her entirely, save for her small face peeking out. Her large eyes brimmed with exasperation, her lips pouted defiantly. Seriously, uncle? Is this how we're leaving? Yi Xiaoxiao's tone was rife with reluctance. What do you expect? A grand sedan chair to carry you? Ye Suifeng replied without glancing back. We are embarking on a journey. Do you understand? With a long sigh, Yi Xiaoxiao propped her chin on her hands, contemplating all the dreams she had yet to fulfill. It seemed following her uncle would mean a prolonged wait for those opportunities. Big brother Ye, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Moments later, two figures, one large and one small, rushed over in a flurry. Ye Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see it was Gu Wanxin, accompanied by a demure young girl. Big brother Ye. Gu Wanxin gasped as she approached, breathless. I have something I've been meaning to say, but I've never had the chance. Ye Suifeng felt a pang in his heart. It appeared an emotional scene was about to unfold. Please, not that. After a moment, Gu Wanxin pulled the girl forward, saying, This is my niece, Gu Yulan. She is quick-witted and clever. I thought it would be much more convenient for you to have a capable girl by your side. Ye Suifeng finally understood the situation at hand. However, he had long since grown accustomed to solitude. The presence of others around him would rather bring about a sense of inconvenience. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline, Ye Suifeng replied. She is quite obedient and can assist you with numerous mundane tasks, Gu Wanxin urged anxiously. Yet, Ye Suifeng shook her head once more, saying no. I am accustomed to being alone. She can prepare an astonishing array of delectable dishes from various regions, Ye Suifeng exclaimed. Moreover, she has amassed a collection of culinary traditions from across the world and is currently learning them. Ye Suifeng added, I believe that on the journey of exploration, having an additional companion brings forth another dimension of scenery. Don't you agree, Xiaoxiao? Ye Xiaoxiao responded. Thus, moments later, a slender figure joined the modest donkey cart. Following the broad path, 3 individuals, along with the donkey, embarked on a leisurely journey towards the distant mountains.